brushed over a bowl of cordyceps cucumber congee that you spill it on yourself? If word gets out, wouldn't it embarrass and tarnish our Sure family's reputation? To be honest, even without the live broadcast, Rebecca dared not curse at Deborah now. After all, the near-death experience from yesterday still haunted her. The icy and indifferent gaze Deborah gave her, treating her like nothing, still made her hair stand on end. And Deborah's warning yesterday, "I'm crazy, you better not provoke me or you'll bear the consequences," made Rebecca wary. Rebecca genuinely feared that if she provoked Deborah again, Deborah might choke her in front of everyone just like she did yesterday. As Deborah approached Rebecca, she first lowered her eyes, then raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Seeing Deborah lift her head with reddened eyes, appearing fragile and helpless, Rebecca was taken aback. "You. Aunt, must you go to such extremes?" Deborah seemed to be suppressing her grievance, her clear eyes quickly filling with mist. With disheveled black hair, a filthy white dress, and red-rimmed eyes, Deborah, originally a cold and beautiful girl, now exuded a broken yet captivating beauty that invoked pity. Deborah softly said, "Aunt, I know you and Yui don't want me here. I've already said I'm only staying a few days to help Grandpa recuperate. Once he's better, I'll return to Illegitimate. I endured your insults yesterday. But why do you and Yui gang up on me like this? Do you have to humiliate me in front of everyone to highlight Yui's elegance?" Deborah's words made everyone watching the live stream widen their eyes. What? Gang up on Deborah? Highlighting Yui's elegance by making Deborah lose face? What kind of drama is this? Unprepared for such a response, Shirley's original smile froze. Rebecca looked utterly bewildered. "No, what are you talking about? What do you mean by Shirley and I ganging up on you?" Deborah sniffed. "Right after I sat down at the dining table, Matthew Sturgavin offered to serve me porridge." Deborah pointed to the servant standing next to the table. "But as soon as the porridge was placed in front of me, she deliberately knocked it over, spilling the scalding hot porridge onto my body." As Deborah approached, only then did the live stream viewers see the obvious red mark on the fair skin of the girl's collarbone area, clearly a burn. Just looking at it made one feel the pain. Before you and Shirley came downstairs, Matthew Sturgavin had already admitted that Shirley asked her to do this. At that time, I was wondering why Shirley would do such a thing. But now, seeing the reporters and live stream cameras appear suddenly, I think I understand. Deborah, with reddened eyes, looked at Shirley, sounding aggrieved. "Yui, if you were afraid I would steal your spotlight during today's live stream, there was no need for you to go to such lengths. If you had told me, I would have been happy to stay in my room upstairs. When I was in Illegitimate, I refused the invitation to participate in the program, didn't I?" Chapter 408, Was it all intentional? A big scandal has been revealed. In the eyes of netizens, Hildred and Esther, both genius girls who scored perfect marks in this year's college entrance exam, were naturally compared to each other. At first glance today, it was thought that Hildred, the daughter of the Sure family, is graceful and elegant while Esther, the illegitimate daughter who returned home halfway from the Liu family, does not have any elegance. However, now listening to what Esther said, it seems this Hildred feared that Esther being in the Sure household would steal her spotlight. So Hildred knew very well that there would be reporters coming live broadcast at home in the morning. She deliberately did not inform the family members and even conspired with the servants to spill hot porridge on Esther's body. When Esther was made to look so disheveled all over, she appeared gracefully before the camera using others' mess to highlight her own elegance. This is too much. To fear being outshined isn't enough to resort to such filthy means, right? Moreover, Esther had no intention of stealing her spotlight. She had already declined a show invitation before. Esther did nothing, didn't even know about the live broadcast, and ended up scalded like that for no reason. Appearing covered in porridge on her first appearance, just now she was criticized by many netizens. Netizens went to curse Esther and praise Hildred. Wasn't Hildred's goal achieved? In their first appearance together, Hildred quietly managed to put Esther beneath her feet. This daughter of the Sure family truly has great machinations and tactics. F***K, I said how confused the elderly Honor and the rest looked when they saw the reporters. Turns out they didn't know anyone was coming for a live broadcast. Hildred got up early, dressed up beautifully in cheapao and makeup, clearly preparing for the live stream, timing her descent perfectly. Then she claims she forgot to tell anyone else about the reporters coming? I think she intentionally forgot. Certainly. Just didn't want Esther to know. In contrast to her meticulous dressing, Esther obviously just woke up, wearing pajamas and flip-flops without any makeup. Even without makeup, Hildred still wouldn't let up, asking the servant to spill porridge on her. How insecure is Hildred? Does she think Esther can still outshine her even in pajamas and barefaced? What an awful thing to do. I feel bad for Esther, her skin is red from scalding. Poor beautiful girl. I've been thinking since earlier, don't you think Hildred's smile looks fake? Yen Nike, that sweet act is just a front. Clearly the kind who smiles to your face but stabs you in the back. Speechless, thought she was just a naive heiress, turned out she is secretly manipulative. Hildred never expected Esther to say such things, portraying herself as long-suffering and wronged. Isn't this B***TCH just pretending? Hildred clenched her fists tightly, her expression darkening. She indeed deliberately did not inform the Sure family about today's live broadcast and indeed used her sole power to cause the maid to spill porridge on Esther. According to her plan, by timing it exactly when the reporter started the live stream, Esther wouldn't have time to change clothes if she became messy like this. Being so beautifully elegant herself, it would make Esther look like a clown, making it clear at a glance who the true heiress is. The netizens would definitely think Esther is uncouth, only liking her. In Hildred's plan, this Green Bud TV program was her best chance to attract fans and win admiration online. The more people liked her, the more soul power she could absorb. This preliminary interview live stream was her first step in gaining fans. She had already learned that Esther refused the program invitation. Good luck for Esther, not becoming her competitor. But today, Esther happened to be at home during the live broadcast. If Esther accidentally made a stunning appearance, wouldn't she steal Hildred's limelight? Might as well finish it in one go, ensuring Esther lost all dignity on her first appearance. Hildred was sure of it. She used her soul power, so Esther could not reveal this matter. Even if Esther guessed, she could only suppress it. But now, Esther said that before she came downstairs, Aunt Gavin, the maid, admitted that she was ordered by Hildred to do this? How is this possible? Hildred gritted her teeth in secret but showed a look of being falsely accused and gazed at Esther with apparent hurt. What are you talking about? How could I ask Aunt Gavin to do something like this? You're my sister. Really? Esther gave Hildred a deep look, seemingly more wrong than her, but Aunt Gavin confessed to it on her own, not me. The camera conveniently turned toward the anxious maid beside the dining table. Matthews Gavin remembered the line of text Esther had shown her on the phone's memo app just a few minutes ago. 50,000, say that Hildred made you spill the porridge. 50,000. This was nearly half a year's salary for her working as a maid in the Scher family. It was just a matter of saying it. Although she didn't know why Esther wanted to push this onto Hildred, Matthews Gavin still shrank back towards the camera and said, "It was indeed Miss Yue who asked me to spill the porridge." She said she didn't want Miss Esther to steal her spotlight. Hearing this, Hildred momentarily forgot to maintain her innocent and kind facade, raising her voice in questioning. "What are you talking about, Matthews Gavin? When did I ever ask you to do such a thing?" Then Hildred seemed to think of something, looking at Esther with anger and firmly said, "I understand now, Esther. You colluded with Matthews Gavin, intending to slander me on camera, right?" Esther lifted her eyes, blinking. "Matthews is saying that even if you didn't tell me, I still somehow knew in advance that someone was coming to live stream at home. I deliberately let Matthews Gavin spill the porridge on me before the reporters arrived, scalding myself like this, then appearing on camera in such a disheveled state. Did I do all this just to slander you?" Chapter 409. Are you more important or the four of us? Anyone who heard this statement would find it strange. Who in their right mind would let a servant scald them to such an extent, and then appear on camera in such a disheveled state just to frame someone else for doing it? What benefit would this bring to Esther? If she really wanted to outshine Shirley, wouldn't it be simpler to dress more elegantly and beautifully than her? Even Shirley herself felt that her previous question sounded as if it hadn't passed through her brain. So when Esther asked this, Shirley was momentarily speechless. She could only take a deep breath to maintain her composure. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss, but inside, she was clenching her teeth tightly. Well, regardless of what happened, student Esther doesn't look too good at the moment. Journalist Yenin stepped in to mediate, maintaining a friendly demeanor. "Student Esther, why don't you go change clothes first? We'll wait here for you before we officially start the interview." Journalist Yenin had not expected such an unexpected twist during the live stream of today's Prelude episode. Not only was another college entrance exam top scorer Esther present, but she was also a sister to this heiress of the Scher family, and Shirley seemed to have been targeting her secretly, creating a palpable tension between the two. Though the show hadn't even started broadcasting yet, this controversy and drama weren't already forming. However, the problem was that Esther had previously declined the show's invitation. If Esther could change her mind and agree to participate. But no, wasn't the production team here today to interview her? Why should they wait for Esther to change her clothes before starting? Shirley was furious but couldn't show it on camera. She forced a smile and asked Journalist Yenin, "Journalist Yenin, didn't Esther already decline the program invitation? If she isn't participating in today's interview, there's no need to wait for her, right? We can start directly." At that moment, Esther suddenly spoke up. "Oh, right, that's what I wanted to say too. I refused the show's invitation earlier because my family had travel plans which clashed with the schedule. So I had to decline. But since I came to Beijing, our travel plans were cancelled. In this case, both my fourth brother and I should be able to participate in the program." "What?" Journalist Yenin's eyes lit up, almost overjoyed. "Student Esther, are you saying that you and Student Esther E can both participate in our show? This is wonderful. For a show that boasted gathering prodigious young talents, it wouldn't have counted much without the participation of the other top scorer and the third-place winner scoring 740. The higher-ups had pressured them to invite these individuals over. Now, before they even went to Gillisangching, Esther agreed to participate. "I'm not sure about my brother's willingness, but as for me, there's no problem." Esther responded politely with a smile, but her gaze flickered toward Shirley. It was Shirley who initiated the move against her. Aside from the current situation, Esther now suspected that last night's incident involving Yaneli might have also involved Shirley. Don't worry, any unsolved murder cases nowadays attract immediate attention from the police, often becoming hot topics. I won't kill anyone casually like before. What I want to do is slowly shine in front of the public. The more they love me, the stronger my soul power becomes, just like becoming the top scorer in this college entrance exam. Speaking of which, I couldn't figure out why someone would score full marks like me and steal my spotlight. Turns out it's you. Stealing the limelight once is fine. But Yui, remember, when it comes to being popular, you can never surpass me. Esther recalled what Shirley said earlier in the room. When it comes to popularity, can she really not surpass her? Esther sneered inwardly. Did she think too highly of herself or underestimate her? Retracting her gaze, Esther turned to journalist Yen with understanding. Then I'll go change my clothes first. Journalist Yen, you can interview my sister first. There's no need to wait for me. Upon hearing this, Shirley almost exploded. Wasn't the production team here for her? Now it seemed like they were here for Esther, even prioritizing the interview order based on Esther's permission. Shirley's expression darkened. She was after all the daughter of a prestigious Sher family and the chairman of Illegitimate Pharmaceutical, and the Green Sprout channel treated her with so little respect. Moreover, Esther was going to participate in the show too. That show required living together for 10 whole days, and she definitely didn't want to see Esther frequently and compete for popularity on the same show. So she looked at the cameraman first, forcing a smile and asked softly, "Excuse me, can we turn off the live stream first?" The cameraman, confused, instinctively looked at journalist Yen. Journalist Yen knew that if the live stream was turned off, it would mean they were about to say something that shouldn't be said on air. That couldn't happen. This kind of drama is exactly what gets viewers' attention. So she gave the cameraman a meaningful look. The cameraman got the hint. He pretended to press a button, but in fact, the live stream continued as usual. The moment she heard the click, Shirley's face, which had been maintaining a smile, immediately fell. She looked like two different people on and off camera. In a cold voice, she said, "Journalist Yen, if I'm not mistaken, you came here for me today. Is it that because you saw Esther here and heard that she plans to join, you suddenly think she's more important than me? So let me put it this way. Either I participate and Esther doesn't, or Esther participates and I don't. You decide." What? If Shirley participates, Esther can't, and if Esther participates, Shirley won't? Journalist Yen was stumped upon hearing this. These two rich heiresses, both geniuses who scored full marks, had recently garnered similar levels of discussion online. It would be best if both could join the show. But if only one could, who should they choose? However, just as the chat filled with names due to the debate over keeping Shirley or Esther, the Sher family's front door creaked open once again. This time, unexpectedly, 3 boys and a girl walked in from outside. The short-haired girl looked spirited and cool, the red-haired boy was tall and handsome, and they seemed quite well-matched. A pair of identical twins with strikingly different personalities appeared on screen. One had delicate features with a prominent beauty mark, while the other had tousled hair and a rebellious aura. As they approached, their godlike good looks left all the viewers breathless. Damn, such handsome twins. Seeing Esther, especially noticing the porridge stains and reddened skin from scalding, Esther and Atlee's hearts skipped a beat. They didn't care about the surroundings and rushed directly to their sister's side. And Brenda made a startling move. She picked up a glass of water from the coffee table with a stern face and, without warning, splashed it at Shirley. Shirley hadn't expected the sudden intrusion to result in being drenched with water. From head to toe, she was shocked, her eyes wide as if struck by lightning. But after Brenda splashed the water, she immediately started lashing out sarcastically and fiercely. "Oh, Miss Sher thinks she's someone special. Look at you, threatening the production team, making them choose between you and Esther. Let me tell you, this show, you either want to participate or not. Esther I, and Mathewena are all going. If she doesn't go, we 3 won't either. You like giving the production team a choice? Do you think it matters more to them if you participate alone or if all 4 of us do?" Chapter 410, Dennis vigorously protects his Matthews tour, insulting the Sher family. This sudden turn of events left Esther, who was standing nearby, feeling utterly bewildered. She hadn't expected that her 4th and 5th brothers along with Mathewena would suddenly come to the capital and appear so abruptly at the Sher residence. They came to find her but didn't even give a heads up. "Matthewmon, Dennis, you." Just as Esther was about to ask what was going on, she was already being held by one hand each by her 2 older brothers. Damn it. On closer inspection, Atlee saw the red burn marks on his sister's clavicle, which made him so angry that his hands shook. This was their precious little sister. At home, she was adored by all 5 brothers, treated like a pampered little princess. But now, just 2 days later, she was bullied to this extent and in such a sorry state. Did they really think the Liu family was a pushover? Atlee didn't bother talking to his younger sister at all. He turned to look at Shirley, drenched from head to toe after being splashed with water, then looked at Rebecca, and the already standing Ted and Sabine, before he started yelling. To hell with the Sher family. If not for today's live stream, I wouldn't have known that our beloved sister, whom we treat like glass for fear she might break and sugar for fear she might melt, has been mistreated like this in your Sher family. He glared at Ted. "Old man, do you know my sister came to the capital just to see you and treat your illness? Ignoring that she is your own granddaughter, she saved your life by curing your disease. And this is how you let her be bullied? Then he stared at Sabine. Sabine, right? What did you say yesterday morning when you took Janine away from us? That you would definitely take good care of and protect Janine. Is this the result of your protection? Aren't you ashamed of your words? He turned to Rebecca. You old lady, what the hell did you say just now? That my sister's appearance would tarnish the reputation of your Sher family? Forget whether Janine wants to be part of your family, just look at yourself, pretending to be young like an old cucumber painted green. Standing there looking like an old witch, the Sher family is dark enough having you around. Finally, he looked at Shirley, clenching his fists and suppressing his fury. And you, Shirley, right? You should be thankful that I wasn't the one who splashed you with water just now. If it were me, I'd have poured boiling hot water on you. If I don't scald you until your skin peels off, I'm not Atlee. Atlee's speech was so fast, and his attitude was indeed extremely fierce. The teenager, towering over the girls, hugged his sister protectively with his sturdy arms. He unleashed a torrent of insults, eyes almost burning holes into everyone. Before anyone could react, all the Sher family members present had been thoroughly insulted. Not only were the Sher family members stunned, but so were all the viewers watching the live stream. What was happening? Wasn't this the youngest son of the Liu family, Esther's fifth brother? His forceful protection for his sister was too overwhelming. It was truly astonishing. While Atlee was insulting people, another boy who looked exactly like him had already gently wiped off the gruel from the girl's clothes and body with a handkerchief. With fluid motions, he took off his black jacket and draped it over his sister's shoulders, leaving himself in a white t-shirt, making his tall frame look even more robust. His gaze towards his sister was filled with tenderness and concern, but when he raised his eyes, they were sharp and hostile. Though he didn't join in the insults, it was clear he regarded the Sher family as enemies, just like his twin brother. On the living room side, Shirley, who had been drenched unexpectedly, opened her eyes wide. Instinctively wiping her dripping hair, she finally realized what had happened. She was once the strongest demon and had never been treated like this by humans. Naturally, Shirley felt an intense surge of anger and swung her hand to slap Brenda. Through gritted teeth, she cursed, "You bitch, who are you to splash water on me?" You. Caught off guard, Brenda instinctively tried to dodge the incoming slap. However, just as Shirley raised her hand, it was grabbed tightly by Mathawena, who approached from behind her. Mathawena's veins stood out on his hand, his gaze icy cold, his tone terrifyingly chilly. "I don't hit girls. But if you dare to lay a finger on her, I'll make sure you can't walk out of this house." The situation froze. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Sher family was like a battlefield. Shirley was intimidated by Mathawena's icy stare. Although she didn't know the background of this boy who dared to speak to her like that, judging by his expression, any movement might result in her wrist being snapped. And Atlee was like a powder keg, ready to explode if any of the Sher family members dared to challenge him. This made Rebecca, who was scolded as an old witch from Black Mountain, too stunned to retort. After all, it was old Master Sher who had weathered many storms and seen everything in his lifetime. Leaning on his cane, he came over to Atlee and said, "You're Janine's brother, right? Calm down." Calm down? Atlee acted like a little hooligan, caring only for his sister and no one else. "If you want me to calm down, make Shirley apologize to our Janine. If she doesn't apologize, this matter isn't over." Chapter 411, I'll stick her with dozens of needles and she'll wake up. Yen-nin reporter, who had been standing there all along, felt embarrassed on the surface but was actually delighted inside. Goodness, she had thought that today's interview with Madeline would be a simple one. It turned out that not only Brianna was at the Sher residence, but also the other 3 students they wanted to invite, Esther, Evangeline, and Brenda, all showed up. Moreover, they came in and immediately got into an argument with Madeline, making the whole scene intense. Brenda poured a cup of water over Madeline, which would make for quite an interesting news item if it were published. Yen-nin reporter already sensed that their new program would become a sensation even before it started airing. However, Madeline just now reacted from her earlier rage. What did that short-haired girl say when she walked in? "Oh, Miss Sher, do you think you're somebody? Look at how capable you are, threatening the production team here to choose between you and Janine. Let me tell you, this show can go on with or without you. Janine will go, and so will Esther, Evangeline, and I. If she doesn't go, neither will we 3. You like to make the production team do multiple choice questions, right? Which do you think is more important for the production team, your participation alone or all 4 of us participating? Wait a minute. If these people rushed in after watching the live stream just now. Before asking Yen-nin reporter to choose, didn't she ask the cameraman to turn off the camera? How did they know about her threat to the production team? Madeline's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought of a possibility. In the next second, she rushed to the front of the camera carried by the cameraman. Then she saw that the camera lens had never been turned off. The live stream had captured everything in the living room clearly, never interrupted. If the live stream hadn't been turned off, what did it mean? It meant that all the words she said thinking the live stream was off and the awkward scene of being splashed with water had all been broadcast to all netizens live. Esther merely got her clothes dirty with porridge, but Madeline was soaked from head to toe, with her makeup running. This was her first official appearance online. You actually didn't turn off the live stream. Madeline wished she could snap the cameraman's neck. But realizing that everything she was saying was still being streamed live, she had to hold back her curses. She could only stare at the cameraman with a murderous look. Feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze, the cameraman said, sorry, sure classmate. There must have been some malfunction. I tried to turn it off earlier, but it didn't. What malfunction? It was obviously intentional. Madeline clenched her teeth in anger. Hearing the cameraman's words, Atlee sneered and held his sister tighter. Isn't it better that the live stream wasn't turned off? Then apologize to Janine live on the internet. Madeline desperately wanted to say, apologize my ass. Although she did spill the porridge, it was clearly Esther colluding with the servants to frame her. But Esther played her part so well that even if Madeline refused to admit it, netizens wouldn't believe her. And the elegant and kind rich girl image she had painstakingly cultivated over the years was ruined today. Just as Madeline hated it and didn't know what to do, the door to the Schur residence was pushed open again. A man's puzzled voice suddenly sounded from behind everyone. What happened? Francisco finished his court session earlier than usual today, so he came home directly. Still wearing his gold-rimmed glasses and suit, he exuded an elite aura and felt confused about the situation in front of him and the many unfamiliar people in the living room. Older brother is back. Hearing Francisco's voice, Madeline suddenly came up with a plan. In the next second, under Atlee's intimidating presence, she feebly swayed. About to fall to the ground, Francisco instinctively stepped forward to catch her, startled by his sister. Yahweh? What's wrong, Yahweh? Oh no, Yahweh must be having a heart attack. Rebecca looked at Esther and Atlee, angrily accusing them. See, it's all because of you two. If anything happens to Yahweh, you'll be held accountable. Everyone in the Schur family knew that Madeline had congenital heart disease and almost died on the operating table last year. Heart disease is easily triggered by stress and is very dangerous once it occurs. Seeing Madeline fainting in Francisco's arms, others also realized the gravity of the situation and stopped worrying about anything else. Rebecca hurriedly went to support Madeline, while Dovey instructed someone to call 120. Sabine went to inform Yenin reporter and the others about the sudden incident and asked them to leave first. Having been in the TV industry for so many years, Yenin reporter had seen countless sly people. He could tell at a glance that Madeline was faking a faint to avoid resolving the situation, but he didn't expose her. Anyway, whether she really fainted or was pretending, today's live broadcast couldn't continue. Fortunately, the footage they had already shot today was explosive enough, sufficient for him to report back to his superiors. Before leaving, Yenin reporter couldn't help but confirm again, classmate Esther, you're sure you can participate in our program, right? As per what classmate Brenda said earlier, if you participate, Esther, Evangeline, and Brenda will also join, right? Receiving an affirmative answer, Yenin reporter left excitedly with the cameraman. After the journalist and his team left, the Schur family living room fell into chaos, with everyone surrounding Madeline, anxiously worrying about her condition. Esther knew Madeline was faking the faint. Being demons themselves, none of them could fool each other. Such acting could only deceive those who truly cared for the original host. After informing her two brothers, Esther approached Madeline, squatting down beside her. Let me take a look. Let you take a look. What can you? Just as Rebecca was about to ask what Esther could see, she suddenly remembered that Esther was Hanley's protégé, the one who had brought the dying Schur patriarch back from the brink of death. Esther really did know what she was doing. So she kept her words to herself. Francisco naturally trusted Esther, pushing Madeline towards her seriously. Then I'll leave it to you, Janine. Esther symbolically felt Madeline's pulse, then pronounced definitively, it's not a recurrence of heart disease, just a temporary faint due to emotional distress. Hearing it wasn't a heart disease relapse, the Schur family breathed a sigh of relief. Rebecca couldn't help but ask, what should be done for a faint caused by emotional distress? How can Yahweh wake up? Don't worry, Esther remained calm, taking out the package of needles she had prepared for Schur Patriarch's acupuncture treatment, tilting her head slightly. I'll stick her with dozens of needles, and she'll wake up. Chapter 412, Indeed, not a few people call you husband. Hearing Esther's words, Leslie, who was pretending to faint in Preston's arms with her eyes closed, almost couldn't catch her breath. Give several dozen acupuncture needles? Esther wanted to turn her into a sieve. But the girl obviously wasn't just talking. The next second, the sound of Esther opening the acupuncture kit and rustling it made it seem like she was ready to stick needles into her at any moment. Leslie knew Esther was trying to get back at her, but nobody stopped her because she was a renowned physician. Leslie clenched her teeth tightly with her eyes shut. She could only feign awakening from her unconsciousness, looking bewildered and weakly saying, Big brother, what's happening? Preston had been genuinely worried about Leslie's condition. But when he saw that Leslie woke up immediately after Esther mentioned giving her dozens of acupuncture needles, his handsome brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. It looked like she was pretending to be faint just now. Seeing Leslie wake up so easily, the others also exchanged glances. Grandfather Schur and Sabine were truly concerned about Leslie's heart problems earlier, but now they understood, this child must have deliberately pretended to faint to avoid an awkward situation. What happened? My head is dizzy. Big brother, I don't feel well, can you carry me upstairs to rest? Too embarrassing. Leslie clung to Preston's suit jacket, the only one unaware of the previous situation, pouting and hoping to leave quickly. Although not born of the same mother, Preston had always doted on his sister Leslie and his two younger brothers, Ulysses and Luoelio. When Leslie had been unwell previously, he had helped find doctors for her both domestically and internationally. But since last year, after coming down from the operating table, he felt that his kind and sensible little sister seemed to have changed. Though once very innocent, she now seemed cunning. "Mathunce, you're not feeling well, let Catherine give you some acupuncture." So, Preston frowned and gently removed Leslie's hand from his clothes. With Catherine's medical skills, we wouldn't find such expertise even if we spent a fortune searching abroad. You should cherish this opportunity. Leslie felt stifled. Why still acupuncture? No need for her to help. Leslie, furious yet helpless, stood up on her own and said stiffly, "I think I can walk by myself, so I'll go up by myself." As Leslie went upstairs, Rebecca, who had always adored her niece, shot Esther a glare and followed her. Now, only Esther, Ted, Sabine, and Preston remained in the living room. It was her first time visiting the Scher family, yet she witnessed her own sister being humiliated like this, with her skin reddened by the hot porridge. Anyone would find it hard not to feel agitated or angry. Thus, although Atlee had verbally lashed out at everyone in the Scher family as soon as he entered, Grandfather Scher and Sabine didn't blame him. However, Sabine was puzzled. The servant hadn't mentioned that Leslie caused her to spill the porridge before the journalist came in. Even Esther had admitted that the servant did it unintentionally. Why did she then say otherwise in front of the journalist? Grandfather, Aunt, Esther seemed to guess what Sabine was thinking and explained, "I only knew it was Yulie who asked Matthew Sturgavin to do this when Matthew Sturgavin typed Yulie's name on her phone for me. But since things have become messy, let's just forget about it." Esther continued, "My brother and friends came to visit me. Can I bring them to my room?" Of course, Catherine. Ted had known that Esther had 5 older brothers, with the 4th and 5th ones being twins. Though he didn't know why they suddenly visited the Scher family, since they had come, they and the other 2 children were esteemed guests of the Scher family. "Catherine, Grandfather will make sure to teach Yulie a lesson for today's events," Ted said. "Go change your clothes first, then chat with your brothers and friends. If you need anything, just tell Grandfather. Mathunce, your brothers and Gillisangching friends have come to Gillising to see you. You all should play around Gillising. Stay here as long as you want, I'll arrange rooms for you." Esther nodded in agreement and led Esther, Atlee, Brenda, and Mathawena to her upstairs room. After changing clothes in the dressing room, Esther looked at the waiting group and asked, "Matthew Mon, Dennis, and Brenda, Mathawena, you haven't told me why you suddenly came to the Scher family." "Of course, it's because of Dennis," Brenda said, hugging Esther's arm. "Yesterday, when we learned you would be staying at the Scher family for a while and not coming home, your Dennis couldn't eat or sleep. This morning, he was fussing about coming to Gillising to find you, worried that you might be mistreated at the Scher family. He even said if the Scher family didn't give him a place to stay, he would take you away directly. Your Dennis nagged your Avram so much that he had no choice but to call President Yanni. President Yanni arranged for a private jet to send your Dennis over. Your Avram, not feeling safe leaving your Dennis alone, sent your Matthew Mon along. Your Matthew Mon then asked Brenda and me if we wanted to come too. Mathunce, we had nothing else to do, we came along as well. We originally planned to surprise you without giving you any advance notice. But just before landing, Bernie sent me a Weibo live streaming link. As soon as we opened it, we saw what happened to you. I was already furious, and then right before entering the door, I saw Leslie still arrogantly threatening the production team. It nearly made me explode with anger. So, as soon as I got in, I threw a glass of water at her. Come to think of it. Brenda seemed to have remembered something, suddenly looking at Mathawena. "I wonder if people on Weibo are all cursing me now, saying I'm ill-mannered and such." "I haven't seen anyone cursing you." Mathawena looked away from her phone screen, her tone slightly sour, "but quite a few girls were calling you husband, saying how cool and handsome you are." Chapter 413, Missing You Every Second. Esther and the others didn't watch the live broadcast at that time. So they didn't know that ever since Esther mentioned on camera that the servant had admitted Hildred instructed her to deliberately spill the porridge, this twist changed the public opinion in the live stream completely. The 2 of them appeared on screen together. The more elegant and carefully dressed Hildred looked, the more Esther's appearance in a sleek dress with plain face covered in porridge made people feel sorry for her. Just a moment ago, Hildred was seen as an innocent and perfect rich girl by netizens. In the next moment, she became a scheming woman who relied on smearing others to highlight herself. Most importantly, at that time, Hildred asked the reporter to turn off the live stream. However, not only was the live stream not turned off, but Hildred also changed her expression instantly, displaying completely different attitudes both on and off the camera. Not only was her attitude arrogant, but she was also very targeted against Esther. She even threatened the production team to make a choice, either her or Esther. She was quite aggressive. This must be the true face of this young miss of the Scher family in private. Without the live broadcast, it was obvious who between Hildred and Esther was being bullied or targeted. Now, those who originally didn't quite believe Esther's words and thought she was slandering Hildred began to take Esther's side after such a development. Thus, when netizens were indignant and saw Hildred as a scheming woman, Brenda happened to rush in. That splash of water from Brenda was like pouring directly into the hearts of the netizens. It was incredibly cool. And then, Atlee's passionate embrace of Esther made all the girls scream excitedly. Who wouldn't want such a tall, handsome, loving brother who won't let his sister suffer? And there weren't just 1 or 2 of them. Too cool, too enviable. In the room, several people went through the comments on Weibo and found that almost all were scolding Hildred, so they felt relieved. Brenda rolled her eyes and said, "She deserves to be scolded." I originally thought she and Janine, who both always get full scores, would be great, kind top students. They could become good sisters and friends. But it turned out to be someone like her. Mentioning the word top student, Esther remembered the new variety show from Qingmang TV. Before she came to Beijing, Esther, Addison, Mathawena, and she received invitations from the production team. However, the other party said over the phone that the specific content and process of the program were temporarily confidential. The details would be revealed after everyone arrived at the production site once participation was confirmed. There was no script, nor were they required to prepare anything. Only knowing that it invited the top 30 students from the college entrance exam, gathering these national top students to test their IQ, memory, teamwork skills, and so on. Initially, Esther and the others were interested in this mysterious variety show, but the production team said it would be broadcast live. Since none of the four liked appearing in public, they all declined. But now, thinking about what Brenda said earlier to support her, Esther said, I wasn't just talking casually in front of the camera, I really planned to participate in that show. Esther glanced at her fourth elder brother. If I go, my fourth elder brother will definitely come with me. But Brenda, if you and Mathawena aren't really interested, you don't have to join just for my sake. As soon as Esther finished speaking, Brenda immediately said, without Janine, I was actually quite interested in that show, but I didn't go because you didn't want to. Now since you're going, it works perfectly. As for Mathawena, I feel the same, Mathawena interrupted. Anyway, there's nothing much to do during summer vacation, let's all go together. Naturally, Mathawena went for Brenda. With that, it was settled. So, Esther said, I remember the production team mentioned the assembly time is in 2 days. I guess they will contact us soon. Sure enough, not long after, the production team called. They confirmed whether all four would participate and sent the assembly time and location. At noon. Yaneli was on a food ban, Remy didn't care, Hildred claimed she was unwell, and Rebecca slammed the door and left in the morning. During lunchtime, with no troublemakers and no need for scheming, the meal at the Schur residence went relatively smoothly. Esther told Atli about Ted and Sabine's care for her, so Atli awkwardly apologized to the two elders. In the afternoon, after Esther finished giving the old master acupuncture and watched the servants prepare medicine, the group went to the Lan family. The Lan family originally lived in Beijing and was a prominent clan there. However, Brenda's father was doing business abroad, her elder sister was studying abroad, and her mother had been busy at the company for several days without coming home. So, in the large villa without any parents around, the atmosphere was naturally very relaxed. The five of them played Texas Hold'em all afternoon, and it turned out that only Atli kept losing, almost down to his last pair of boxers. Brenda offered for them to stay overnight, so Esther called Sabine to say she would be staying at the Land's place tonight. Brenda arranged for Esther to stay in the guest room next to hers, and the three boys were also allocated different rooms each. Soon, night fell. After showering, Esther put on the pink, cute pajamas Brenda had prepared for her and lay down on the bed. In the deep night, the room seemed especially quiet, with only the rustling wind outside the window, making one feel somewhat lonely. Esther didn't know that at this very moment, in the Schur residence, Gavin Gillies, who had spilled the porridge earlier, nervously entered Schur Yurue's room and met her dark eyes. She just stared at her phone, looking at the only contact at the top of her WeChat list, feeling a bit dazed. There were no unread messages. Although she knew her lover was very busy with work and that it was she who asked him not to stay in Beijing with her, to go back to manage the company's affairs. Seeing that Wally hadn't sent her any messages all day made Esther feel a bit empty inside. She sent Wally, I'm going to sleep, but didn't receive a reply after a long wait. What was originally disappointment now turned into slight resentment. Deciding to let it be, she set her phone to silent and placed it face down on the nightstand before closing her eyes to sleep. Feeling upset, she really did fall asleep. But after an unknown period of time. While Esther was half asleep, she felt something cool and soft touch the spot on her collarbone that had been scalded by the porridge earlier. It was a tender kiss, a compassionate touch. It was a slightly painful yet addictive sensation, drawing her deeper. Her body tingled, enveloped in a familiar presence. Even before her mind fully woke up, soft murmurs escaped from her lips. Sorry, baby, I came late. The man's voice was low. He moved his lips from the girl's collarbone to her earlobe, then gave a restrained kiss on her forehead. The moment his strong arms wrapped around her completely, all the fatigue he'd accumulated since returning to Beijing vanished. All he felt was his heart being filled to the brim, love welling up in his eyes. Nothing could be more important than holding his beloved, staying by her side. The matters in Gilisangcheng have all been handled. From now on, I'll only manage the new company here in Beijing, and can stay here with you. Don't leave me again. The man tightened his embrace, burying his face in her neck. Every second apart from you, I miss you. I don't want to leave you anymore. Chapter 414, I am their biggest sponsor. At first, hearing a familiar voice in a daze, Deborah thought she was dreaming. But soon she realized it wasn't a dream. The all-too-familiar scent of incense, the warmth transmitted by the close embrace, and the touch of his lips on her skin were all incredibly real. A deep male voice sounded beside her ear, accompanied by warm breath that made her earlobes tingle. How did you get here? Deborah opened her eyes to meet the man's profound and lingering gaze, asking instinctively. After returning to Illegitimate, I'd been busy with work. Once everything was settled, I came here. As he spoke, Wally kissed the slightly flushed earlobe of the girl. Addison sent me the address and had the servant guide me to this room. You were sleeping deeply, so you didn't hear me come in. Being held tightly by her beloved, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. Her first reaction was naturally joy. But recalling the silent grievance before bed, Deborah couldn't help but frown, pushing him away slightly. Why didn't you tell me? She turned her head sullenly, her voice unusually muffled. And why didn't you reply to my messages before I went to sleep? Seeing the sulky look on the girl for the first time, Wally found her adorable yet blamed himself. In a rare moment, he acted somewhat thick-skinned, leaning closer again and hugging Deborah tightly. I didn't ignore your messages. My phone ran out of battery at that time, and once it was charged, I replied as soon as I saw your message. By then, you must have been asleep, so you didn't see it. Wally reached over and picked up Deborah's phone from the nightstand, where she had silenced it in a huff. Deborah's phone unlocking password was the date of their first meeting, which Wally remembered clearly. He unlocked the phone and opened WeChat, showing the chat history to the girl. Deborah finally saw that 20 minutes after she sent her message before bed, Wally had sent several replies. Are you asleep, baby? I'm sorry, baby. My phone was dead just now and I missed your message. It's all my fault, don't be angry. Gordon showed me the live stream of you at the Sher family. I finished my work and am about to set off for the capital. I'll arrive around 2 or 3 in the morning. Are you asleep? Sleep well then. When you open your eyes again, you'll be in my arms. I love you, baby, I love you. See, I really did reply. Seeing Deborah staring at the screen, Wally repeated himself, his eyes revealing a puppy-like grievance. Yeah. Seeing this, Deborah responded quietly. She then stretched out her hand, circling the slender waist of the man and hugged him back. What he said was true. Sure enough, when she opened her eyes, she was already in his arms. Let me see where you got burned. Thinking of the live stream, Wally's expression hardened slightly as he turned on the floor lamp next to the bed. The gentle, warm light illuminated the room instantly. Wally noticed a faint red mark on Deborah's collarbone. Due to her fair skin, even the light redness stood out prominently. Seeing the burn marks, the tenderness in his eyes nearly overflowed. He lightly stroked the area with his calloused fingertips, his tone sharp. It was Juliet who did this, wasn't it? Deborah's gaze grew cold. She wanted to gain popularity before the show started but was afraid I'd steal her thunder. So, she used soul power to spill the porridge on me, making me look miserable, while trying to portray herself as elegant and noble. She was sure I wouldn't reveal the existence of soul power and would just take the hit silently. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and teamed up with the servant to turn the tables on her. But I guess she won't let this go after taking such a big hit in the live stream today. She will surely try to clear her name. Wally frowned, looking at the girl in his arms. Can't you tell the exorcist about Juliet and let the exorcist deal with her? You're siblings now, and there will inevitably be entanglements in the future. Even with me by your side, I'm worried she might secretly plot against you. No, Deborah shook her head. If I tell Ari that Cheyenne is here, Cheyenne would definitely do everything to expose my true identity to Ari. But it doesn't matter. Initially, I planned to coexist peacefully after our deal with her. But since she provoked me first today, breaking the agreement, I'll make her pay the price too. Do you really want to participate in that Green Yen Night platform show? Wally asked. Yes, Deborah said. I could overlook Juliet's identity before. But now that I know she is Cheyenne and clearly wants to use the program to gain human admiration to increase her soul power, I can't let her succeed. Back when Cheyenne had powerful soul force, she was capable of committing heinous acts like massacring an orphanage. I won't give her a second chance to do evil. Good, Wally agreed with a nod. If you're going to participate in the show, I'll accompany you. Deborah looked up at Wally, somewhat puzzled. Accompany me? Wally explained, the new show on Xingmang TV is a big-budget production with enormous expenses, and the production team has borrowed a large sum of money. This afternoon, I instructed Gordon to invest $20 million in this show. So, I'm now their biggest sponsor behind the scenes. I will also be present on site to oversee the entire setup and arrangements of the show. Wally lowered his head, his fingertips brushing over the girl's eyebrows and eyes, speaking earnestly, only by being with you and watching over you can I feel more at ease. Chapter 4:15, let's see how she reverses it. Esther never expected that Fabio would directly invest $20 million into the program just because he heard her say she was going to participate in it during the live broadcast. He became the program's financial backer. Before, she hadn't really thought of Fabio as wealthy, but now it seemed he had a bit of a lavish spending habit. Esther couldn't help but ask Fabio, did you not think that if I change my mind and don't go, wouldn't your money be wasted? You won't. Fabio kissed the girl's forehead, his voice deep. Once my baby says something, she will definitely do it. I know. Yes, he knew. Esther also knew that no one understood her better than Fabio did. The two of them clung to each other for a while longer, and Fabio's body grew increasingly heated, so he had to get up to take a shower. When he returned to bed with damp black hair, the fresh scent of shampoo mixed with a familiar smell. His long, muscular arms wrapped tightly around the girl. Esther's back pressed against Fabio's front, leaving no gap between them, providing a long-awaited sense of reassurance. Embracing each other, both enjoyed a rare night of good sleep. Once they were young people who loved to sleep in, Esther and Fabio went to bed late. The next day, close to noon, everyone got up around the same time. Seeing Fabio and Esther walk out of the room together, Brenda smiled like someone who just witnessed something sweet. Mathewena was slightly surprised. Atlee took a deep breath and clenched his fist secretly, and Reese almost choked on his breath. Fabio, you. Reese gritted his teeth, pointing at Fabio, too angry to speak. I called him over and asked him to sleep with me. Esther feared that Reese would rush forward and bite Fabio, so she stood straight and faced Reese. Brother, if you want to scold someone, scold me. Hearing Esther say this, Reese instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, losing his temper. Once his sister invited the smelly man to Beijing and even into her room, he could only endure it. Scold his sister? Impossible. She was his most precious treasure in the world. Atlee, always unflappable, didn't outwardly show much antagonism towards his soon-to-be brother-in-law. But during the meal, he sat on Esther's left side before Reese could, while Reese quickly sat on Esther's right side. For the first time, the twin brothers showed real twin-like accord. They forced President Yanni to the opposite side of the table. This meal combined breakfast and lunch. After eating, everyone lounged on the sofa playing with their phones when Brenda suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck?" Her exclamation drew everyone's attention. Mathewena immediately went over and asked, "What happened? Why the commotion?" Brenda held her phone up for everyone to see. Look quickly, Shirley posted a video on her Weibo last night. This matter is now trending. Speaking of trends. Whether it was due to the live broadcast causing enough discussion or the program group buying the hot search ranking to promote the show. Anyway, Shirley, Brenda, and Reese all made it onto the Weibo hot search yesterday afternoon. Of course, Shirley was being cursed, while Brenda and Reese were praised. As for Esther, most netizens expressed pity for her being unfairly treated. Of course, some were captivated by the cold and heartbroken look in her eyes, attracting quite a few appearance fans. But today, Brenda and others had long fallen off the trending list, while Shirley was still there. Now the trending topic title read, Shirley exposes servant spilling porridge incident reversed. Shirley exposes servant spilling porridge incident reversed? Brenda frowned, saying, "Isn't everything already clear? What can be reversed? I want to see what video Shirley posts to argue." Saying that, she clicked into the trending topic and opened Shirley's video. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Shirley's video wasn't about her coming out to explain anything. It was a black screen video. Upon opening it, a recording could be heard. A woman's tearful voice came through the speakers. And this voice clearly belonged to Gavin Matthews-Ter, the one who spilled the porridge on Esther yesterday. The recording sounded like it had been secretly recorded without her knowledge. Chapter 4:16, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. The moment she heard Rosanna's voice, she instinctively paused the video, her expression tightening. Damn, so Alice released that maid's recording. Alice couldn't have bribed Rosanna to turn around and bite Janine, saying Janine made her slander her, could she? If that's the case, what can be done? Strictly speaking, in Rosanna's eyes, Deborah did indeed use her to slander Alice. Because although the bowl of porridge was indeed deliberately spilled on Deborah by Alice, Alice used spiritual power. No one knew that it was truly her doing. So there were two problems here. First, knowing that Rosanna helped frame her, Alice definitely wouldn't let this maid off. After she left yesterday, Alice would undoubtedly find trouble for Rosanna. Second, Rosanna clearly wasn't a principled person. Once she could take money to bite Alice, she might also take money to side with Alice and bite back at her. Deborah thought that if Alice wanted to clear her name, the best method would be to use Rosanna. Therefore, hearing Rosanna's voice come from the video didn't surprise her at all. Moreover, because she had anticipated this, she had prepared in advance. When she gave Rosanna money yesterday, Deborah didn't directly transfer 5,000. Instead, she took a 200-gram gold bar, worth over 80,000, from the gift her grandfather gave her and gave it to her. For one, transferring money leaves a trace, which is like leaving a handle. A gold bar has no owner, anyone can possess it. For another, giving an extra 30,000 also meant getting Rosanna to do one more thing, to stabilize her heart. Yesterday, after handing the gold bar to Rosanna, Deborah said, "The extra money is compensation for you since you helped me, and Alice will surely come after you." But Rosanna, if Alice asks you what really happened, you don't need to deny or explain anything. No matter what reason you make up, she won't believe it. So if she asks, just tell her I forced you. Say I wrote a message on my phone threatening to kill you if you didn't take the blame. Don't mention bribery, only coercion. This way, she'll hate and want revenge on me, not vent her anger on you. At that time, Rosanna swallowed hard, looking terrified as she asked, "But Miss Deborah, if I really say that and Miss Yahweh publishes this online, won't everyone think you're a murderer?" "Don't worry, she won't release those words directly." Deborah's eyes were cold. "She just flipped in the live stream, showing hypocrisy and targeting me. At this critical moment, if she says something damaging about me, netizens will think she's staging this to smear me while clearing her own name. Besides, in today's legal society, who would believe anyone would threaten to kill someone? People will think she's making up an absurd story. So she won't publicize your words. If she does, it'll be what she wants said. Rosanna was stunned. You mean? The situation is already like this. She can't reveal the truth outright and doesn't dare to smear me further. So she'll probably use your mouth to say whatever helps her clear her name. So I guess she'll likely ask you to say something, record it, and then release it. If that happens, just follow her instructions. This way, Rosanna could extricate herself from the affair without fear of retaliation from Alice. And perhaps she could earn more money from Alice, so Rosanna would definitely agree. Deborah knew very well that this incident alone couldn't destroy Alice. She would find a way to clear her name. Rather than guessing her tricks, it was better to keep things under control. Sure enough, the scene switched back to the Lawn family's living room. Addison tapped the middle of her phone screen again, resuming the video. Rosanna's sobbing complaint echoed. I'm sorry, Miss Yahweh, it's all my fault. It was because yesterday afternoon, when I merely moved some of Miss Deborah's belongings while cleaning her room, she scolded me harshly. At my age, having worked for the Scher family for over 10 years, being scolded by such a young girl, especially Miss Deborah who had just returned to the Liu family, it infuriated me. So this morning, when serving porridge to Miss Deborah, I momentarily lost my mind and wanted to make her suffer. My hand shook, and I deliberately spilled the porridge on her. When I saw Miss Deborah get scalded like that, I was also scared. But at the time, Grandfather was extremely angry, and he wouldn't believe me when I said it wasn't intentional. Then I thought, you seem to have had an unpleasant encounter with Miss Deborah yesterday, and everyone dotes on you so much. If I shifted the blame onto you, nothing would happen to you. So I told Miss Deborah that it was you who instructed me to spill the porridge on her. As soon as I said that, people from the TV station came in, and I really didn't expect what happened afterward. Before Matthew Sturgavin finished speaking, Madeline's accusing voice filled with anger came from the recording. So you did this bad thing out of your own stupidity and then just blamed it on me without a second thought? Do you know how shocked and confused I was when Miss Deborah came to tell me those things? And it was live streaming at the time, so everyone in the country heard those words. Now everyone thinks I'm a vile schemer, my image is ruined. Can you take responsibility for this? I'm sorry, Miss Yahweh, I really know I was wrong. Matthew Sturgavin cried harder in the recording. I am willing to explain to the public for you. Please give me a chance, please. At this point, the recording abruptly stopped. The people in the living room exchanged glances. Brenda took a sharp breath and couldn't help but ask, is this true or false? Did things really happen this way, or did Madeline deliberately instruct that maid to say this? Deborah's expression didn't change, or rather, this recording was entirely within her expectations. Whether it really happened this way doesn't matter now. What matters is whether netizens believe it. But I estimate that if Madeline posted the video last night and then hired trolls and marketing accounts to set the tone for her whitewashing, the online trend should have already reversed by now. Chapter 4:17 Love for Esther Alone. Brenda opened the comments section. At first glance, it was clear that the tone of the comments had completely changed from yesterday. Holy crap, turns out this servant was behind everything and tricked both Hildred and Esther. That's pretty impressive. I always said there's no way a lady like Hildred would do such things. Now watching the replay, Hildred looked genuinely shocked and Esther spoke. If she had really orchestrated it, how could she react like that? Exactly, if that reaction was faked, Hildred must be an amazing actress, but obviously she had no idea about it. Not her fan, but I have to say, many people criticized Hildred, thinking she suddenly changed as soon as the camera turned off or forced the show to choose between her and Esther. But did you hear what the servant said in the recording? Hildred had a spat with Esther yesterday. Given they're young and had a disagreement, it makes sense Hildred didn't want to appear with Esther. Yeah, if someone argued with me, I wouldn't want to be on the same show either. Agreed, Hildred clearly cares about her image, so she hid her emotions until the cameras were off. It seems unnecessary to keep blaming her, netizens are just too harsh. Among thousands of comments, it was hard to tell whether the top ones were genuine or hired trolls. But the latest comments were definitely from netizens, and hardly any were criticizing Hildred anymore. Seriously, Hildred got cleared so quickly? Brenda flipped through the comments, stunned. Mathawena shrugged, less than 5% of Weibo users have a college education. Most of them lack critical thinking skills. Once a trend is set, their opinions follow accordingly, which is totally normal. It's not like only Hildred can buy Water Army to sway public opinion. She bullied Arjunine, Esther, and wants to get away with it. Arjun indignantly said, no way, I need Brother One to hire Water Army to make them hate her. No need, brother. Esther pulled her fifth brother and said, it's a minor issue, and the heat will die down soon. Instead off with Hildred, we should prepare for tomorrow's show. Hearing this, everyone remembered they needed to prepare. They were going to participate in Qingmong TV's program tomorrow. Due to confidentiality, they knew nothing about the show except they'd stay there for 10 days. Brenda, who lived in the capital, was fine, but others weren't from the capital and had to pack clothes and essentials for a 10-day stay. Let's go to Mingli Mall, I have investments there, Hewitt suggested. I'll send carts along, you guys pick whatever you want, and I'll cover the bill later. Mingli Mall, the largest upscale mall in the capital, had outrageous prices. A regular toothbrush cost at least 30 yuan. Dedicated staff following, picking up items freely, and covering all bills. This was the perk of having a girlfriend with a domineering boyfriend. Brenda couldn't help but gaze dreamily. Seeing this made Mathawena somewhat jealous. Once he took over the family business after graduation, he'd open a mall in the capital, let Brenda shop freely as its bosses. She'd be thrilled. Originally, the show hadn't invited Arjun as his exam scores weren't in the top 30 nationally. However, because he ranted in the live stream yesterday, gaining many fans, and importantly, being handsome, the show invited him for extra traffic. Being able to accompany his sister, Arjun agreed immediately. After shopping, everyone packed almost everything they needed. The three boys, Esther E., Arjun, and Mathawena, needed only a few toiletries, t-shirts, shorts, underwear, and shoes, fitting into one large backpack each. In stark contrast, Brenda packed more than 3 times what the 3 boys combined, filling 2 huge suitcases. Besides daily necessities, she brought various trinkets and even a camera, saying she wanted to record their time together. As for Esther, everything she needed was personally prepared by Hewitt. While others were packing, Hewitt let Esther rest on the sofa while he bent down in the living room, carefully packing each item for her. While shopping, Hewitt checked the weather forecast for the next 10 days and noted down the temperature for each day. Job, knowing that Esther doesn't like wearing skirts, he bought her t-shirts and shorts for hot days, hoodies and fleece pants for cold days, and sportswear sets for exercise. Additionally, there were 2 sets of cotton pajamas, 3 regular bras and sports bras, 10 disposable underwear, 10 pairs of long and short socks, a pair of slippers, and a pair of sneakers. All the clothes were packed on one side of a 28-inch suitcase. The other side was filled with daily necessities. Basic moisturizing skincare products, sun hats, sunscreen, umbrellas for sun protection, mosquito repellent bracelets, mosquito stickers, insect repellents, personal tableware for Esther, chopsticks, and a cute pink straw water bottle. Portable toothbrushes, toothpaste, tooth cups, freshly washed and dried bed sheets and pillowcases, a basic first aid kit. He even calculated that Esther's period would likely be in about a week and bought sanitary pants, pads, and a small portable heating pad. Hewitt didn't know where the show would house Esther and whether it would be clean or if she would feel comfortable there. So, anything he could think of that Esther might need, he prepared. If anything was missed, it wouldn't matter because he would be going to the show as well and could give her what she needed. Watching Hewitt carefully organize things in the suitcase, occasionally sneaking kisses on Esther's lips when Arjun wasn't looking, truly left Brenda amazed. It turned out that men could indeed be more meticulous than women, preparing everything meticulously for their loved ones. And this was Hewitt. Before, hearing Hewitt's name made her think of him as a cold and unfeeling person high above everyone else, unreachable. But now she realized that Hewitt wasn't cold or unfeeling, he just reserved all his tenderness, passion, love, and affection solely for Esther. Such a truly enviable love. Chapter 4:18, the show begins. After finishing the preparations, it was already evening. After dinner, Mathawena stayed at Brenda's house, insisting stubbornly that he didn't want her to be lonely by herself, refusing to leave. Tanyoi, Atli, and Wally returned to Sher family's old residence with Tanyoi. Mathun's Tanyoi would be participating in the show for 10 days, she wanted to come back and inform Ted and Sabine. Also, she wanted to prepare the Chinese herbal medicine that the elder needed to drink for the next 10 days. So they made an appointment with Brenda and Mathawena to meet directly at the entrance of Green Mango TV building the next afternoon. As a result, as soon as Tanyoi and company entered the old residence, they bumped into Hildred who was coming downstairs. The moment these people faced each other, Wally and Tanyoi's expressions turned cold immediately. Atli gritted his teeth, trying to curse but was held back by Tanyoi. Hildred looked at Tanyoi, she couldn't be bothered to put on her friendly and kind act anymore. With unmasked hostility, she forced out a few words, chat? Tanyoi's face was expressionless, replying simply, sure. Wally frowned. He wanted to say something, but Tanyoi shook her head slightly at him, indicating no need to worry. When the two walked to a secluded corner, Hildred stared at Tanyoi for a few seconds before sneering and starting to talk. Aiden, why, I really underestimated you. To so easily cause me to crash even before the show started, aren't you quite proud? But Tanyoi responded indifferently. Glancing at Hildred, she said coldly, it wasn't you who first used soul power to knock over the porridge, wanting me to embarrass myself on camera while highlighting your performance. It was you who said water wouldn't mix with well water, and it was also you who broke the agreement first. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Hildred was stung by Tanyoi's indifferent expression, gritting her teeth. Aiden, why, don't be too cocky. Do you think your little, lit green tea, slang for fake innocent, appearance during yesterday's live broadcast could do anything to me? Now the trend online is still controlled by me. Yesterday's live broadcast was just an appetizer. Once the show starts, whether it's comparing popularity or strength, I don't believe you can win against me. Is that so? Tanyoi lifted her eyes and asked coldly, leaving behind another sentence as she turned away, then continued not believing, what does it have to do with me? This completely dismissive attitude nearly made Hildred's hand shake in anger. After the third acupuncture, old Master Sher's body felt noticeably lighter. When Tanyoi came back today, she found that Elio Guafin and Matthew Sturgavin were no longer there. It seemed Ted had already fired them. She gave the prepared 10-day supply of Chinese herbal medicine to the trustworthy old butler, instructing him to supervise the decoction process every day for the elder. That night, the butler arranged rooms on the ground floor for Wally, Tanyoi, and Atli. Hildred was contemplating, this body's original owner was just an illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside, having no status or power. Now to reach this level, it must be relying on Wally's influence. Could the men Tanya attracted not be attracted by her? She was a fox demon, a little bit of charm would make these human men unable to resist. So late that night, wearing a barely covered provocative camisole, Hildred accidentally fell outside Wally's room door. Calling out coquettishly and tearfully, "Ah, it hurts." After waiting for a long time, no one came out from the room. Using the excuse of twisting her ankle, Hildred knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time, no one responded. Opening the door, she saw no one in the room, no sign of anyone lying in bed. Where did Wally go at 1 o'clock in the morning? Thinking that Wally might be sleeping in Tanya's room, Hildred's face twisted in jealousy. Mthun's taking over this body, except for 3 older brothers, she hadn't met many tall and pure men. As a fox demon most obsessed with desire, she was forced to live a celibate life. Why should Tanya get someone like Wally to accompany her every day? Jealousy distorted the face of a foul-smelling fox demon. The next afternoon, Gordon, who had accompanied Wally to the capital to handle new company affairs, appeared at the gate of the Schur family old residence. "Miss, I will send you, President Yanni, and the 2 young masters to Green Mango Tower," Gordon respectfully told Tanya. Seeing Tanya and Wally sit in the brand new Rolls-Royce together, Rebecca scoffed coldly and asked the butler to arrange for a driver to take Hildred. She specially opened up the Schur family's most expensive car, intending to save face. Moreover, as soon as Hildred got in the car, her first order was to surpass Tanya's car, intentionally driving extremely fast. In reality, Tanya and company didn't care about her at all. Arriving at Green Mango Tower, Tanya and her group hadn't even stepped out of the car when they saw Mathawena and Brenda waiting for them at the entrance. "Guruewiri over here." Brenda waved to Tanya through the car window. It seemed like handling her 2 large suitcases had become Mathawena's job now. At the same time, Tanya noticed several cameras set up at the entrance of the tower, all aiming in their direction from different angles. "Are they filming as soon as we enter the building?" Tanya frowned slightly. With live broadcasts being so popular now, these cameras are probably streaming live. Tanya glanced at Wally, giving his hand a squeeze. "I'll get off with 4 and 5 brother first. You and Gordon can enter from another door to avoid being filmed and causing more talk." Wally, naturally deferring to Tanya's wishes, simply replied with an agreement. This new program by Green Mango TV was shrouded in unprecedented secrecy, with only vague and mysterious phrases used in the project proposal given to investors. Wally had come today to inspect what form the show would take. As Tanya and her 2 brothers got out of the car, Atli pushed her luggage while Tanya carried her backpack, protecting her in the middle. The 3 of them together sent the atmosphere built up by the live stream to its peak. These siblings were too stunning. 3 faces perfect enough to make viewers drool. Oh no, to be precise, it was 2 faces. Chapter 419, this chapter is thrilling. Qingmong TV station was originally established to produce variety shows. Almost every new variety show they created could create a sensation online, and other TV stations would then follow suit and imitate them. Apart from always being novel and creative in their content, one important reason why Qingmong TV's variety shows became popular was that they liked to do live broadcasts. Compared with programs that hyped up footage of the shooting process for months and only updated weekly after officially airing, wherein the video clips edited maliciously were deliberately used to spark controversy and grab attention. Qingmong TV's live broadcasts aimed to be fast and true to reality. If the program lasted for a few days, it would be live-streamed for those exact few days. Except for sleeping hours or scenes unsuitable for broadcasting which would be muted or pixelated, basically what the audience saw was how the guests behaved during those few days. Moreover, the hidden camera positions set by the production team were unpredictable. For example, once 2 actors talked badly about another actress behind the lens but were captured by the hidden live broadcast camera. That night, this incident immediately shot to the top of the trending topics, and those 2 actors were heavily criticized. It's the same now. The gathering time arranged by the production team for Esther and others was at 1:30 p.m. Mthun's 1 p.m., participants of the program had started coming to the Qingmong Tower one after another. Esther and her group arrived last. So the official live broadcast started at 1 p.m. Only when the late arriving Esther and her group walked into the building and the gathering hall did Qingmong TV's official Weibo finally announce the name of this mysterious new program. Real Dream, Desert Island Survival. Huh. Netizens, upon seeing the name of the program, all felt baffled at first. What is this? Desert Island Survival. Could it be that the production team is going to send these scholar high school students to a desert island to test their wilderness survival skills? And what does real dream mean? It left everyone completely clueless. But the production team didn't give any more explanations at this moment, seemingly wanting to keep people guessing. So netizens had no choice but to go back and continue watching the live broadcast. As all participants had arrived, the original 2 camera angles at the main entrance and gathering hall of the tower building were reduced to just one angle of the gathering hall. Esther and her group came up in an elevator and saw a notice board at the entrance of the gathering hall, instructing them to place their mobile phones, tablets, and other electronic products in the boxes on the table and leave their luggage outside, there was no need to bring them into the hall. Seeing that the boxes were already piled high with phones and neatly lined up with suitcases, Esther and her group exchanged glances, handed over their phones, and left their luggage outside. Upon entering the hall, they noticed that the space wasn't large and felt somewhat enclosed. There was no other information except for the seating area filled with chairs, each labeled with a participant's name in front. It appeared that the production team had arranged the seats in advance, placing Hildred right in the middle position. Dressed elegantly in a cheapao, she was the most eye-catching among them. The girl sitting to her left was also beautifully made up and talking enthusiastically with Hildred, as if they were very familiar with each other. Esther glanced at the name tag of this girl, Allison. There was another girl sitting in front of Allison who stood out too. Though not particularly good-looking, she looked aloof with her headphones on and was not talking to anyone around her. Her name was Alana. It was unknown whether the production team arranged it by ranking or intentionally, but Esther was placed right beside Hildred on her right side, putting both in the center focus area. Clearly, Esther and her 4 companions were the last ones to enter. Because aside from 5 empty chairs with their names on them, all other chairs were occupied. Previously, many people were chatting, but as soon as Esther and her group entered the room, everyone's eyes turned towards them. Esther quickly scanned through the people present. Her first impression was that geniuses indeed put effort into their studies. Except for Esther, her group, Hildred, and Allison, most of the other male and female participants wore glasses. Some had scholarly demeanor, some looked like typical bookworms, and others seemed introverted and socially anxious, clearly avoiding cameras and keeping their eyes down. Esther counted and realized that including the top 30 from the college entrance exam plus Atlee, there should have been 31 people. Assuredly, only 28 people were present, implying 3 invitees did not come. But having 28 people participating in the program was still quite a lot. Despite already being at the venue and still not knowing what the program was about, Esther and her group took their respective seats. As soon as she sat down, her keen hearing picked up murmurs laced with complaints. So, what exactly are we here to do? Why haven't we seen any staff members even after reaching the gathering point? Yeah, now everyone is here, so why hasn't the host appeared yet? Isn't it time to tell us the content and rules of the show? Exactly. Even if they want to keep things mysterious, they don't have to deceive us participants too. We didn't know what we were supposed to do before coming, and now that we're all here, we still have no clue. It's so confusing. And they took away our phones. Are they expecting us to just sit here in silence? If we had our phones, at least we could check the official Qingmong TV Weibo for updates. Indeed, this was quite strange. Esther thought about it and realized that she hadn't seen a single staff member since arriving. Moreover, now that all the participants were gathered, there was still no sign of any staff. Although she knew that Qingmong TV liked to surprise its audience, wouldn't this delay the start of the program? Just as Esther frowned slightly, her ears suddenly picked up a few hissing sounds like air being released. Air release sound? How would such a gathering hall have an air release sound? Esther instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Then she was shocked to see a pipe on the left upper wall of the gathering hall. White gas was rapidly escaping from it. Before the gas spread, Esther seemed to smell a pungent, acidic odor. This smell, it resembled a kind of anesthetic gas that could make people unconscious in seconds. Not good. Esther instantly tensed up, stood up from her chair, startling everyone else. Israel Matthew, Israel Wu, Brenda, Mathawena, quickly cover your noses and follow me out. Esther called out immediately. What? Esther's sudden action caught everyone off guard, and Atlee asked bewilderedly. Esther didn't have time to explain. The gathering hall was completely sealed once the door closed, with no windows. If it was a high-concentration anesthetic gas, they might not have enough time to escape before losing consciousness. Don't talk, cover your nose, and follow me, Esther said while taking off her coat and handing it to Atlee. Israel Matthew, use this to cover yourself. Then Esther held her breath, covered the still confused Atlee's mouth and nose with her hand, and dragged him toward the door. Originally, everyone was puzzled by Esther's sudden actions, but the next moment, they also saw the white gas becoming increasingly dense as it filled the room. What is this? Everyone immediately panicked. Allison screamed loudly, causing everyone to be even more startled and instinctively followed Esther's lead. However, Esther was the first to reach the door. She pushed hard but found that the door wouldn't budge. They were the last to enter and didn't lock the door when they came in. There was only one possibility: someone had locked the door from the outside. Let me try. The gathering hall was now in chaos. Atlee reacted, covering his own mouth and nose with one hand while pushing the door forcefully with the other, realizing it was indeed locked. It seems to be locked. Don't speak, the more you speak, the more gas you inhale. Esther Yi's voice suddenly rang behind them. In the next second, the coat Esther gave to Esther E was tied around her mouth and nose. Then Esther E stiffened and started kicking the heavy wooden door, trying to break it down. But one person's strength clearly wasn't enough. So Atlee, Mathawena, and other boys who regained their senses joined in, kicking the door with all their might. However, the gas coming from the pipe became denser, making the air visibly hazy. Coughing could be heard continuously, and within seconds, some people collapsed onto the ground. Then the second, third, fourth. Almost half a minute later, most of the people in the hall were lying on the ground. Even Brenda fainted. Seeing Brenda fall unconscious, Mathewena forgot to hold his breath and shook her shoulder to wake her up. In the next second, he also passed out. Finally, only Esther E., and Atlee were still standing, with Atlee continuing to kick the door. Soon, Esther felt her head getting drowsy. Janine. Realizing escape was impossible and fainting was inevitable, Esther E. took a deep breath and directly hugged Esther in his arms. This way, when she fainted, she would at least fall into his arms and avoid injury. In the next second, Esther lost all consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Esther slowly opened her eyes again. However, the moment she regained consciousness, she felt her ears clogged by pressure, making her very uncomfortable. As Esther's vision came into focus and she took in the scene before her and around her, she almost couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her two elder brothers were still sitting on her right, still unconscious. Or rather, all 28 participants of the show were here, still lying unconscious. To her left, there was a window. Esther turned her head towards the window and saw floating white clouds outside, then realized their situation. They were on an airplane. An airplane that was mid-flight. Chapter 420, exploded. It turned out to be a holographic game. The chaos in the assembly hall not only threw the participants into disarray with panicked screams but also shocked the audience watching the live broadcast. What the hell is going on? What kind of show locks up its participants and then releases a hallucinogenic gas? Isn't this blatantly illegal? Is this a show set or a crime scene? And what exactly is this gas they released? A hallucinogen or an anesthetic? These are the smartest and best-performing high school students in the country. What if this gas harms their brains? Can the show's producers really bear the consequences? Seeing everyone in the assembly hall falling one by one, many netizens were already picking up their phones to call the police, thinking the production crew was planning some illegal activity that violated human rights. Just then, the live stream suddenly went black. A large line of text appeared on the screen. Is what you think is real, truly real? At the same time, at Qingmong Tower, 27th floor, Operations Department. Seeing Deborah faint on the live broadcast, Yanni North immediately grabbed the responsible person's shoulder, his gaze colder and more ruthless than ever. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, his grip so strong it almost crushed the person's bones, making the surrounding staff tremble in fear. You actually dared to use hallucinogens on the students participating in the show? Yanni North clenched his fists, trying hard to stay calm. He straightened up and said to Gordon, go with me to the 12th floor, I'll bring Janine back first. However, just as he let go, the person in charge grabbed his hand instead. Swallowing nervously, his voice trembled slightly. Wait, President Yanni, please don't be angry. Miss Deborah is perfectly fine, she's just asleep. Asleep? Yanni North, who was about to turn around, paused, coldly asking, what do you mean? Please look at the live stream. The manager pointed at the big words on the screen. The next second, the interface on the big screen switched back to the assembly hall. But the scene inside the assembly hall was completely different from before. All 28 high school students participating in the show, including Deborah and her 4 companions, were peacefully sleeping in their chairs as if the panic and frantic door-kicking moments earlier had never happened. It seemed that to make everyone sleep more comfortably, the smart chairs slowly reclined, adjusting to the most suitable angle for rest. Everyone looked like they had fallen asleep naturally. Then, even more astonishingly, a glass dome rose from the top of each chair, enclosing the person entirely as if forming a glass cabin. Inside each cabin, a helmet slowly descended onto everyone's heads. Even Gordon, who was used to grand spectacles, was shocked by this sight. He looked at the manager and asked, what's going on? In fact, this is the real scene after Miss Deborah and the others entered the hall. They fell asleep directly in their chairs. The manager explained, we have already posted an explanation on our official Weibo. Let me explain it to you personally. Yanni North could only see Deborah in the center of the screen. The girl was in the central seat cabin, her head tilted slightly to one side. Her eyes closed, her expression peaceful, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with her breathing. Seeing Deborah was safe, Yanni North took a deep breath, slightly relaxing his tense nerves. In a cold voice, he said to the manager, explain. Yes, President Yanni. The manager replied solemnly, the reason we did not reveal any content, rules, or procedures of today's show beforehand, even keeping it secret from the participants and investors, was due to the game creators' requirements and our fear that any prior leaks would disrupt the game as we envisioned. Our show, or rather, this game we've arranged, requires all participating high school students to believe that everything they experience after waking up is real. Game? Yanni North couldn't help but frown, his voice deepening, explain from the beginning. The manager immediately nodded and motioned for someone to bring a chair over for Yanni North to sit down as he began explaining. Have you heard of holographic games? The manager asked. Of course, I've heard of them, Yanni North frowned slightly, but they exist only theoretically, right? They only existed theoretically before, but not anymore. The manager's eyes gleamed with excitement. In our country, we have a 20-year-old game genius who created a groundbreaking holographic game before returning home. The gaming equipment is what you see now, the cabins where these children are lying. Actually, about 10 minutes ago, after everyone sat down, the microcurrent from the chair's sensors put them into instantaneous sleep. But rest assured, this will not affect their bodies or brains in any way. Immediately afterward, helmets rose from the cabins and were placed on their heads. Through the equipment's influence on brainwaves, they enter the holographic game. The in-game scenes were set up long ago. However, the creator didn't want the participants to know they were in a game and wanted to test the realism to ensure there were no bugs that would reveal it wasn't reality. Naturally, our program also wanted more authentic reactions and a bigger draw. So, the creator first made a preliminary scene, the one where gas was released in the hall and the doors were locked, making them unable to escape. This way, these kids would believe they were really trapped and knocked out, and upon waking, they'd be on the plane. They would think the show's arrangement was just like that. Gordon couldn't help but ask, "You mean, what we saw earlier wasn't live footage but part of the game?" The manager nodded. Yes. That was already part of the game, considered a prelude. It served as both a test run for the game and a preview for netizens. Once the participants wake up, they'll truly enter the game. Real-world time doesn't align with in-game time. In-game, it's set to last a total of 10 days. We can monitor all in-game activities through screens. The gamers' physical conditions inside the cabins are unaffected. This program is also a collaboration between us and the game author. Although we spent nearly $30 million to rent his dozens of devices for 10 hours, according to the contract, over the next 2 years, for every game cabin sold by his company, we get a 5% commission. Even though each device costs over $100,000, you've seen how realistic this game is. After watching this show, many people will go crazy for it. Your $20 million investment might double. Yin Yao Outian wasn't concerned whether his investment would pay off, he only cared about Deborah's safety. During the game, could there be any harm to the players? Yin Yao Outian asked. No, we have 2 exit mechanisms, the manager replied. First, voluntary withdrawal. By pressing a button, they can return. Second, if the system detects extreme emotional instability, we immediately pull them back to reality. If the game causes psychological trauma, we can erase that part of their memory. Hearing this, Yin Yao Outian felt slightly relieved. He then directly told Gordon, "I'm going to be with her, you handle the rest of the work." And at that moment, after finally reading Qingmong TV's thousands of words long explanation on their official Weibo, the entire internet exploded unprecedentedly. Chapter 421 Awaken on the Plane. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Basically, the netizens who were expecting an explanation had nothing but inner curses throughout. Just a moment ago, they were all scolding the production team for only creating suspense and gimmicks without disclosing any details of the show. A second ago, they were still cursing at the production team for daring to commit a crime by giving these high school students anesthesia drugs. And in this second, they just wanted to slap themselves hard. This was what? This is the world's first truly holographic game. Who would have thought that the world's first creator of a true holographic game wasn't from M country or H country, but from their own Huaxia, a mere 20-year-old individual. This groundbreaking game innovation, the production team did not reveal anything beforehand while setting up the suspense, no wonder it stunned everyone. It can be predicted that this program will definitely attract attention not only on Huaxia's internet but also globally. Ah, I really admire it. The ups and downs of my mood have been entirely controlled by the production team. I never dreamed that I would see such a program one day. What the hell, so these high school students really thought they were drugged and locked up? They woke up on a plane? Isn't this too intense? Were those just game scenes earlier? It was completely realistic, even making my heart race. When will this game pod be launched for sale? I'll buy one right away if it's under 200,000. Isn't anyone discussing the reactions of people in the game earlier? Although it was a game scene, they thought it was reality. Tanya really reacted fast. Even from a god's perspective, I didn't notice the air duct vent, yet she saw it first. It's impressive. I am now incredibly looking forward to the game they are actually about to enter. Wow, hurry up and wake them up. I can't wait to see what will happen next. As if responding to the netizens' anticipation. A few seconds later, the black screen that only displayed one line of text flashed, and the camera directly switched to the cabin of the plane full of red cloth seats. The netizens' eyes went over, and at first glance, it seemed like all participants were indeed sleeping on the plane, which was in mid-flight. Their view could take in all the reactions inside the cabin. However, the netizens didn't expect that the first person to notice the anesthesia was Tanya. She was also the first person to wake up on the plane. After an unknown duration, Tanya slowly opened her sleepy eyes. In the instant she regained consciousness, she felt as if her ears were plugged due to air pressure, quite uncomfortable. She had a sensation of being on a plane. But when Tanya's vision focused and she saw the surroundings clearly, her pupils constricted sharply in that instant. It seemed like this wasn't an illusion. She seemed to really be on a plane. At this moment, she was in a plane cabin. Her 2 older brothers were sitting on the seat to her right, still asleep. All the other participants were also here. Seeing the floating clouds outside the window, she pinched her thigh forcefully, confirming she was not dreaming and this was indeed real. How could this be? Her memory stopped at the collection hall where anesthetics were released and the door was locked, leading to everyone falling into a coma. Now, all of them were on a flying plane. Did the production team bring them onto this plane? Tanya didn't have time to think further, she was more worried about the condition of her two elder brothers. She reached out to shake them. Matthew, Mon, Dennis, wake up, are you alright? Shaken awake by Tanya, Atlee, and Alden successively woke up. Seeing the scene before them, even Alden, who was usually calm, showed shock. Seeing both elder brothers awake, Tanya then called out to Brenda and Mathewena. Meanwhile, others in the cabin were gradually waking up as well. Without exception, upon realizing they were on a plane, everyone was terrified. Although everyone present was top academic achievers from different provinces, they were after all teenagers around 17 or 18 years old. They were merely good at studying, most haven't experienced much beyond reading books. Some may have never traveled far or even flown in a plane. Waking up after being drugged and seeing this scene, and being in the air, how could they not be scared? Is this a plane? Are we on a plane? A girl screamed. Who brought us on the plane? Did the production team drug us and put us on the plane? Where are they taking us? Is this all arranged by Qingmong TV station? How dare the production team lock us up, knock us out, and put us on a plane? I'll have my father sue them until they go bankrupt. Qingmong TV station is finished. Karina said furiously. Others were also panicking, with some of the more timid girls already crying. Tanya couldn't help but take a deep breath. She was just about to stand up to calm everyone down when Hamish stood up before her. Chapter 422, Welcome to the Deserted Island Survival Game. When everyone was in a panic, Madeline stepped forward first. Listen to me, everyone. Don't be afraid, calm down first. Madeline took the lead as if she were very confident, with a composed and self-assured demeanor. At her shout, all eyes turned toward her. It was like drowning travelers grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. They immediately saw a glimmer of hope. Although the national ranking for college entrance exam scores had not been published, and the top 30 didn't know each other, two people were familiar to everyone present and their rankings were known. Madeline and Deborah. The only two individuals in history who had achieved perfect scores on the college entrance exam. Mathun's invitations were issued based on ranking, which also served as the most direct identification among strangers. Achieving the top score made one naturally the smartest and most competent person with a say. While speaking, Madeline cast surreptitious glances around the cabin of the plane. She knew all too well that since the production team had brought them onto the plane, it was likely already live streaming. Perhaps all netizens were observing their reactions and actions upon waking up. Even without finding the camera, the more chaotic others became, the calmer and more composed she needed to appear. This was her debut on the show, and she had to stand out among everyone and gain some followers right away. I know everyone is definitely panicked now, unsure of what's happening. But think about it, no matter how big the program wants to play, they wouldn't risk our safety, right? So even though we're on a plane, there's no danger here. As for how they got us on the plane and where they're taking us, someone must be flying this plane, right? Why don't we ask the captain to find out? Madeline said. Hearing Madeline, others finally regained their senses from the chaos. That's right, no matter what the production team does, they can't possibly put our lives in danger. We should just ask the captain what's going on. Everyone wait here, I'll go find the captain, Madeline said in a reassuring tone. Her calm and composed manner moved several frightened girls, tears in their eyes. Thank you, classmate Yue, you're so kind. However, at that moment, Deborah looked up and told Madeline, there probably isn't a captain. Upon hearing Deborah's words, Madeline sarcastically retorted, and what do you know, Deborah? Do you realize what you're saying? How would the plane fly without a captain? With your mouth? Mathun's the entire internet already knew about the tension between her and Deborah. Madeline no longer bothered pretending. She lashed out at Deborah without any reservation. If you don't believe it, then see for yourself. Deborah frowned slightly, unwilling to argue with someone like Madeline. Fine, I really don't believe it, Madeline sneered. If there's no captain, I'll call you Dad when I come back. Saying this, Madeline marched boldly toward the cockpit, already thinking about what to confront the captain about. But when she reached the cockpit, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. The plane was in operation, and outside the glass window was blue sky and white clouds. Yet, inside the cockpit, there was absolutely no one. How could this be? Madeline's pupils dilated in shock. Modern commercial aircraft are not unmanned, even unmanned flight technology has never been used on commercial flights. The captain or co-pilot must be somewhere else. But after thoroughly checking the cockpit and then rushing to check behind it, Madeline had no choice but to walk out of the airplane's restroom under everyone's watchful eyes, her expression sour. You're right, there is no captain, Deborah spoke indifferently, or rather, besides us, there's probably no one else on this plane. Madeline clenched her teeth and still asked, how did you know? This was also what every live stream viewer wanted to know. How did Deborah know it was an unmanned flight? As everyone else and viewers watched in astonishment, Deborah spoke. Think back, from this afternoon when all of us arrived at Green Mango Tower, then rode the elevator upstairs, and finally entered the assembly hall. Did anyone see any staff members during this entire process? The reason the production team kept no staff visible throughout was because they didn't want to explain any rules to us. Then they drugged and transported us to this plane to keep us confused and panicked from then until now. If they planned it this way, how would they leave anyone on the plane? If someone was left behind, wouldn't that person be under tremendous pressure facing all of us when we woke up? We would definitely insist on having the plane turned back. Moreover, Deborah glanced at the plane's interior cabin. This plane has no airline logos, and the cabin area isn't large. It's likely privately owned. For a private plane, unmanned operation isn't impossible. With Deborah's words, everyone suddenly realized her reasoning made sense. This put Madeline in an awkward position after she had been the first to step forward to lead them. Madeline hadn't thought much about it. She naturally assumed the plane was manned, and suggested looking for someone to ask. Deborah, on the other hand, remained silent yet quickly analyzed the situation and observed the plane carefully. By comparison, or perhaps highlighted by Madeline's actions. Although both were top scorers, who was smarter between Madeline and Deborah became immediately apparent. Now, all eyes were on Deborah. Someone couldn't help but say, but it's illegal for an unmanned aircraft to carry so many people, right? Immediately, another chimed in, it's even more illegal to bring us onto the plane without our consent, that's kidnapping. Someone cried harder than before, what do we do now? There's no one to ask. Who will tell us where we're going and what we're supposed to do? Even though there's no one here, they will inform us of the rules. Deborah looked around the cabin. There should be equipment for observation or live streaming within the cabin, as well as a means to communicate with us. Upon being reminded by Deborah, if there were devices for observation or live streaming, wouldn't their current behavior possibly be seen by netizens? Everyone immediately sat up straight, and those who had been crying stopped, not wanting others to see their embarrassing state. At that moment, a black dot on the upper right of the cabin emitted a sizzling sound, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Then, a cold, emotionless male electronic voice came from it. Welcome, challengers, to the deserted island survival game prepared especially for you by the production team. I am the coordinator of the game, you may call me Mr.S. Chapter 423, Participate in the game or give up. Deserted island, survival, game? At the moment they heard these words, everyone's attention was seized by them. In other words, this was the show content that the production team had invited them to participate in and already set up. Deserted island survival, meaning the destination of this airplane was a deserted island? Someone immediately looked out the airplane window and saw that the plane had begun descending at some point. They could see that they were flying over the sea, and on one side of the sea, there really was a small island. What the hell? Just a second ago, they were invited to the Green Tipple Tower to participate in the show, and the next moment they woke up on the airplane. And now this voice was telling them that they were about to go to a deserted island for survival. How did the production team have the nerve to do this to them? Once they could contact the outside world, the first thing they would do was report it to the police. As everyone was panicked and angry, the electronic voice spoke again. Please don't panic or get angry, I will explain the rules to you. 15 minutes later, this airplane will land on a deserted island. Your task is to collect map fragments on the island and then find the treasure through the complete map. Once the treasure is found, the game will end early, and an airplane will take all of you back. If the treasure is not found, the game will automatically end after 10 days, and we will also bring you back. On that island, we have prepared 28 packages, which contain enough food, medicine, and daily necessities for all of you to survive for 10 days. But the supplies in the packages are not evenly divided into 28 portions. Each package contains different amounts and types of items. To whom each package belongs depends on how you decide to distribute them. Participation in this game is not mandatory. If anyone doesn't want to participate, you can press the button on the seat next to you now. After sending the other participants to the island, the airplane will take you back directly. What? This game isn't mandatory, and if you don't want to go, pressing the button can take you straight back? Hearing this from the electronic voice, everyone's eyes lit up. They had never wanted to go home more than they did right now. Of course, they should leave this place as soon as possible. Just as someone couldn't wait to press the button, the electronic voice said again. However, once the button is pressed, it means giving up the opportunity to participate in this game and also losing the chance to win the prize. Prize? The people who were about to press the button paused, raising their heads to look towards the direction of the speakers. For this game, we have prepared 2 prizes for you participants. The first prize will be awarded to the individual or team that finds the treasure first, with a total prize of 5 million. If an individual finds it, they get 5 million. If a team finds it together, the team members split the 5 million. If all 28 of you find the treasure together, then the 28 of you will split the 5 million equally. The second prize goes to the top 3 most popular individuals among all of you. We have installed cameras everywhere on the island, which will live stream your lives there. During the game, viewers can cast a total of 10 popularity votes. After the game ends, the top 3 individuals with the most popularity votes will receive 3 million, 2 million, and 1 million respectively. That is to say, if someone finds the treasure and becomes the number 1 in popularity, they could potentially earn 8 million in total. Do you want to go to the island to participate in the game for the prize, or press the button to give up and take the plane back? The electronic voice said, now, the choice is yours. Chapter 424, Arrival on the Island. After the words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent. If asked earlier whether they would rather be sent to a deserted island or go home, most people on the plane would not have hesitated for a second and would have chosen to go home without any doubt. But after hearing what Mr.S said, almost everyone in the room took a deep breath. Though brief, his words carried substantial information. In other words, now two paths lay before everyone on the plane. The first path involved pressing the button and flying back soon. They wouldn't participate in any adventure nor encounter any danger. The second path might mean staying on the deserted island for 10 days. They knew nothing about the situation on the island, nor could they predict potential dangers. Yet, they might get prize money. As Mr.S just mentioned, each person's bonus can be up to 8 million. Even ignoring the top 3 popularity prizes, just consider the 5 million reward for finding the treasure. Even if it wasn't found by oneself but with others, the shared bonus would still be significant. Because if they really ended up on that island, collaboration among all wouldn't be likely. Instead, teams would form. And if a team of 10 people found the treasure, each would receive 500,000 yuan. This was tangible money. Everyone participating in this show was paid 100,000 yuan already. Among those present, some had rich backgrounds like the Liu family, Shi family, Han family, and Lan family, while others came from less affluent or even impoverished families. Originally, 100,000 yuan seemed like a lot to them. But now, compared to the potential 8 million yuan prize, it seemed negligible. If one could take hundreds of thousands back home, that amount alone could buy a house in a county town. Not mentioning buying a house, at least 4 years of university tuition and living expenses would be covered, with plenty left over. To take a gamble or go back. A girl with her hair in a ponytail and glasses originally had her hand on the button, but now quietly pulled it back. Seeing this, someone beside her asked, you don't want to go back? You were crying in fear earlier. The girl named Alicia looked a bit embarrassed. I cried because I thought we were kidnapped, which is why I was scared. But since this is an arranged activity by the show organizers and will be broadcast live, we probably won't face much danger even on the deserted island. So, since we're here, let's join everyone. Nearby, a boy spoke up too. He asked, Cashin, weren't you angrily saying earlier that the production team was committing illegal abduction and that you would report it? Aren't you leaving now? Who's going? Didn't you hear how interesting this game is? The boy named Cashin said excitedly. To survive on a deserted island and find treasure, it sounds so thrilling. Who would have thought the production team would come up with such an idea? No wonder everything was kept so secret beforehand. On this side, Brenda looked at Deborah. Catherine, what do you think? I want to stay, said Deborah. Then I'll stay too, Brenda immediately said. Deborah looked at Reese and Atlee, fourth brother, fifth brother. Atlee pinched Deborah's cheek. What are you thinking? If you want to stay, how can we not accompany you? Besides, this real-life survival experience sounds fun, much more than playing games. I wouldn't want to miss it. With Brenda joining, Mathawena naturally followed suit. The 5 agreed with little dispute, ready to face the challenge together. Meanwhile, Enshieni tugged at Hildred's sleeve and whispered, Yue, let's not join this fuss. Those poor people want to go for the money, but we aren't short of money at home. Our luggage has been left outside the gathering hall. If we're to stay on a deserted island for many days, where would we sleep? What good houses or mattresses could there be on a deserted island? A cheap mattress under 20,000 yuan would make you uncomfortable. And what can we eat, when no one prepares meals for us? Is it canned food or compressed biscuits? How could such junk pass as food, and for 10 days? And if we go, how will we wash, bathe, or take care of our skin? Who knows if they've prepared sunscreen for us? What if our skin gets sunburned? It's terrifying. Let's go back. And Shieni thought her whisper wouldn't be picked up by the camera equipment in the plane, so the audience online wouldn't hear. However, the audience was watching not just an ordinary live stream but a game live stream. In this game live stream, every word anyone spoke anywhere on the screen could be heard clearly by viewers. There was also a subtitle feature, displaying real-time subtitles of everyone's dialogue. As a result, many netizens were irritated by Enshieni's words. What did she mean by, those poor people? She spoke in such a condescending tone. And she claimed that a mattress costing less than 20,000 yuan would be unbearable and that canned food and compressed biscuits were trash. Unbeknownst to her, there were countless people in this world who could not afford a 20,000 yuan mattress. There were also many who could only dream of eating what she called trash. Thus, even though the viewers did not know everyone yet, this high and mighty young lady had already left them with a bad impression. Hildred was clearly much smarter than Enshieni. Job knowing there were cameras filming, whether the audience could hear or not, it was wise to act in a likable manner. How can you say that? Hildred appeared to disagree seriously. We are all classmates. Don't talk about who is rich and who is poor. Besides, although conditions on the deserted island will definitely be harsh, I've never experienced this kind of life before, so I really want to go. If you don't want to go, you can return on your own. Go back alone? And Shieni looked around but saw no one seemed prepared to press the button. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she were the only one to do so while everyone else stayed? Thinking this, and Shieni gritted her teeth and retracted her hand. At this moment, Mr.'s voice sounded again. The plane is about to land. Everyone has 10 seconds to make your final decision. After 10 seconds, it will be considered that you have chosen to participate in the game. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, beep, the counting is over. One person has opted out of the game, while 27 people have chosen to participate. The plane is about to descend, please fasten your seatbelts. Only one person decided to leave. Deborah glanced at the direction where the button light was illuminated. The boy who gave up his game qualification appeared introverted and timid. Unfortunately, they still didn't know his name. However, apart from him, everyone else was participating. It seemed that both the game itself and the prize money were highly attractive. As soon as Mr.S finished speaking, the plane suddenly plunged sharply. After dozens of seconds, the plane finally landed. After coming to a stop, the cabin door automatically opened. Though most of these people did not know each other well, they exchanged glances. Taking deep breaths, they stepped off the plane one after another. But when everyone descended from the plane and stood on the ground, what they saw made their eyes widen. They were on an island surrounded by the ocean. When everyone got off the plane, they first looked toward the sea. The horizon was hazy, making it unclear how far it extended. It was August, and everyone wore shorts and short sleeves due to the summer heat. However, the temperature on the island, being surrounded by sea, seemed to be only around 10 degrees Celsius. A gust of sea breeze carrying the smell of saltwater blew past, making everyone shiver. Many people hugged their arms, feeling goosebumps rise on their skin, and couldn't help exclaiming, "So cold." Among them, only Esther E. wore a thin jacket. But upon feeling the temperature, he immediately took off his jacket and put it on Deborah. Deborah, on the other hand, began observing the island. The shore was covered with rocks. Beneath their feet lay coarse sand extending into the distance. Looking up, the whole island's appearance couldn't be seen, but within sight, there were no buildings, just a vast forest shrouded in gray mist. It was indeed desolate, a sight never seen in the city. Are we really going to stay here for 10 days? Enshini was stunned. She thought there would at least be houses on the island, but there wasn't even a hint of any shelter. Apart from wilderness, it was just forest. Seriously, where are we supposed to sleep? At that moment, a metallic-feeling electronic parrot flapped its wings and flew from the sky, giving off a high-tech cyberpunk vibe. The parrot carried a rope in its mouth, which was connected to a large wooden board with wheels underneath, stacked with numerous black packages of various sizes. When the board was pulled in front of everyone, it left them all dumbfounded. The electronic parrot then released the rope from its mouth and spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's me again." The voice was clearly the same as Mr.'s on the plane. "I am your only guide during your stay on the island. I heard one of you ask where you would be sleeping. As I mentioned before, we have prepared 28 packages for you, containing all the supplies necessary for survival and living for 10 days. Specifically, these packages include sleeping equipment such as tents and sleeping bags, various convenience foods or cooking packs like bread, biscuits, and canned food, warm clothing of different sizes, and various items and medicines that you might or might not need. However, all these items are randomly distributed among the 28 packages. The rule is that each of you can only claim one package. Whoever gets a package, everything inside belongs to them, and they have absolute control over it. A friendly reminder, some packages may contain very useful items, while others may contain less useful ones. Therefore, those who pick first will have the greatest advantage. Next, you need to decide the order in which you will choose your own packages, and this will be the first thing you need to do after arriving on the island. Chapter 425, Have you heard of Joab.a Club? After the electronic parrot finished speaking, everyone present instinctively held their breath and looked toward the direction of the packages. But at first glance, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes. Now they understood why it was said that these packages contained different quantities and types of items. The black packages were placed in a pile, some were large and some small. The larger ones were as big as a piano, clearly containing a lot of items inside. The smaller ones were only as big as a backpack, with a significant difference in size. Regardless of whether the contents of the larger packages were useful or not, at least there was plenty of them. But for such small packages, even if they were stuffed to the brim, how many things could they really contain? There was no point thinking about sleeping bags or tents. Even if they were filled with food, it wouldn't be enough for one person to last 10 days. In an instant, almost everyone present began to calculate in their hearts. The status, professions, wealth, and position that people highly praise in society had become the most useless things on this deserted island. What mattered here would only be your physical strength, ability, and the supplies you possess. According to the parrot's previous statement, each person could only choose one package. All their luggage had been left outside the gathering hall, leaving everyone with nothing except the clothes on their bodies and watches. Therefore, the things they would have over the next 10 days would completely depend on the package they got shortly. Firstly, they needed it for personal use. Secondly, if they wanted to cooperate with others in the future, having more supplies would give them more confidence. Thus, regardless of which consideration it was, they must try to get the package with the most supplies. However, the issue was that everyone definitely thought the same way, and no one wanted the smallest package. So how should these packages be divided? According to what order should they pick? For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts, sneaking glances at others, with no one stepping forward to speak first. But just then, Allison, who had shouted earlier about where they would sleep, stepped forward. "So, are you saying we have to divide these packages among ourselves?" Seeing that there were no houses or beds on the island, Allison, who had been pampered by her family since childhood, was about to lose her mind. If her package didn't even contain a tent, was she, as the distinguished Missin, expected to sleep on the ground? No matter what, she had to be the first to pick. Allison immediately said, "Everyone probably knows San Dairy, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Allison, and my grandfather is the chairman of San Group, Colin. My grandfather sponsored $2 million for the show because I was participating in Ching Mang TV's program. The items in these packages were definitely bought with sponsorship money. So no matter what, isn't it reasonable for me to choose first? You can divide the rest afterward." Allison spoke confidently, but unexpectedly, someone immediately rebutted her. "Why should you get to pick first just because your family sponsored the show?" It was Cashin, the one who previously said the game was exciting, his face filled with dissatisfaction. "Now that we're on a deserted island, who cares about family background? Unless your grandfather stands up and says he bought all these things just for you, then you could take everything. Otherwise, since these supplies belong to all of us, there should be a fairer distribution method." As soon as Cashin said this, others echoed, "Right, yeah, why not?" Allison originally wanted to say something, but without anyone supporting her, not even Ignacio who usually got along well with her, she swallowed her words. A fairer distribution method. Alicia, who looked timid earlier, cautiously suggested, "What if we draw lots?" Under normal circumstances, drawing lots would indeed be the fairest method among so many people. But now they were on a deserted island. Where would they find something for drawing lots on a deserted island? They didn't even have paper or pens. This method was thus rejected. Then someone proposed, "Since we were all invited here based on our rankings, why don't we select the packages according to our ranking order? That way, no one should object." Logically speaking, choosing packages based on ranking seemed reasonable. But whoever made this suggestion must be one of those with a higher rank because those with lower ranks wouldn't want this method. Why should they be put at the back just because they scored a bit lower? So a tall and strong-looking boy complained, "Finding treasures and surviving on a deserted island, should it be decided by ranking? Does good grades make you better? Since we are now selecting packages based on order, I think the only fair way is to sort by capability. Whoever has the greatest ability outside of exams gets to pick first. Those with advantages or special skills can get votes from everyone and choose in the order of votes received. If there are no significant advantages or specialties, then we can follow ranking. I have no objections." When this boy spoke, everyone exchanged glances. No one contradicted him. Indeed, they were now on a deserted island searching for treasure, not taking an exam. Exam-taking skills were insignificant here. If anyone present had useful skills for the task at hand, they indeed deserved to choose supplies first. The rest could then select according to ranking. "I'll go first," the boy continued. "I'm Kian, and you can see I'm the tallest and strongest among us. I have excellent stamina and can help everyone set up tents, carry items, and ensure everyone's safety. If you find me useful, please vote for me. Your vote will earn my future assistance." After Kian finished speaking, people exchanged looks. Then, 7 or 8 physically weaker girls gradually raised their hands. Next, some boys raised their hands hesitantly, one saying awkwardly, "Hello everyone, I'm Yenin Ziren. My family lives in a coastal fishing village, so I've been catching fish since childhood. If we don't have enough food, I can catch fish to provide food for everyone." Though Mr. said he prepared 10 days worth of food for everyone, no one knew if it would be enough to satisfy their hunger fully or merely prevent starvation. So, being able to provide additional food was a highly practical skill. Thus, over a dozen people raised their hands. Seeing this, Hildred quickly chimed in modestly, "Since we're talking about fish, let me also mention a hidden talent I have. I can summon animals. Whether they fly in the sky, run on land, or swim in water, animals will come close to me when summoned." Hildred spoke confidently, in other words, I can get fish without entering the sea. If there are wild rabbits in the forest, with me around, they can all become our food. Hearing this, everyone else widened their eyes. What was she saying? Could she really summon animals, any animal, just by calling them? This sounded too far-fetched. The people present didn't believe it, nor did the audience watching from their screens. Only Deborah looked coldly at Hildred, understanding her reasons. Hildred was a fox spirit, and fox spirits indeed had the ability to control animals. Unbelievably, instead of hiding her uniqueness, Hildred boasted about it openly. Had she not considered that someone might notice her abnormal behavior through the live stream? "Yue, you actually have such an ability?" Allison exclaimed in shock. "You never mentioned it before." "I like to keep a low profile," Hildred replied humbly. "Besides, I don't think it's that impressive." While Hildred was putting on an act, Atli clearly didn't believe her. Anyone who bullied Deborah was an enemy to Atli, and thus, he couldn't stand looking at Hildred. He scoffed contemptuously. "Blowing hot air? Summoning animals? Why don't you say you can turn into an animal? If you're so capable, show us. There should be seagulls around the island. Call one, and I'll believe you." Hildred had been waiting for these words. She had already remembered the insult when Atli scolded her on the plane. Now, she intended to thoroughly embarrass Atli on live TV, washing away the humiliation she suffered earlier. "Don't believe me? If I really call a seagull, will you call me father?" Hildred asked, lifting her chin arrogantly. Previously on the plane, she owed Deborah a father call because of a bet involving the pilot. Although Deborah didn't make her do it, it was humiliating enough that she barely dared speak. And now, making this protective brother call her father felt like sweet revenge. Atlee wasn't convinced either. He didn't believe anyone could call a seagull just by shouting. Deborah wanted to stop him, but Atlee held her hand firmly and looked coldly at Hildred. Alright, if you can call a seagull, I'll call you father. The audience watching the live stream got excited. Was there really someone who could summon animals? If Hildred really called a seagull, would this stubborn young master of the Lu family call her father? Hildred smirked as if he was finished. Turning to face the direction of the shore, she appeared to place her hand to her mouth and whistle, but in reality, she was secretly using her soul power. However, after the first whistle blew for a long while, no seagulls flew over from the sea. Hildred was taken aback. Immediately, she put her hand to her mouth again and whistled a second time. Yet after a minute passed, there was still no change. The air was silent. Hildred simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. Impossible. How could her soul power fail? How could this be? She dared not turn around to meet Atlee's and the others' gazes, but she had to turn back. However, Hildred didn't expect that the first person to mock her wasn't Atlee or Deborah, but a high and mighty looking girl. Can you stop wasting everyone's time with such stupid stunts? It's almost dark, the girl said disdainfully, raising her chin. If you can't deliver, don't speak up. Wouldn't it be faster if we just followed the ranking? Deborah remembered this girl, who wore headphones in the assembly hall with a cold demeanor, ignoring everyone. Her name was Alana. Hearing these words, Hildred immediately lost her temper. Who did she think she was to humiliate her? Clenching her teeth, Hildred glared at Alana and said, there just aren't any seagulls nearby. Who do you think you are to mock me? Did you score higher than me on the college entrance exam? My score is lower because I'm one-sided in my studies. But if we talk about IQ, I'm definitely smarter than you, Alana said arrogantly. IQ? Hildred became even angrier. How smart are you? You're boasting here like you're so great. I boast because I have the right to boast, unlike someone who boasts without preparation, Alana said, then took off the hairpin from her head. Everyone saw that the hairpin had an embedded star-shaped carnelian, engraved with the letters Joab.A. Alana waved the hairpin in front of Hildred, raising her chin. Joab.A club, heard of it? Chapter 426, Impersonating Lilia? Another disguise is about to be unmasked. Evelyn's soul power actually failed? Seeing Evelyn fail to summon seagulls and fall into an awkward situation, Deborah was also somewhat surprised. What's going on? They are demons. The failure of soul power shouldn't happen. Summoning a nearby animal should be easy for Evelyn. But why did this happen now? Could it be that there is something unusual about this isolated island they were on? However, before she could recover from her surprise, the hair clip in Alana's hand and her words also made Deborah a bit astonished. The Joab.A club has only 2,000 members worldwide, and in Huagua alone, there are merely 35 members in the group chat. Unexpectedly, among these 27 participants, apart from her, Matthewena, Brenda, and herself, there were other Joab.A members. Upon thinking about it, it seemed quite normal. Boys and girls who can join the Joab.A club are at least geniuses in some field. For instance, Brenda excels in the art of the pipa, while Matthewena shows remarkable talent in chemical experiments. Though not everyone has excellent academic performance, some stand out academically due to their high IQs, like Deborah, who is at the level of a straight-A student. Deborah exchanged glances with Brenda and the others. All three were clearly surprised. After Alana spoke, many people present widened their eyes, and the live stream chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Due to the extremely high threshold and limited membership of the Joab.A club, its occasional promotional posts often trigger widespread awe. Thus, despite having strict admission criteria, the Joab.A club is not obscure but rather well-known among the general public. So when Alana proudly mentioned Joab.A club, the chat exploded with, holy sh*t, along with a string of exclamation marks. Of course, there were those unfamiliar with the Joab.A club, asking questions in the chat. What is this Joab.A club? Is it very impressive? Why does everyone seem shocked and this girl mentions it? Some people stepped up to explain. Brother, let me enlighten you. The Joab.A club was founded 60 years ago by the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Aviv from Y country. In short, it's a club for prodigies. To become a member of Joab.A, one must meet 3 conditions. First, receive an invitation before turning 18. Second, score over 150 on an IQ test. And third, excel remarkably in a specific field. There are many under 18 kids, but how many in the country have an IQ over 150? Normal people usually top out at around 120. And it's not just about high IQ, you must also be a genius in a particular field. Very few people can meet these 2 criteria before age 18. That's why the Joab.A club has so few members worldwide. Some small countries have only 1 or 2 members. In our country, there are a total of 35. These members tend to keep a low profile, only their codenames are listed on the official website. Very few publicly announce themselves as Joab.A members. The known members are now mostly in their 20s or 30s. Now you understand why everyone is so amazed. People are already curious about the Joab.A club. If this girl really is a Joab.a member, she might be the youngest known one. It said that every new member receives a custom gift from the current Joab.a chairman, engraved with the Joab.a emblem and star markings. The number of stars indicates the number of fields in which the person excels. The hair clip in this girl's hand is star-shaped, suggesting it represents 1 star. I've seen the list published on the Joab.a website. Among the 35 members, there's a super god-level member who is a 6-star member, excelling in 6 different fields. Their codename is Lilia. The second most powerful is a 3-star member with the codename Ming. Imagine how amazing that 6-star member must be. A few members are 2-star, but most are 1-star. Still, being a 1-star member is quite impressive. Those who didn't know about the Joab.a club suddenly viewed Alana with higher regard after learning about the stringent membership requirements. On the scene, Evelyn, provoked by Alana, was initially stunned and then asked, bewildered, Joab.a club, what's that? Evelyn truly didn't know anything about the Joab.a club. In her previous life, she indulged purely in nighttime revelry and pleasures. She cared little about human world clubs, as they had nothing to do with her. Alana sneered, her tone mocking. So, Miss Sherd doesn't even know about the Joab.a club? It seems you're only good at exams and nothing else, that's why you never received an invitation. She glanced around at the others present. But I believe the other students here should know about Joab.a, right? The tall and sturdy Kian looked at the hair clip in Alana's hand and asked, you are a member of the Joab.a club? A 1-star member? Everyone present was the cream of the crop from their respective provinces, and no one was unaware of Joab.a. Several had even tried to contact the club to apply for membership but were unsuccessful. They naturally understood the value of being a Joab.a member. Of course I'm a Joab.a member, Alana said proudly. But I'm not just a 1-star. Alana flipped her hair clip over, and through the high-definition camera, the audience saw 6 small golden stars engraved on the back of it. With a frosty expression, Alana lifted her head. I am a 6-star member of Joab.a, and my codename is Lilia. Chapter 427, let's see if she really has the ability. Star member? Star member. When Alana said this, the barrage in the live broadcast room froze for 2 seconds before exploding. What the F******K? This is that 6-star member Joabia from Joab.a. They actually saw a living 6-star master in the live broadcast. It was simply unbelievable. And at the scene, almost everyone present was shocked. Some people even sucked in a breath of cold air. A 6-star member of Joab.a, who could be called a genius among geniuses. Only Deborah and the others were completely confused. What the heck? Brenda almost immediately scrunched up her face, looking at Deborah with a puzzled expression. To be exact, Brenda, Mathawena, and even Deborah met Deborah for the first time in the member group of the Joab.a club. At that time, Deborah logged into the group for the first time with Joabia's account, asking if anyone knew any ways to purchase rare herbs and plants. It was then that Brenda helped Deborah find Methunclair's account on the black market. Later, when they met Deborah at the underground boxing arena and chased after the human traffickers together, their collective identities were revealed. Of course, Brenda and the others knew that Deborah was Joabia. However, now, someone they had never met before stood out and claimed she was Joabia. Deborah was also quite surprised. She hadn't expected to encounter someone impersonating her identity while participating in the show. Not knowing what the person's intentions were, she couldn't help but look down at the ruby ring on her index finger. In her previous life, Alicia had been extremely talented in a certain field, so before turning 18, she received an invitation from Joab.a to become a member. After Deborah was reborn in her body, she went through tests in 5 fields and became a 6-star member of Joab.a. This ruby ring was made personally by the chairman of Joab.a and sent to her after she upgraded. The ring looked plain and unremarkable on the surface, and the ruby wasn't big, but the band bore not only the Joab.a symbol but also the Joabia pattern, flanked by 3 stars on each side. This was the only token of all members' tokens where the Joab.a emblem was carved by hand by the chairman himself, not by laser engraving. In this life, after rebirthing in Deborah's body, Cornelius found the Liu family and brought this ruby ring as well. Before setting off for the capital city, it was Cornelius again who brought the ring to Deborah's hand. Do you want me to wear this ring to the capital? Deborah asked, hugging Cornelius and stroking him several times. Cornelius nodded his little head and squirmed in her embrace. Deborah knew that Cornelius sometimes had premonitions about the future. For instance, he warned her when Marilyn tried to harm her and her third brother with red lychee pollen. So since Cornelius wanted her to wear it, she kept it on. And now, Deborah roughly understood why Cornelius wanted her to bring the ring. Deborah's confusion and surprise were interpreted by Alana as shock and envy. Seeing the reactions around her and thinking that netizens watching the live stream across the country now knew her identity, Alana couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Alana was certainly not the 6-star member Joabia of Joab.a, she wasn't even a 1-star member of Joab.a. That card was entirely forged by her. As for why she claimed to be Joabia, Alana had always dreamed of entering the entertainment industry as an idol, so she signed up for the Shiny Trainee program. This program had a total of 101 trainees, but only 7 could debut. Not only did Alana want to debut, but she also wanted to debut in the center position. However, her looks were not outstanding, and she couldn't match those girls who had trained in singing and dancing since childhood. Let alone making it into the top 7, even the top 50 seemed difficult. When she was troubled, her uncle Su Zian in Country Y gave her an idea. Su Zian was an insider at the Joab Club. He suggested that Alana could impersonate Joabia. This Joabia has never appeared in public or at offline gatherings of club members. No one knows who she is or what she looks like. Even the chairman has never met her, only communicating via email, Su Zian said. And most importantly, this Joabia might already be dead. She won't come forward to expose you as a fake, Su Zian added. Dead? Alana widened her eyes. Yes, Su Zian said, for more than a year now, Joabia hasn't replied to any email sent by Joab.A. The phone number she left has been cancelled, and the house at the address she provided has changed hands. Even the bank account she provided has been closed, like she just vanished. So I think she's probably dead. I saw the design department's creation for Joabia's memorial item in the internal computer, which was a hairpin. I can replicate it according to the blueprint for you, engraving the real Joab.A logo on it. When you attend the Qingmong platform show, just say you're Joabia. This way, even if your appearance and dance skills can't compete with those girls in the trainee program, mentioning Joabia's identity will definitely send you soaring to the top of the hot search list, making you immensely popular. The original ranking in the trainee program is entirely determined by popularity. Are you worried about not debuting as the center? Alana was ecstatic upon hearing this. It turned out that what her uncle said was indeed correct. Once she showed the hairpin and its distinctive Joab.A engraving, no one doubted that she was telling the truth. So Alana put away the hairpin and said, Methunce, everyone knows my identity now. I must admit I have a gift, an eidetic memory. So for finding the treasure, if I can remember every path we take in the forest and draw a map for everyone, I think I deserve to choose the first parcel. Walking through the forest once and remembering all the routes to draw a map. That's something not just anyone could do. And it would be incredibly helpful for their mission. There shouldn't be anyone boasting without having the actual ability here. Otherwise, wouldn't it be exposed when they really need to find the treasure? Seeing the emblem and hearing Alana's words, no one suspected anything amiss, and they all raised their hands in agreement. Witnessing this, Brenda couldn't help but want to raise objections but was held back by Deborah. Deborah narrowed her eyes slightly. Given the current situation, whether Brenda stood up to claim she was Joabia or that Alana wasn't, others probably wouldn't believe her. After all, the Joab.A symbol on her ring was hand-engraved rather than officially engraved, whereas the mark on Alana's hairpin was indeed genuine. Let's hold off, Deborah whispered to Brenda. I really want to see if Alana has the capability she claims. Chapter 428 Deborah's selected package contained. You, really are Demi, can you truly do that? Someone in the crowd asked after hearing Alana's words. Alana raised her chin confidently. Of course, what are you doubting? Seeing Alana act this way, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Then, almost everyone except for Deborah's group and Hildred raised their hands, agreeing to let Alana pick the package first. It was understandable that Hildred didn't raise her hand since she had just argued with Alana. But when Deborah's 5 companions didn't raise their hands either, the live stream viewers began to grumble. What? This is Demi we're talking about. The prodigy among prodigies, the only 6-star member of Joab.A worldwide. How could they not agree to let her choose the package first? The other 4 just follow Deborah. It's obvious that she doesn't want Alana to go first. Probably Deborah thought she would be the top as she scored full marks. Then a big shot like her appeared, and she couldn't handle it. Wow, who would have thought there's actually a Joab.A member among these high school students? Initially, it was competition between smart peers, now it has turned into a contest between a genius and regular people. Deborah must feel quite left out. Even though Deborah's group didn't raise their hands, it didn't prevent Alana from being the one with the most votes. However, Alana gave a fleeting glance at Deborah, her eyes filled with disdain. As if she really were Demi. If they didn't select packages soon, night would fall. Just as agreed earlier, those with skills beyond academic excellence would pick first, followed by others based on ranking. Thus, Alana went first, and then came Kian and several others. When picking, Alana naturally chose the largest package. As she pulled items out one by one to show off, both the onlookers and the viewers watching live were amazed. Indeed, the largest and bulging package contained the most comprehensive and useful items. A sturdy double-layered tent, sleeping bag, moisture-proof mat, backpack, windproof lighter, water bottle, multifunctional camping pot, multifunctional folding knife, cutlery, binoculars, compass, flashlight, windbreaker, raincoat, a large box of vacuum-packed food packages, and a small medical kit filled with various medicines. Almost everything needed for survival on a deserted island was in this package. Everyone else felt envious and jealous, admiring yet longing. They silently prayed their own packages would contain equally useful tools and food. Of course, some started calculating in their minds. If what they got wasn't useful, they'd need to figure out a way to get along well with Alana. With what Alana received, not only herself but a few more could easily survive 10 days on the deserted island. Whoever tagged along with her wouldn't have to worry for those 10 days. Kian and the others who picked afterward also got decent packages, although not as abundant or varied as Alana's. The rest followed the ranking order. But ranked first were Deborah and Hildred. Who should go first? Hildred, having been snubbed by Alana earlier, now shot a hostile look at Deborah, determined to vie for precedence. Yet just as she was about to speak, Deborah glanced at her coldly and said, "You go first." She let her pick first. Would rather let her go first than engage in conversation? Given this opportunity to pick first, Hildred felt even more irked. But no harm in picking, so she walked over. All the large packages had been taken by the earlier participants. The remaining ones, although looking relatively large, were all similar, with no clue what they contained inside. Hildred picked one at random, and upon opening it, found scattered items, mostly useful. Although there was no tent, at least there was a sleeping bag, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Now it was Deborah's turn. Unable to weigh or examine the packages, she just grabbed one at random. Thus, picking packages relied heavily on luck. Job, knowing she usually had bad luck, never drawing anything good even in games, it was unexpected how bad it turned out this time. When Deborah opened her chosen package, everyone present and the viewers were shocked. Inside the large black bag were nothing but clinging film. Chapter 429, How Can We Sleep Yen Nike This? The large package Deborah received was stuffed full of rolls of plastic wrap. Sure, some items may turn out to be useless, but plastic wrap? It was too useless on a deserted island, wasn't it? What did other people think the use of plastic wrap was for? Wrapping up leftovers or freshly cut fruit could help prolong storage time. But on a deserted island, where would you find steaming hot meals and fresh fruit that needed preserving? What could plastic wrap possibly be used for here? Some people around her were shocked, others were amused, while some worried they might get similarly useless things in their packages. The live chat was also filled with sighs, feeling that Deborah's luck was indeed poor. However, when Deborah saw the contents of the bag herself, her expression didn't change much. Without showing any reaction, she took the bag back. When Brenda and the others saw that Deborah's bag was full of plastic wrap, their first reaction was one of consolation. "Don't worry, Janine. There are 5 of us, as long as the rest of us can get useful things," Brenda said to Deborah. Right, Atlee put his arm around Deborah's shoulders and couldn't help but criticize, "But seriously, what kind of show organizers are they to give us something like plastic wrap? It's just so useless." Deborah, along with Atlee, Mathawena, and Brenda, grew up in the city. Not to mention a wilderness or an island, they hadn't even been to rural areas with basic amenities. It was clear they had no experience with outdoor survival. Deborah then looked up. No, plastic wrap is actually very useful in the wild. Because it can keep water, wind, and moisture out, it can provide warmth. The key is how to use it. But the problem is, I only have plastic wrap, and we need other tools for food and shelter. So, we still need to see what 4-brother gets. I understand, Atlee nodded, touching Deborah's cheek gently with a steady tone, "Don't worry." After Deborah, it was Atlee's turn to pick his package. Coincidentally, while Deborah's package was all plastic wrap, Atlee's package turned out to be all tools. Compasses, flashlights, lighters, axes, folding saws, multifunctional knives, a multifunctional tool set, a large iron pot, fishing lines, and a moisture-proof mat. Although he only got tools, the variety was quite comprehensive and useful. Mathawena came in 7th, and Brenda 13th, so the items they received were more varied. The most useful thing Mathawena received was solid salt and cooking oil. He also got a tube of toothpaste, a bath soap, and some disposable compressed towels, ensuring cleanliness during this period. Brenda received 2 vacuum-compressed cotton blankets, which almost filled her entire package, leaving no room for anything else. Atlee was the last one to choose a package. Mathunsi had quit the game on the plane, only 2 ordinary-sized backpacks remained when it was his turn. Before Atlee's turn, Deborah and the others had taken many items, but not a single bit of food. This was truly a big problem. Without food, what were they supposed to eat on the island? They certainly couldn't wait to starve to death. So Atlee couldn't help but silently pray that his backpack contained food. As if God heard his prayer, when Atlee opened his backpack, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This backpack was packed entirely with food and water. 5 packs of instant noodles, 4 cans of luncheon meat, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, a few protein bars and chocolates, and several bottles of mineral water. These foods weren't little. A regular-sized backpack was fully packed with these supplies. But considering they were 5 people and eating only 2 meals a day at most could only last 3 days, the food seemed far too scarce. Holding the backpack and returning, Atlee couldn't help feeling somewhat dejected, all because I didn't make it into the top 30, being the last to choose my package. Though I did get food, it's really not much. Deborah knew what kind of person her 5th brother was. A carefree youth who never worried about grades, now felt guilty because of his ranking. She couldn't help reaching out and holding Atlee's hand seriously. "That's not true at all. If not for you, we'd have no food at all." Indeed, now that all the packages had been chosen, the issue of sustenance loomed over them. Some people were alone, while others had already teamed up with others, pooling all the supplies they received to plan and distribute. It was evident that some individuals had accumulated a significant amount of supplies in front of them. Especially Alana, who seemed to have everything from daily necessities to food. Several people approached her with flattering requests, trying to get closer to her. Brenda glanced at Alana and caught her eye. Alana lifted her chin, her expression revealing unmistakable pride and a show-off attitude. She wasn't envious of others. Pulling her gaze back to their own supplies, Brenda couldn't help but start to worry. In total, all the packages contained 4 tents and 13 sleeping bags. But their luck was poor, none of the 5 had managed to get any. How would they sleep tonight? However, let's not talk about eating for now, Brenda sighed. We didn't get any tents or sleeping bags. All we have is 1 large moisture-proof mat and 2 blankets. It looks like we'll have to sleep on the ground tonight. Looking around at their surroundings, she frowned, rubbing her exposed arms that were already chilled from the cold. I wonder if there will be mosquitoes on this deserted island at night. Brenda had already resigned herself to accepting their pitiful reality. However, over here, Deborah suddenly lifted her eyes and said, "Don't worry, I have an idea." Chapter 430, Where are they going? Seeing all the supplies laid out in front of Deborah and her group, the 5 of them had less than what Alana herself had received. And they didn't even have a tent or a sleeping bag. Alana was overjoyed. Before participating in the show, Alana knew that Deborah was the most talked about among all participants, with the highest popularity. She came to gain popularity. Even if they hadn't met before, she already saw Deborah as a competitor. So seeing Deborah's current predicament naturally pleased Alana. After instructing Alicia and another girl to set up the tent for her, Alana leisurely walked over to Deborah's group. "Oh. You 5 only got this little bit of stuff?" Upon arriving, Alana feigned surprise. As she spoke, she bent down to pick up something from the ground to inspect. But just as she raised her hand, Deborah stopped her, her voice cold, "Don't touch our things." Brenda also immediately frowned, pulling the supplies closer, indicating no outsiders should touch their belongings. Seeing this reaction from Deborah's group, Alana became unhappy. Given her prestigious status, many people tried to get close to her, yet she paid them no mind. Yet when she approached Deborah's group, despite her intention to flaunt, they not only didn't greet her warmly but also treated her like this. Remembering there might be cameras filming, Alana had to swallow her anger, forcing a smile and sounding somewhat aggrieved. "Deborah, I didn't mean anything by it. I noticed you don't have much. If it weren't for me being first, you could have chosen better packages, so I feel a bit guilty." "Guilt?" Deborah lifted her gaze, expression calm. "Then it's perfect. We don't have much food. I see you got an entire box of meal packs. Could you share a few with us?" Alana looked incredulous, her voice louder. "Wait, those are things I earned through my own effort and luck. How can you just ask me for them? Aren't you embarrassed?" Deborah raised her eyes. "Didn't you say you felt guilty? I thought giving us some meal packs would make you feel better. It seems I misunderstood. So, your guilt is just words." Deborah's tone remained steady, leaving Alana speechless. Taking a deep breath to control her temper, Alana said, "Deborah, I originally wanted to ask how you plan to sleep tonight. If you need to sleep on the ground, would you like me to lend you a blanket? But since you're so unfriendly, I won't bother. Looks like you'll sleep on the ground, you clearly don't need help." "Help?" Deborah could tell Alana wasn't sincere. Alana, eyes red, turned and left. Yet hearing Deborah's words, the live chat exploded. Why is Deborah like this? Alana was just checking on them due to their lack of supplies, but she acted like that? Exactly. Asking for food right away, nothing is more precious than food on a deserted island. She really has thick skin. Alana shouldn't care about such people, let them fend for themselves. I bet Deborah will regret this later, especially when they're freezing at night without proper bedding. The comments were full of insults, mockery, and amusement. With a pained look, Alana returned to her spot, quickly surrounded by people. These people were trying to flatter her. Seeing Alana retorted by Deborah, they began criticizing Deborah on her behalf. "Shinya, Deborah is arrogant and looks down on everyone. Don't be upset because of someone like her," one girl said. "Right, treating kindness as foolishness. She's too cheap," another girl added enthusiastically. "Let's focus on you, Shinya. We'll set up your tent." Someone else commented on the tent. "Wow, this tent looks great. If we squeeze, 4 or 5 people could fit. We didn't get tents or sleeping bags, Shinya, maybe." Alana knew these people only wanted to share her tent. She didn't want to sleep with these people at all, but to create an image of kindness and generosity to win the audience's favor, she said kindly, "Then you few can sleep in my tent tonight. Also, I'll give each of you a can of beef as dinner." "Really? Thank you so much, Shinya." These people were overjoyed. A tall girl said, "It's better to be with you, Shinya," unlike Deborah and her group who suffered just to save face. They only got that little bit of food for 5 people, they probably won't even have a place to sleep or food to eat tonight. But then she glanced over and saw that Deborah and her group had already packed up their things and were heading towards the forest. She couldn't help but pause, pointing in that direction. "Hey, where are Deborah and her group going?" Chapter 431, Janine creates something out of nothing and builds a house. When this girl shouted, everyone else also noticed that Esther and the others had left, inevitably wondering where they were going and what they intended to do. Of course, not only were they curious, but so were the viewers watching on their screens. Almost half the people chose to follow the split-screen live broadcast of Esther and her 4 companions. Only a small number of people continued watching those by the seashore. It was almost dark, and the others were busy setting up tents and preparing food. What did Esther and the others plan to do? Meanwhile, after walking into the forest for a long time, Brenda could not help but ask, Janine, are we planning to sleep in the forest tonight? Yes, we will camp in the forest tonight. Esther suddenly stopped between a few big trees as she spoke. While talking, she estimated the distance between these few trees and squatted down to check the moisture of the grass and soil on the ground. Camping? Brenda felt a bit confused when she heard it. They didn't even have a tent, how could they set up a camp? But seeing Esther's calm and confident expression, which suggested she already had a plan, Brenda did not ask any further questions. At this moment, Esther stood up straight and said, I will prepare the things we need for camping. Take this time to scout the forest, Brother Matthew. Brother Wu, go find out if there is any water source in the forest. Brother Matthew, observe if there are any signs of wild animal tracks around here. Mathewena, you go with Brenda to find some dry, soft straw if there is any, and bring back as much as possible. Esther's arrangements were composed and methodical. Her two brothers always trusted and listened to their sister, so they immediately nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Mathewena mouthed thank you to Esther and then pulled Brenda along. After the others left, Esther turned to look at the area she had found. She sure had good luck. She had actually found such a perfect place. Not only was the ground flat and spacious, but the wind direction was from north to south. Most importantly, the 4 tall and straight trees surrounding this spot formed a perfect square. Then, Esther took out a machete from her luggage and dumped all the plastic wrap on the ground, creating a small mountain of several hundred rolls of it. A machete and plastic wrap? What was Esther going to do? As the audience was perplexed, they saw Esther heading towards the young trees with the machete. She bent down in front of one of the young trees and swiftly chopped it down with a single stroke. Esther then directly trimmed off the branches and leaves with the machete, leaving only the trunk about the thickness of her wrist, and smoothed it in just a few strokes. The girl's movements were incredibly swift. It took less than a minute from chopping down the tree to trimming and straightening it. That was incredible. The audience couldn't help but be astonished. With such proficiency in chopping trees, Esther didn't seem like a high school student at all but someone who had lived in the mountains for a long time. Soon, Esther used the same method to cut down several more trees, totaling 1 longer tree trunk and 4 shorter ones. Next, the audience saw Esther fixing the 4 shorter tree trunks to the 4 large trees. The first 2 shorter trunks were crossed and fixed with wire on the first pair of trees, while the second 2 were similarly placed on the next pair. Finally, she secured the longest trunk horizontally across the crossing points of the 2 pairs of shorter trunks. Only now did some netizens realize in shock that Esther had used these 5 tree trunks to construct a 2-meter-high roof frame around the 4 big trees. Esther gave the roof a shake to test its stability. Oh my god, Esther isn't just camping, she's building a house. But although the frame is complete, what can she use to cover the house? There's no cement or bricks here. The last commenter sounds really naive. If there were cement and bricks, would Esther have chosen trees for the main structure? D*MN, Esther wouldn't be wrapping the house with plastic wrap, right? Why didn't I think of it before? I should have realized from the moment she dumped out the plastic wrap. Initially, I thought it was useless, but as Esther pointed out, plastic wrap is windproof, waterproof, moisture-resistant, and sticky. Plus, it's durable and hard to tear. So many layers of plastic wrap can be wrapped around. Wind and rain can be easily kept out, and it will stay warm inside, even during strong winds and heavy rain. And most importantly, this house is larger and higher than ordinary tents. The space feels like 10 square meters, and people don't have to crowd together in a small tent unable to lift their heads. Esther is really very smart, and she could actually think of this method to make use of the plastic wrap that everyone else thought was useless. To be honest, I feel like she must have some experience with wilderness survival. There's no way an ordinary high school student could think of or do this. Just as this person was praising Esther in the chat, she had already started wrapping the entire frame of the house with plastic wrap. The girl's main strength was speed and efficiency. She would replace 1 roll of plastic wrap with another once it was used up. Soon, the house had changed from transparent to a nearly white color due to multiple layers of plastic wrap. After fully sealing it, Esther cut a few sticks to fill in the gaps where the plastic wrap couldn't reach at the bottom. Once everything was sealed, she used her knife to cut an entrance on one side of the house that could be lifted up like a curtain. With this, the house was officially built. Almost all the netizens were stunned. What kind of terrifying practical skills? To complete such a massive project in less than an hour without any mistakes, or even a moment's hesitation, was this the brainpower that aced the college entrance exam? But Esther wasn't just intellectually impressive, her physical strength and practical skills were equally outstanding. After finishing the house, everyone thought Esther would rest for a bit. Instead, she picked up the machete again and returned to the small forest. One swing of her knife, and the tree fell. She quickly trimmed the trunk so that each was uniformly 1.8 meters tall. After preparing about 7 or 8 trunks, she bound them into a row with rope. Esther made 5 rows of these bound trunks. Was this a bed? Netizens were astonished again as they saw Esther moving the 5 planks made of bound trunks into the house. She then carried the branches and trunks she had trimmed earlier into the house. She created an exhaust hole in the plastic wrap wall and built a makeshift stove with short trunks at the bottom. Placing the branches into the stove and igniting them with a windproof lighter. The house lit up instantly, and even through the screen, netizens felt the warm heat amidst the cold environment. Oh my god. Originally, Esther's team had the least supplies and seemed the most pitiful, but now, it was completely dark outside. When Brenda and the others finished their respective tasks and returned, they rubbed their eyes, thinking they might be seeing things. What was once an empty spot before they left had transformed into a spacious, white house. The curtain door was rolled up, revealing inside neatly arranged 5 beds made of bound trunks, next to a wooden table set with bowls and chopsticks. Beside it, a bonfire illuminated the entire house. Suspended over the fire was an iron pot, and the cool-featured girl was intently stirring the contents with chopsticks. The enticing aroma of instant noodles wafted out of the house, making the hungry group's stomachs rumble. At that moment, the girl looked up, her voice gentle. I guess you'd be back soon. The noodles are ready, come and eat. Chapter 432, Alana and the others froze on the spot. What was this? Were their eyes playing tricks on them, or was this real? Brenda and the others almost couldn't believe what they were seeing until Esther called out to them. Only then did they walk over in a daze. However, when they truly stood before the small house made of cling film, Brenda's hand slid across the cling film, feeling its tangible texture. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Catherine, did you build this house? Esther's expression was calm, giving off a reassuring vibe, clearly not thinking much of her own abilities. Yes, while you were surveying the forest, I built the house, made several beds and a dining table, and set up a boiler to cook noodles. Upon hearing this, Atlee also swallowed hard in disbelief as he looked around. They had only been away for at most 2.5 hours to survey the forest. In just 2.5 short hours, a house was built, 4 beds and a dining table were made, a boiler was set up to cook noodles. How could this be done? Atlee had always known that his younger sister was incredibly talented and strong, but at this moment, he truly felt that his younger sister had surpassed human limits. His younger sister wasn't only the cutest in the world but also the strongest. At this moment, Esther lifted the pot off the fire and said, come in quickly, let's eat first and talk while we eat. By this time, everyone, including Esther, was already hungry. They just didn't have much food, so even though they were all hungry, no one mentioned eating anything, they simply endured it. As Brenda and the others entered the house, they felt a warm atmosphere inside. The thick layers of cling film effectively blocked the wind and kept the place warm, spacious, and cozy. The temperature difference between day and night on the island was significant, and they were all wearing short sleeves. While surveying the forest, Brenda had felt close to freezing. Now, entering the house made her feel like she had come back to life. It was really warm. Esther handed the pot to Dion. Matthew, could you dish out the noodles? I'll use the hay Mathewena and Brenda brought back to lay out the beds. With that, Esther picked up the 2 large bags of hay carried back by Mathewena and Brenda. Opening them revealed them to be filled to the brim with hay. She checked with her hands, just as she had requested. The hay was soft and dry. Although they didn't have sleeping bags, using dry hay to make beds would be quite comfortable. Esther evenly spread the hay over the 5 side-by-side bed frames, laying down about 10 centimeters thick. Then, she laid the only waterproof mat they had over the hay. Though there was only one waterproof mat, it was fortunately large enough to cover all 5 bed frames. After finishing with the waterproof mat, Esther took out the 2 quilts Brenda had brought. One quilt covered the left 2 beds for her and Brenda to use at night. The other quilt was laid on the remaining 3 beds for Matthew, Dennis, and Mathewena. Finally, they used the empty bags from the supplies collected today as pillows. Oh my goodness. At first glance, Brenda felt that the beds Esther had made resembled tatami mats, looking both comfortable and warm. She never expected that they could live like this in the wild. After finishing arranging the beds, Esther packed all their supplies and food into 2 bags and placed them in a corner of the room before returning to the dining table. Brenda couldn't contain her amazement any longer and asked, Catherine, how did you manage to do all this? It's just too impressive. While stirring the noodles with her chopsticks, Esther explained, before coming to Illegitimate, sometimes during summer vacation, I would substitute for my master to collect medicinal herbs in deep mountains and forests. Sometimes, if I couldn't find the herbs I was looking for within a day, I would have to camp in the forest overnight and continue searching the next day. Over time, I gained rich experience in wilderness survival. So Esther really had wilderness survival experience. The viewers watching the live stream had their previous questions answered but now had new ones. Master? Collecting medicinal herbs. A high school student like Esther actually had a master? Who was her master? What did she collect medicinal herbs for? The netizens were very confused. However, Esther and the others didn't even consider that every move and word of theirs was being watched by netizens. Because MRDS had previously said there would be pre-installed cameras on the island filming them, and they indeed saw cameras by the shore. But since these cameras were pre-installed, they wouldn't be scattered everywhere in the forest. Esther had also observed that there were no cameras around their house. Esther and Brenda had already dished out the noodles and distributed the bowls and chopsticks. Everyone sat around the dining table, and only then did they begin to discuss the situation. I went with Graham, Esther explained, regarding the water source. There's a stream in the forest, about 1 kilometer away from us. The water quality is relatively clean. However, we didn't bring any water storage tools, so we came back first. We'll drink these few bottles of mineral water today. Tomorrow, I'll use this large iron pot to fetch water. I can make a water filter using water bottles, gauze, and activated carbon. After boiling the filtered water, it will be safe to drink, so we won't have to worry about drinking water anymore. As for wild animals, small animals like wild rabbits did appear. But after observing the traces on the grass and land around the paths we took, it seems there are no large or ferocious beasts nearby. A genius is indeed a genius. Esther might not have practical wilderness survival experience, but she had memorized and could apply theoretical knowledge she had read. When Alana and her followers arrived, the surrounding crowd was still echoing her words. Oh, Shinya, you are truly kind-hearted. Even though Esther and the others are so ungrateful, you still want to come and check on them. How could they be? They must be freezing cold, hungry, and have nowhere to sleep or eat. Right, just looking at those few pitiful supplies they got, it's unimaginably tragic. Alana felt triumphant inside but put on a worried face. If they are truly that miserable, I should give them some things. Otherwise. As she spoke, Alana's gaze swept over to the spacious house not far away on the open ground. She froze right there. The others followed her gaze and all widened their eyes. The nearly white, spacious house emitted warm yellow light from the campfire inside, making it look very cozy. Through the rolled-up door curtain, one could see 5 beds laid out inside. By the campfire, Esther and the other 4 were sitting around the dining table, eating steaming hot noodles. The atmosphere was warm and comfortable. Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. Some even stuttered, pointing shakily at the scene. This. Chapter 433, My Matthew's Tur is the smartest in the world. This is impossible. How could Esther and her group be living so comfortably? How did they build this house? It looks taller and wider than Alana's largest tent. And those 5 beds, they look far more comfortable to sleep on than their sleeping bags. And how did they build that stove with an exhaust pipe on top? These people were truly stunned. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that Esther and her team built all this within these 2 or 3 hours? Isn't this too fast? If these people knew that this wasn't the result of 5 people's effort, but rather Esther building everything by herself within 2 hours, they would probably be even more shocked. Alana was almost driven mad with anger. How could this happen? Why could Esther's group live so comfortably with such limited supplies? Compared to them, she wasn't living as well. If the audience saw this, wouldn't she be completely overshadowed? Alana gritted her teeth, regretting it deeply in her heart. Had she known, she wouldn't have come here to gloat over Esther's supposed predicament. Now she had been slapped in the face instead. Seeing several people looking at Esther's house with envious admiration further infuriated Alana. Someone quickly tried to comfort her, saying, Shinya, don't be upset. Although they have better accommodation than us, there's no way they can eat as well. Think about it, how much did they get today? Just 5 packets of instant noodles, a few cans of meat, compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, a few protein bars, and chocolates. They probably cooked all 5 packets of instant noodles at once. How many meals will the rest last? They'll probably run out in 2 days and have nothing left. The person added, they may be comfortable now, but when that time comes, they'll still have to come begging us. Hearing this, others also agreed. So what if they're living more comfortably? With such a small amount of food, they'll starve soon enough. Following Alana is still the best option. They have more food than they can finish. Alana obviously felt consoled and, with a humph and a grimace, turned around and said, let's go. Actually, Esther had already heard the commotion outside her house. She heard what they said but didn't bother to respond. However, on their side, Brenda finished her bowl of noodles. First, she wore a satisfied expression, then became worried. Although the instant noodles are really delicious, and I'm full, we got very little food, Brenda said despondently. Suddenly, cooking 5 packets of noodles feels like a luxury. Maybe we should each eat a bit less per meal from now on. This way, we can last a few more days. We'll start searching for map fragments tomorrow and try to complete the treasure map as soon as possible. Once we find the treasure, we can go home. After Brenda finished speaking, Esther looked up, don't worry. I have a plan regarding the food. Really? You have a plan? Brenda's eyes widened. Previously, when Esther said they would sleep on the ground, she said not to worry because she had a plan. Now that there wasn't enough food, she said she had a plan again. Brenda was surprised, and the audience watching on screen was even more astonished. Building the house with logs, axe, cling film, and wire made sense for Esther. But with no food, could Esther conjure it out of thin air? So Brenda asked Esther, Catherine, what are you planning to do? Esther replied, you'll know when we wake up tomorrow morning. Why was she being mysterious again? The audience in front of the screen was practically tearing their hair out in frustration, eager to see what Esther planned to do. At this point, nearly all viewers were focused on Esther's situation. The live viewers were in the millions. Few were paying attention to the people on the shore, even with Alana present. After all, even if you are a 6-star expert, watching survival isn't just about seeing someone live off the land with good gear. Getting good tents and plenty of supplies removes any challenge. By this time, it was already late evening. After dinner, while others cleared the table, Esther called to Atli, Dennis, let's go out for a moment, I need your help. Atli immediately stood up. After leaving the house, he saw Esther holding fishing line and a bunch of bells and asked, "Catherine, what's this?" Even though Matthew checked around and found no signs of wild animals, we should still set up some warnings for our sleep. As Esther spoke, she picked up the fishing line and said, "I'll string the bells together with the fishing line, and we'll wrap it around the trees surrounding the house. The height of this line should be 30 centimeters above the ground," Esther explained. "If any animal taller than 30 centimeters tries to come in, it will touch the fishing line, and the bells will ring. That way, it will wake us up." Atlee's eyes widened in surprise. Initially, he thought those plastic wraps and bells were utterly useless things, not understanding why the production team included them. But now he realized how incredibly useful they could be. He hugged Esther tightly and began to coo, "Wah, my sister is so smart, I'm so happy, so happy." Atlee, indulging in his affection, continued to coddle his sister, while Esther smiled, gently smoothing out her brother's hair. Meanwhile, Bruce, watching from the screen, felt slightly dazed at the sight. She's his sister too. Indeed, she is a truly outstanding sister. After setting up the fishing line, it was nearly time for bed. Esther looked at the others and said, "Matthew, go ahead and sleep. I'll take the first watch." Concerned, Reese insisted, "The three of us can take turns keeping watch. You and Brenda should get some rest. It's 10 o'clock now, and we'll wake up at 7 or 8 tomorrow morning," Reese continued. "We need at least 6 hours of sleep to have enough energy for the next day, so each of us taking 2-hour shifts would be best." Esther thought about it and responded, "All right, then Brenda and I will take the first half of the night, and you three can take the second half." Reese understood that without phones or books to pass the time, sitting there doing nothing would be tedious. So Esther didn't want anyone to be on watch for too long. It was better for them to finish their shift and get a full night's sleep rather than be woken up in the middle of the night. After considering this, Reese agreed with Esther's arrangement. The three boys went to sleep first, while Esther and Brenda sat by the fire inside the house, keeping watch. Hours passed, and everyone else fell asleep, including Brenda, who started to doze off. Esther got up and walked over to the beds, bending down to tuck Reese in more securely. Matthew has a weak constitution and easily catches a cold. "Where are you going, Catherine?" Seeing Esther preparing to leave, Brenda, who was almost asleep, rubbed her eyes and asked. "I'm just going to the bathroom." "Stay here, and if you're really tired, wake up Dennis," Esther instructed. "Okay," Brenda nodded. So, Esther lifted the door curtain and stepped outside. In the grass outside, she picked up something she had prepared earlier that afternoon. Chapter 434, Shooting with a Blindfold. The audience watching the live stream saw Esther walk to the side of a nearby patch of grass, then bend down and pick up something she had prepared in the afternoon from the grass. A bow made of bamboo and fishing line. And more than 10 bamboo arrows with sharply carved arrowheads. This is... Many people were watching Esther's live stream only in the evening, so they didn't see the process of Esther making the bow and arrows, which was why they were very shocked. "What the? I'm not seeing things, right? This is a bow and arrow made of bamboo? Did Esther make this?" "You bet. And here's an even bigger shocker for you, she made the bow and arrows in just 20 minutes. Dang. Building a house and a bed was impressive enough, and now Esther can make bows and arrows too? What is she going to do with those? I don't know either. But I really admire her spirit. I can see the farming and construction genes of us Chinese people embodied in her." Indeed, it was impressive. Esther first held the bow in her hands, then simply tied the dozen or so arrows to her back with a rope. Taking one last look at the direction of the house, feeling that Brenda and the others should be safe, she walked towards the forest. Audience members watching on their screens saw her actions and started discussing amongst themselves. Dang. Esther is walking into the forest with her bow and arrows. Could she be going hunting? Didn't she say earlier not to worry about food when Brenda was concerned? Hunting? In this dark of night, what would there be for her to hunt? Didn't Esther's brother mention before that there are wild rabbits in the forest? Wild rabbits usually come out at night to find food around 9 or 10 o'clock, which is about now. But these are bow and arrows. Normal people can barely hit stationary targets, let alone moving ones. It's impossible for Esther, a high school student, to hit running wild rabbits in the forest at night. Maybe she's just giving it a try. After all, their team didn't get much food. If she gets lucky and hits a rabbit, at least they'll have something for a meal. Viewers guessed as such in the chat. Meanwhile, Esther had already put on the headlamp she got from Reese's package during the day and was heading deeper into the forest. The night forest was dark and eerily quiet, with occasional gusts of wind shaking the shadows of trees under the moonlight, making anyone watching feel uneasy. However, the girl walking through the deep forest wore a calm expression, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. After acquiring a human body, one inherits the experiences, memories, skills, and talents of the original host. This was true for Esther's talent in traditional Chinese medicine, and also for Elisha's talents. Esther never expected to use Elisha's former talent in such a scenario. Wild rabbits have different living habits compared to domesticated rabbits. Wild rabbits typically live in areas with wild grasses and shrubs. They hide in weeds and shrubs or among crop stalks during the day and come out at night to search for food without having a fixed burrow. They enjoy tranquility, are easily startled, have keen hearing, move quickly, and will flee rapidly at the slightest disturbance. Their diet is omnivorous, eating various wild grasses, tender tree branches, and many types of vegetables and fruits. Because Esther knew the habits of wild rabbits, she kept walking until she reached a dense area of shrubs in the forest before stopping, only to discover a pleasant surprise. There were fruit trees in this forest. Fruits could quench thirst, satisfy hunger, and sustain life for a few days even without water or other food. So if the wild fruits on these trees were edible, it would be a delightful surprise for them who lacked food. Esther stood under the tree and looked up. The tree did not seem like any common variety, at least, she couldn't identify it. The fruits grew about 3 to 4 meters above the ground, making it hard to determine what kind of fruit they were. Once the fruits were so high up, one would need to climb the tree to reach them. However, the trunk of the fruit tree was tall and thick with a smooth surface, offering little grip. Climbing even 2 meters would be difficult, let alone reaching higher to pick the fruits. But Esther had come out to hunt, so she decided to leave the fruit tree for later and focus on hunting first. Suddenly, viewers watched as Esther raised her hand, took off the headlamp she was wearing, and placed it on the ground. Then, she took out a piece of black cloth from her pocket. Black cloth? What was Esther planning to do with this black cloth? Just as the audience was puzzled, they saw the girl on screen straighten the black cloth, raise her hand, and tie it over her eyes. Esther actually used a black cloth to blindfold herself? Wasn't she going to hunt? How could she hunt with her eyes covered? The netizens were genuinely bewildered. Next, they saw Esther, who had already covered her eyes with the black cloth, draw an arrow from behind her back and placed it on the bow. Then, holding the bow and arrow in hand, she started walking forward. No way. Esther was actually going to shoot wild rabbits with her eyes covered? How could that be possible? Everyone was shocked, thinking Esther either had a momentary lapse in judgment or was delusional. However, unexpectedly, the blindfolded Esther suddenly seemed to hear some noise. She abruptly turned around, and in an instant, the motion of raising the bow, drawing the string, and releasing the arrow was performed flawlessly. An arrow shot through the air with a whistling sound, straight into the grass. Then there was a dull thud, followed by rustling sounds as something struggled in the grass, quickly falling silent. Something was hit. The netizens were also stunned. Hearing the noise, Esther tore off the blindfold and walked toward the grass. A few seconds later, the audience saw Esther pick up a rabbit that had been struck from the grass. What the hell? Esther really hit a rabbit. And she did it while blindfolded at night in the forest. Even they, the viewers with a god's perspective, didn't know there was a rabbit in that patch of grass. What kind of fantasy movie is this? What kind of creature is Esther? How did she manage to do this? But as Esther held the dead rabbit, seeing the blood staining her hands, there was no joy in the girl's expression. Instead, it looked rather solemn. All lives are precious, yet sometimes sacrifices must be made, becoming a cruel executioner. Esther pulled the arrow out of the rabbit's body and put it into the backpack behind her. She then covered her eyes again and continued walking. After about 10 minutes, almost repeating the process from earlier, the girl shot another arrow into a patch of grass, hitting a second rabbit with pinpoint accuracy while blindfolded. The netizens' mouths hadn't closed since then. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their heads, amazed, truly amazed. What kind of prodigy was this Esther? She was practically the strongest high school girl in history. However, at that moment, in the Bai family villa in Beijing. Seeing the scene on the computer screen where the girl shot a rabbit while blindfolded, Randy dropped her water glass with a loud clatter, shards flying everywhere. Servants rushed over, saying, "Second miss, be careful not to get hurt," as they hurriedly picked up rags to clean up the mess. But when they looked up, they found that their second miss hadn't moved her eyes, only staring shockingly at the screen. Unintentionally clicking into the live stream interface of this variety show, she happened to see the scene. Randy's eyes were slightly red, almost whispering 2 words. Matthew's Tur. Chapter 435, CEO Yanni makes an unexpected entrance. Alicia had an innate gift, an exceptionally acute sense of hearing. Due to her heightened auditory senses, she developed a skill in her teens, the ability to pinpoint locations by sound alone. As long as she could hear the faintest noise, she could accurately determine the position of its source. Thus, she underwent some deliberate training for a period of time and mastered a unique skill. Blindfolded shooting. While blindfolded, her auditory senses would be amplified, making sounds clearer than when her eyes were open. In later stages of training, Alicia advanced to the point where she could shoot a ball out of midair with a blindfold on whenever one of the servants tossed it up. This became a reflexive instinct for her. Later, she sent a video of herself performing blindfolded shooting to the chairman of Joab.A. Chairman Earl was shocked upon seeing the video and immediately invited her to become a club member. At that time, Alicia was only 17 years old. Due to her family background, she concealed her identity and appearance, so Earl only knew her by the name Aiden Y. When Esther reincarnated into Elisha's body, she was already 23 years old. 9 years later, or a little over a year ago, when she contacted Earl again, by Elisha's age calculation, she was 32. Considering the possibility of reincarnating into a younger body again in the future, Esther did not reveal that she was Paula but used another identity instead. There are not many situations in daily life where the skill of blindfolded shooting would be necessary. So, Esther never imagined that one day she would end up stranded on a deserted island, having to hunt rabbits in the forest at night with a blindfold just to get food. After securing the third rabbit into her backpack, Esther wiped the blood off her hands and put away her bow and arrow. She calculated mentally, 5 people, 3 rabbits, that should be enough for lunch tomorrow. Though this meal would last them only one day, she planned to hunt every evening. Besides rabbits, there were likely snakes and possibly wild boars in the forest, all potential sources of food. Apart from hunting, they could also gather wild fruits to satisfy their hunger. With this thought, Esther returned to the large fruit tree she had seen earlier. The big tree had lush foliage, with fruit about the size of a fist, appearing white from a distance. What to do? Should she climb the tree to pick the fruits? Esther looked around. It seemed there were no better options. Thus, she took a deep breath, placed her backpack and bow on the ground, and approached the base of the tree. Esther was not adept at climbing trees and had never done it before. Despite gripping the tree trunk firmly and pushing with her feet, she slid down after barely reaching a meter high. She almost twisted her ankle when she landed. The tree trunk was too slippery. It was difficult to gain traction when pushing off with her feet, often resulting in slipping and falling. Esther's second attempt yielded the same result. On her third fall, the young girl was slightly out of breath and her chest heaved, clearly feeling helpless. Seeing this scene, the live stream viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, I can finally relax. It seems Esther is still human and not an all-knowing, monster-like genius. Yes, exactly. Building a shelter and a bow from scratch and then doing blindfolded shooting, it's too impressive. If you hadn't told me Esther is a high school student, I would have thought she was a special forces soldier. I've never felt grounded until I saw someone who couldn't climb a tree. Strangely, it gives me a sense of relief. Job knowing that Esther can't climb a tree while I can makes me feel less like a failure. It turns out I'm better than a genius in some ways. Of course, Esther was unaware that her inability to climb a tree provided comfort to many netizens. She was simply focused on solving the problem at hand. Either try climbing the tree a few more times, which would likely yield the same results. Or return now and call for Fisher and the others to come help pick the fruits tomorrow. Fisher or Mathawena wouldn't find it difficult to climb trees. However, Esther considered something else. Tomorrow morning, some people would come into the forest looking for pieces of the map. According to Mr. S., the map fragments were hidden all over the deserted island. Whoever found them first would see if the fragment contained any route markings. So, if Alana and Madeline's group also saw this fruit tree tomorrow, there would likely be another round of disputes. They would try to claim all the fruits for themselves. What a hassle. Just as Esther was feeling conflicted, her ears suddenly caught a commotion. Or rather, not just her acute hearing, but the live stream viewers watching on their screens also heard it. Different from the sound of wild rabbits scurrying through the grass, this was clearly something stepping through the underbrush. In the middle of the night, what could suddenly appear in the forest? Esther's expression tightened, and she immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Almost instantly, she picked up the bow and arrow from the ground, drew the bow, and aimed it at the source of the sound. It looked like she would shoot the moment she identified what it was. But when Esther, and all the viewers watching, saw the massive figure emerging from the darkness, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. A towering body that almost blocked the shadow of the trees behind it, covered in thick brown fur. Round head, short neck, powerful limbs, and strong front paws that seemed capable of crushing a human head in one go. It was a brown bear. And this brown bear was now staring at the girl who tightly gripped her bow and arrow with piercing black eyes. Chapter 436, Bear Pat on the Head. It turned out to be a brown bear. Esther instantly became tense. For a moment, she gripped the bow and arrow in her hand tightly, yet she didn't dare to make any big movements that might cause noise. And after seeing her, the brown bear also stopped moving. Those pitch-black eyes stared straight at her, as if unsure of what to do. Actually, before coming here, Esther had considered that hunting at night might lead her to encounter some forest beasts. But encountering a brown bear was completely out of her expectations. Because brown bears are mostly active during the day and rarely move around deep into the night. So Esther speculated that this bear might have been resting in a nearby jungle cave. It woke up due to the sound of her falling from the tree. But now that the bear had woken up and seen her, she couldn't escape either. Panicking and fleeing would only provoke the beast's nature, causing it to chase her relentlessly. Climbing up a tree could avoid the crisis posed by the brown bear, but she couldn't climb trees. The only remaining way for her to survive was to wound the brown bear with her bow and arrow and then take the opportunity to run away. Esther hesitated while holding the bow and arrow, wondering if she should shoot directly now. If one arrow blinded one of the bear's eyes, she would probably manage to escape. However, at this moment, the brown bear seemed not to show any hostility. If she acted first, it would provoke it and cause its attack. Thus, for a moment, neither the human nor the bear moved, forming an inexplicable standoff. Esther was relatively calm, but the viewers watching the live stream were truly scared. No one dared to breathe loudly, they were too nervous to even post comments. They, as the all-knowing viewers, knew that the forest where Esther was now was part of the game's setup. This brown bear was definitely like an NPC animal. Even if the bear really bit Esther, she wouldn't be truly injured. But this bear looked so realistic. With such a massive body, it felt like one swipe could crush someone's head. The from this fierce creature was overwhelming. They felt fear through the screen. Moreover, from Esther's perspective, this bear was real. If it took a bite, it could directly kill her. A teenage girl couldn't help but feel afraid. What should be done now? Some people in the chat suggested Esther stop standing there foolishly and shoot the bear with the bow and arrow before running away, possibly saving her life. Immediately, others rebutted, saying that doing what he suggested would only invite death. There was no correct answer. Without modern weapons, under the absolute threat of a fierce creature like this, no matter what method one used to respond, the outcome was unpredictable because you couldn't predict the bear's reaction. However, at this moment, the brown bear, which hadn't moved for several minutes, suddenly made a move. At this instant, Esther raised her bow and arrow. She was stern-faced, deciding that if the bear took another step towards her, she would shoot immediately. However, unexpectedly by Esther or everyone else. After standing up straight, the bear just looked at Esther and then suddenly yipped. Yipped? Netizens were confused. Then they saw that after seeing no reaction from Esther, the bear yipped at her twice more. It was almost cute. Everyone in front of the screen widened their eyes. Wait, what is this bear doing? Is it yipping at Esther? They had never seen a bear yip at a human before. This sound clearly had no hostile or threatening intention. It seemed like a friendly gesture. So, is this bear showing friendliness towards Esther? Esther was also confused. She met the brown bear's eyes and strangely sensed a hint of familiarity from those dark, focused eyes looking at her. Why is this bear looking at her with such an expression? And why does this gaze make her feel somewhat familiar? It reminded her of Wally. Esther suddenly thought that if Wally saw her being drugged by the production team and brought onto the plane, he would certainly be worried about her. She wondered what he was doing now. As Esther was somewhat distracted, the brown bear moved. But it wasn't toward Esther, but towards the fruit tree. Esther was surprised and watched as the bear approached the tall fruit tree and slowly squatted down with its massive body. Squatted? What was this bear planning to do? Esther was puzzled when the bear looked at her again and lifted a paw to pat its own shoulder. The netizens were amazed once more. What was this bear trying to do? However, Esther immediately understood its meaning in a strange way and spoke tentatively. You want me to step on your shoulder? The netizens all gasped. How did Esther figure that out? Could the bear actually understand her and respond? But the next second, those who were drinking water spurted it all over their screens. In the footage, the brown bear, several times larger than the young girl, actually nodded at Esther after hearing her question. Esther was also quite shocked. This bear could actually understand her and respond to her. So she glanced up at the fruits on the tree and asked tentatively again, You want to help me climb the tree to pick the fruit? Sure enough, the bear nodded again. Now, Esther had figured it out. This brown bear was different from ordinary bears. It could understand her words and harbored no hostility toward her. It even wanted to help her. Thus, Esther paused, slowly put away her bow and arrow, and walked toward the brown bear under the tree. The bear was squatting. But when Esther stood in front of it, she was at the same height as the squatting bear. The netizens watching felt their hearts leap into their throats as Esther approached the bear. Wasn't she being too bold? What if the bear suddenly went berserk and killed her with one swipe? But in the next moment, the bear indeed lifted its paw. However, not to strike at Esther, but to gently place its paw on her head, softly patting her head. Chapter 437, Yanni Xiongxiong accompanies his wife on the desolate island. No, they weren't hallucinating, were they? This brown bear that stood over 3 meters tall was actually stroking Brianna's head? A bear was treating a human so gently and even stroking its head? The netizens were dumbfounded, and Brianna was slightly taken aback as well. When the brown bear had stretched out its paw toward her just now, she should have dodged. But for some reason, her instincts didn't sense any danger. So she hadn't moved, allowing the bear to stroke her head. It was a very strange feeling of trust and reassurance. Though she didn't know where this feeling came from. After stroking Brianna's head, the brown bear turned around and stably squatted before the tree, looking back at Brianna. That gaze seemed to invite Brianna to step onto its shoulders. Brianna understood its meaning, so she didn't hesitate. She first placed the bow and arrows on the ground, zipped up her backpack, then lifted her leg and used the tree to step onto the brown bear's shoulders. At that moment, Brianna suddenly felt fortunate that she didn't like wearing skirts, nor did Brenda. So they both wore sport pants for the show. Not only were they convenient and comfortable, but they were practical for moving around on this desolate island. Some other girls didn't have such convenience. Several female contestants had dressed up meticulously for the camera in elegant short and long skirts. They couldn't climb trees like she could. Once Brianna stood steadily on the tree with support, the brown bear slowly straightened up as if it sensed her movement, raising Brianna higher. The fruits on this tree hung more than 3 meters above the ground, which is why Brianna couldn't reach them before. But now things were different. Standing on the bear's shoulders, with the bear standing nearly 3 meters tall and adding her own height, reaching the fruit was effortless. As the fruits became clearly visible, Brianna realized they were a variety she had never seen before. They were as large and shaped like peaches but milky white, smooth with an inviting sheen, each one plump and full. What kind of fruit is this? Is it edible? Brianna couldn't help but frown slightly. She hadn't expected to find a completely unfamiliar fruit on this desolate island. Unfamiliar meant it needed testing for toxicity before eating. Regardless, now that she could reach the fruits, she decided to pick more and take them back. As Brianna picked the fruits, the brown bear stood steadily beneath her, even shifting forward or backward to accommodate her movements. Netizens couldn't help but marvel. Was this bear becoming intelligent? How could it be so perceptive? When the fruits filled her entire backpack, Brianna prepared to zip it up. But as she released the tree and pulled the zipper shut, she slipped on the bear's shoulder. 3 meters high. Falling would easily result in fractures. Many netizens looked away in fear. Yet when they opened their eyes again, they saw the brown bear catching the falling girl. The brown bear held Brianna steadily in its arms and lowered its head to look at her. Oh my God, the bear was huge, while Brianna was delicate and slender. In its embrace, she appeared tiny in contrast. The scene reminded viewers of Beauty and the Beast. But being caught in the bear's arms, Brianna froze. This bear was extraordinary. Not only was it friendly towards her, but it also lacked the usual wild smell. Its fur was clean and even fragrant, making her feel warm in its embrace. And that faint, pleasant scent oddly resembled the scent of Wally. For a moment, Brianna wondered if she was hallucinating. Had she missed Wally so much that a bear seemed like him? When she snapped back to reality, she immediately jumped off the bear, standing on the ground and instinctively thanking the bear. Brianna wanted to leave directly. But thinking about it, she wondered if walking away after the bear helped her might not be right. However, before she could decide, the bear made a noise and walked toward a nearby bush, dragging out a luggage bag. Placing the luggage bag before Brianna, the bear looked up at her again. This luggage bag was something Brianna hadn't seen during the day. She hesitated and asked, "Is this for me?" The brown bear nodded. "Did someone who came to the island earlier leave this backpack?" The brown bear nodded again. It was a backpack left by someone who came to the island earlier. Brianna squatted down and opened the zipper of the luggage bag, which was packed to the brim. Upon seeing what was inside, her eyes widened. There was a large tent, vacuum-compressed pillows, toiletries including toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and compressed towels, several windbreaker jackets, various seasoning packs for cooking, a multifunctional camping pot, an iron kettle, sunscreen, insect repellent spray, and more. Apart from these items, the rest were water and food. There were about 30 bottles of mineral water alone. There were also fruit cans, beef cans, lunch and meat cans, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, bread, and all sorts of ready-to-cook meal packs like beef curry, braised chicken with peanuts, red braised beef, and kung pao chicken. No wonder this luggage bag was so big and stuffed to the brim. It really contained too many things. But it was too much. The water and food in there could last one person a month on this desolate island. Brianna and her group received the least amount of food today. While tools she could craft herself, food couldn't be conjured out of thin air, which was why she had to come hunting or picking fruits in the middle of the night to ensure they had something to eat later. Now, there was so much food in this luggage bag. Brianna remembered that Mr.S had said no one else was on the island besides the 27 of them. So this luggage bag was likely left behind or lost by someone from the previous batch of people who came to the island. Since it had no owner and the brown bear specifically dragged it to her, she had no reason to refuse. "Is this your gift to me?" This time, Brianna gently stroked the brown bear's head, leaning slightly forward with a gentle tone, "Thank you." The brown bear seemed to enjoy being stroked by Brianna. It even moved its head closer, closing its eyes and rubbing against her palm. The netizens watching on screen were stunned. What was going on? Was this luggage bag some hidden stash that the bear found? Then the bear took a liking to Brianna at first sight and just handed her the luggage bag? Brianna was so lucky. The items in this luggage bag were even more abundant than those in the package Alana picked first today. Her luck was incredible. Brianna zipped up the luggage bag again. As she tried to lift it, she realized it was too heavy, weighing easily over 100 pounds, and she simply couldn't lift it. Brianna didn't know why, but like Hildred, since coming to this island, her soul power had failed. She was now just an ordinary human, so naturally, her strength wasn't as great. Just as Brianna attempted to lift the luggage bag for the second time and still couldn't move it, the brown bear suddenly acted. It stretched its neck forward, grabbed the handle of the luggage bag with its mouth, and looked at Brianna with clear eyes, as if saying, "Let's go, I'll take you back." Chapter 438, Even Animals Can Be Conquered Now. This afternoon, Wally was backstage at the program set in the Green Edge Tower. Even after hearing the staff's explanation that Deborah and the others were actually sleeping in game pods and wouldn't really encounter any danger. When he saw Deborah wake up on the plane on the screen, Wally's heart still tightened. He simply couldn't relax. Once he knew that the sensations inside the game were no different from real-life experiences, how could he not worry? If the sensations were genuine, it meant that Day would truly feel cold every day on the island, truly hungry, truly stranded on a deserted island, eating poorly and sleeping poorly. Especially when he saw that the packages chosen by Deborah and the other 4 people had only a little bit of useful things in total. They didn't even have a tent to sleep in, and the food supply would only last for 2 or 3 days. He clenched his fists. Although Wally knew that his Day-Day was strong, always being the most outstanding and shining one among everyone, always calmly facing all difficulties. He couldn't stay calm. And there was the most important point. This was inside a game, not the real world. Didn't this mean that Day-Day couldn't use her soul power on that deserted island? No matter how capable she was just an ordinary human girl's body on that island. What if there was some unforeseen emergency? Wally couldn't just sit leisurely outside the screen watching the person on his heart's tip enduring hunger and cold on the island with potential dangers around. He wanted to go inside with her. Deborah was the treasure Wally held in his hands, and also the beloved child of the Liu family's Marissa and her brothers. Sure enough, not long after, Sullivan called Wally on behalf of the Liu family, asking why it was like this and whether Day-Day would be alright. Wally said directly into the phone, Avram, don't worry, I will go to the island with Day-Day. The staff beside him were stunned. Wally hung up with a dark expression, then said coldly to the person in charge, did you hear what I said? I'm going into this game too. And prepare all the supplies and sufficient food needed for 10 days on the deserted island. I'll bring them in together. If you can't do it, I'll withdraw all the funds I invested. And I will sue your show for this kind of behavior. If anyone else said this, the production team definitely wouldn't pay attention and might even kick the person out. But this was the golden sponsor who threw in $20 million for their program. How could they dare to ignore Wally's words? The person in charge hesitated, but President Yanni, as you heard, the rules of the game say only these kids will be on the deserted island. If you go in, how will we assign you an identity? Moreover, the kids might realize they're not in reality, and the game won't proceed. Wally's eyes were cold, and his tone was chilling, so are you saying it can't be done? Not that it can't. I mean, could you enter the game in a different identity, like as an animal? The person in charge suggested. This way, you can accompany Mrs. Yanni and deliver the supplies to her. Appearing on the island won't be out of place and won't affect the progress of the game. Become what kind of animal? Wally took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible. On the deserted island, becoming a fierce animal might provide better protection for Day-Day. So Wally paused for a moment, then said, then I'll become a bear. You arrange it, and get the things I mentioned ready. By midnight tonight at the latest, I want to be on the island. Deborah never expected that while hunting late at night, she'd be escorted back to camp by a bear. Just as she walked close to the camp, Deborah saw Brenda, Mathawena, and her two elder brothers standing outside. Brenda's voice revealed her anxiety. Day-Day said she was going to the bathroom, but it's been over half an hour and she hasn't come back. I looked around nearby but couldn't find her. There's no mobile signal on the island. We can't contact her. Day-Day must be fine, right? Let's look for her together. Brenda was worried, and upon hearing this, Dion and Atlee became more anxious. If they had known, they wouldn't have slept. They should have let Brenda accompany Day-Day even to the bathroom. However, before they moved to look for her, Deborah called out from afar, Matthew Mon, Dennis, Brenda, I'm here. They lifted their eyes and saw Deborah and breathed a sigh of relief. But when they saw the figure beside her, they widened their eyes in shock. Were they hallucinating? Next to Day-Day, there was a brown bear. There was no need to mention how tall this bear was. It even had a large luggage bag in its mouth. What was going on? Day-Day. Atlee didn't care about any danger and rushed over, pulling Deborah into his arms. How are you? Are you hurt? Did you encounter this bear on your way to the bathroom? What happened? The other three were instantly extremely tense when they saw the bear. Almost immediately, those who had axes picked up their axes, and those who could lift stones did so, ready to fight the bear to the end. However, Deborah's first reaction was to stand in front of the brown bear and explain, don't be nervous, this bear won't hurt us. It won't hurt us? Brenda was confused, what do you mean, Day-Day? Deborah took off her backpack from behind and emptied it, revealing the wild rabbits wrapped in cling film and the pile of wild berries inside. I wasn't actually going to the bathroom, Deborah said, we got too little food today, so I made a bow and arrow this afternoon, preparing to hunt for some food tonight. These 3 wild rabbits are what I shot just now in the forest. Then I found a fruit tree, but the tree was very tall, and I couldn't climb up. So how did you? Brenda wanted to ask how Deborah managed to pick so many fruits if she couldn't climb the tree. The bear helped me, Deborah explained, it carried me and stood up, allowing me to reach the fruits. And later, it dragged out this luggage bag for me. What's inside this luggage bag? Mathawena glanced at the large luggage bag and asked. This luggage bag might have been left or lost by someone who was on the island before. It's full of supplies and food. I think we don't need to worry about our living conditions and food on the island anymore. Everyone looked at the brown bear. Seeing that it had no hostility in its eyes and was gently leaning against Deborah in an affectionate manner, they gradually relaxed. Let me see what's inside, Brenda said as she went over and unzipped the luggage bag. As she pulled out items one by one, she couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, we are so lucky. This luggage bag has everything we need, food, drink, clothes, and useful items. Originally, when choosing supplies today, they 5 had hardly gotten anything useful. But now, they ended up with more supplies and food than anyone else. Day-Day, you're amazing. You are our lucky star. Brenda hugged Deborah and gave her a peck on the cheek, then became even more moved upon seeing the brown bear. Just as she was about to go up and hug the bear, it suddenly shied away like it had been electrocuted, hiding behind Deborah on the other side, as if it didn't want anyone other than Deborah to touch it. Brenda didn't find this strange but only marveled at Deborah's charm. Previously, Day could attract both men and women, now, she could even conquer animals. But while Brenda and Deborah were talking, Deborah bent down and took something out of the luggage bag. When he recognized the item, he paused, then said to the others. "Look, what is this?" Chapter 439, What are you eating? Hearing this, everyone else gathered around. Looking down, they saw that what Brianna was holding in her hand was a piece of yellowed parchment paper, about the size of a palm, as if it had been soaked by dew from the grass. On closer inspection, there were black lines marking locations and routes on the paper. Brenda thought of something and widened her eyes. Damn, this wouldn't be a fragment of the treasure map we're supposed to collect, would it? Where did you find it? It was inside the lining of this luggage bag. It must have been stuck there before. Brianna glanced at the fragment and then said, "This should indeed be a piece of the map because this starting point is precisely where we landed today." Following the direction pointed by Brianna the others also saw the words sea and coastline written on the paper. In that case, this black line on the paper must be the route for finding the treasure. And the next piece of the map would likely be near the endpoint indicated by this fragment. The final piece would point directly to the treasure's location. Heavens, not only did we suddenly acquire so much food, but without even starting our search, a fragment just fell into our hands, Brenda said while teasing the bear. "Did you save this bear before, Janine? It brought you this luggage bag as a way of showing gratitude." Brianna was quite surprised too. She wasn't someone with great luck, yet encountering this bear seemed really fortunate. At this moment, the brown bear gently leaned its head against her, and Brianna instinctively raised her hand to stroke its ears and head. Though it was an intimidatingly huge creature, the brown bear behaved like a well-behaved big dog beside the girl, rubbing its head against her palm. Brenda couldn't help saying, "Really, I've never seen a wild brown bear act so friendly toward humans. I feel like it treats you like its owner." Not only Brenda was astonished, netizens watching online were equally stunned. They had witnessed the entire process of the bear's appearance. Could it be that even the bear had fallen for Brianna at first sight? "Let's organize things tomorrow," Brianna suggested. "It's too late tonight, let's go in and rest. Janine and Brenda, you two rest first. We three will take the night watch," Atlee immediately said. But after he spoke, the brown bear grunted a couple of times and then nudged Brianna's hand with its head before walking out and sitting outside the plastic wrap hut. Brenda was puzzled. What does it mean? "It means it wants to help us keep watch so that we can sleep," Brianna explained. Brianna didn't know why she could instantly understand what the bear wanted to express, but somehow she understood. Everyone looked at the bear, then at the luggage bag and the map fragment it brought. They inexplicably felt a sense of trust. With a brown bear sitting outside their camp keeping guard, no animals in the forest would dare come close, right? So, they simply piled up their belongings outside, covered them with a cloth for protection, and then went into the camp to prepare for sleep. Before going in, Brianna handed a jar of honey she had taken from the food pile to the brown bear, opened the lid, and placed it on its paw. "Have we really met before?" The girl rubbed the bear's head. "Why do I feel so reassured with you around?" After her self-talk, not expecting any response from an animal, Brianna entered the camp to sleep. That night, in the early hours, perhaps due to the bear standing guard outside, everyone slept soundly. There was a watch in the luggage bag that showed time. When Brianna and the others woke up the next day, it was already past 9 in the morning. MRDS hadn't required everyone to move together yesterday, so Brianna and her group weren't sleeping with others. Hence, they could manage their time and actions freely. When Brianna opened her eyes, she noticed that the brown bear, which had stayed outside all night, turned its head and left as soon as she woke up. As if it had merely silently guarded her. Walking out of the house, Brenda checked the time and said, "Mithun, it's this time, shall we have brunch? After eating, we'll follow the map's directions to the next place." The plastic wrap couldn't be reused after being removed. So, without the tent and sleeping bag brought by the brown bear, no matter how far they walked today, they would still need to return to this plastic wrap shelter for the night. Now that they had a tent, they could camp wherever they pleased, solving a big problem for them. "Although we have other food, I'll still process and roast these rabbits. You guys probably haven't tasted such game meat," Brianna said. "For the rest, we can make curry beef and tomato egg soup, and reheat some boxes of rice." Instant noodles digest quickly, and everyone was already hungry. Now, just hearing the names of the dishes like roasted wild rabbit, beef curry, and tomato egg soup made their stomachs growl. So Brenda went to gather wood, Mathawena came to chop it. Brianna set up 2 piles of firewood on the flat ground, while Atlee arranged the dining table and helped Brianna with preparations. Everyone was busy. Without the pressure of supplies and food, and having obtained the first map fragment at the start, everyone felt much more relaxed. It almost felt like they were here for a leisurely camping trip. Brianna sat by the campfire, first using the fire to singe the fur off the wild rabbits, then she deftly removed all the hair. Her movements were proficient and swift. Next, she slit open the rabbits' bellies, removed the internal organs, washed them clean with water, coated them with prepared oil and seasonings, and finally placed them over the fire to roast. Before long, the wild rabbit started sizzling and dripping with oil, their aroma wafting even to where Brenda was handling the firewood, making everyone's mouths water. What could be more blissful than eating freshly roasted delicious wild rabbit on this deserted island? Brenda thought Brianna was simply her god, feeling that any problem could be solved with Janine around. By the time the roasted rabbits were served, the pots of beef curry and tomato egg soup were also ready. Steam rose from the table, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. However, just as Brianna and the others sat down, suddenly, a voice filled with accusation and anger came from nearby. Brianna. What are you eating? Chapter 440, came here to cause trouble? Upon hearing the questioning voice, Deborah looked up and saw Alana standing not far from their campsite with a group of people, looking over at them. It wasn't just Alana and her few lackeys, everyone had come together. Perhaps everyone had already tacitly accepted Alana, the six-star powerhouse, as the island's leader, and followed her directions. When she came, the others followed too. Deborah couldn't help but frown, wondering what these people were up to this time. But in the next second, Alana actually strode over with a haughty air. When they saw the greasy, fragrant roasted wild rabbit, the appetizing beef curry, and tomato egg soup on Deborah's table, everyone was stunned into wide-eyed amazement. Was all this food meant for Deborah and company? Isn't this feast too sumptuous? Just looking at it made one's mouth water. Since arriving on the island, everyone had been eating rather simple instant meals, either dry compressed biscuits or unbearably salty meat cans. Only those who had kowtowed to Alana had access to such meal preparation packs, while the rest could only eat what they had obtained themselves. Seeing the food on the table, many people couldn't help but swallow hard. Then they began to wonder where Deborah and company had gotten this food from. Weren't they barely getting any food yesterday? Alana glanced at the table first, then asked incredulously, Deborah, where did you get this food from? I clearly remember that the five of you only received a few packs of instant noodles, some canned luncheon meat and rice in your packages yesterday. There was nothing like what's on your table now. Where did you procure this food? Did you steal from someone else? Brenda had already been hungry enough to hear her stomach rumble when she was finally about to have her meal, yet someone came to cause trouble. So she rolled her eyes and retorted irritably, Alana, are you so idle that you must come and pick a fight with us? To see if we stole something, just check if anyone has less of what they should have. Also, did you see any packages containing curry beef, tomato egg soup, or anything similar when we distributed the parcels yesterday? Indeed, there was no sign of them. This answer shut Alana up instantly. But if they hadn't stolen, where did all this come from? If you didn't steal, then where did you get all this food from? Alana demanded firmly. How kind of me as captain to be worried about your meal situation and bring a few packets of cookies to share. I also plan to discuss a map-finding strategy with you all. Instead, I find out you're eating better than all of us, making our concerns entirely unnecessary. Since you say it isn't stolen, explain how you got this food. Did you use some unfair means behind our backs to obtain it? Atlee, short-tempered as he was, immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this, turning to Alana. Who do you think you are, demanding an explanation for our food? Are you really someone important? Someone immediately stepped forward to defend Alana. How dare you speak like that? Seeing you have unexplained food, is it wrong for Shinya to ask questions? You're Atlee, right? I heard you didn't even make it into the top 30 and only scored a bit over 600 in the college entrance exam. To call Shinya something, you got here through family connections. What gives you the right to speak? Our Shinya is a 6-star member of Joab.A, so much stronger than you. These words were indeed cutting. However, among the people present, except for Atlee, the lowest score was still above 680. Realizing violence wouldn't solve the problem, Deborah suppressed the urge to lash out. She took a deep breath, lifted her gaze, and said coldly, so scoring a bit over 600 means you can't talk while full marks mean everything? The wild rabbit on the table I hunted last night. As for the meal prep packs, I met a brown bear in the forest last night, and the bear brought them to me. I've explained the origin of the food. We don't need your charity of cookies nor do we plan to cooperate with you on finding the map. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, the people opposite each other exchanged glances. Alana scoffed outright, laughing as if she'd just heard a joke. Deborah, do you take us all for fools? Let's put aside the fact that you didn't have any hunting tools, how exactly did you manage to hunt? And a brown bear, really? Do you know how huge and dangerous wild brown bears are? If it saw you, it could bite off half of your body with one chomp. So you're saying that when you met a brown bear in the forest, it didn't attack you but instead brought you food? What, did you save its life before and it came to repay you? Do you even believe that yourself? Try to make up a more plausible excuse. Taking advantage of the lack of cameras around their campsite, Alana was utterly unrestrained, and so were the others. After all, they had strength in numbers. If Deborah and company really obtained this food through improper means, everyone else should have some too. Deborah felt her patience was at its limit. You asked for an explanation, and I've already given it. What I said is the truth, it's your problem if you don't believe me. Her tone was extremely cold, I'll say it again, you can leave now. If you don't go, don't blame me for being impolite. The others didn't take Deborah's words seriously, thinking she was just trying to scare them. After all, while there might be no camera here, there were plenty of cameras on the island. Would Deborah dare to attack them on the island? Wasn't she afraid of being cyberbullied and criticized by netizens? However, at that moment, one of Alana's group had somehow sneaked to where Deborah's team had stacked their supplies from last night. With a swift movement, the cloth covering the supplies was suddenly lifted by this person. The mountain-like pile of supplies inside was immediately revealed to everyone. The cloth covering the supplies was suddenly lifted by this person. The mountain-like pile of supplies inside was immediately revealed to everyone. Chapter 441, pinning Alana to the ground and beating her. Tents, sleeping bags, pots and pans, food. Everyone was stunned the moment they saw this huge pile of supplies, their eyes wide open like bells. My God, how can there be so many things here? Yes. This is even more than what Shinya got in that largest package. They said they didn't use improper means, but yesterday's total supplies were just so much. Where did they get all these things? They also said a brown bear delivered it. That's only enough to fool a 3-year-old, who might not even believe it. Alana didn't expect Deborah and her team would have so many supplies either. She was shocked too. Now, she wasn't the one with the most stuff among everyone. What capital did she have left to make others cater to her? So, she immediately looked at Deborah and said, "You still say you didn't cheat? It must be that you bribed the program staff to deliver things for you. No wonder you hurried us away just now, afraid we'd find these things, huh? You also said you weren't planning to cooperate with so many of us." That's right. If you have a backdoor to cheat, getting supplies and food, you could also get clues about the map. Of course, you wouldn't need to cooperate with us. Everyone see for yourselves. People like us, who abide by the rules, can't eat well or sleep well, and have to work hard to find clues. But look at them, playing camping, maybe already knowing where those pieces of the map are. Brenda was almost choked with anger, shouting at Alana, "We've been saying the bear brought these things over every day, why are you stirring up trouble here?" Alana sniffed coldly, "Do you believe everything Deborah says? I think you're just benefiting from it, enjoying a comfortable life. Even if you don't believe, you'll pretend to." You. Brenda was speechless with anger. Saying this, Alana looked at Deborah triumphantly. Seeing the girl's eyes as cold as ice, obviously suppressing her anger, Alana felt secretly pleased. Not looking down on these people, only staying with her brother and friends, huh? Then let her taste what it feels like to be isolated by everyone. To live comfortably on this island, she had to come over to flatter her and listen to her orders. Perhaps this feeling of trampling Deborah gave Alana an immense sense of satisfaction. Taking advantage of the situation, Alana suddenly stepped forward and kicked the table. With a clang, the dining table in front of the campsite was kicked over by Alana. The wild rabbit Deborah had hardly cooked and the food everyone worked hard to prepare was scattered on the ground instantly. Then Alana called out, "Everyone, grab those things quickly. With those things, we won't worry about food and shelter." Brenda was shocked, her eyes wide open. Wasn't Alana bullying people? It reminded her of the bullies in middle school, forcing everyone to listen to them, punishing anyone who disobeyed or resisted. By doing this, Alana not only ruined the carefully prepared meals but also wasted so much food. In such a deserted island, food was incredibly precious. Furthermore, she encouraged these people to rob their supplies, like a gang of bandits. Damn. Atlee would never hit a girl, but at this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore. Just as he was about to step forward, he was held back by Deborah. Atlee was puzzled. The next second, he saw Deborah walking towards Alana herself. Deborah's eyes were icy cold. Seeing her approach, Alana subconsciously took a few steps back. "Deborah, I warn you not to do anything rash. It was you who cheated and didn't follow the game rules, all you did deserved what was coming." Without saying a word, Deborah grabbed Alana's hair in a way no one saw clearly and slammed her into the ground. Her movements were too fast. Before Alana reacted, Deborah had already raised her hand and punched her face heavily. Ah! Alana screamed piercingly, heart-wrenching. She had never felt such pain before. It felt like her facial bones were shattered instantly. Without soul power enhancement, but Deborah's combat skills and speed were still world-class. More than enough to deal with someone like Alana. Alana screamed in agony, but Deborah remained expressionless, pinning her to the ground immobile, delivering another heavy punch to the other side of her face. Atlee didn't expect his sister to be fiercer than himself. These two punches were extremely satisfying. If it wasn't inappropriate, he wanted to applaud. Alana indeed deserved it. When Deborah raised her hand again, Alana was already covered in blood and tears, her cheek immediately swelling up, her vision blurred. Just now, when Alana shouted to grab the things, many people hurriedly tried to go over. But now, everyone was shocked by the sight of Deborah beating up Alana. Or rather, they were terrified. Some people couldn't even close their mouths, shivering as they pointed at Deborah, saying, "How can you hit someone? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the program staff?" Deborah glanced at this person coldly, saying, "You're not afraid of getting caught for doing such a despicable thing. Why should I be?" Alana felt like she was about to die, really about to die. Her whole face first lost all feeling, then it burned with pain, causing her teeth to chatter and her body to tremble. While Deborah was talking to this person, she struggled to crawl backward, trying to incite others to help her. "Deborah, I am ... Everyone relies on me to find the map. How dare you hit me? No one will let you off. Deborah calmly looked at Alana, a hint of mockery in her eyes. One day, you'll regret saying this to me. And, not letting me off. Deborah scanned the others, coldly saying, am I too low profile, making you forget that I'm the underground boxing champion of Obbies? I can punch a 400-pound man flying. Who among you can do anything to me? The girl's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. I warn you, from now until we leave this island, stay away from us 5. If anyone comes near or causes trouble, I'll take action directly. If you don't want to end up like Alana, keep your distance. Underground boxing champion. Some people present either didn't know about Deborah's identity, or thought it was exaggerated by the media. How could such a slim girl really be a champion? But now, seeing Alana beaten to a pulp, no one dared to disbelieve. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Alana shouted loudly, are so many of us afraid to beat just one girl? And aren't you all still interested in those supplies? Whoever helps me get back at her gets half of my stuff. Initially, no one dared to step forward, but Alana's words stirred some people into motion. Now that things had escalated, they probably wouldn't interact with Deborah and her group anymore. They might as well take the supplies and leave quickly. Besides, Alana was right. No matter how strong Deborah was, there were only 5 of them on that side, while they had more than 20 here. Just as a few boys began to move toward Deborah, suddenly a deep roar echoed from behind the campsite. The ground shook slightly. Everyone lifted their eyes to see a giant brown bear, standing over a meter tall on all 4s, slowly emerging from behind the camp. Its imposing presence and fierce gaze sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 442, it seems Joab.a-club isn't that great either. No one has seen a real bear outside the iron cages in zoos. This massive brown bear emerged from behind the campsite and slowly approached Esther. Then it cast a chilling, cold gaze over everyone present except for Esther and her group. This is a bear? A real bear? Ahahaha. There's a bear. It's a bear. Everyone, run. When these people saw the bear, their first reaction was to think they were seeing things. Then they screamed and ran away. The few boys who had been intending to approach Esther were scared out of their wits by the sudden appearance of the bear and fled in panic without thinking. Alana, whom Esther had beaten up, sat on the ground with her eyes bulging as if they would pop out. Realizing what was happening, she tried to crawl and run away without a second thought. However, the brown bear did not let her go. The fierce, icy gaze suddenly turned towards Alana, and in the next second, it walked toward her. Each slow step it took felt like a death sentence, accompanied by the immense pressure from its enormous body, making every breath hard to come by. Alana, already dazed and confused from being beaten by Esther, stumbled again after barely getting up from the ground. She hadn't run far when she fell down again, twisting her ankle this time. Seeing the brown bear, which was 5 or 6 times her size, approaching step by step, Alana cried out in terror, "You, don't come closer." She looked around and shouted loudly, "Help! Someone save me. I'll give him all my supplies." However, looking around, no one was left except for Esther and her group. Everyone else had fled far away. This is a brown bear that could bite off a person's head in one bite. Who would risk their life here just for some supplies to save Alana? Their relationships were only formed out of self-interest and mutual scheming, not genuine friendship. Seeing the brown bear about to reach her, Alana was so terrified that she fainted. Upon seeing this, the brown bear stopped. As if it found her extremely repulsive, it extended its paw, grabbed the unconscious Alana, and flung her outside the camp. After doing this, the brown bear returned to Esther's side. The large bear bent down and affectionately rubbed its head against the petite girl's hand. Brenda and the others were also stunned. Those people had indeed intended to attack Esther, incited by Alana, and even wanted to rob them. If not for the timely appearance of the brown bear, who knows what might have happened. But why was the bear helping them so much? It first brought them supplies and food and then stood up to protect them when they were surrounded, as if specifically there to protect them. Or rather, it seemed to be protecting Janine. It appeared that the bear only had eyes for Janine. Regardless, having a bear on their side meant that no one would dare come near them again. Brenda sighed in relief. Looking at the overturned dining table and the mess of food on the ground caused by Alana's kick, she felt both anger and heartache. But Esther acted first, going over to lift the dining table and start cleaning up the food on the ground. The others followed suit and helped out. What's done is done. They couldn't take back what was taken from them. So, it's best to treat it as a lesson learned. After cleaning up the ground, they didn't have the energy or interest to prepare another full meal, so they took out some bread and cookies. After that incident, they had completely severed ties with the others, but perhaps it was better this way. At least they wouldn't be harassed by those people anymore. Finding map fragments didn't require help from these people anyway. The 5 of them were already strong enough. Esther opened a can of luncheon meat and handed it to the brown bear. The 5 humans and the bear ate together. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Esther and her group, thousands of messages had flooded the live stream chat. Because Alana claimed she was Demi and a 6-star member of the Joab.a-club, one of the most talented girls in China. So, at first, netizens had a favorable view of her. But seeing how Alana led everyone to act and speak, the netizens also became angry. This Alana, how can she be like this? Seeing others with supplies, she immediately suspects them of stealing or cheating. When Esther explained, she didn't believe it. Yes, and she even said that Esther made up an excuse about the bear bringing the supplies, treating them like fools. But those supplies really were brought by the bear. Just because she hasn't seen it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Originally, I had a pretty good impression of this Joab. A 6-star member Alana. But seeing her kick over the lunch that Esther and her group had worked so hard to prepare, I really couldn't hold back anymore. This person is just too annoying. People who waste food are going to hell. For the first time in my life, I felt great watching a girl get beaten. This Alana is truly looking for trouble with her heavy jealousy and small-mindedness. By the way, I think Esther was quite restrained. If Alana had kicked over my lunch and I had Esther's abilities, would have beaten her into unconsciousness without hesitation. My God, does Alana have any shame? She came looking for trouble and got beaten by Esther, yet she still wouldn't stop, even inciting others to attack Esther and steal their supplies? Holy cow, this brown bear actually came out to protect Esther and her group. Was it just me, or did this bear look so cool? The netizens were not fools. On the shore, Alana had acted very friendly. But now it was clear that she only put on a likable act because there were cameras there. And in the forest campsite chosen at random, where Alana believed there were no cameras, she dropped the act, revealing her jealous and narrow-minded true self. Is this what a Joab. A 6-star member looks like? Then it seems that this so-called club that gathers the world's best young geniuses isn't all that great either. Cut to the campsite, Esther and her group had finished eating the cookies and bread. They originally thought that since they already had tents, they could leave this makeshift shelter built by Esther yesterday for others who didn't have tents or sleeping bags. But seeing those people's attitudes toward them, Brenda would rather destroy the shelter than let these people take advantage and stay in the house Esther had worked so hard to build. So they dismantled the house, packed up their things, distributed the supplies and food among the 5 backpacks and luggage bags. The 3 boys carried the heaviest loads. 5 people, or rather, 5 people and 1 bear, holding the map fragment, walked together deeper into the forest. Chapter 443, there was no treasure at all. According to the rules explained by Mr.S, the areas on this island can be divided into 10 rings like an archery target. The outermost circle is the first ring, with the largest area. Moving inward are the second, third, fourth rings, until the smallest 10th ring at the very center of the island. The complete treasure map was divided into 10 pieces, with 1 piece corresponding to each ringed area. However, more than 1 copy exists for each piece. This is why everyone could either work together or split into various teams to find the map pieces. It was rumored that the final map piece and the treasure were hidden in the central position of the island. Esther and her group originally planned to set out early that morning to find the first piece of the map. But unexpectedly, this suddenly appeared brown bear directly brought them the fragment. Originally, as the outermost ring had the largest area, encompassing the coast and forest edges, searching for the first map piece would have been quite troublesome. But now, they had obtained it without even looking, giving them an advantage from the start. The Liu family, Han family, and Lan family weren't short of money. Therefore, Esther and her companions weren't chasing after the prize for finding the treasure. Instead, they wanted to leave this deserted island as soon as possible. Carrying the fragment into the second ring's territory, everyone gazed at the surroundings in the forest, somewhat stunned. Although it was smaller than the outermost circle, the area was still vast, while the map fragment was tiny. Even if a fragment was right beside them, they might not notice it. How were they supposed to find it? What was the pattern in which the map fragments were distributed? But even to understand the distribution pattern, they should at least find the second fragment first. At this moment, transformed into a bear, Gil couldn't provide any further assistance to Esther and her group. He had obtained the first fragment before coming to the island by asking the show's producer. However, when he asked for the second piece, the other party refused, appearing embarrassed and evasive. Gil guessed that the producers were afraid that if he got all the fragments, they wouldn't have to play the game anymore and could return to reality directly. So, the 5 people separated to search for the fragment. Mathawena said she would protect Brenda and stayed with her. With the brown bear accompanying Esther, Dion and Atlee felt reassured and went to different places. Effectively splitting into 3 groups, they set out simultaneously. However, when everyone met at the predetermined camping site in the evening, they glanced at each other and shook their heads, saying they hadn't found anything. Brenda looked somewhat disheartened and said, "I really examined every place we passed thoroughly. I made Mathawena climb up trees to look everywhere, on the ground, in the grass, and even on trees, and found nothing." Dion also looked solemn. "The same goes for my area. I couldn't find anything unusual." Atlee chimed in, "The place I went to was no different. Mathawena climbed trees, and I checked under the stream by stripping off my clothes, but found nothing." Indeed, everyone saw that Atlee's trouser legs were quite wet, as well as his head. Esther immediately went over and rummaged through the baggage, finding a dry towel to wrap around Atlee's head. "Dry your hair first, brother. Don't catch a cold." Brenda asked with a sliver of hope, "What about you, Janine? Did you find any clues? Did the handsome bear discover anything?" Mathuns the brown bear scared Alana's group to run away. Brenda thought it looked cooler and cooler, calling it the handsome bear. To everyone's surprise, Esther also shook her head this time. I didn't find anything either. Ah, even you, Janine? Brenda was shocked. In Brenda's mind, Esther was always someone who could create miracles regardless of the situation. But now, even Janine found nothing. I really didn't find anything. I searched everywhere I could think of where the map might be hidden, but found nothing. Esther frowned slightly, but I feel something's odd. Atlee quickly asked, what's odd, Janine? Esther frowned slightly again. Logically speaking, there should be multiple copies of the second ring's map pieces, and they shouldn't be too concealed, since this is just the beginning of the game. Generally, games get harder as they progress, so finding fragments at the start shouldn't be too difficult. But today, we split into 4 groups and covered the entire second ring. We didn't find any clues, let alone the fragment. It might be that we missed some details, but the program only gave us 10 days to find the treasure. If it takes several days to find each of the first few fragments, how will we have time to look for the deeper ones? Theoretically, even for a very difficult game, it should at least allow the most skilled players to complete the task within the specified time. If no one can finish the task within the given time, there must be something wrong with the game design. I thought maybe this game's difficulty decreases as it progresses. It's hard to find map fragments in the first few rings, but it gets easier in smaller areas later on. But I still feel something is off. When Esther finished speaking, Brenda and the others looked puzzled. Janine, what do you think is wrong? Esther paused, taking a deep breath. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have this feeling. However, she glanced at the sky. It's almost dark. Let's hurry up and set up camp, then start a fire and get something to eat. We'll continue searching tomorrow. Indeed, it was getting dark quickly. So everyone divided the tasks. The 3 boys went to set up the tents, Esther chopped wood, and Brenda prepared dinner. Esther originally planned to cut down a small tree and chop it up gradually. But the brown bear, standing beside her, broke the small tree with one swipe of its paw. Then it smashed the trunk into pieces in just a couple of swats, leaving nothing for her to do. After eating and resting, they woke up at dawn. The next day, they swapped the areas they had been responsible for the previous day. By doing this, they could check if any clues were missed by each other. However, when they met in the evening again, they were still empty-handed. On the 3rd day, they still didn't find any fragment. This was already the 4th day since everyone landed on the deserted island. Apart from Esther's group, the others were divided into 3 groups. Some girls followed Alana, some followed Hildred, and the boys followed Kian. These people also found the first map piece the day before yesterday. However, just like them, when they started looking for the second piece, even with more people, they couldn't find it either. This time, not only were the participants on the island anxious, but the live streaming viewers watching on their screens were also worried. They flooded the official microblog of Qingmong TV with comments, asking what was going on and whether there was a bug in the game. Thus, on the evening of the 4th day, the official microblog of Qingmong TV posted a tweet. It's normal not to find the second map piece because there is no second map piece. Because there is no treasure on the island. The key to ending the game is not finding the treasure. Chapter 444, have you been watching us all along? It was now the 4th day on the deserted island. For these 3 days, Deborah and her group had been searching within the second ring of the island for the second map fragment but came up empty-handed every time. Tomorrow, they would switch their respective areas of responsibility. By then, each of the 5 people would have thoroughly searched every place within the second ring. But even if they continued to search after switching, finding a location for the 4th time, what more clues could they possibly find? If there were any clues at all, why didn't the first 3 people who searched find them? Thinking this way, it was inevitable that the team's morale would drop. By evening, Brenda and Atlee were visibly growing more and more anxious. Even Deborah and Deborah, usually the most composed ones, couldn't help but frown deeper and deeper. In recent days, they had also encountered other people on the island. However, due to the profound impression left by the scene of Deborah thrashing Alana on that day, she had already warned that anyone who approached them again would get beaten up. Plus, with the brown bear always accompanying Deborah. That group of people, even if they saw them, dared to not get close at all. Although there was no interaction, just face-to-face encounters, one thing Deborah knew for sure. These people couldn't find the second fragment either. Because if they had found it, they wouldn't be lingering in the range of the second ring like everyone else. Everyone couldn't find the map fragments. Was there something wrong with the game's setup? Or was there an issue with the placement of fragments and clues? But if there were problems, why hadn't the electronic parrot shown up again until now, the 4th day? Could it be that the production team set up this game just to watch them struggle for days without finding any clues? The sky was about to darken. Although everyone seemed listless, they were still preparing food to cook. Meals still needed to be eaten. And after finishing with the firewood, Deborah sat by the campsite lost in thought about these issues. The brown bear, several times larger than the girl, accompanied her, occasionally nudging the girl's shoulder with its head. Seeing this scene, netizens also flooded the screen with comments. Matthew. Although as viewers we feel thrilled by the unexpected twists from the production team, I feel so frustrated for the participants. Yeah, first they woke up on an airplane and were dumped on a deserted island. Now, they've been searching for something that apparently doesn't exist for days. And no matter how long they keep searching, they'll never find it. How hopeless. I think no one can figure out the true key to ending the game. Normal people would never think of that. Looks like they'll have to stay on the island until the 10th day. These kids participating are all good students, probably don't play games much, and might not think of it. If it were those imaginative kids who are obsessed with games, they might have figured it out. The islanders were very downcast. On one hand, the netizens felt sympathetic for these kids, on the other hand, they became more nervous and anticipated. They all wanted to see if someone would finally discover the true key to leaving the game. And if someone did discover it first, who would it be? As a result, although the live broadcast of the island over these few days lacked the strategic machinations and open struggles of the first 2 days and became quieter, the viewership rate of the live stream didn't drop at all. The number of viewers reached nearly 5 million, setting a record for the highest view count in China's variety show live broadcasts. The camera switched back to Deborah's campsite. Just as Deborah was lost in thought, Brenda, who was beside the tent behind her, suddenly let out a surprised cry. "Ah, Janine, come over here quickly." Brenda's shout stopped everyone in their tracks. Deborah snapped out of her daze, stood up from the ground, and walked towards Brenda, asking, "What is it?" Brenda pulled out a black backpack from the luggage bag. Deborah looked down and recognized it as the backpack she carried during the hunt that night. Brenda unzipped the backpack, revealing a pile of creamy white, plump-looking fruits inside. "Janine, these are the fruits you picked the night before last, right?" At that time, since we already had plenty of other food, I casually threw the backpack into the luggage bag and forgot to take it out for the past few days. Then I saw the backpack while tidying up just now and suddenly remembered this. My heart skipped a beat. I thought these fruits, being kept in the backpack for several days in such hot weather, would surely rot and stink. But when I opened it to check, look, these fruits are still so fresh, just like they were freshly picked. Brenda couldn't help but exclaim, "Speaking of which, what kind of fruit is this anyway? To have a built-in preservative function is really amazing." Inglan just said it offhandedly, and the others didn't take it seriously either. They just felt that this unknown fruit was quite easy to preserve and wouldn't spoil even when stored like this. However, at this moment, Deborah suddenly froze. Then she slightly widened her eyes and looked at Brenda, her voice not as calm as usual. "Brenda, what did you just say?" Brenda didn't understand. "I said these fruits are amazing. It's been so hot, yet they've been kept in the backpack for several days but are still as fresh as when they were picked." Before Brenda could finish, Deborah seemed to suddenly think of something. Her breath hitched, and she reached out to take the backpack full of fruits from Brenda's hand. The other few people exchanged puzzled looks, not knowing what had come over Deborah. Then they saw Deborah squat down and directly turn the backpack upside down, spilling all the fruits on the ground. Brenda became even more confused and couldn't help asking, "Janine, what are you doing?" Deborah didn't answer. Her eyes only fixed on the fruits on the ground, arranging them by size and shape. Large fruits in one row, medium-sized fruits in another, and small ones in another. After arranging them, Deborah stared at these fruits for a few seconds, then opened her mouth slightly, revealing an astonished look. Now Atli also grew anxious and asked hurriedly, "What is it, Janine? Is there something wrong with these fruits? Speak up." Atli was asking here, but Deborah still didn't respond, only taking a deep breath. In the live stream, netizens saw the girl put down the fruits and stand up from the ground. The next second, she actually lifted her head to look at the sky. She wasn't looking at a specific point in the sky but simply lifting her head to gaze around slowly. Not knowing what Deborah was doing, this angle happened to align with the viewer's perspective of the live stream. Because the game interface gave viewers a god's eye view, observing people on the island from a diagonal overhead angle. It was the first time viewers met the girl's face straight on in the live stream. Netizens were puzzled, unsure why Deborah was acting this way. They were about to comment that maybe she was affected by not finding the map fragments. But in the next second, they saw the girl looking right at them, opening her mouth. Her expression was calm, her tone steady and certain. "Have you been watching us all along?" Chapter 445, There is no second map fragment. As Esther finished speaking, all the viewers in front of their screens widened their eyes in that instant. It was impossible not to be shocked. Because of what the girl said, almost everyone got goosebumps at once. What did Esther mean by saying, "You've been watching us all along, just now"? Could it be that she knew that every move they made could be seen by netizens? How did she know? Meanwhile, on their side. When Brenda and the others heard what Esther said, they all had a puzzled look on their faces. Only Esther seemed to think of something after hearing this, suddenly opening her eyes wide like Esther had done before, looking at Esther and taking a deep breath. Brenda couldn't help but ask, "Catherine, who are you talking to? Who's watching us?" Esther turned around and calmly said, "Brenda, do you remember when I told you earlier that something felt off since I arrived on this island?" Brenda nodded, "I remember. I know the reason now." Esther lifted her gaze with a determined expression. "The reason why I always feel something is wrong is because we are not in the real world right now." "What?" Immediately, Brenda, Atli, and Mathawena all widened their eyes. Brenda stuttered, "Not in the real world? What does that mean?" Esther paused and said, "For several days, I couldn't figure out why the production team went through such great lengths and cost to send us to a deserted island just to broadcast our life here. But this island is so big. Even if there were more cameras, it would be impossible for them to cover the entire island. So if we were all in places where cameras can't capture, like our campsite now, what would the audience see? But I just figured it out. If this is not the real world but some kind of virtual world, then broadcasting our lives wouldn't require cameras at all. Everyone could see us in real time, and those cameras set up are just to deceive us. Esther's words completely changed Brenda's understanding. Catherine, are you saying, this isn't the real world but a virtual one? But how could that be possible? We were indeed knocked out in the lobby of Qingmang Tower. And pinching my own thigh hurts, everything I see and feel is incredibly real. If this were a virtual world, how could we have such vivid sensory perceptions? Esther said, this sensory perception, I don't know how the production team achieved it, so I speculate that this might be some kind of holographic game, though current technology shouldn't be able to reach this level. And I suspect that we actually entered this holographic game the moment we were knocked out in the gathering hall. After all, anesthesia was used on all of us, and the production team illegally used anesthetics on so many people. How could they dare to do such a thing for real? Of course, if the production team really did commit illegal acts to attract attention without limits, it's not impossible. So, I only confirmed just now that we're not in the real world. Confirmed? How did she confirm? Just as Brenda was about to ask, Esther E. suddenly spoke up, it's these fruits. Yes, it's these fruits. Esther pointed to the 3 rows of fruits she had arranged on the ground, and the others also looked in the direction she indicated. That night when I picked the fruits, it was too late, so I put them directly into my backpack after picking them and didn't open it again for the past few days. But just now, what Brenda said reminded me. The fruits had been kept in my backpack for several hot days, yet they were still as fresh as when I picked them, which is very unusual. Then I poured the fruits out on the ground and noticed the strangest thing about them. Look. The fruits here may appear to be different sizes at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the large fruits in the row all look exactly the same, the medium-sized ones in the middle row as well, and the small ones in the smallest row too. It's impossible for 2 leaves in the world to be identical, yet on this island, there are so many completely identical fruits. How is that possible? Esther said, so I think this isn't the real world. These 3 sizes of fruits must have been preset in this holographic game. After Esther said this, the others also noticed that it was indeed the case. Each row of fruits really looked exactly the same. As Brenda and the others were stunned, Esther said, have you heard the saying that computers can only generate pseudo-randomness? Neither Brenda nor Mathawena or Esther E. played games often. Brenda asked, pseudo-randomness? What does that mean? Esther explained, take coin flipping as an example. If I keep flipping a coin in the real world, the sequence of heads and tails I get is truly random. Even if I know that the probability of heads or tails for each flip is 50%, it's completely unpredictable how many times it will land heads or tails out of 10,000 flips. But if I were flipping coins in a game world, assuming I flip enough times, I could find the periodic sequence of heads and tails, thus predicting the outcome of my next coin flip. In other words, what seems to be a random event is not really random, the pattern is set by the system long ago. So, true randomness is uncontrollable, while pseudo-randomness is controllable. Fruits in the real world can grow in all sorts of strange ways, but fruits in a game world grow according to the template set for them. 1 template means 1 shape of fruit. 2 templates mean 2 shapes of fruit. 3 templates result in 3 different shapes of fruit, just like what we see now. Of course, game creators can set countless templates for fruit shapes, making each fruit look different. But this would cost too much, and no one would go to such lengths for fruits. I never thought there was a possibility that we weren't in the real world, so I didn't pay attention to our surroundings before. But if we observe now, we might find trees, grass, and rocks on this island that are exactly the same. The feedback and results we get from doing certain things may also follow some kind of pattern. Heaven. Upon hearing Esther's words, netizens were literally hair-raisingly shocked. The person hiding in the grass nearby, who had been eavesdropping, also showed an expression of disbelief. However, Esther did not stop there and continued her analysis. So I'm thinking, if this is a game world and the game creator has built such a remarkable and realistic world, would he only want us to find map fragments and treasures? How is that different from any ordinary game? If I were him, I wouldn't set the rule that the game ends when someone assembles the map and finds the treasure. Instead, I would set it to end when someone discovers that this world isn't real. So, why can't we find the second map fragment? Could it be because there is no second map fragment on this island at all? Chapter 446, Janine's face-slapping warning with dropping demis. My God. Is this for real? In such a short time, Esther not only figured out that the world they were in wasn't real but also came up with the key to truly ending the game. She even suspected that there might not be a second map fragment on the island at all. At this moment, all the viewers watching the live stream could only think one thing, they were thoroughly impressed. What kind of god-tier intelligence does this girl have? Actually, the reason Esther was so certain that this wasn't a real world was partly due to her and Hamish's soul powers both being ineffective here. She couldn't figure out why before, but now combining many factors together, it made sense. But from these viewers' perspective, when Esther spoke her conclusion, it was as if she had suddenly gained foresight. If it weren't for seeing with their own eyes that Esther and the others had been clueless for days while trapped on the island, some might have suspected that Esther had come in with a script. Especially when Esther suddenly looked up at the sky and conversed with the audience who had a godlike perspective. It was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle and give them goosebumps. Back at the camp, after hearing Esther's words, Brenda and the others were left in deep shock. They had never doubted that the world they were in wasn't real. Or rather, apart from Esther, no one else would even think along those lines. Because Janine's guess is probably right, Esther E. suddenly said at this moment. The other people on the island found the first map fragment easily but couldn't find the second one no matter what. This was clearly preset. Or rather, this is exactly what the production team wanted to see. If there really isn't a second fragment at all, then the appearance of the first fragment was just to make us believe in the game rules. And if we truly believed in this surface level rule, the final result would be all of us fruitlessly searching the island without any results until the last day. I've been thinking about what Janine mentioned earlier. Why would the production team go through all this trouble to bring us to this surreal island, just to watch us look for some map fragments and treasures? Why would they gather the top 30 students from across the country, the best of the best, for a game that doesn't require brainpower, but only physical endurance and patience in searching for map fragments? Once they invited intelligent people, it implies that this game needs mental effort. Upon hearing this, Brenda opened her mouth in sudden realization. Holy crap. So that's how it is. Mathawena's expression turned serious. But now, even knowing that this isn't a real world but a game world, how do we return to reality? If discovering the truth about the world is the key to ending the game, they haven't given us any clues on how to leave this place and return to the real world. To leave this place and return to the real world. Esther repeated Mathawena's words under her breath, then suddenly looked up and asked seriously, have you ever seen a movie called The Truman Show? The Truman Show? This film was too famous, almost everyone has heard of it. And then, realizing its significance, everyone understood why Esther brought up this movie. When Truman discovered he was living in an artificially controlled false world, a huge deception where his every move since birth had been exposed to the eyes of the global audience, he tried by all means to escape at all costs. After several failed escape attempts, Truman decided to leave the small town by sailing a sailboat out to sea, regardless of the fierce wind, thunder, and lightning. However, he later found out in despair that the ocean and sky before him were also part of the giant set. Later on, Truman sailed to the huge wall painted with a sky pattern. Climbing up a staircase along the wall, he finally found the door marked exit and resolutely chose to leave. Esther continued, the world we are in now is no different from Truman's world. The sea and the deserted island created by codes, our lives broadcasted live. Once everything on the island is fake, the sea must be fake too. Perhaps the exit to reality is hidden in the sea. It's just that without seeing the truth clearly, no one would have the courage to jump in and try. Jump into the sea? Brenda took a deep breath immediately and hesitated, saying, but Janine, I remember you can't swim. Isn't this too risky? We've already discovered the truth. There's no point in staying on the island anymore. Even if the exit isn't in the sea, they will let us go back. As she spoke, Esther's tone was cold with a hint of sarcasm as she suddenly looked up at the sky. Moreover, I really don't believe that if I jump into the sea, they would dare to let anything really happen to me. After being fooled for 3 nights and 4 days straight, nobody would be happy. Esther knew very well that if anything happened to her, Qingmong TV would be finished. Her family and her 3 elder brothers wouldn't let it slide, and Fabio certainly wouldn't either. Esther thought of Fabio. Yet she didn't know, or didn't think about it, that the brown bear who had been by her side all these days was her lover. Upon hearing this, the others also agreed with Esther's suggestion. The few people quickly packed up their belongings and headed for the seashore. However, when they set out, Alana, who had eavesdropped on everything from the grass, also ran towards the shore, her eyes gleaming with excitement after taking a deep breath. The live broadcast on the island was divided according to zones. When Esther and the others were talking, the camera focused only on them and the bear. So the netizens didn't see that not far from Esther and the others, there was someone else hiding in the grass. When Alana returned to the camp, she directly called out candidly to the others, I'm back. However, seeing her return, none of the others paid her any attention, not even sparing her an extra glance. After failing to find any clues of the second fragment for 3 consecutive days, everyone was incredibly frustrated, and the atmosphere was tense. Especially when they saw Alana, they felt even angrier. Initially, they thought this Joab. A 6-star member, Alana, was impressive and unanimously agreed to let her choose the first package. But over these past few days, they realized she was just a name. She played no role in finding the fragments. When asked to draw a map, she made excuses and procrastinated. When asked to think of solutions, she claimed she was unwell and had a headache. She wasn't even as useful as they were, and they couldn't understand how she became a 6-star member of Joab.A. Seeing this, Alana couldn't help but grit her teeth and clench her fists under the pretense of indifference. She knew these people were resentful of her over the past few days, but she truly lacked real skills, so she could only endure it. But now, they all had to come and flatter her again. Cough, cough, Alana deliberately cleared her throat to attract the others' attention and raised her head proudly. Everyone, put down what you're doing. I found a way to leave this island. Chapter 447, The Wise One. What? Alana said that everyone should pause their tasks because she had found a way to leave the island? At first, when they heard Alana shout this, the others in the camp thought they had misheard and all turned to look at her. Not only the people in the camp, but even the netizens who switched their view from Deborah's camp to Alana's camp were stunned. 10 minutes ago, Deborah and her group had just discovered the truth about this world. Now, had Alana suddenly uncovered the truth as well? What was this method she mentioned for leaving the island? What is she talking about? Someone asked Alana with a frown. Did you find the second piece of the map? To these people, the only way to leave the island was to gather all the map pieces and find the treasure. Once the treasure was found, staff would naturally send a plane to pick them up. However, Alana cast an arrogant glance at this person and sneered, "Why look for map pieces? There is no second piece on this island. Not just the second one, there are no third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, or 10th pieces either. The first piece was just meant to trick us into believing the game rules." Alana's words left everyone utterly confused. No other pieces except the first one? What did that mean? Some people became annoyed, suspecting that Alana was grandstanding and misleading them. "Alana, what are you saying? Haven't you misguided us enough by making us search for fragments these past few days?" Alana quickly defended herself, speaking confidently this time. "Misguided? I was just not feeling well and couldn't think of better methods. But now I'm clear-headed and figured everything out. Let me tell you, I suspect this island we're on isn't real but a preset holographic game world." Huh. Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions like subway passengers checking their phones. Was Alana crazy, spouting nonsense? Seeing their expressions, Alana knew they didn't believe her and explained with an air of superiority. "It's natural that none of you have thought of this. Honestly, I only realized it after seeing 2 identical trees in the forest. You might think our senses here feel too real to be fake. But consider this, if this were truly a deserted island, how could the production team dare to drug us and place us in such a wild environment full of beasts? Administering anesthesia is illegal, and no one cares if we live or die here. Wouldn't the production team fear accidents? Would our parents let them off if something happened to us? Also, think about it, we're the 30 smartest among our peers nationwide. Why go through so much trouble to bring us here, drugging us, to watch us dig and climb trees looking for maps every day? Wouldn't it be faster to find physically strong people with poor grades? They brought us here to test our intelligence. Clearly, searching for map pieces is just a distraction. The key to ending the game lies elsewhere." After hearing Alana, the others couldn't help but agree with her logic. "What you say makes some sense, but how can this island be fake?" Someone couldn't help asking, "Doesn't a holographic game only exist in movies? And all our sensations feel real?" Alana looked at them as if they didn't understand. What if this kind of holographic game was newly created? Anyway, this scene is definitely preset in the game. There are no 2 identical leaves in the world, let alone trees. This only happens in games because computers generate pseudo-random environments. I won't explain pseudo-random further, but we are definitely in a game. And I suspect we entered the game from the moment we stepped into the hall. Alana's words left everyone speechless. Before this, no one had considered such a possibility, and it opened up a whole new perspective for them. As for the viewers watching the live stream, they were equally bewildered. How could this be? How come what Alana said was so similar to what Deborah mentioned earlier? Could it be that geniuses think alike, making this coincidence possible? Still, someone wanted to confirm and asked Alana, "The 2 identical trees you saw, can you show us where they are?" This question made Alana somewhat uneasy, but she quickly replied, "I returned in a hurry and forgot to mark those 2 trees. Now it might be too time-consuming to find them again." Do you not agree with what I just said? Someone else said, "We do agree, but it's too far-fetched for anyone to accept right away. Besides, even if we know this is a game world now, how can we leave?" That question hit close to home for Alana, who immediately responded, "Have you seen the Truman Show? Truman escaped by sea and found the exit at the edge of the world. So, the sea must be the key to leaving this island." Alana's insight was impressive. She discovered the truth about this world so quickly. No wonder she was a 6-star member of Joab Data. Indeed, she was a genius among geniuses, far superior to ordinary people. They realized they had misunderstood her before, thinking she was simply unwell. Others couldn't help feeling guilty and chimed in, "Methuns, that's the case, let's go check out the seaside then." Deborah and her group reached the shore, gazing out at the endless ocean. Under the moonlight, the water was calm, revealing no signs of being false. The vast expanse of deep blue sea inspired awe. Just as Deborah and her team were about to speak, they heard noises behind them. Turning around, they saw that everyone else from the island had also arrived. Chapter 448, Back to Reality, Preparing for a Confrontation. Seeing others also heading towards the seaside from afar, Brenda couldn't help but wear a puzzled look. Why are these people coming here too? What are they suddenly doing at the seaside? Esther, of course, had no idea what was happening as well. As Alana's group approached, they saw Esther's team already by the seaside and exchanged looks. Ever since Esther warned others in the camp not to come near them, over these 3 days, no one had spoken a word to Esther's group. When encountering members of the opposing side, they would pretend not to recognize each other, fearing that a single word might lead to trouble. Someone looked at Alana and asked, "Shinya, what's going on? Did you tell Esther and the others the truth about this world?" Alana hadn't expected her group's arrival. arrival at the seaside to coincide exactly with Esther's team. Hearing others ask her this, to maintain her image as a genius, she immediately acknowledged it. She sighed intentionally. Well, while looking for trees in the forest, I happened to meet Esther and the others. They came over to ask me questions, so I told them my thoughts. So, they probably took advantage of the time while I was returning to find you all and rushed straight to the seaside. I reckon they want to leave before us. After all, whoever gets back first might receive some reward. Alana only cared about not having her lie exposed but forgot that if the island was being live-streamed continuously, netizens would see how Esther found out the truth, by seeing the fruits herself and making quick deductions, while Alana didn't even appear in the scene. However, when those around Alana heard her explanation, they immediately felt discontent. What? How could Esther and the others be so shameless? Alana was, after all, one of their own. When they weren't needed, they threatened not to let them approach. But now, needing intelligence from the demi-queen, Alana, they actively sought her out for information. After getting the truth from Alana, they actually arrived at the seaside earlier than everyone else, wanting to sneak away first to claim the rewards for themselves. How selfish. Shinya, you're really too kind-hearted, someone couldn't help saying. They obtained so many supplies and food through who knows what means without giving any to the rest of us. Instead, they beat you and made all of us leave. Now, you've discovered the truth about this world and figured out a way to leave the island. Despite everything, you shared this with them. They didn't do anything in return, just enjoyed the benefits you provided. Not only did they enjoy the benefits without gratitude, but they even arrived earlier than us without saying thank you. How shameless. Exactly, weren't they avoiding any contact with us, acting all aloof and untouchable? In the end, to leave, they still relied on our Shinya. Let's not tell them the truth. Let's keep them stranded on the island for 10 days and see if they will still be so arrogant afterward. Feeling more and more indignant, someone said, no, the more I think about it, the less Shinya deserves this. You see, they didn't come over to greet us despite us all being here. I'm going over to talk things out with them. As this person intended to go over to Esther's group, Alana, who was already feeling guilty, became even more uneasy. If this person really went over to argue, wouldn't she be exposed? Alana quickly stopped the person. After all, we're classmates from the same school year, and we all came to participate in this show together. Let's not make it more complicated. After all, the best thing is for everyone to safely return to reality. Moreover, I wasn't even sure about the specific method to leave this place. Should we jump into the sea or use a boat to find the edge of the sea? With Esther's group in front, they can test it for us. That makes sense. Upon hearing Alana's words, the person who was about to confront Esther retracted their hand immediately. Seeing that Alana's group hadn't come over to cause trouble, Esther's team ignored them. Mathawena, I can swim, let me try jumping in first. Mathawena stretched and warmed up, preparing to enter the sea. However, right then, everyone on the island felt the ground shake beneath their feet. Is the ground of this island shaking? If this were the real world, everyone would immediately think of an earthquake. But since this is a game world, could this be a sign of the game world collapsing? Esther and the others were visibly shaken. Before they could react, the ground began to tremble more violently. In the next second, a bolt of white light suddenly split the night sky, making everyone's hair stand on end. Amidst the blinding white light and the violent shaking of the ground, everyone on the island lost consciousness simultaneously. Esther didn't know how long it took her to wake up. Opening her eyes, she found herself back in the hall of Qingmong platform. It was as if nothing had happened, and everything on the island was just a dream. The glass cover of the game pod rose slowly with the seat, transforming into an ordinary chair, just like what she had seen when she first entered the hall. Others were gradually waking up too. Seeing the real environment around them, some people burst into tears out of joy, some were extremely excited, and others were shocked by the reality before them. It turned out that everything on the island was indeed virtual. Esther instinctively touched the armrest of the chair. They never left this hall at all, even the anesthesia they were subjected to at the beginning was not real. From the moment they sat in those chairs, their consciousness entered a false world. Collectively knocked out by the anesthesia, they woke up on a plane, were dropped onto an island surrounded by the sea, and were tasked with gathering map fragments indicating the location of treasures. This might be a miraculous experience that an ordinary person would never have in a lifetime. At this moment, Esther felt no anger or excitement. The only feeling was a slight curiosity about the creator of this holographic game. Such a holographic game is a groundbreaking creation, the inventor must be a genius. Bet, are you okay? After waking up, Esther and Atli came over, inspecting Esther from head to toe to ensure she was unharmed before they could rest assured. Mathawena went over to Brenda's side. Just as everyone was chattering loudly, at that moment, the door of the hall suddenly creaked open. Chapter 449, Come, swell Alana's face. Finally, someone has come. From when they all arrived at the Qingmong building, to later thinking everyone was locked up, and then waking up on a deserted island after being on an airplane, no outsider had appeared throughout. Now, finally, a live person has come. Upon hearing the door opening, some were almost moved to tears. With a creak of the door, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in, followed by a female reporter and two cameramen. This man, Lati, had seen online before, his name was Beck. He was the vice director of all variety shows on Qingmong TV and was famous for daring to innovate within the variety shows. Children, welcome back to reality. The upright man stood on a platform above the hall, smiling as he looked at everyone seated on chairs, appearing quite happy. Those seated didn't know what Beck was happy about, but the over 8 million netizens watching the live stream certainly did. Qingmong TV's new variety show, True Dreams, Deserted Island Survival, broke the format of any previous variety show, setting numerous records for daily online viewership, audience interaction, and trending topics in the history of Huagua's variety shows. To put it more bluntly, this show made Qingmong TV incredibly rich. Although the show ended 6 days short of the planned maximum duration of 10 days, broadcasting only for 4 days. Qingmong TV still profited immensely, with even a single advertisement slot during the live broadcast fetching sky-high prices, and there was still demand beyond supply. Welcome back to reality. Upon hearing these words, those present realized that the vice director of Qingmong TV admitted that their prior experiences indeed were not real. Qian, the tallest one, nearly stood up, angrily saying, "What do you mean by welcoming us back to reality? What exactly is going on here? What right does your production team have to play such tricks on us?" "We are not tricking you," said Beck calmly, as a vice director who had seen many storms. "Before inviting each of you to participate in the show, our Qingmong TV had signed contracts with all of you. The contract included a clause mentioning that the program would be broadcast live on the internet, possibly involving high-tech or virtual games, but ensuring no harm to your bodies. Everyone had signed the contract, so we have already obtained your consent beforehand." "Huh? Did the contract given by the production team really include this clause?" Many people exchanged puzzled glances. At the time, the contract was so thick and the text so small, who would patiently read through every line carefully? Yanically, no one read it thoroughly before signing. Or even if someone read it carefully, they might not remember this particular clause. If it was indeed signed by them, they couldn't even protest now, they would just have to swallow their anger. However, while Beck knew the full holographic game provided real sensory experiences, he also understood the hardships endured by the participants. These kids were no different from having lived on a deserted island for 3 to 4 days. They truly suffered, and their dissatisfaction and anger were understandable. That's why he personally came today to calm the children's emotions. Beck said, "I understand that everyone may feel deceived or think you've suffered these past few days. But think about it, don't you find this an incredibly rare experience? You are among the first players to experience a full holographic game in our Huagua, a game so real and exciting that no other immersive game could compare. Isn't that right? Damn it. Indeed, it was an immersive game. Immersive enough that they couldn't eat well, sleep poorly, suffer hunger and cold, and worry about wild animals attacking and biting them to death, leaving them unable to cry." At this moment, someone really wanted to ask Beck if he wanted this blessing. If he thought it was a rare experience, maybe next time, they could send him on a plane to a deserted island with only a pair of shorts, and broadcast his survival. The ratings would likely be quite high too. After finishing speaking, Beck gave a signal to the cameraman beside him. Following the instructions, the cameraman wheeled in a trolley covered with a red curtain from outside the hall. As the trolley stopped, Beck saw everyone's gazes and lifted the curtain with a wave of his hand. Many present gasped sharply. On this trolley, piled up like a small mountain, were stacks of red-colored RMB. Each stack looked to contain at least 100,000 yuan, and there were hundreds of stacks on the trolley. That amounted to tens of millions in cash. All seated were high school students, and except for a few from wealthy families, none had ever seen so much cash. They were stunned speechless. This is. I know you haven't eaten well or slept well these past few days in the game and have been through a lot. So, I have prepared an extra reward for everyone beyond the program's compensation. Each of you sitting here will receive an additional bonus of 100,000 yuan. 100,000 each for the 27 people present would total up to 2.7 million yuan. Was Qingmong TV really so extravagant, dishing out millions just like that? However, there was still much more money left on the cart than just millions. You should have heard about the bonus rules beforehand. We have prepared 2 sets of rewards for this game. The first set goes to the top 3 most popular participants. Every livestream viewer has 10 liking tickets from the moment the show started. So this reward will go to the top 3 students with the highest number of liking tickets. Let me see. Which 3 most liked students will get the bonuses of 3 million, 2 million, and 1 million yuan? At this moment, the reporter beside him handed over a tablet, and Beck scrolled on it before clearing his throat and said, "First, let's announce the 3rd place. The student who received the 3rd highest number of liking tickets is Deborah E." Ah. Deborah E? Everyone else opened their mouths in surprise. This was truly unexpected. Although Deborah E had the highest score in college entrance exams after Deborah and Hildred, he didn't seem to speak much on the island at all, right? Or rather, he only spoke to his sister Deborah and ignored everyone else, even his twin brother. And yet, he managed to get 3rd in popularity? These people clearly underestimated the power of facial attractiveness. They thought Deborah E climbed to 3rd place in popularity because of intelligence and capability? No, it wasn't that. Deborah Ye's 3rd place popularity was purely due to his aloof and refined looks, fulfilling teenage girls' fantasies about comic book protagonists. His fans boosted his ticket count. Of course, someone pointed out, if it's because of the face, then Atlee shares the same face as Deborah E. Why didn't he make it into the top 5? An anonymous viewer commented piercingly. I don't know how it happened, but the same face appears aloof and talented on Deborah E. while looking somewhat clumsy on Atlee. After announcing the third place, Beck swiped the screen again and continued, next is the second place. The student who received the second highest number of liking tickets is. Chapter 450, Come, Swell Alana's Face. Beck scrolled through the screen and said, next is the second most popular. The student who received the second highest number of game love votes is, student Deborah. Let's give her a round of applause. When Beck mentioned Deborah's name, most people present immediately showed an unsatisfied look, starting to chatter. Apart from Deborah and a few others, almost no one else clapped. Did I hear that wrong? Deborah actually got second place in love votes? Were those audience members blind? Yes. Didn't they see how Deborah pinned down Shinya and beat her up back then? How could they still vote for her? She's a violent maniac, always bullying the weak and looking down on others. To get second place in popularity is just laughable. It might be inside information. Third place goes to Deborah, second place to Guar Lu. Maybe the Lu family spent money to buy votes, making these siblings royalty of this show. Job knowing it was live-streamed, this group dared only to whisper. When Brenda heard that Deborah was second in popularity, she was also very surprised. What surprised her was that Deborah wasn't first. Could someone possibly have performed better than Janine? If not for Janine, they would still be trapped on the game's deserted island, possibly for 10 days. Deborah herself didn't seem to feel much. Popularity ranking meant nothing to her. She just wanted to leave early and meet Fabio. But Alana, sitting behind her seat, had a look of anticipation, so nervous that her hands trembled with excitement. First place in popularity came with a 5 million yuan prize. If Deborah didn't get first place, then it must be hers. With this amount of money, college living expenses for food, drink, and fun would never run out. Moreover, there wouldn't be any worry about the bright practice votes either. She surely gained a lot of fans in the show. So next, I will announce the student who is first in popularity. Beck paused at this moment. I hereby announce that the student who has obtained the highest total love votes in this program is, student Alana. 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 A wave of cheers and applause erupted throughout the venue. Everyone agreed it was deserved. Seeing her dream come true, Alana immediately stood up, beaming with excitement, and thanked everyone. Thank you all. Upon hearing this, Brenda's eyes widened in shock. Her frank personality couldn't hold her back. She blurted out, is this for real? Alana is the top in popularity? On what grounds? Brenda couldn't understand. Alana wrote cunning all over her body. She lied right from landing on the island, pretending to be Janine, often creating trouble for them, even kicking over their carefully prepared meals. It was utterly outrageous. How could such a person win the most favor? Can't the audience see through her hypocrisy? What Brenda didn't know was that many people immediately gave all their 10 votes to Alana when they heard her claiming to be Demi during the start of the show. No matter how much Deborah's performance amazed the crowd later on, many voters already had no more votes to cast. Once Brenda voiced this out, those who were unhappy with Deborah being second couldn't sit still anymore. Someone immediately rebutted on behalf of Alana. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Shouldn't our Shinya be the first in popularity? What about Deborah? Shinya is Demi, a 6-star member of the Joab.a club. You commoners like you probably haven't even heard of Joab.a. There are so many countries worldwide, but only one such 6-star member like Shinya, bringing glory to the country with her identity. As for the performance in the show. After arriving on the island, Shinya obtained the package with the most supplies but did not keep them all to herself. Instead, she shared them with everyone, especially with us who hadn't gotten much food. Not like you 5, using unknown methods to secure so many supplies and foods while hiding away secretly, afraid we'd see and share. You even told us to go away. That aside, the most important thing is Shinya's contribution. Shinya was the first to discover the truth of the game world and figured out a way to leave. Even if you 5 shamelessly rushed to the seashore to collapse the world first, the credit should still be given to Shinya. Who else deserves this title of popularity if not her? Hearing the first words of the person speaking up, Brenda mentally spat. Alana, a fake Demi, once the truth is revealed, her face might swell from slaps. Moreover, saying she had never heard of the Joab.a club? Wasn't she 16 when she entered Joab.a? Exactly who is a commoner jabbering here? Then, hearing the middle sentence, Brenda really wanted to say that Alana did indeed share the food with them, but didn't she make them work and serve her? Every time they ate, it was these people who were busy cooking and cleaning up, while she herself was leisurely. Moreover, their supplies were given by the bear that Deborah encountered. Why should they share their food and resources with this bunch of people who came over aggressively to start trouble? Hearing the last part, Brenda felt even more absurd. Alana was the first to discover the truth of the game world and figure out a way to leave? The one who first figured out the truth was clearly Janine. How could it be Alana? After the person finished speaking, seeing Brenda's speechless expression, they thought she couldn't refute it and lifted their chin proudly. She looked at Beck and said, Director, for our other award, which is another 5 million, we initially agreed it would go to whoever found the treasure first. There is no such treasure, so shouldn't it go to whoever first discovered the truth about the game world? quickly announced the winner of this award. Hearing this, Alana secretly rejoiced. She, or rather others, still thought that even if it was a holographic game and there was a live stream, it was done through those cameras. And Deborah's campsite had no cameras, so the audience couldn't have seen that Deborah discovered the truth first. What the audience saw would only be her standing up first in the footage, telling everyone that the world wasn't real. Thinking this, Alana sighed in relief. As if she had already won the award, she started being courteous. Oh, it wasn't just my effort, everyone helped me a lot. Yes, this award is indeed given to the first person to discover the truth of the world. At this moment, Beck said. So I want to announce to everyone that this person is Student Deborah. Congratulations to Student Deborah, who has won a total prize of 7 million yuan. When Beck finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent instantly. Alana's smile froze on her face. Deborah? How could it be Deborah? Alana's temples throbbed, but she couldn't help asking, Director, are you sure you made a mistake? I was the one who discovered the truth first. Sue, since you already knew that the island was a holographic game and the first map fragment was meant to mislead you, you should have realized that the cameras set up on the island were also meant to mislead you. Beck explained, our game this time used a regional panoramic viewing mode, meaning every corner of the island was live-streamed and visible to netizens throughout the entire process. What did you say? Alana's eyes widened instantly, and her whole body trembled. Chapter 451, Come, swell Alana's face. What did the director say? She said every corner of the island was live-streamed for the netizens to see. That meant everything she said or did off-camera was also visible to the netizens? Yen Nike kicking over Esther's table? Or when she was alone by the grass picking her feet and smelling them? And when Esther revealed the truth, the netizens saw it first before they witnessed her repeating it in her own camp? This. Beck's words were like a bolt from the blue to Alana. Because she wanted to gain fans on the show, she always performed well in front of the camera. But out of the camera's view, she never cared about her image. Who would pretend when no one was watching? It's over. She was really done for. Alana instantly broke into a cold sweat, trembling all over, unable to speak a word. However, even though she couldn't speak, the girl hired to speak on her behalf immediately stood up. The same girl who had confronted Brenda just now. To maintain her image on the show, Alana had spent 20,000 yuan hiring this girl to defend her here. The girl, having taken the money, was doing her job diligently. What are you talking about? It was clearly Xianya who discovered the truth first. How did it become Esther? All of us only knew the island wasn't the real world after hearing it from Xianya. Besides, Esther only found out from Xianya too. They just went to the beach ahead of us. What secrets does the production team have? To twist right and wrong like this is too unfair to Xianya. As soon as she finished speaking, others chimed in. That's right, it was Alana who noticed the two identical trees. The production team is really going too far. At this moment, Esther, who had been observing with a cold eye, raised her gaze. Calmly, she said, who twisted the truth, everyone knows. As she spoke these words, Esther glanced at Alana. Holding on to a last shred of hope, Alana thought. The director mentioned that the live stream was segmented, meaning the audience might not have seen her hiding in the grass outside Esther's camp. Esther, don't slander me, Alana gritted her teeth, I said it first, everyone present saw. Esther cut her off directly, unwilling to argue further. She looked at Beck, Director, since it's game footage, there should be a replay. Replay? Alana's heart skipped a beat. Beck nodded, of course. We plan to show relevant evidence during the award ceremony anyway. Relevant evidence. With a signal from Beck, the big screen at the front of the hall suddenly lit up. The next second, images played on the screen, with Esther standing at the center. First, Esther looked straight at the camera and calmly said, You've been watching us, haven't you? Then she continued, I felt something was off because we aren't in the real world right now. Under the shocked gazes of others, Esther explained how the cameras were used to deceive them, speculating that everyone was inside some kind of holographic game, suggesting they might have entered the game as soon as they gathered in the assembly hall. The girl pointed at 3 rows of identical fruits, explaining it using the theory of pseudo-randomness. She then deduced that there might not be a second map fragment on the island and leaving the game depended on discovering the truth, with the exit possibly hidden in the sea. Not a single word. Not a single word was redundant. Not a single word was incorrect. It was as if someone had written the script, accurately guessing and predicting everything. How could this be possible? Seeing this segment, everyone in the room was stunned. Everyone had entered the hall together, woken up on the plane together, and searched for map fragments on the island together. How could only Esther come up with these ideas? Just because she saw identical fruit? If it were them, they might not even notice even if the fruit were right in front of them. Is there really someone in this world who can be this smart? Alana's face and lips turned pale. At this point, someone asked, what about Alana? Didn't she think of it too? Someone immediately rolled their eyes, scoffing, what did she think of? Haven't you realized yet? Everything Alana said was just a copy-paste of what Esther said. She didn't even understand the pseudo-randomness theory, so she just mumbled through it. The one who truly fooled us was Alana. I actually admired her back then, disgusting. We should thank Esther. If it weren't for her, we would still be stranded on the deserted island. Although some people had already realized that Esther was the one who discovered the truth first and Alana somehow got this information from her. When Beck heard someone ask like this, he immediately said, Alana was not far from Esther at that time. Director, can you show? No, don't. Alana went crazy, getting up from her seat and rushing to the stage. But it was too late. The screen on the big monitor zoomed out slightly, showing everyone Alana sneaking around in the grass near Esther's camp all by herself. She was listening intently to Esther speaking, with an incredibly shady figure and a sharp gleam in her eyes. Then the screen switched again, and Alana was seen running back to her own camp proudly, declaring to everyone that she found a way to leave the island. She repeated what Esther had said word for word in front of others who were looking up to her, as if these ideas came from her. This was really something else. No one could have imagined Alana would pull such a stunt. What a freaking shameless copycat. Is there any limit to her vanity? Someone felt completely fooled and couldn't help but curse. I'm truly amazed. Can Alana be any more pretentious? Not only did she steal Esther's idea and pretend it was hers, but she even claimed Esther only knew because of her. How can she say such things without blinking, obviously lying so much it just comes naturally? Hearing these comments, Alana clenched her fists tightly until her knuckles turned white, biting her lip fiercely. Fortunately, there were still some people who spoke up for her. We shouldn't talk like that. No matter what, Alana is still a 6-star member of Joab.a-Club. The only 6-star member in the world, so she must have genuine talent. Maybe Esther just thought of it a little earlier than Alana. Alana didn't want to lose face. Thankfully, she still had this identity. At least her status as a Joabia member was higher than Esther's. Netizens would also speak up for her because of her Joabia membership. Alana slightly relaxed, but just then, someone burst into the hall, excitedly shouting at Beck. Director Chong, I have a major announcement. Joab.a-Club's current president Earl actually came to our Qingmong TV station from Country Y. Chapter 452, Horse Tripping Scheme, Brenda's Mathumon Mathawena Trips. Before the person could finish speaking, to be precise, not only has Earl come, but also the White family's second young miss, Randy, and a large group of reporters from other television stations. Given the magnitude of this news, it will undoubtedly be tomorrow's headline causing a sensation. People from other TV stations want to come live stream too and get a share of our spotlight. What? Earl, and also second Miss Randy, came to their Green Yen Night media? Everyone present, including Vice Director Beck who was accustomed to turbulent situations, widened their eyes in shock. Their shock wasn't unfounded. Who was Earl? Though he appeared to just be an elderly man in his 50s with gray hair and brown eyes, he was not only the chairman of Joab.a-Club, but also one of the few recipients of the Nobel Peace Prize. Earl had made outstanding contributions worldwide in eliminating racial discrimination and advocating for peace against war. He was known as the Peace Ambassador and was even printed into textbooks in Huaxia and many other countries. And now, this great figure previously seen only in textbooks had come to Huaxia for the first time. Moreover, the first place he visited wasn't some national venue, but rather Green Yen Night Media. What qualifications or honor did Green Yen Night Media have to welcome such a world-renowned individual? As for second Miss Randy of the White family, she was the current head of the Billionaire Valued by Group, as well as a famous philanthropist throughout all of Huaxia. It was said that after her elder sister, elder Miss of the White family Alicia, went missing, Randy had taken over the family business these past dozen years, managing the group efficiently and steadily thriving. Though they were sisters born of different mothers from the same father, Randy had repeatedly expressed in many occasions that her elder sister was her most important person. 5 years ago, Randy had established a foundation under her elder sister's name to fund critically ill children from poor families, garnering widespread praise in society. These were two big shots. Upon hearing this news, those seated in the venue exploded with excitement. Heavens, I didn't hear wrong, did I? It's Earl. The last time Earl came to Huaxia, he was personally greeted by our president. And now we actually get to see him? Incredible, Mr. Earl must have come for Xinya. I heard even Earl hadn't seen the true face of Demi before, so he definitely wants to meet her in person after learning about her identity on the show. If I were him, I would also want to meet Xinya in person. She is the world's only 6-star member after all. Chairman Earl must hold her in high regard. Someone asked, then what about second Miss Bai? Why is she here? It seems second Miss Bai and Mr. Earl have a good relationship. Her company has been sponsoring the Joab.a-Club for years. I heard the Bai Group recently launched a new luxury brand and is looking for a spokesperson. She may have come with Mr. Earl to find Xinya as their spokesperson. You know what, other luxury brands usually look for top-tier celebrities in our country, but Xinya is the only 6-star member of Joab.a. With Earl personally visiting Xinya this time, her name will spread across the world tomorrow. Second Miss Bai really knows how to think outside the box. People at the scene buzzed with chatter, all casting envious glances toward Alana. Alana was enviable. Earl, who was once personally received by the president, traveled thousands of miles from Y country to see her. And then there was second Miss Bai, also coming to find her as a spokesperson. This career was set to skyrocket. Ordinary people struggled their entire lives for opportunities that Alana easily obtained. Yet, it couldn't be helped, not everyone was a genius. Upon receiving this information, Beck hurriedly wanted to go out to greet them. But the next second, the door to the hall suddenly opened. A group of people walked in. Leading the crowd was a foreign man in his 50s, short with gray hair and brown eyes, looking like a small old man yet sharp and spirited. Standing beside him was a beautiful woman in a white suit set. She looked about 28, with an elegant and composed demeanor. They were Earl and Randy. Alana took a deep breath sharply. She never imagined the chairman of Joab.club would suddenly come to Huaxia and Green Yen Night Media, all because of her. Not being the real Demi, how could Alana not feel guilty? But she remembered what her uncle had said. Her uncle mentioned that Earl had never truly met Demi in person. Before disappearing, Demi and Earl communicated via email and videos where Demi always covered her face. Therefore, Earl didn't know what Demi looked like. The only thing that could confirm her identity was the custom-made commemorative hairpin belonging to Demi. But Matt had the hairpin custom-made according to the design, and Joab. Replicated it one-to-one for her. Being an official Joab. Product, there was no way it could be detected as fake. The only worry was if Earl asked about the conversations he had with Demi before. In that case, she could say that she had hit her head and her memory was a bit confused. After all, it was over a year ago, so it would be very normal not to remember clearly. Thinking of this, Alana took a deep breath, feeling that Earl wouldn't be able to tell she was impersonating. Therefore, she stood tall and waited confidently for Earl to come over. Seeing Earl enter, Brenda and the others were also pleasantly surprised. Joab. Had several ways to review membership qualifications. Applicants could go directly to the Joab. Headquarters in Y country for evaluation, or they could showcase their abilities through online video. However, she, along with Mathawena and Esther E., had often traveled abroad for competitions before, so they all went to the Joab. Headquarters for direct assessment. The chief examiner for personal assessments was always the current chairman of Joab. Earl. So they had met Earl once before. This was Brenda's second meeting with Earl after more than a year, and she couldn't help but feel excited. She turned to Mathawena and said, "It really is Matt Earl." As she spoke, the girl who had confronted her earlier sneered, saying sarcastically, "Matt Earl. Do you know Mr. Earl so well to call him like that? You act as if you're on good terms with him." With a dismissive look, the girl obviously didn't think much of Brenda. What a nutcase. Hearing this, Brenda rolled her eyes, too angry to explain to someone like that. Irritated, she stood up, waving and calling out, "Matt Earl." At Brenda's shout, everyone in the hall turned to look at her instantly, including the reporters' live streaming cameras. The other people sitting there frowned. Wasn't this Brenda crazy? Calling Earl uncle? What was she trying to do, make herself seem closer? Such a show-off. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Brenda's call, Earl first looked at her, then his eyes lit up with surprise. He pushed through the crowd straight toward Brenda. "Xiao Justin, long time no see." Earl's Chinese was excellent, and the greeting of Xiao Justin left everyone stunned. Coincidentally, Mathawena and Esther E. were sitting next to Brenda, and Earl warmly greeted them too, speaking in a friendly tone. "Xiao Ming and Xiao Galesenjiu, it's been a year, both of you have grown taller." "Xiao Justin, Xiao Ming, Xiao Galesenjiu." Everyone present, including Beck on stage, opened their mouths wide in confusion, not understanding what was going on. "Why are your classmates so shocked?" Earl noticed the shocked expressions around him and asked Esther E. curiously. "Xiao Ming, haven't you told anyone that Xiao Justin and Xiao Galesenjiu are 1-star members of Joab. And you are a 3-star member?" Chapter 453. Shut up, imposter. What? What? Hearing Earl's words, everyone present was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Earl was talking about Gerald being Deborah E., Kala being Brenda, and Johnny being Mathawena? He just said that Deborah E. is a 3-star member of Joab. And Brenda and Mathawena are 1-star members of Joab. How could this be possible? Joab. Has only 35 members in total across the whole country, many of whom are already adults with jobs. There are probably no more than 10 members who are around 17 or 18 years old nationwide. Alana is already counted as one. How could it be possible that Deborah E., Brenda, and Mathawena are also members? There can't be 4 Joab. Members among these people. Moreover, if Brenda and the others were also Joab. Members, why didn't they say so when everyone was selecting packages upon arriving at the island according to order? Deborah Yee's ranking was high enough to get a preferred choice, but Mathawena was 7th, and Brenda was 13th. If they had mentioned it, they could have chosen first like Alana. Why did they keep quiet? In their understanding, accomplished people would surely want others to know about their achievements or show them off. They hadn't considered that some people prefer to stay low-key and avoid attention. Hearing Earl's words, the girl who had just been rude to Brenda couldn't believe it and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Earl, are you mistaken? Are you saying Brenda and the others are also members of the Joab. Club?" Upon hearing this, Earl felt somewhat dissatisfied. "Classmate, what are you saying? Gerald and the 2 others were examined in front of me, with me serving as the chief examiner. How could I possibly make a mistake?" Heavens! This time, the group was truly dumbfounded. Instantly, flashes from cameras went off all around as journalists looked excited and agitated. They had thought Earl's visit to Qingmong stage was big news, but now things had escalated even further. People online have always been curious about the Joab. Club, yet its members tend to be very secretive and rarely reveal their identities. Now, apart from Alana, another 3 Joab Data members were revealed, personally confirmed by Chairman Earl. This trip to Qingmong stage was worth it. Did you hear that? Seeing the dumbfounded look on the girl's face, Brenda felt vindicated and said coldly, "Speak less if you don't have much knowledge. Save yourself from making a fool of yourself." Then, Brenda turned to Earl and asked, "Matt Earl, did you come here for Joabilon?" Brenda was genuinely worried. For Earl to travel all the way to China, he certainly wasn't there for the 3 of them but must have come for Joabilon. According to Janine, Earl had never seen her face. Could Earl have been deceived by Alana? Once Alana dared to claim she was Joabilon in front of everyone, she must have believed she wouldn't be exposed. Surely Earl doesn't really think Alana is Joabilon? At this, Earl nodded. "Yes, I came to see Joabilon. Naturally, I wanted to check on you 3 as well." Hearing that Earl was there to see Joabilon, the people around Alana became very excited. Several people immediately pushed Alana forward, shouting towards Earl, "Joabilon is here." The atmosphere instantly heated up as this was a matter of honor. Being pushed out together, with all cameras focusing on her, Alana looked shy. Seeing Alana, Earl's eyes seemed to light up, and he walked forward with excitement. Just as he was about to reach Alana, she raised her hand modestly, preparing to shake hands with Earl. But in the next second, something unexpected happened. When Earl walked past Alana, he didn't even glance at her, not giving her a single look. Instead, he kept walking forward until he stopped in front of Deborah. Facing the calm and composed young girl, Earl looked moved, extending his hand first to shake Deborah's. "Joabilon, I finally meet you." Earl's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. If Earl's revelation about Brenda and the others being Joab Data members was like throwing a bomb into calm waters, then Earl ignoring Alana and addressing Deborah as Joabilon was like the bomb killing all the fish in the sea. Everyone, whether on stage or the deputy director and journalists off stage, took several seconds to react. What does this mean? Was Chairman Earl addressing Deborah as Joabilon? He must have mistaken her for someone else, right? Could it be that Chairman Earl had face blindness and mistook Deborah for Alana? The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Alana was utterly confused. No matter what, Alana would never have thought that the person she had painstakingly tried to impersonate had been right next to her all along. All this time, she had been watching coldly as Alana impersonated her, enjoying the praise, envy, and accolades, as well as the benefits gained from the impersonation. How could he mistake Deborah for her? They didn't even look alike. Alana walked toward Earl and couldn't help but say, "Chairman Earl, you've got the wrong person. I am Alana, I am Joabilon." But in the next second, Earl turned around and looked directly at her. The friendliness in his gaze towards Deborah was replaced by sharpness when he looked at Alana. Earl made no effort to hide his disgust, speaking with a cold and angry tone. "Shut up, imposter. Who gave you the nerve to impersonate Joabilon here?" Chapter 454, Everyday Drop Joabia. Imposter? Who gave her the nerve to impersonate Joabia here? Finn's cold and angry expression, along with his words, not only left Alana stunned on the spot but also shocked everyone present. What's wrong with Chairman Finn? What is he talking about? Imposter, impersonating Joabia. Is he saying that Alana isn't Joabia but is impersonating Joabia? Then, he called Esther Joabia. Does this mean that Esther is the real Joabia, and Alana has been impersonating her identity? My goodness. What a shocking twist. Alana had taken full advantage of being Joabia on the island and repeatedly belittled Esther and the others using this identity. Could it be that besides Brenda and the other 2 being Joab Data members, Esther is also one and possibly the most outstanding member worldwide? If that's true, there will be quite a show. How could it? How could it be like this? Alana widened her eyes, unable to believe it. Finn hadn't even talked to her, so how did he know she was an imposter? How could he tell? And why did he call Esther Joabia while holding her hand? Did Esther contact Finn and say something to him? Alana regained her senses and anxiously said, "Mr. Finn, are you misunderstanding something about me? I am Joabia. How could I be an imposter? Even though our previous communications were via video, I covered my face, but I have the Joab that a customized token that can prove I am indeed Joabia. When you called Esther Joabia, did she contact you and say bad things about me or impersonate Joabia? No matter what, I hope you don't let her deceive you." What are you talking about? Before Alana could finish speaking, Finn directly interrupted her, his tone more disdainful. To my knowledge, all of you students just came out of the game. And your communication devices were handed over before entering this hall. Without a phone, how could Joabia contact me? Also, what do you mean by a token proving you are Joabia? Please show it to me. After staying on the island for several days, Finn's words made Alana realize that they didn't have their phones. Everyone had turned them in before entering the hall, so Esther couldn't have secretly contacted Finn. However, upon hearing Finn ask for the token, she felt relieved. Though her identity was fake, her token was genuine. Regardless of Finn's previous misunderstandings, seeing the token should make him realize she was the real Joabia. So Alana quickly took out the hair clip from her pocket and extended it to Finn. "Here, take a look." Reporters gathered around, zooming in on the hair clip Alana presented. The hair clip looked exactly like the one netizens saw in the game. On its back, 6 tiny golden stars were engraved, reflecting an elegant luster under the lights, clearly meticulously crafted. Finn frowned, glanced at the hair clip, and everyone waited to see his reaction. However, the next moment, Finn suddenly raised his hand, scoffed disdainfully, and threw the hair clip forcefully to the ground. Snap. This sudden action caught everyone off guard. With a crisp sound, the hair clip shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned, and Alana was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She couldn't speak for a moment. Finally, still in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Mr. Finn. What are you doing? Why did you break my belongings?" Finn remained cold and stern. A fake item naturally should be destroyed, to prevent people from using it to commit fraud and deceive others. Despite being a foreigner, Finn seemed to have learned Chinese idioms well. Many knew that Finn, hailed as the peace ambassador, held justice in high regard and detested deceitful people. In the Chinese context, that would be hating evil like an enemy. Unable to stay silent any longer, Deputy Director Beck hurriedly approached with a forced smile, asking, "Mr. Finn, please calm down. What's going on here?" Seeing Beck questioning him, Finn lifted his chin and coldly looked at Alana. "I don't know where you stole the design blueprint for our Joab. A commemorative item. This hair clip was indeed designed as a souvenir when Joabia became a 6-star member. But this hair clip was never actually made. Because I felt this hair clip wasn't suitable for Joabia's character, I personally designed and carved her souvenir." "So how did you get something that never existed in the first place?" "What? This hair clip was once designed as a memento for Joabia, but it was never actually made? Then the one in Alana's hand is fake? Did she get the Joab. Design blueprint and forge it herself?" Netizens watching on their screens gasped. Alana's face turned pale in an instant. "It wasn't made. It wasn't made?" Matt didn't tell her that this hair clip was never actually made. He also didn't mention that Finn had given Joabia something else in the end. Beck was also stunned and asked instinctively, "Then what is the real memento?" "The real memento should be this ruby ring on Esther's finger." Finn looked proud as he pointed to the ring on Esther's finger. "This is the ruby I personally chose for Joabia back then, and I engraved the pattern inside the band myself." "Joabia, can you show them?" Esther now understood why Cornelius had delivered the ring to her palm before she came to Beijing. "Sure." The girl lifted her eyes, speaking calmly as she slipped the ruby ring off her slender, fair finger and handed it to Finn. Such actions and dialogue were already enough to prove her identity. Finn displayed the ring in front of the camera, seeming quite satisfied with his own work. Thus, everyone online saw at this moment, the intricately polished ruby shone brilliantly under the lights, set in a silver band with a delicately carved rose pattern in the middle, accompanied by 3 stars on each side. Demi, 6 stars. This was the true mark of the Joab. A 6-star elite, Joabia. The entire internet erupted. Chapter 455, Where She Is, The Wind Follows. The genuine souvenir immediately made Alana's previous hair clip appear incredibly cheap by comparison. Indeed, fake is always fake. No matter how much it tries to imitate, it can never become real. This was a live broadcast over the entire internet. Comments flooded in like a storm, flying across the screen at lightning speed. After all, even those who had spent 4 days on the island in the game world with Deborah hadn't expected her to be Lilia. The viewers were even more astonished. Lilia? Deborah is actually Lilia? Holy cow. Damn, Deborah must have been wearing that ruby ring from the start on the island. Who would have thought Earl carved and gifted it to her personally? The rose inside is so intricate. So what's up with Alana? Does this mean she somehow got hold of the Joab. Design department's blueprint for Deborah's souvenir and then copied it herself? That's right. Not only did she copy it, but she also used this counterfeit hair clip to impersonate Lilia on the island. Later, she acted all superior, choosing the first parcel and strutting around as if everyone should pay attention. Maybe she convinced herself while pretending. I mean, how could the one and only 6-star member of Joab. Be so mediocre? No wonder Alana found excuses and dodged when looking for map fragments, not showing off her intelligence or talent. Turns out, she was just a nobody pretending to be a genius. Oh my god, now I remember the scene when they first arrived on the island. Alana was boasting and impersonating Deborah right in front of her. Deborah watched the whole time. Ah, this is so embarrassing. This must be the ultimate humiliation. Wow, did Alana think Lilia was dead? How dare she pretend so openly? Can't figure it out. Looks like Alana pretended for 4 days, while Deborah and the others quietly watched them strut around. True experts are always humble. Come to think of it, Deborah must be Lilia. She's Lilia in piano, Chloe in fighting, and published FSI-level papers in science under Blue Star. What else does she excel at? Did you forget about the blindfolded rabbit shooting on the island? It wasn't just perfect shots, it was blindfolded perfect shots. No one else could do that. Deborah is a genius shooter. Shooting, piano, fighting, science. What are the other 2 fields? Deborah's identity as the sole disciple of renowned traditional Chinese medicine master Hanley was not public, so naturally, the netizens didn't know. The camera switched back to Alana, who seemed dazed and bewildered by tonight's series of revelations. Her entire body went stiff. First, everyone found out that she uncovered the game's truth by eavesdropping on Deborah hiding in the bushes. Then, it came out that she had been proudly impersonating Deborah all along. Now, everyone looked at her like she was a clown. Alana felt as if everyone's gaze cut into her like knives, leaving her completely exposed. Her legs turned weak, and her shoulders trembled with cold sweat. Struggling to maintain composure, she pointed at Deborah and shakily asked, "You knew? You knew I was pretending to be you the whole time? Why didn't you say anything?" Seeing Alana's shameless behavior, Atlee exploded. Her lies were exposed, yet she blamed others for not revealing her fraud earlier. He cursed directly, "Are you sick, Alana? Why should our Janine expose you and make you look like a joke? Making you look like a joke." Atlee's words stung deeply. Especially since Alana had already been unmasked as an imposter, and her pride couldn't bear the backlash. So when she heard this, she staggered backward, losing her balance. Realizing Alana's true nature, these top-tier students naturally despised such behavior. Seeing Alana faint and fall to the ground, not a single person moved to help or support her. However, just as Alana's head was about to hit the ground, a slender arm unexpectedly caught her. It was Deborah. Deborah moved so fast that almost no one saw how she got there. The only one who came to catch Alana was actually Deborah. Netizens were shocked. Was Deborah's mindset really this broad? Alana had impersonated her, enjoying all the privileges that should have been hers. Even so, when no one else was willing to help Alana, she was the only one who acted. How touching. How could there be someone so strong and kind? However, Deborah's intention in helping Alana was not about being saintly. She wasn't someone who could immediately forgive and make friends with an enemy who had overturned her dining table on the deserted island just because they met again outside. Her heart wasn't that wide. She did this purely for the reason she came on this show. On the first day at Sher family's residence, Hildred said smugly in her ear, "It doesn't matter if you overshadow me once, but Lilia, remember, in terms of popularity, you can never beat me." Is that so? Deborah glanced sideways at Hildred, sensing how frustrated she must be now. She thought she could become wildly popular through this program on Q&A TV, increasing her adoration from humans and thereby her soul power. But she didn't expect that the Q&A TV show was inside a holographic game where soul power was useless, making them as ordinary as common people. Yet, she and Lola were different. Born human, during her first life as Joabia reborn, she read through renowned works, traveled vast mountains and rivers, learned various skills, and eventually lived in seclusion in the deep mountains, accumulating survival experience in the wild. Without any boost from soul power, she would still be the most capable among all. Lola was different. Born human, her only two pursuits were slaughter and indulgence. As a mere human, she was nothing but a useless trash. She was here to give Hildred a lesson. Inside the show. Outside the show. She didn't need to, nor did she need to. She was the wind wherever she went. When Alana fainted, the hall instantly turned into chaos, with voices clamoring around. Earl was about to go over to talk to Deborah, but Randy, who came in with him, reached there before him. "Hello Deborah, my name is Randy." The woman in a high-end suit extended her well-maintained hand, her eyes fixed on the young girl in front of her. Chapter 456, Do you believe in borrowing a corpse to return to Yennefer? Randy. From the moment Randy stepped into the hall with Earl, Deborah saw her. When Deborah first came to the human world, she was reborn through Elisha's body, inheriting Elisha's memories and emotions. In a certain sense, she and Elisha shared an unworldly bond that transcended blood ties, a connection from the soul that bound them tightly together. And because their memories were intertwined, the first word that surfaced in Deborah's mind when Randy stood before her now was sister. She was Elisha, and Elisha was also her. If Elisha were still alive today, she would be 33 years old. At the age of 5, Elisha's mother passed away due to illness. Her father, by Herb, remarried and took a second wife who then gave birth to Randy, who was 6 years younger than Elisha. In reality, Elisha knew her father had been cheating on her mother with this woman even while her mother was still alive. Thus, she suffered profound pain and numbness due to her mother's death and her father's betrayal, plunging her into depression. Because of this, she had always been very cold towards her half-sister all her life. Despite being treated indifferently by her elder sister, Randy always loved her deeply. As a child, Randy tried her best to please her sister, wishing to earn her recognition and affection. As she grew older, she regarded her sister as a goal to chase, working tirelessly to become just as excellent as her. After her sister went missing, Randy, who had just turned 18, took over the Bai family. Mathunce then, the young girl reigned in her lively and cheerful nature, becoming increasingly composed and quiet. Just like Elisha back then, she gradually became calm and self-reliant, earning the respect of others who called her Miss Bai. But there was something even the deceased Elisha did not know. While Elisha was too close to the situation or had never thought about it in this way, Deborah discovered something during the fusion of Elisha's memories. Whenever Randy looked at Elisha, her eyes carried anticipation and fervor. But in those eyes, there was also a hidden emotion. Yes, emotion. Randy loved her sister very much. And this love was more than just kinship by blood. Regardless, Randy should be the person in this world who loved and cared for Alicia the most. There is a saying, death is not the end of life, forgetting is. Alicia has been missing for 10 years. In the first week after her disappearance, major media outlets reported positively on her case, even making it to the front page of Gillising Daily, sparking widespread discussions about her whereabouts. In the second week, people in Gillising's high society were still guessing where she might have gone. By the fifth week, gatherings within the circle rarely mentioned Alicia's name anymore. By the third year, it seemed that only the By family members remembered her existence. By the fifth year, new servants hired by the By family didn't even know who Alicia was. And by the 10th year, her existence seemed to only be a topic brought up when mentioning Randy. The only person who never forgot about Alicia in these 10 years, tirelessly searching for any trace of her, was Randy, the sister she had always despised. This is also why Deborah has so many hidden identities. Whether as Lilia, Chloe, or Blue Star, she used pseudonyms back then, avoiding using her real identity for fear of revealing traces of Alicia and leading Randy to find her. At that time, she did not understand human emotions and thought involving family and friends was troublesome. But after 10 years and after experiencing so much as Deborah, she began to understand some truths. Love is the deepest thing in the world, and being loved is actually a very happy thing. Avoiding Alicia's troubles for 10 years, making Randy search futilely for 10 years, she felt she should give her sister an answer on behalf of Alicia. So Deborah lifted her head and politely asked Randy, who was looking at the photo, Miss By, hello. Is there something I can help you with? Randy made great efforts to find traces of her sister in the girl standing before her. Before coming here, she considered a possibility. Could this Deborah be her sister who had gone missing for 10 years and had undergone plastic surgery? However, the truth was that the girl before her was indeed a completely different person with a different face and height. And if her sister were still alive, she would already be 33 years old and could not possibly have such a youthful appearance. Yet she couldn't be wrong. Using her thumb to feel the arrow tail before shooting blindfolded was a habit her sister had never changed over the years. It was exactly the same as what the girl did when she shot a wild rabbit blindfolded earlier. It would be very difficult to find someone who could shoot blindfolded just like her sister and coincidentally share the same habitual gesture. If this were a mere coincidence, Randy wouldn't believe it. But the person in front of her really wasn't her sister. The heart that Randy had been holding high since entering the hall finally fell into disappointment, spreading a hard-to-bear sourness in her heart. Randy felt she was still being too fanciful. Randy stifled her sadness, steadied her heart, and said, Tegan, could I borrow a moment to speak with you? Seeing the chaotic and noisy scene around, it indeed wasn't a place suitable for conversation. So Deborah nodded, and together with Randy, walked out from the back door of the hall. Walking a few steps forward down the corridor, they came upon a clutter room with a few tables and chairs. Thus, the two entered and sat down facing each other. After settling down, Randy paused for a moment before speaking, Tegan, actually I came to King Mengtai today specifically to find you. Earl told me that you were based on a Joab.a 1-star member named Lilia in the shooting field, rising up to 6 stars. He said at the time you contacted her, you mentioned Lilia as your deceased older sister, hoping to inherit the code name Lilia and upgrade its star level. In fact, what I want to ask is whether my real older sister had the talent for blindfolded shooting, although I don't know if she was a Joab.a member, but... Miss By. Deborah suddenly interrupted Randy, lifting her eyes. I know what you want to ask. You want to ask if the Lilia before me was Alicia. Hearing her sister's name being mentioned by this young girl in front of her, Randy suddenly widened her eyes. You knew my sister? Her lips trembled slightly, then asked, is the deceased older sister you mentioned, is she her? Upon hearing this, Deborah fell silent for a moment. Then she lifted her eyes again, her voice calm. Randy, in fact, before you and I entered this room, I thought of several ways to explain myself without arousing your suspicion. I could have said Alicia didn't die when she jumped into the sea, someone saved her, and she met me in Y country and recognized me as her sister. After her death, I inherited her name and went to Joab.a to upgrade to become Lilia, which seems very reasonable. But now seeing you, I think I don't want to lie to you anymore. Alicia was always cold to you during those years she lived with you, even intentionally hurting you. But in fact, she knew she shouldn't vent her hatred on you, as you were innocent, but she couldn't control that emotion. So in the last second before her life faded away, she realized that the person she wronged most in her life was actually you. You have been searching for her traces all these years. No matter what, I think I should let you know the truth. Alicia died 10 years ago. She suffered from depression and said she was going to Y country to travel and relax. But actually, before she went, she had planned to jump into the sea to commit suicide. By the time the kind-hearted person pulled her ashore, she was already dead. So please don't look for her anymore. Let go of this obsession. Deborah said. This was indeed Randy's obsession. For so many years, despite the explicit and implicit advice from so many people around her to stop searching, believing her sister was probably long gone, she never gave up. As long as there was no discovery of her sister's body, as long as no one told her her sister was definitely dead, she would continue to search, for her entire life. But now, this obsession had no reason to exist anymore. Her sister was dead. Her sister was truly dead. Randy felt she lost all strength instantly. The belief that supported her living well and managing the family business over the years crumbled abruptly. She almost appeared dazed, forcing herself to ask Deborah through the pain, "Did she tell you these things before she jumped?" I mean, her guilt towards me. Randy didn't notice that Deborah had suddenly started calling her Randy instead of Miss Bai. Nor did she notice that Deborah previously said not that Alicia regretted toward her younger sister before committing suicide, but that she regretted in the last second of her life. If she had told someone else before jumping, how could anyone know her feelings in the last second of her life? No. Deborah denied Randy's question and then lifted her eyes to look at Randy. "Randy, do you believe in borrowing a corpse to return to life?" Deborah softly said, "It's not that Alicia once knew me, but that I once became her." Chapter 457, You Will Only Protect Me. Randy froze. What did becoming her mean? Brianna saw the shock and confusion in Randy's eyes and said, "You might not believe this, but this is actually my third life. After I died in my first life, I opened my eyes to find myself reborn on the same seashore. While the kind person who saved Alicia went out to call for help, I left. I was reborn using Alicia's body and also inherited her memories and emotions." Brianna didn't mention that she was a demon. The fewer people who knew about that, the better. So, she just said that she had come back to life using another's body. Compared to being a demon, reincarnating into someone else's body seemed more acceptable, as it was common in novels. But Brianna's words still shattered Randy's existing understanding. Hold on. Are you saying that, like in those reincarnation novels, you lived one life, then after dying, you lived a second life in my sister's body, and now you're living a third life in Brianna's body? So, you're not really Brianna either? Brianna replied, "You could say that. Perhaps there's some connection between our souls. Alicia committed suicide by jumping into the sea, carrying deep regrets. And Brianna was strangled shortly after arriving in Illegitimate, which also left her with strong unresolved feelings. Perhaps because they both died with regrets and had some connection to me, I was able to be reborn into their bodies. And I wanted to fulfill their unfulfilled wishes." Alicia's regret was no longer wanting to live as before, hoping to escape the family disputes and live a peaceful and free life. During those 10 years as her, I lived a secluded and carefree life. Brianna longed for family love, so after becoming her, I received the love of her stepmother and brothers and hoped to live a wonderful life for her. These are my biggest secrets. Apart from my lover, I haven't told anyone else. But I know you won't tell others after I tell you. Hearing these words, although Randy was shocked, she accepted them quickly. She had already investigated Brianna before coming here. Despite being under 18, she possessed many mysterious and top-tier identities. To say she was an ordinary illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside, Randy simply couldn't believe it. However, hearing that Brianna wasn't worried about her telling others, Randy couldn't help but ask, "Why? Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the authorities? We've only just met." Such a thing would completely disrupt the status quo. If reported, officials would certainly come to study Brianna. "I'm not afraid." Brianna looked at her, "Because I'm the only person in the world who has Alicia's memories and emotions. Not only will you not harm me, but you will protect me and make sure I live well. Besides, we've met before. In Alicia's memories, we met many times. I know you're not a bad person, you even cried when you accidentally stepped on an ant as a child. Met many times in Alicia's memories." Upon hearing this, Randy's eyes instantly turned red. Recalling her childhood stories through Brianna's words made Randy even sadder. She had thought her sister never truly noticed her, but in fact, her sister had remembered such trivial matters. Indeed. The girl in front of her was the only link between her and her sister, the only connection between her sister and this world. Even if it cost her life, she wouldn't let anyone threaten her safety. She had to protect her. "You're right. From now on, if you need any help, you can contact me directly." Randy continued, "Also, I hope we can stay in touch. If I have questions about my sister, I hope you can answer them on her behalf." "Sure." Brianna agreed. Then she lifted her head, "But if it's convenient, I do hope you can help me with something." Randy asked, "What help? Do you know of any high society families in Gilising planning a ball or party recently?" Brianna asked. A high society family? Though she didn't know what the girl intended to do, Randy thought for a moment. Hua Gilesa's patriarch Randy will celebrate his 60th birthday in 3 days. The Hua family plans a grand banquet for him, and I just received the invitation today. The Hua family. Indeed, one of the top high society families in Gilising. And they were on good terms with the Bai family. Brianna took a deep breath and looked at Randy. "If possible, I hope you can help me by getting a few more people invited to the banquet. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, it's fine too. It's just inviting a few more guests. What could be inconvenient about that? Fallon and I are very close, it's just a matter of a word." Randy was somewhat curious, "But who are these few additional people you want the Hua family to invite?" Chapter 458, Turn into a bear and come to the island with me? If the noble families in the capital were to be ranked, the top 4 would probably be the Hua, Bai, Shi, and Gu families. Coincidentally, apart from the Hua family, Esther currently has connections with the other 3 families. The Shi family is naturally her mother's family in this lifetime. The Bai family was her family in her previous life. And the Gu family's business empire is Shingda Real Estate. Letitia, who was sent by Joe Brown to lure Fabio, is a member of the Gu family. However, Letitia is Chairman Gray's illegitimate daughter. Her mother used to be a servant in the Gu household, an uneducated, coarse, and greedy woman. She secretly gave birth to Letitia in order to extort money from Gray. Later, after accumulating high-interest loans of 7 million yuan under Letitia's name through gambling, she fled, forcing Letitia to follow Joe Brown's orders in an attempt to earn money to repay her mother's debts. Madame Gu detested Letitia, constantly devising ways to torment her, so Letitia had a tough time at the Gu family residence. Fortunately, her half-brother Baxter treated her with some kindness. Thinking of Letitia, Esther realized that it was now late August and school would start in a few days. After today, she needed to return to Gilasang to visit her family first before heading back to the capital. Then she could look for an opportunity to meet Letitia. Randy asked Esther about the other individuals the Hua family invited. Esther raised her eyes and said, to be precise, it should be one family and one person. You should know that Elder Sher is my maternal grandfather, so now Remy, chairman of Eliosher Pharmaceuticals, is my elder uncle on my mother's side. I hope this time the Hua family can invite my elder uncle's family to attend the party. Randy thought for a moment. Remy? His wife is, what's her name? Yaneli. Oh, right, Yaneli. They were already on the invitation list. I mentioned a family, Esther clarified, which means not just Remy and Yaneli but also their children. Although Randy didn't understand why it was necessary for Remy's children to attend, this wasn't a difficult task. Sure, Randy replied, the Sher and Hua families have a good relationship. Inviting the Sher family to attend the birthday party makes sense. I'll tell Madame Hua. So, who's the other person? The other person is Ari, Esther explained. He is currently in the capital, working at a place called the Unnatural Affairs Research Institute. I hope the Hua family will invite him to the banquet. Randy hadn't heard of this institute and was puzzled. Unnatural Affairs Research Institute? What do they do there? You can think of it as a place that studies paranormal events and unnatural phenomena. Esther added, my intention is actually to have Ari meet my elder uncle's family at the banquet. If both parties can be present, that's ideal. If things go as I imagine, it would be perfect. If not, it's fine too. Esther approached Randy for help not on a whim. That day at the Sher family residence, after discovering that Madeline was a red fox spirit, Esther nearly killed her on the spot. Madeline made a deal with her. She proposed living as Madeline while allowing Esther to live as herself, ensuring neither would interfere with the other's life. Madeline also threatened Esther. If Esther were to bring Ari to kill her, she would reveal that Esther was also a spirit, making it impossible for Esther to survive if she died. But Esther didn't kill Madeline on the spot primarily because of this threat. It was because Madeline claimed there was still the original soul within her body, which she took over when the original owner's will was weak as death approached. If this were true, killing Madeline on the spot would mean the red fox spirit could find another host, but the original soul in this body would disappear, and Esther would face legal consequences. The red fox escapes, the original soul dies, and she goes to jail. Therefore, impulsively killing Madeline wouldn't serve any purpose. Methuns then, though Esther seemed to tacitly accept Madeline's existence, she was continuously thinking of ways to resolve the issue of Madeline, even during her time on the island. There was also Yaneli, the fox demon. While Esther didn't care about Remy's fate, his being drained of his vital essence by Yaneli would mean nothing to her. If Remy died and Yaneli wasn't dealt with, she would inherit his estate and take care of Luo Elio and Ulysses. Recalling how Yaneli used intellectually challenged Xiao Elio to attack her at night, Esther couldn't help but feel a chill in her eyes. Clearly, Yaneli only saw the children as tools, without any genuine affection. She couldn't allow Yaneli to remain in the Sher family as their mother. So when she saw Randy just now, she suddenly thought of a plan. It was perfectly normal for people from all walks of life to attend the birthday banquet of the patriarch of the Hua family. Therefore, inviting Remy and his family to attend the banquet was also reasonable, and inviting Ari wasn't strange either. If Yaneli and Madeline both went, and Ari came to the banquet as well, Ari would definitely notice them. Although the two fox spirits' fox smell was masked by perfume, she could still detect it, and Ari would certainly be able to as well. Firstly, demon hunters were supported by national leaders, so they bore no responsibility for any killings. Therefore, once Ari discovered that Madeline and Yaneli were spirits, he would take action immediately to eliminate them without bearing any consequences. Secondly, Ari had the soul-devouring nail, which only killed the spirit bodies of spirits. If there was still the original soul in those bodies, once the red fox spirits died, the original souls might awaken. Esther wasn't afraid that Madeline would reveal her identity to Ari before dying. If Madeline really told Ari. After their 2 lifetimes of entanglement, Esther understood Ari very well. Ari detested evil, but he wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. He just didn't believe that good spirits existed in the world. If that moment truly came, she would try to talk things through with Ari. Okay. After hearing Esther's words, Randy agreed to everything Esther said. Not for any other reason, simply because Esther was the person who understood her sister the most, and she was willing to do anything for this understanding. Randy seemed to think of something and suddenly looked up. I suddenly thought of something. You mentioned that after leaving your second host body, you came to this Esther's body. Does that mean my sister? This is also what I wanted to tell you, Esther said. Elisha's body is in a cave deep in the mountains. I have taken measures to preserve it, and I will write down the exact location for you. After she wandered outside for so long, I hope you can bring her home. Esther added. Although Randy already knew that her sister was dead, hearing the word corpse still made her feel instantly devastated. Her expression showed deep pain as she covered her face and began to cry, her shoulders trembling as she tried to suppress her sobs. Esther stood up and gently patted her head as a consolation. Then, she wrote her WeChat ID on a note and left it on the table, quietly leaving the room. However, just as she stepped out, she bumped into Fabio. The tall, well-built man was still wearing the shirt and pants he wore 4 days ago when he sent her to Qingmang Tower, holding the phone Esther had left at the entrance of the assembly hall, his deep black eyes filled with concern. Seeing Fabio at this moment, Esther felt her previous speculations confirmed. Baby, I've been looking for you. Why are you here? Fabio subconsciously glanced into the room. He naturally recognized Randy, having had business dealings with her before. Thus, seeing the always strong and decisive Miss Randy crying so sadly took him by surprise. I'll explain this later. Right now, I have a more important question to ask you. Esther pinched Fabio's cheek, her tone resolute. Turn into a bear and come to the island with me? Tell me what you were thinking, huh? Chapter 459. A home of her own with Wally. Taken aback by Esther's words, Wally was stunned. Baby, how did you? He didn't even get a word in yet. How could she have already? When they were on the island, he hadn't been suspected at all. How did you figure it out so quickly? Esther pinched Wally's cheek. Where in this world would a wild bear carry me up trees, stand guard for me at night, chop wood now, move my luggage, and stay by my side 24/7? And the most absurd thing is, I saw love in a bear's eyes. Could it really be that a bear fell in love with me at first sight? At first, I couldn't comprehend it since I didn't realize it was a game world. But once I thought about it, I guessed it must be you who came into the game to accompany me. But why did you turn into a bear? Is CEO Yanni into beast transformation fetishes? Before Esther could finish her sentence, Wally placed his index finger on her lips, afraid she might say something inappropriate. Baby, there are too many people around here. Let's go home to eat, sleep, and rest, Wally said. We can talk after you've rested. Okay. Esther nodded. Although during the 4 days inside the game cabin, her body had not moved or labored physically, and she was constantly supplied with nutrients to sustain life, the mental exhaustion was far more tiring than physical labor. So when she saw Wally, relaxing instantly made her feel incredibly weary. Unexpectedly, as soon as Esther nodded, Wally bent down and carried her horizontally in his arms down the corridor. Esther instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's neck, saying, We're outside, don't let anyone take pictures. Don't worry, I'll carry you out through the back door. Wally held Esther while walking forward and spoke in a low voice. Gordon is waiting outside the building. We're going home. Home? Esther didn't know that Wally had already prepared accommodation in Beijing. What about my Matthewmon, Dennis, Brenda, Mathewena? Esther was somewhat worried. I'll have Gordon contact them, bringing your fourth and Dennis to our home and sending Mathewena and Brenda back to the Lawn family, Wally said. Not wanting her to be exhausted from walking, Esther naturally didn't want to move either. She allowed herself to be carried away from the building by the man. Unbeknownst to her, 2 figures appeared in the hallway where Esther had just stood. The first one to speak was a boy wearing a baseball cap. Dayton, you probably never imagined that the first person to discover the truth in the game would be your sister. However, this sister of yours whom you haven't met yet is truly impressive. A piano master, a boxing champion, an archer who hits the target every time, and a Joab. A 6-star member. She probably doesn't know that her brother is the creator of this holographic game. So, when do you plan to meet her? As he finished speaking, the other boy beside him turned away his gaze. Wearing a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, he had an unhealthy pale complexion. His disheveled bangs covered his eyebrows, his eyes slanted slightly upward, and his gaze was cold and distant. This coldness carried a certain indifference towards everyone, and his voice was tinged with detachment. There's no need to plan. When it's time to meet, we naturally will. Esther had no idea that Wally had bought a villa within the Second Ring Road in Beijing over the past half year and had it fully renovated before she came to Beijing. Perhaps it was intended as a surprise for her. And indeed, it was a pleasant surprise. The car stopped in front of the villa's gate, and Wally opened the car door for her, his hand resting on the door frame. The butler and 2 rows of uniformly dressed servants were already lined up on both sides of the path inside the gate. As soon as they saw Esther getting out of the car, they respectfully greeted her. Welcome home, madam. With a natural expression, Wally took Esther's hand. Come on, baby. Let's see our new home. Though this villa wasn't as large as the Yanni family's old residence in Gilisangcheng, its outdoor garden was beautifully maintained. Looking around, one could see neatly trimmed lawns, an outdoor swimming pool, a pavilion with a swing, lush greenery surrounded everything, along with blooming clusters of roses, creating a picturesque scene that was refreshing and heartening. Seeing the roses, Esther's eyes lit up. It's roses. Do you like them? Wally looked at her intently. Tomorrow, I have a gift that you'll like even more. Esther didn't know what gift Wally was referring to. What surprised her was that when they reached the main house entrance, a smart door required fingerprint recognition. But instead of opening the door himself, Wally lifted her hand and placed it on the sensor. A beep sounded. The door opened. Esther couldn't help widening her eyes slightly. How does this fingerprint lock have my fingerprint? I set it up while you were sleeping. Wally lowered his head and touched Esther's cheek. Let's go inside and take a look. The side house next to the main building was for the servants to live in. This main house has 3 floors with an elevator plus a basement, making it 4 levels. The decoration is entirely based on Esther's preferences. Wally stood in the living room and introduced it seriously to Esther. Baby, in the basement, apart from the wine cellar and tea room, there's also a gym and a boxing ring for your exercise. On the first floor, there are the living room, dining room, kitchen, and 6 guest rooms. I thought if your mother and 5 brothers came over, staying on the first floor would be more convenient. The second floor consists of our bedroom and wardrobe, your study, my study, and your piano room. There's also an herbal medicine room where you can store the herbs you collect and use as a place to prepare Chinese medicine. The third floor is the snack room and private cinema I prepared for you so we can eat and watch movies together. Outside the theater is a spacious garden terrace. At night, we can lie in loungers and watch the stars or soak in the hot spring pool. How do you like it? Wally's gaze was deep and filled with devoted love. Every arrangement here was carefully tailored to Esther's heart. She didn't have to think too much to know how much effort Wally had put into decorating this place. After all, this was the first real home that belonged to her and Wally as a couple. So Esther truly liked it very much. However, at this moment, Gordon interjected appropriately. Mr. Yanni, you forgot to introduce 2 rooms on the second floor. Did you forget about the baby room you specially prepared? Chapter 460 President Yanni wants to get vasectomy. Baby room? Deborah really didn't expect that Wally would have such thoughts and even prepared 2. However, Gordon's reminder seemed to catch Wally off guard as well. The man, who was always unperturbed, looked at Gordon as if his private thoughts had been poked. You have a good memory. Glanced by the boss, Gordon still replied cheerfully, everyone says so. Thanks for the compliment, boss. Wally. Forget it. He instructed Gordon, go check if dinner is ready. Gordon immediately responded with enthusiasm, sure, boss. As Gordon left, Deborah seemed to find something amusing. She stared at Wally with a smile and asked, even prepared baby rooms? President Yanni is so considerate. And there are 2 rooms. Do you want 2 babies? Deborah said, but I haven't even reached the legal marriage age yet. Isn't it too early to prepare this? Wally took a deep breath and hugged Deborah. I've only planned out 2 rooms. One is just painted, and the other is decorated by me personally. Deborah was a bit puzzled. How could one baby room be luxurious while the other was simple? Was there different treatment? Hearing Gordon mention 2 baby rooms, Deborah subconsciously thought of one room with blue as the main color for a boy and another room with pink as the main color for a girl. Because it seemed that human families often arranged like this. But what Wally said next surprised Deborah. That room which was just painted is indeed prepared for our future baby. Because I think, whether we settle in Gillisangching or Gillising in the future, both homes should be fully equipped. But although I prepared it, I don't plan on using it. Not planning on using it? Deborah looked up at Wally, somewhat puzzled. The man kissed the girl on the forehead and paused before saying, I thought we'd wait until you grow up more, until we get married in the future. If we can have a child of our own, it will be a very happy thing. You grew up without a mother, raised by your mom alone in the countryside. I also lost my parents early. So I think, if we have a child, our child can grow up in a complete love environment. But before preparing the baby room here, I specifically learned about the risks that childbirth might pose to women, which completely changed my mind. During pregnancy, women may experience morning sickness, weight gain, edema, hair loss, insomnia. Childbirth can be very painful, there might be dystocia with life-threatening risks, and childbirth can cause damage to the uterus, retina, vagina, etc. Postpartum depression is also common after giving birth. When I saw these risks, I couldn't help but imagine you going through all of this. Thinking about you someday being pregnant and possibly suffering these conditions, I felt I couldn't accept it. Although it seems premature to talk about this now since you're just starting college, since we're discussing this, I want you to know my thoughts. This is how I feel now, and it will remain the same in the future. In my heart, you are the most important person in the world, so I respect your wishes entirely. If you want to have children in the future, I will do my best to alleviate your discomfort. If you don't want to give birth but want a child, we can adopt from an orphanage. If you don't want to have children, I'll get vasectomy, and we won't have children in our lifetime. Weren't you curious why I have 2 baby rooms, one simply decorated and the other personally arranged? The personally arranged baby room was prepared for you. You told me before that you and your mom lived in a very modest house in the countryside, and you never even had your own room growing up. So I referred to many sources and prepared a secret base for you. That room has a princess bed full of girlish charm, a window seat, a tent, a slide, a hanging chair, a closet filled with dresses and dolls. I don't know if you'll like it, but I want you to know that you are my only baby. Deborah stood there stunned. Every word Wally spoke wasn't directly about love, but every sentence was filled with love. She had never thought about her future with Wally, she only believed in living well in the present. But she never imagined that Wally had considered so much for her and their future in places she didn't know. How could she not be moved? Vasectomy. We haven't even been together yet, and you're already thinking about such things? Deborah took a deep breath, feeling touched while strangely amused. Wally interlocked his fingers with Deborah, his tone low and serious, as if making a promise, anything that might harm you, I will avoid. As he spoke, Wally lowered his head, his gaze focused and full of affection, getting closer and closer to Deborah's lips. But just as Deborah had closed her eyes, preparing to kiss Wally, a sudden shout came from behind them. Ah! What are you doing? Before Deborah could react, she was pulled into Atlee's arms as he rushed over. Matthewmon and Dennis have such perfect timing. Deborah and Wally had been together for so long, and apart from Atlee, Marissa and the other brothers had long accepted Wally's existence. Only Dennis, after all this time, still couldn't let go of his initial feelings and would go crazy whenever he saw Wally get close to her. Taking advantage of Dennis not losing his temper yet, Deborah quickly cupped Atlee's face with both hands. Dennis, you and Matthewmon are back? Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Atlee didn't get a word out before being charmed by Deborah's face-touching and 3 rapid-fire questions, and then he was dragged off to the dining room by her. Dinner had been prepared by Wally beforehand, and though it was only for 4 people, there was a generous spread of dishes. There were over 10 dishes, each with just the right portion to avoid waste. After dinner, when they returned to the bedroom, Deborah took a shower first and went to bed, then Wally went to shower. As the shower water splashed, Deborah had just finished messaging Earl, thanking him for supporting her today. At this moment, Brenda's message also came through. Day, look at the trending topic quick. That Alana has completely crashed. The comments are so satisfying to read. Chapter 461, Happy 18th Birthday, Janine. Deborah knew that Brenda detested Alana very much. On the island that day, Alana had brought people over to pick a fight, kicking over their table and wasting so much food, which infuriated Brenda. Seeing such a message from Brenda, Deborah also immediately opened Weibo. Then she was blinded by a series of explosive tags on the trending list. Hashtag Deborah is Joab.a member Demi hashtag explosive. Hashtag Alana impersonates Demi and fails miserably on the spot hashtag explosive. Hashtag Alana tries to act smart hashtag explosive. Hashtag Finn calls Alana an imposter hashtag explosive. Hashtag Deborah's impressive identity increases again hashtag. Hashtag Deborah's other 2 fields in Joab.a hashtag. Hashtag Blue Sprout TV scene where Alana gets slapped in the face hashtag. Deborah thought tonight's events might cause a stir, but she didn't expect there would be so many trending topics related to her. Ignoring the first trending topic about herself, Deborah clicked into the topics about Alana. Just as Deborah had imagined, Alana was really cursed out badly. Can there be someone as shameless as Alana in this world? Deborah discovered the truth of the game world, and she copied it saying it was her idea. Deborah is the real Demi, but when she arrived on the island, she pretended to be Demi to get more supplies. Alana dared to impersonate a Joab.a 6-star member? Looking at how she looks, she doesn't seem very smart. How dare she pretend to be the world's top genius girl? Fake. Manipulative bitch. Shameless. Pretending so much that she even believes it herself, taking us viewers for fools. Truly speechless. Finn's scolding is great. An imposter is an imposter, being exposed in public feels too good. Alana should never be able to hold her head up again. I have one question, Alana, this imposter, doesn't even deserve the number 1 popularity. Many people voted for her because she said she was Demi. The true number 1 should be Deborah. Right. Why does a shameless imposter fraud deserve 5 million in prize money? Blue Sprout TV should cancel Alana's eligibility. At Blue Sprout TV, the true number 1 should be Deborah. I heard Alana even signed up for the Shiny Trainee show, wanting to debut through it. Someone with such a twisted sense of right and wrong wants to enter the entertainment industry and become an idol? Don't corrupt our kids, just ban her. At Shiny Trainee. Whatever happens, Alana should apologize to Deborah for impersonating her identity and taking credit for her achievements. Does she think pretending to faint can escape responsibility? Hashtag Alana shameless hashtag Alana imposter hashtag Alana manipulative hashtag Alana unrefined hashtag Alana return number 1 popularity to Deborah hashtag. Now Deborah understood why Brenda felt vindicated. Under Alana's entry, it was all netizens' ridicule and contempt. These humiliations, whether Alana wanted to go to school or enter the entertainment industry in the future, she would never be able to shake off. But Deborah had no pity at all. People must take responsibility for their actions. Doing such things means facing the consequences. It was Alana herself who ruined her own life. When she clicked into the trending topics about herself, the atmosphere was completely different. Compared to the initial shock across the web after her 3 identity exposures, now many people were more curious about Deborah. A illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, growing up in poverty in the countryside, how could she be so impressive? So some tried to dig up dirt on Deborah but found nothing. The previous Deborah hadn't even posted anything online, not even opening QQ Space, which was popular among kids back then. According to disclosures from so-called elementary, middle, and high school classmates of Deborah, she was just an unremarkable, poor, and unknown girl in the class. But looking at Deborah now. Low-key, mysterious, strong beyond imagination. What experiences did Deborah go through to gain so many extraordinary identities? And since Deborah is a Joab. A 6-star member, what are her other 2 unexposed domains besides the 4 already revealed? Even Gillespie University's official Weibo account forwarded the tweet revealing Deborah is Demi, clearly proud to have such an outstanding student. Many sent messages to Deborah, some expressing indignation for her, others praising her. Haley, Jobert, classmates, and an unexpected person, Jackson. I will be back in the capital city in a few days. At that time, will you be home? Their first meeting was at a night market, and the second was at the police station in Illegitimate. At both of those meetings, Deborah and Jackson never thought they would turn out to be siblings. Clearly, Jackson now knew the truth. His eldest aunt, who passed away due to his mother, left behind 3 sons when she died 20 years ago, Bruce, who was 8, Jackson, who was 5, and Darren, who was only 1. Bruce and Jackson might still have some memories of their mother. But for Darren, he probably could only piece together an image of her from the few remaining belongings since he could remember. Deborah felt guilty toward these 3 brothers. She had already apologized to Bruce face-to-face and should also meet Jackson. I will visit my grandfather at the old house before school starts. Let me know when you are back home. Having blood ties made calling him honor feel too distant. Yet the relationship was indeed awkward, so she couldn't bring herself to call him brother either. So she simply addressed him as, you. Fortunately, Jackson didn't seem to mind and replied with just one word, okay. Hearing the bathroom water stop, Deborah saw Hewitt walk out wrapped in a towel around his waist. She closed her phone and looked up. Alana had received the punishment she deserved. Resolving issues with Sher Yuv and Yanali depended on Grandpa Hua's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. For now, there were no other troubles on her mind. Deborah had been tired for a while. Seeing Hewitt come out, she opened her arms wanting him to hold her. It's almost midnight. Let's go to sleep. I want to return to Illegitimate tomorrow to see my mom, my elder brother, and my second brother. They must miss me after I've been away for so many days. I'll come back before school starts. Deborah explained her plans to Hewitt, but unusually, he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he suddenly lifted her into his strong arms, holding the girl by her hips and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. Janine. Hewitt said. Deborah blinked, not quite understanding what Hewitt was about to do. Then she saw him suddenly turn his head to look at the clock on the bedroom wall. The hour and minute hands were both almost at 12, with only the second hand left to complete its final few steps. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Just as all the hands aligned at the 12 position, a golden light suddenly rose outside the window. With a loud bang, brilliant fireworks exploded across the entire night sky, illuminating the surroundings. They then fell like thousands of sparkling meteors from the night curtain, creating a beauty beyond words, stunning and breathtaking. Stunned by the huge fireworks visible through the glass, Deborah hadn't yet reacted when Hewitt kissed her and whispered hoarsely in her ear. My baby. Happy 18th birthday. Chapter 462, This is Too Much. Happy 18th birthday? Esther rarely became so directly stunned like this. Then she remembered that a year ago, on August 27th, it indeed was the original host's birthday but also her death anniversary. Because 1 year ago, the original host left the countryside to come to Illegitimate on her birthday and ended up being strangled to death by Maryland's hired men in a small alley, without even getting to see the Liu family's gate. As for herself, she did not know which day should be considered as her true birth date. If calculated, the day she was reborn into a human body could also be regarded as her birthday. However, throughout this long time, she had never celebrated her birthday. So, this was the first time someone said, happy birthday, to her. You, how did you know it's my birthday today? I had forgotten myself. Outside the window, magnificent fireworks continued to explode in the sky. Esther took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Wally. Everything about you, I have kept in my heart. Wally kissed Esther's forehead gently, his voice low. Moreover, how could I forget when this is also the anniversary of our first meeting. The anniversary of their first meeting. Indeed, with the blink of an eye, a year had passed. 1 year ago today, she walked out of the alley covered in dirt, forcefully kissed Wally who was sitting in the car for 5 minutes, and even gave him $1 as a down payment. Back then, she didn't think that 1 year later, she would feel such profound love from this man, as if they were destined to meet. The fireworks outside finished playing, some returning to tranquility. Wally asked Esther, baby, do you like this fireworks show? Yes, Esther nodded and hugged Wally, her eyes soft. Thank you for preparing this birthday gift for me, I really like it. Wally said, no, the birthday gift I prepared is not this. Then what is it? Esther tilted her head and asked. You'll know when you wake up after sleeping. Wally, dressed in a bathrobe, rubbed Esther's head and then carried her back to bed. Go to sleep, baby. Esther didn't know what Wally had prepared at all, but there was no need to guess. Anyway, she would know when she woke up. Thus, she fell asleep in the arms of the man. When she opened her eyes in the morning, she found that Wally was no longer in bed. Esther woke up but didn't go out to look for anyone. She went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Just as she finished washing up, several servants came in continuously from outside the door, each pushing a cart. "Good morning, madam." The servants greeted in unison. This setup seemed a bit too much. Esther focused and saw that the first servant was pushing a 7-layer makeup cart, filled with various cosmetics like primer, foundation, eyeshadow, etc., everything one could think of. The second servant was pushing a mobile display cabinet filled with meticulously arranged jewelry. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, materials ranging from diamonds, gems, gold, jade, just dazzlingly displayed. The third servant's cart was full of bags, all high-end brands priced no less than 300,000 each, with roughly a dozen placed on it. The fourth servant's cart was full of high heels. In the past year, Esther hadn't worn high heels at all, mostly canvas shoes or sneakers. But she had to admit, some of these high heels were indeed very beautiful. The last servant pushed a cart containing only a large white gift box. The 5 servants lined up in front of Esther, their expressions respectful. Is this the surprise Wally prepared? Esther glanced over, already feeling dazzled. These pieces of jewelry and bags, any single item costing hundreds of thousands, could be a gift on its own. Who gives them in stacks like Wally? Seeing this, the first servant picked up the gift box and came over, standing in front of Esther. "Madam, happy birthday. This is a dress Mr. selected especially for you. He hopes you will wear it today. Other accessories, shoes, and bags are all selected by Mr. He said you can wear whichever you like. Mr. has prepared surprises for you. Wait until we finish dressing you before you go out." Esther nodded, stood up, and opened the exquisite large gift box in the hands of the servant. Inside was a retro rose-red cocktail dress. The top was a strapless style, the knee-length skirt made of woven fabric and chiffon, creating an ethereal hazy beauty. The chiffon volume was just right, and the chiffon skirt was adorned with many barely visible rose embroidery, clearly hand-sewn, exquisitely beautiful, captivating. Indeed, Wally knew her preferences well. She did like the style of this dress. Seeing Esther pick up the dress, these servants turned around and waited for her to put on the dress. After Esther called them, they waited for her to pick the jewelry and shoes. Finally, they had her sit in front of the dressing table while the first maid wheeled over the makeup cart. As the maid applied makeup on Esther, she marveled at how good her skin and facial features were. There was no need to cover any flaws, just a light foundation, curled lashes, and lip gloss made her look beautiful. Once the makeup was done, Esther stood before the full-length mirror to admire herself. Her princess half-updo with wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuated by the strapless dress that revealed her round shoulders and delicate collarbone. The small yet opulent ruby necklace around her neck enhanced her beauty. The vintage rose-red chiffon dress highlighted her snow-white skin, making her resemble a young noble lady from medieval Europe. "Mrs., you are truly beautiful," the maid sighed in admiration. "Thank you." Esther responded, looking at them one by one. "You've all worked hard, and I'm very impressed. Tell the butler to raise each of your monthly salaries by 2,000. Raise by 2,000. It was their first day, and they only assisted Mrs. with changing clothes and applying makeup. Still, their salaries were increased by 2,000. Some initially underestimated Esther due to her youth, thinking she wouldn't be tough. But unexpectedly, on their first day, Mrs. raised their wages, causing these maids to work even harder. Esther stood up, and the maids opened the door for her as she descended the stairs. However, when she reached the hall and saw the scene in the living room, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. Chapter 463, 5 brothers appear together, spoiling Janine. What surprised Esther was not the expensive and rare items displayed in the living room. Instead, as soon as she looked up, she saw Marissa and her eldest brother, second eldest brother, third eldest brother, fourth eldest brother, and fifth eldest brother all standing in the living room. Each of them was holding a gift box with an elegantly tied bow. Standing at the far side was Wally, who held Cornelius, whom she hadn't seen for many days. Mom. Avram, Sergio, Oral. At first, Esther thought she must be seeing things. After all, she had planned to return to Gillisancting today to see Marissa and her 3 elder brothers. But unexpectedly, the people she wanted to see were now standing not far from her, looking at her appearance with smiles full of joy. The happiness of seeing her long-missed family made Esther's heart race. She had always considered these people her closest family and most important people, so Esther was genuinely very happy. Avram. Esther's eyes sparkled like stars as she ran over in her dress, rushing straight into Sullivan's embrace. Sullivan, in his formal suit, was instantly filled with his joyful sister. Though he usually wore a serious expression, at this moment, being hugged by his sister made Sullivan almost burst with happiness from ear to ear. One hand holding Esther close while gently ruffling her hair with the other, he habitually scolded like an old father. "You're wearing a dress, running around will affect your image. And those high heels, what if you twist your ankle? How did you lose weight during these few days away from home? Haven't you been eating properly? Let your big brother take a look." Before Sullivan could finish, Esther was passed over by Elishan Yuan reaching out his arm. "What image does Janine need in front of us? Big brother, you're becoming more like a nagging mother day by day. Alishan Yuan never hid his affection for his younger sister and kissed Esther on the cheek right there, his almond-shaped eyes smiling warmly. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Aren't you happy to see your oral? Our little princess looks so beautiful today. Of course I'm happy. Esther looked at Alishan Yuan. This summer, Oral had been very busy, and they hadn't seen each other for months. She asked, Oral, weren't you filming? How did you have time to come to Beijing? What film is more important than my precious sister? Alishan Yuan pinched Esther's cheek earnestly. Today is our Janine's birthday. Even the most significant work has to take a back seat. Having been embraced by her Oral, Esther then turned her gaze towards Zeke standing beside him. Zeke had always been the one among the 5 brothers who expressed his emotions most reservedly. But Esther knew that although her second brother seemed aloof, he was actually very gentle at heart. He just wasn't used to expressing his feelings. After all, when she was at home before, whenever something happened to her, Sergio was always the first to rush back. When she wasn't feeling well, Sergio was more concerned about her than anyone else. Sergio's love had never been less than any other brother's. So Esther stretched out her hand towards Zeke with a smile in her eyes. Sergio, I want a hug. Seeing his sister happily hugging Avram and the Oral, Zeke also wanted to hug her. But his personality was too cold to do such an enthusiastic thing. However, upon hearing Esther's words, Zeke immediately pulled her into a hug. The familiar scent of clean cedar wood emanated from her Sergio, reminding her strongly of home. Good girl. Zeke stroked Esther's hair gently, his tone tender. After embracing 3 brothers, Esther took Cornelius into her arms and hugged Marissa before asking, Mom, did Wally bring you all over? This should be the surprise Wally mentioned. Indeed, it was a very happy and surprising thing to see all her beloved family on her birthday. Half a month ago, Bard discussed your birthday plans with us. We didn't expect that you would come to Beijing earlier than planned, so we came along together. Marissa held Esther's hand, speaking intimately. Janine, your brothers and I have all prepared gifts for you. Quickly open them and see if you like them. With so many brothers, there were plenty of gifts. Including Marissa's gift, there were 6 in total. Esther opened each gift box one by one. Marissa gave her an exquisitely crafted phoenix gold hairpin, Avram gave her a bracelet, Sergio gave her a silk scarf, Oral gave her an adorable plush toy, and Matthew Mon gave her a fountain pen. Only Dennis acted somewhat awkward when presenting his gift. Esther noticed that Dennis gave her a simple but intricate-looking safety knot which was not very neat in shape, suggesting that it was handmade by someone not quite skilled. Atlee said, Janine, this is a safety knot I made for you by hand. Although it may not look as nice as store-bought ones, but it looks very good. Esther took the safety knot from Atlee before he finished speaking, examined it carefully, then raised her head with a beaming smile. It has more character than store-bought ones, and I love it very much. She then lifted her eyes again. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, Mom. I like all the gifts you've given me. Atlee looked at Wally and saw that he hadn't taken out any gift yet. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Wally, did you not prepare a gift for our Janine? Just as he finished speaking, Sullivan patted him. You should respect your elders. Wally is not how you address him, either call him President Yanni or brother. I refuse. By seniority, Wally should call me big brother-in-law. I absolutely won't call him brother. Atlee looked sulky and unconvinced. Esther wanted to say that Wally had prepared fireworks at midnight, plenty of jewelry, bags, and shoes for her, and even brought the whole family to Beijing. Those were already great gifts. Unexpectedly, Wally said seriously, I have prepared a gift, or rather, I started preparing it 10 months ago. The gift isn't here right now, we have to go somewhere else to see it. Atlee was stunned. What? Then, the door of the living room was pushed open. Gordon walked in from outside. President Yanni, the plane is ready. We can set off. Plane. Set off. Esther looked at Wally. She was also a little confused. Where are we going? Wally raised his hand and put a lock of her hair behind her ear. You'll know when we get there. Among everyone, only Sullivan seemed to think of something. Suddenly widening his eyes, he looked at Wally. He recalled that 10 months ago, when Wally came over with a will and they talked in the study, he mentioned that he bought an undeveloped private island in South Asia. He said Janine liked roses, and the environment and climate on that island were very suitable for growing roses. Therefore, he planned to arrange for people to plant roses all over the island, building a rose garden especially for her as a gift for her 18th birthday. A gift for the 18th birthday. At that time, he wondered how many hundreds of millions it cost to buy that island, not to mention the huge amount of time, money, and effort required to build such a garden. Even if Wally was willing to spend so much, it would probably be impossible to finish within a year. But now, could Wally be taking them to that island? Sullivan couldn't help but be surprised. Others were puzzled but simply followed him onto the plane. The destination wasn't far from mainland China. The plane flew for about 3.5 hours before it began to descend. Esther fell asleep on the plane. Later, she subconsciously looked out the window after Wally called her name. This look froze her completely, even causing her to hold her breath. She saw that the plane was circling at low altitude over an island covered with vast expanses of roses. It was beautiful as if in a dream, leaving her awestruck. Chapter 464, Janine and CEO Yanni proposed. At first, Esther thought she was still half asleep and hallucinating. The entire island was covered in a sea of red roses. Seen from the low sky, it was so breathtaking. And surrounded by this sea of flowers stood a castle manor in the style of medieval Europe. It was simply magnificent. She hadn't even seen such a scene in TV shows or movies. Clearly, Marissa, Sullivan, and the others were also stunned. Janine, Wally finally spoke to Esther. I bought this island 10 months ago, just to create such a rose garden myself, as an adult birthday gift for you when you turn 18. In the future, we can spend every birthday here. Now I present this gift to you, do you like it? There probably wasn't a girl in this world who could refuse such a gift. Your own island, your own sea of flowers, your own castle, these 4 words described it perfectly, dreamy and breathtaking. But what touched Esther even more was the sentiment behind Wally's actions. Even she had forgotten this day, yet Wally started preparing 10 months ago. On this day, he treated her like a princess. And the other people on the plane, including Marissa and Esther's brothers, were honestly moved by Wally's sentiment as well. After getting off the plane, being surrounded by countless real roses made the floral scent and visual impact even stronger, beautiful enough to make one feel as if they were in a dream. The butler that Wally had arranged in advance slowly opened the grand entrance door of the castle, and as everyone walked in, they were dazzled by the decoration of the front hall. With noble gold as the main color tone, combined with elegant pure white, it was both tasteful and luxurious, tall and bright like a palace. Upon entering, there were 2 large, symmetrical staircases leading up, with several branches of roses entwined around the black iron handrails, revealing a classical and mysterious aura. Sullivan was dumbfounded. Buying this island and decorating the castle and the manor like this, how much money did it cost? Especially when Wally said the island was purchased under Esther's name, everything on the island belonged to Esther, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide in amazement. Marissa felt the same, knowing that Wally was wealthy, but having mixed in so-called elite circles for many years, she hadn't seen any rich man go to such lengths for a woman. Even for his own wife. Marissa even felt that as long as their Janine asked for money, the current Wally would not hesitate to give her all his assets. How would this be described online? Was this called love brain? But in true love, what does it matter whether it's love brain or not? It's because the love is genuine. Their Janine grew up in hardship with her mother in the countryside. Perhaps meeting Wally was heaven's way of compensating her. Esther looked around once, then took a deep breath and suddenly focused on Wally. Wally, I also have a gift for you. Huh? Wally didn't expect Esther would prepare a gift for him too. Just as he was about to ask what it was, he saw Esther take out a small wine red velvet jewelry box from her handbag. Wally was slightly stunned. This is the engagement ring, which I polished myself before coming to Beijing. Esther opened the jewelry box while speaking, revealing 2 simple yet elegant silver rings inside. Engagement ring? Esther's words shocked Marissa and her brothers. Sullivan widened his eyes. Janine, what did you say? Engagement ring? Josue's face turned slightly, a Lishan Yuan smile disappeared, Kolki raised his eyes, and Atli almost jumped up. Yes. Despite her brother's strong reactions, Esther still nodded, taking out the larger male ring from the box and holding it in her hand. For a long time, I've been thinking that I want to propose to Wally on a special day. If he agrees, we will set the engagement. As for the wedding, we will wait until after I graduate from university. Today is my 18th birthday, so it should be considered a special day. Therefore, I brought the ring with me before boarding the plane. I think now is the most appropriate time to propose and get engaged. However, upon hearing this, Marissa was greatly surprised. Wait, Janine. Getting engaged is no small matter, how can you start so casually? At least your mother should properly plan and arrange it. Our side of the family, and with Bard's status and position, the ceremony has to be grand and elaborate. If now. Mom, Esther seriously interrupted Marissa, I don't think it's hasty at all to get engaged here today. Today, you are here, my brothers are here, even my cat Cornelius is here. Now, the people I love most in this world are all here with me to witness my engagement. What could be more blissful than this? I don't need a grand ceremony, I believe Wally feels the same way. All I wish for is the blessing of my mother and brothers. Wally also regained his composure from the shock and murmured, Janine. Esther looked up at him and raised the male ring in her hand to Wally, asking, Wally, will you marry me? Be engaged to me, marry me in the future, and build a family with me. This isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, you don't have to say yes if you don't want to. You have the right to refuse me. Refuse? Forget it, if he refused Janine's proposal here, Janine's brothers would never let him off. How could he possibly refuse? To Wally, she was the one he wanted to love with all his life. He just felt that happiness came too suddenly, leaving him unprepared. But he immediately held Esther's hand, I do. I do. Janine, I didn't expect you to propose to me so suddenly. This should be something I do. Besides, you're still too young, I'm afraid. Esther interrupted him, you're afraid I'm not mature enough to make a lifelong decision now. Afraid that after entering university, I might meet more people, change my mind, or fall in love with someone else. Wally remained silent, but Esther knew she had hit the nail on the head. No, Esther took Wally's hand and slid the male ring onto his ring finger, her tone firm, no matter how many people I meet in the future, I will only love you for the rest of my life, just like you love me. Seeing the ring slip onto his finger, Wally took a deep breath. He wanted to embrace Esther but turned to ask Marissa and Sullivan for their approval. Marissa's eyes were red, and Sullivan's eyes were slightly moist. She took out her phone as a cover and said, "Hug her quickly, I'll take a picture to record this moment." Then, looking at the 4 younger brothers watching intently, she hurriedly added, "But just a hug, no kisses or Graham will start making a fuss again." Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, Wally slipped the other ring onto Esther's finger and embraced her earnestly. At this moment, it felt like he was holding his entire world. Chapter 465, The First Time. A Taste of Honey. They had originally come to the island to celebrate Esther's birthday, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden proposal and engagement ceremony. To be honest, whether it's Marissa or the brothers like Sullivan and Josue, they have all seen how Wally treats Esther. A man with Wally's prestigious family background, noble status, and remarkable handsomeness, who loves only one person wholeheartedly and is willing to give her everything he has, is simply flawless. Getting engaged was just a matter of time. Mithun's Janine wants to settle things early, they naturally respect and support her decision. When they arrived at the island, it was already evening. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. In the master bedroom, Wally drew the curtains and turned to ask Esther how long she wanted to stay on the island and when they would return. Esther sat on the bed and thought for a moment before saying, "Although I love it here and want to stay for a few more days, we need to go back to Gilising tomorrow night because there's something important." Important? Wally wasn't sure what Esther was referring to. "You mentioned receiving an invitation to Omar's birthday banquet from the Hua family in Gilising, right? The banquet is at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night at the Lushan Grand Hotel in Gilising." Wally asked, "Is it because of Omar's birthday banquet?" "I can skip it if you want, sending a gift will suffice." Esther shook her head, "No, I need to go. Randy has arranged some matters for me tonight." Wally looked at Esther, and she then told him about everything Randy had done for her. Randy confirmed that Yaneli, Hildred, and Ari will all be there tomorrow night. "So tomorrow I'll attend the banquet with you, but I plan to dress up as a masked server to blend in more easily. If Ari and Christinala Yaneli bump into each other and things develop as I planned, I won't need to do anything. But if Ari doesn't encounter them, I'll find a way to make sure they meet. In any case, those 2 demons, Yaneli and Christinalu, can't stay in the Shur family anymore. Yaneli is less of a problem. If Ari doesn't kill her tonight, I'll find a chance to do it myself. But for Christinalu, only Ari can kill her. I don't know if she's telling the truth about having the original host's soul within her body. If I were to kill her, the original host would die along with her, but Christinalu might escape. If Ari does it, his soul-devouring nail will only kill Christinalu without harming the original host. But what if Ari discovers you?" Wally immediately asked, "The monster hunter specifically went to your school to test if you're a demon." He frowned, "What if he finds out about you and tries to take action?" "I'll be careful and won't let him discover me," Esther tried to reassure Wally, placing her hand in his. "Once Christinalu and Yaneli are dealt with, I won't have much else to worry about." Indeed. If Christinalu isn't resolved, during her 4 years at university, she would definitely cause all kinds of trouble for Janine, leading to unimaginable problems. Though Esther didn't say it, Wally knew there was another reason why she wanted to get rid of Christinalu quickly. Gillison University was about to start its new semester, and both she and Hildred would enter as top students. Students at Gillison University were the elite among humans, making their chi the best source of soul power. There was no telling what Christinalu might do to them if she got into Gillison University. He knew that despite appearing aloof and indifferent to others, his Janine actually had a kind heart and cared deeply about human suffering. "All right," Wally said, "we'll go together tomorrow." After finishing this serious talk, he glanced at his watch and stood up to go take a shower. However, he was pulled back by Esther. She looked up at him and blinked, saying, "I'll join you." "Huh?" Wally couldn't help but catch his breath. Esther's eyes were clear, looking innocent and sincere, as if what she said was perfectly normal. But her next words made his breathing deepen, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "Wally, I'm 18 today. I'm an adult now. Adults can do things only adults can do." Wally took a deep breath and looked at the young girl in front of him, confirming again, "Janine, are you really sure?" Esther stood up, walked to Wally, wrapped her arms around his neck seriously, and replied, "Yes, I even proposed marriage. Of course, I've thought everything through." Wally's eyes darkened. In the next second, his strong arms lifted the girl and carried her to the bathroom. Esther didn't know how long it lasted. At first, Wally was indeed very restrained, gentle and cautious, afraid of hurting her. But as he saw her gradually enjoying it, he no longer suppressed himself, even losing control later on. Esther floated in ecstasy all night, allowing her lover to have his way with her. Finally, she was too exhausted to scream, her eyes heavy with sleep. After Wally washed her and changed the bed sheets, Esther saw the morning light filtering through the curtains. She slept until almost noon, and when she woke up, she felt a soreness all over her body. But as soon as she moved, the man behind her pressed up against her again, kissing down her shoulder, his hands teasing her. A man who had been holding back for a year seemed to have acquired an addiction. So they postponed getting up. Only when the servant Sullivan sent came to call them for lunch did Wally finally stop, carrying Esther to wash and change clothes. Esther said she would go to the Hua family tonight to attend Omar's birthday banquet. So after lunch, everyone took the plane from the island villa back to Gilising. There were already rooms prepared for Marissa and the brothers at home. Esther and Wally settled them in first, then the two returned to their room. Today was August 28th, and September 1st was the start of Gillison University's new semester, only 3 days away. So Marissa and Sullivan, Josue didn't plan to return to Gillisangching. They wanted to wait until the start of the semester to send Esther off to school together. Not long after Esther and Wally sat down in the room, there was a knock on the door. When it opened, Gordon walked in with a box in his arms. Chapter 466, Joe Billing 2 Fox Demons, 1. At the bedroom door. Tegan, no, Abigail, I've brought your evening attire, Gordon said as she entered the room with a box in her hands, addressing Hazel Lu. Mathuns Yen Yao Outian and Hazel Lu were now engaged. Gordon, as an assistant, naturally had to change how she addressed Hazel Lu. Hazel Lu took the box from Gordon and opened it, revealing a white shirt with a bow tie and a black half-skirt, a typical hotel waitress uniform. Baby, you're really going to pose as a waitress tonight? Yen Yao Outian asked, his brows furrowing slightly. To avoid drawing Aries' attention is best, Hazel Lu explained. Otherwise, both he and the Red Fox might suspect something if they see me. Yen Yao Outian knew she made sense but couldn't help but worry about confronting Aries, who had pursued Tian for years. However, he was glad he could go with her, at least providing some immediate support if anything happened. Time flew by until it was 7:30 p.m. Yen Yao Outian rarely appeared in public settings like banquets. Even in Gillisangching, he had only attended Herb Galace's patriarch birthday banquet a year ago, making the media and public highly curious about him. So, attending Herb Galace patriarch's birthday banquet in Gillisang was practically Yen Yao Outian's first public appearance here, attracting many reporters. As soon as the door of Yen Yao Outian's vehicle opened, photographers surrounded him, their cameras clicking away. Meanwhile, separated from Yen Yao Outian, Hazel Lu had already infiltrated the third-floor banquet hall of the hotel. The banquet was a buffet-style meal with various snacks and desserts arranged on long tables. It was guest arrival time, and the waitstaff were extremely busy. Dressed in a service uniform, Hazel Lu's hair loosely tied up in a bun, her small face mostly covered by a white mask, only revealing her cold, beautiful eyes. Gordon had replicated the Leishan Hotel staff uniforms 1-to-1, making it indistinguishable from the original. With over 20 female waitresses alone at the banquet hall, adding Hazel Lu wouldn't draw any attention. Moreover, due to a recent infectious disease outbreak, all staff wore masks, making it even harder to recognize her among them. Hazel Lu stood in an inconspicuous corner, watching people enter through the hall's entrance. The Hua family was one of the top noble families in Gillisang, and Hua Galesa patriarch held significant prestige in the city. Receiving an invitation to Hua Galesa patriarch's birthday banquet, almost no one would miss it. To not attend would imply considering other matters more important than wishing Hua Galesa patriarch a happy birthday, an insult to both the patriarch and the Hua family, which high society members wouldn't risk. Alice was likely attending because of the fourth son of the Hua family, Amrit. At dinner previously, upon hearing that Amrit, known as a diamond bachelor, had returned home, Alice had shown great interest. Becoming Amrit's wife wasn't just about money, it offered social status. The Red Fox clearly aimed to use Alice's identity for life and didn't want Hazel Lu surpassing her by marrying Yen Yao Outian, so becoming Hua Madam gave her more confidence. This banquet was the perfect opportunity to get close to Amrit. As for Ari, Randy mentioned at the Hua family sponsored the Non-Natural Affairs Research Institute he worked for, so attending Hua Galesa patriarch's birthday banquet was also a gesture of gratitude. Guests entering the hall maintained polite smiles, mingling around. Soon, Hazel Lu spotted Ari arriving. It had been half a year since they last met, and Ari still wore his usual attire, not particularly fancy for this occasion. A standing collar light-colored Chinese jacket with snap buttons and casual long pants accentuated his tall and slender frame. Though dressed modestly, his demeanor stood out amidst the worldly businessmen. His Eastern beauty, with gentle features, exuded an ethereal charm, drawing Hazel Lu's gaze immediately. Mathuns it was a buffet-style setup rather than assigned seating. Hazel Lu couldn't simply have Randy seat Ari and Alice together. Instead, Hazel Lu saw Ari take a plate, pick up some food, and sit down in a corner on the far left side of the hall, clearly intending to avoid mingling with anyone he barely recognized. Soon after, Hazel Lu saw Fremont and Yaneli arrive with Alice. Bruce was always a workaholic and not keen on socializing. Trenton would return to Gillisang from Gillisangching later tonight. As for Darren, he had yet to appear. Seeing that there were only the three of them, Esther finally felt relieved. Indeed, Remy and Yaneli didn't bring their 2 children, worried that intellectually challenged Lonnie might embarrass them. This was for the best. Yaneli was destined to die at this banquet, and Shi Yuzheng was likely in the same boat. With the 2 children not here, they wouldn't be left with any psychological trauma. But, as Esther had feared before, Ari took his meal and sat down at the far left corner of the hall, while Yaneli and Shi Yuzheng happened to sit at a table on the far right side. The distance between the 2 tables spanned the entire banquet hall. If they just stayed seated like that, they probably wouldn't have any interaction after the event. It missed. Ari didn't accidentally bump into these 2 fox demons, so she'd have to find a way to push things along. So Esther took a deep breath and called out to a male waiter who happened to be passing by her. "Hey, you can come over here for a moment?" The waiter looked around, confirming that Esther was calling him. Assuming it was a colleague, he walked over and asked confusedly, "What's up?" But upon seeing Esther's exposed eyes, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity, unable to recall who she was. "You are. I want you to deliver 2 notes to 3 people." Esther first pointed at Ari on one side of the hall, then at Yanli and Shi Yuzheng on the other side, pulling 2 notes from her pocket. "This note is for the man in the Chinese jacket with snap buttons." Esther indicated one note first, then the other, "and this note is for the mother and daughter in the kipayos. I want you to help me deliver these 2 notes to them." Before Esther could finish speaking, the waiter frowned immediately. Although he didn't recognize the woman in front of him, she was definitely a colleague. They were all working as waiters. What gave her the right to order him around? Just as the waiter was about to frown and refuse, he saw the girl in front of him pull out a wad of bright red $100 bills from her uniform pocket. "Here's 3,000 cash. Help me deliver these 2 notes smoothly to both sides, and this money is yours. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else." Chapter 467, Joe billing 2 Fox Demons, 2. What the hell? Seeing the wad of red bills, the waiter's eyes went wide, and he swallowed hard. "Why, you're serious? I just delivered 2 notes, and you give me this 3,000 yuan directly? If you don't believe me, I can give you 500 as a deposit first." Mathun's Esther was in an inconspicuous place with no surveillance. She took out 5 100 yuan bills and handed them over to the waiter first. Then she said, "The remaining 2,500 will be given to you after you deliver the notes." Taking the money from Esther, the waiter hurriedly checked it against the light and folded it to feel the texture. Once he confirmed the money was real, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. What kind of lucky drop was this? He didn't care why this woman wanted him to deliver these 2 notes, probably trying to matchmake the man with some unknown rich girl. It wasn't his business. All that mattered was getting paid for delivering the notes. "Alright, wait here. I'll go right now." After saying that, the waiter quickly rushed off with the notes. Esther watched from the corner. She saw the waiter first hand the first note to Ari, then pass the second note to Yanli and Madeline, who were sitting together. When the waiter returned, Esther stepped aside, hiding behind the wall, fearing Ari or Madeline might notice her through the waiter. "Miss, I've delivered the notes. Can I have the rest of the money now?" the waiter asked eagerly. Without much ado, Esther handed him the remaining money after a brief conversation and let him leave. When she emerged from behind the wall again, shifting her gaze to both sides of the hall, she found that Ari, Yanli, and Madeline were all gone. It seemed the message on the notes indeed made them leave immediately. Actually, the note written to Yanli and Madeline was simple. "Miss Sher, I have heard much about you. Would it be convenient to invite you and your mother to meet at the Wenyu Hall?" The signature was Joe Burdenshang. Madeline had scored full marks in the National College Entrance Exam, ranking first nationwide, which had garnered significant attention in Beijing's high society. It was natural that the eligible bachelor Joe Burdenshang, returning from abroad, would be interested in her story. No one dared to misuse Joe Burdenshang's name on such a note within the Hua family's domain. Yanli and Madeline had come specifically for Joe Burdenshang, so upon seeing the note, they left enthusiastically. The note given to Ari was equally straightforward. "A fox demon will appear at the hotel's Wenyu Hall." Ari was ostensibly working at a research institute in Beijing but secretly sought out demons. Esther knew Ari well. Given such a lead, regardless of its authenticity, Ari would certainly verify it. Seeing both parties act according to her plan, Esther took a deep breath. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Wally, who was standing in the middle of the hall. "Ari and Madeline, Yanli have gone to the Wenyu Hall. I'll head over there. If Ari fails, I'll take action." Perhaps sensing Esther's gaze, Wally looked up and met her eyes. Through the crowd bustling around the hall, they locked eyes from a distance. Immediately after, Esther's phone buzzed. It was a text from Wally. "Baby, you go first. I'll greet the Hua family and find you shortly." Wally was under too many watchful eyes in the hall. Going anywhere would attract attention. Esther hadn't intended for him to accompany her. She replied telling Wally not to worry. Wenyu Hall was on the same floor as the banquet hall, serving as a smaller reception area. Today, Grandpa Hua's birthday celebration meant the Hua family had booked the entire venue. While the banquet hall was crowded with guests, the corridor leading to Wenyu Hall on the other side was empty. This was why Esther chose this location. Before entering the door to Wenyu Hall, Esther heard the sound of bells through the walls. If not for reflexively grabbing the wall, she almost stumbled and fell. The soul capture bell. A famous artifact of demon hunters, effective only on demons, causing no effect on humans. Demons, upon hearing the bell, experience tremors as if their souls are about to shatter. Weaker demons become defenseless the moment the bell sounds. In her previous life, she nearly died from Ari's soul capture bell and soul-devouring nail. Esther knew Ari always carried demon-hunting artifacts, even to seemingly ordinary banquets. However, the soul capture bell from her previous life had been destroyed by her. She wondered where this new one came from. But it was good news that Ari had the soul capture bell now. This meant he didn't need to probe anything, just a ring of the soul capture bell in front of Yanli and Madeline would reveal them. No matter how well Yanli and Madeline disguised themselves as humans, their true forms would be exposed once the bell rang. Sure enough, not long after the bell sounded. Standing outside the corridor, Esther heard Yaneli and Madeline emit shrill screams simultaneously from inside the venue hall. Ah. No. Don't kill me. Chapter 468, Never met me, are you sure? Lola never imagined she would run into Ari here. The note said that Joe Berdenshang had heard much about her and invited her and Yaneli to meet at the venue hall, right? When Lola received the note, she felt a flutter in her heart, believing that her charm was so great that even Joe Berdenshang, who had just returned from abroad, fell for her. She hurriedly pulled Yaneli over and even went to the restroom to touch up her makeup before coming. With excitement, she pushed open the door and saw the tall and slender figure of a man standing in the center of the hall. But before Lola could be elated and call out, "Fourth young Master Hua," the man turned around, and the flirtatious smile on her face froze. Her eyes widened in shock, and her legs went weak. The black-haired youth standing before her. That slim yet commanding presence, those refined and gentle features, those cold, sharp eyes like knives, that familiar piercing aura. This is Ari. A few years ago, in that foreign church, he had driven the soul-devouring nail into her body, shattering 9/10 of her spirit as a demon hunter. Because of this man, she fell from being the world's most powerful fox demon, flattered by minor demons, to a mere wisp of spirit wandering and barely surviving in the human world. It took her several years to be reborn in Alice's body. How could it be Ari? Why is Ari here? In an instant, Lola broke out in cold sweat, feeling as if she were facing a formidable enemy, her legs too weak to stand. Yet, she forced herself to appear calm, fearing Ari might notice something amiss. No, Ari can't possibly be here for her, this must be a coincidence. Maybe he came for Grandfather Hua's birthday banquet and just got lost and ended up here? She has changed her body now, appearing entirely human. They say Ari's soul-devouring bell was destroyed by Aidenwai, so just with his eyes, Ari couldn't possibly recognize her as a demon. With this thought, Lola took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. As long as she remained calm and pretended not to know Ari, he wouldn't detect anything unusual. But while Lola managed to stay calm, Yaneli beside her stared at Ari in terror, unable to breathe and trembling uncontrollably. Why you? Lola cursed inwardly at Yaneli's incompetence and quickly tugged at her. Then, she looked at Ari with an innocent expression and asked, Mathur, are you? Hearing this question from the girl before him, Ari's eyes turned colder. Ari did not know who wrote the note he had received earlier from a waiter in the banquet hall. At the hotel's venue hall, 2 fox demons will appear. And now, seeing Yaneli, the wife of Remy from Beijing's Shi family, and her daughter Alice standing before him, Ari also drew a deep breath. 2 fox demons, the numbers matched. So, were the 2 fox demons mentioned in the note these two, Yaneli and Alice? Yaneli was unfamiliar to Ari, but he knew of Alice. After returning from Gilasangching last time, for reasons unknown even to himself, Ari had been paying close attention to Tanya's activities. He saw Tanya achieve a perfect score on the college entrance exam, becoming this year's top scorer, and naturally noticed Alice who also scored perfectly. Ari had met Tanya and knew she was a true genius. Later, whenever the young girl's high-level identity was exposed, including her outstanding performance during the live-stream survival game on the deserted island, Ari believed it even more. But regarding Shi family's princess, Alice, it was said she had congenital heart disease and had stayed home since childhood, never going to school or taking exams. Only after 6 months of enrollment did she become the national top scorer on the college entrance exam. When he first saw the news, he frowned slightly, thinking it was unlikely. But many comments below argued, why should only Tanya achieve a perfect score? Other geniuses exist besides her. Seeing such comments, Ari didn't delve deeper at the time. And now, Ari, one of the youngest and best demon hunters in his family, could always tell by a glance whether the demons possessing humans felt guilty. Alice seemed calm enough, seemingly not recognizing him at all. However, Yaneli, standing next to her, started sweating profusely upon seeing him. With the air conditioning set so low, yet still sweating profusely, is that normal? And there was a faint, almost imperceptible scent of fox in the air, reminding him of someone familiar. Or rather, a certain notorious fox demon, Lola, who had slaughtered countless people, even children, without mercy. Could it be that the Lola he had pierced with the soul-shattering nail back then didn't completely vanish? It seems we've come to the wrong place. Let's go back, Mom. Feeling Ari's gaze fixed on her, Lola felt uneasy and hurriedly tried to pull Yaneli away. However, as they took half a step, Ari flashed forward, blocking their path. You got lost? Ari looked at Alice. His gaze was cold, his voice chilly. Well, we're here to find Nathanarnsang. We must have mistaken someone. Sorry. Lola quickly replied. But Ari's expression turned colder as he raised his eyes and asked, Miss Alice, have you ever met me before? Met you? How could that be? I don't even know who you are, Mathur. Lola only thought about leaving this place as soon as possible, instinctively replying while pulling Yaneli towards the door. This time, Ari did not stop them. Lola secretly rejoiced, thinking she had finally escaped unscathed. However, just as her hand was about to touch the door of the venue hall, a sudden, crisp ringing sound came from behind. Ding yawning. Ding yawning. Ding yawning. In an instant, when Lola and Yaneli heard the bell, it felt like a time bomb in their heads had been set off. Even though no blade touched their bodies, the pain was as if their flesh was being carved away piece by piece, more excruciating than any torture. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going to die. Unable to hold back their screams, Lola and Yaneli clutched their heads and rolled on the ground in agony. They cried out, looking up at Eri with torment, seeing the man standing tall and straight before them, his face cold, holding a small ancient bronze bell tied with a red string in his right hand. Never met me? Eri looked down at the two women writhing and screaming on the ground like insects, his tone icy cold. Are you sure? Chapter 469, No need to deceive me, I'll come over myself. This. Lola was terrified as she saw the ancient bronze bell in Eri's hand, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets from shock, her face turning crimson with distress. The soul-capturing bell. This is the soul-capturing bell. How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that Eri's soul-capturing bell had been destroyed by Aiden Wei previously? How could Eri have another one now? There's no better way to prove if someone is human or a demon than by ringing the bell and seeing if it leads to nothing happening or an immediate life worse than death scenario. After arriving in the capital, Eri had been relentless in hunting down demons in the city, exterminating all demons without mercy. If demons attach themselves to humans and disguise themselves well enough, even the most perceptive demon hunters can have demons slip through their fingers. But with the soul-capturing bell, no matter how well disguised they are, the sound of the bell will immediately reveal their true form. The soul-capturing bell is the most powerful demon hunting tool passed down in the family. However, because it was created and left by ancestors, generation after generation, from the initial dozens of soul-capturing bells, only 2 remained by the time it reached Eri's generation. Eri once had a soul-capturing bell which he used to exorcise demons abroad but was later destroyed by Aiden Wei. Not only did he fail to catch any demons with the soul-capturing bell, but it was also destroyed by the demon, which was a grave mistake. By rights, Eri should not have been allowed to possess another soul-capturing bell. However, as the most upright and capable among the young generation of his family, the elders still gave him the last soul-capturing bell after he arrived in the capital. Since then, Eri never left it behind, carrying it wherever he went just in case. He never imagined that when he attended Omar's birthday banquet out of courtesy today, he would use it and encounter 2 demons at once. Outside Wenyu Hall. Tanya ran out of breath after hearing the ringing earlier. She deeply inhaled. Pressing against the wall, she took a few steps forward and peeked through the crack beside the door into the hall. In the hall, Lola and Yaneli were on the ground, hugging their heads and wailing uncontrollably, unable to maintain their human disguises any longer. Eri stood coldly watching. But in the next second, Eri flipped his hand. A golden object resembling a nail suddenly appeared above his palm. The soul-devouring nail. Tanya's pupils constricted slightly. She was more than familiar with this item, and Lola and Yaneli should be too. Don't kill me. Indeed, at the sight of the soul-devouring nail, Yaneli was almost driven mad with fear, screaming and crawling backward. Lola paid no attention to the body she possessed. If she could detach her soul from the human body, she could escape. As long as she escaped, she could find another suitable body to reincarnate. So, Tanya saw Yaneli's body suddenly fall to the ground, and a wisp of smoke drifted out from this body, heading straight for the entrance. Not good. Yaneli was trying to escape. Tanya's brows furrowed tightly. One of her reasons for following was to kill Yaneli if Eri couldn't do it. If Lola escaped, there was a chance she would return. However, before Tanya could decide whether to take action herself, the moment Lola's soul separated, Eri reacted instantly inside the hall. His clear and handsome features bore a hint of murderous intent, and the soul-devouring nail flew straight toward the wisp of smoke. In the next second, the golden nail, glowing with light, struck the wisp of smoke accurately. Once the soul-devouring nail makes contact with a demon's soul, the demon instantly reveals its true form. Sure enough, in a blink of an eye, a green fox with a nail pierced into its shoulder fell to the ground, convulsing. Green fox? Eri's expression grew even colder. His movements were unwavering, giving the green fox no chance to breathe. With a single gesture, the soul-devouring nail was withdrawn and thrust again, this time directly piercing the heart of the green fox. The instant the soul-devouring nail stabbed into its heart, the green fox on the ground let out a soul-piercing scream and exploded into dust, dispersing completely. Everything happened so quickly. The soul of the green fox vanished into thin air, as if its existence had been merely an illusion, while Yaneli's corpse lay silently on the ground. Seeing the green fox's soul being scattered, Lola was nearly frightened to death. No, don't kill me. When Lola regained her senses, she screamed and tried to flee. But as she turned and ran a couple of steps, a rope thrown by Eri instantly wrapped around her neck, pulling her back from the doorway. The demon binding rope restrained her. You are Lola, right? Eri asked coldly. It seems that blow you received back then wasn't enough to scatter your soul completely. But today, I won't give you any chance to escape. The rope tightened around her neck, and Eri's eyes were as cold as ice. His right hand had already retrieved the soul-devouring nail, ready to plunge it into Lola's heart without hesitation. Once the soul-devouring nail pierced her heart, she would be obliterated. Tears welled up in Lola's eyes as she managed to shout out a few words with great difficulty. Don't kill me. I can tell you where there is another demon in the capital. Another demon? Eri paused mid-motion, stunned. Seeing Eri's wavering resolve, Lola clung to this lifeline and gasped, speaking bitterly. Tanya. You didn't know, did you? That Tanya who also scored full marks on the college entrance exam, she is also a demon. She was Alicia in her previous life. The very rose that destroyed your soul-devouring nail and the one you've been searching for all along. You actually gave your bracelet to her, great demon hunter you. Could you have been deceived by that woman? Tanya. Eri's eyes widened in an instant, the usually calm man displaying shock for the first time. This red fox claimed that Tanya was Alicia, the rose flower demon he had been relentlessly hunting? How could this be possible? He had clearly tested her. Recalling his encounter with Tanya in Gillisangching, Eri fell into a brief confusion. Lola seized the opportunity to embellish. Demis are the true devils. The demon who massacred the orphanage wasn't me, it was her. It was that scheming bitch who killed those children and framed me to lure you here to kill me. This is her usual tactic. Let me go, and I will help you deceive Tanya over. She is the one who truly deserves to die, MMM. The demon binding rope suddenly tightened. Upon hearing Lola's words, Eri increased the pressure around her throat, leaving Lola unable to speak. For a moment, Eri's mind was in chaos. Tanya was a rose? If she was Alicia, that meant from the start, during the Xingjing performance troupe, she had recognized him and had been deceiving him all along? But how could such a kind and intelligent girl be the vicious flower demon who harmed humans? Could she really have been manipulating him so easily? His judgment had never failed before. In that instant, Eri resolved that after dealing with Lola, he would confront Tanya and get to the bottom of everything. He didn't believe Tanya's kindness was fake, nor did he think he had misjudged her. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. Even Lola's eyes widened in surprise. I don't need you to trick him, I'll come over myself. The door to Wenyu Hall suddenly opened, and the clear, bell-like voice of the young girl echoed through the hall. The person walking in was Tanya. Chapter 470. How do you joke? No, I won't. Is it Esther? Lola's eyes almost popped out of her head. Was Esther crazy? Why was she also at this banquet? And dressed like a waiter? Lola couldn't immediately think that Esther was the one who had passed her the note. She just felt that Esther must have lost her mind. She had just told Eri that Esther was Alicia, and now she actually dared to come here. This was truly asking for death. In the hall. The girl still wore the hotel waiter's uniform but lifted her hand to take off the mask, revealing that cold yet unforgettable beautiful face. Eri froze as well. Even the rope he was using to bind Lola loosened for a moment, and he opened his mouth to look at Esther. Esther? I heard what Lola just said. Esther raised her eyes to look at Eri, with no fear in them, only calmness. What she said is true. I am indeed Alicia, the very demi you've been hunting all along. From taking over the family mission until now, Eri had killed no fewer than hundreds of demons. Some demons did everything they could to disguise themselves before him, some denied being demons until death, some tried every possible way to escape when facing death. Never had any demon stood calmly before him and admitted to being a demon. Eri took a deep breath, gazed blankly at Esther, and his hands shook inexplicably. You. Eri, this is already our 6th year of knowing each other, right? Esther's tone was indifferent. In my past life, you were always chasing me, so I escaped to the forest more than a year ago to live in seclusion. Later, you followed me again, and I pretended to die and left Alicia's body. When you found my corpse in the mountains, I had already entered Esther's body. Given such details about her entanglement with Demi, even if Eri didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the girl before him was indeed the demon he had been hunting all along. But, why? Why stand before him and tell him her true identity? Even if Lola had told him the truth just now, as long as he didn't believe it and didn't go looking for her, he wouldn't confront her, wouldn't have to take action against her. She could still continue to live as a human under the identity of Esther. Even Eri himself didn't realize that he, who had always hated evil and regarded all demons as deadly enemies and would wipe out all demons, felt. When Esther stood before him and clearly told him she was a demon, his first reaction was fear. He was afraid. The first rule of the family precepts was that compassion towards demons would inevitably lead to retaliation from them. No demon could be spared. If it was only Lola who had spoken, he could pretend not to believe it. But with Esther standing up and directly telling him, he could only take action against her. Until she died before him, until her soul dispersed and vanished. Once the words were spoken, from now on they could only stand on opposite sides, only, fighting to the death. Why? Eri's voice sounded calm but was laced with pain. Why do you? Why lie to you? Or why, after Lola has already told you that I'm a demon, did I come to find you? Esther countered, her tone still calm but with a hint of fatalism. I never wanted to deceive anyone. When I saw you for the first time in Xingjing class, I could have directly left Esther's body and escaped. But at that time, I didn't want to leave like that. At that time, it was the first time I had loved ones and friends who cared for me, and I had a lover I wanted to protect for life. I didn't want to leave them, so I had to pretend in front of you. Ari suddenly looked up, disbelief in his eyes. So when you fell off the horse and hurt yourself like that, it was just to make you believe I wasn't a demon. Esther directly finished his sentence, lifting her eyes. Ari, I knew that horse was controlled by you to run wild. And I understand you better than you think. I know this not only dispelled your suspicions but also made you feel guilty. I broke one leg, but from now on, you will never use such harmful ways to test me. You. Seeing Esther's cold expression, Ari clenched his fists in an instant, unsure whether he was angry or hurting. How could she exploit his guilt and affection? At that moment, seeing the girl being carried away by the frenzied horse, her eyes misted over in fear, screaming, "Teacher you," his heart couldn't help but tremble. Later, when he saw her really being thrown heavily to the ground by the horse and rolling more than a meter before stopping, his heart was filled with extreme guilt as he rushed over. The young girl's lips had no color, and tears welled up in her misty eyes, eventually rolling down. His heart could not help but tremble with guilt. He felt guilty for being too confident, guilty for being too rash, making an ordinary human girl suffer such an unforeseen disaster, falling so heavily and getting injured so badly. When he wanted to carry the girl to the hospital, she was pulled away by her brother who arrived just in time. He only thought that such things should never happen again, and he should keep a distance from this girl. So after giving her the bracelet at the entrance of the hospital, he never appeared before her again. Since then, he had silently followed her news online. But now, indeed, from the standpoint of a demon, to avoid being targeted and hunted down by demon hunters, this was indeed the best way. But Ari felt uncomfortable. He did not know if it was because Esther had deceived him or because she had to hurt him to deceive him. So, what about the second question? Ari clenched his fists and looked at Esther. You have heard this red fox tell me your identity, why did you still come over? Esther lowered her eyes, speaking with certainty. Since you already know I am Alicia and Demi, even if I don't stand up, you won't let me go. How do you know I won't? This sentence almost slipped out of his mouth. As the words reached his lips, Ari choked them back. Chapter 471, Take Action, Avenge the Innocent Children. Ari didn't know why he was having thoughts that went against his principles. But now, if he were to destroy the soul within this girl without hesitation, he couldn't do it. Besides, Esther lifted her eyes calmly after speaking. Ari, I have been entangled with you for an entire lifetime. I don't want this life to be endlessly tangled with you too. There are some things I've wanted to clear up with you for a long time but never had the chance because whenever you saw me before, you only wanted to kill me. But now, at least I can finish talking to you. I know you were taught by your family from a young age that there's no good among the demons in this world and their nature is to harm people, so they must all be wiped out. But in this world, humans are divided into good and evil, and demons naturally also fall into good and bad categories. Yes, I am a demon, but I have never actively harmed anyone. Even when Marilyn tried to kill me multiple times before, I didn't use my demonic power to kill her, I just sent her to jail, letting her be punished for her evil deeds. Years ago when we first met in that mall in Britain which had a fire, almost hundreds of people were trapped inside, suffocating or burning to death. You sensed that there was a demon using high-intensity soul force and came to investigate. When you arrived, you saw me resting while holding onto the wall, exhausted from using my soul force excessively. So based on your experience, you directly deduced that the fire was caused by me using my soul force to burn everyone in the mall and gain strength. But it was really just an accident. I happened to be in the cafe on the first floor of that mall, reading a book when the fire broke out. The reason I used such high-intensity soul force was to create a barrier to shield people from the smoke, help the firefighters control the fire, and cool down those who were already burned unconscious, maintaining their heart rate. Because of this initial encounter, you relentlessly pursued me for years, wanting only to kill me. But Ari, have you ever thought, was what you saw always the truth? Was what you believed always correct? Esther's tone remained calm. But these questions stabbed into Ari's heart like knives, sentence by sentence. Ari was greatly shocked. Or rather, the facts he had previously believed in were collapsing before him. He thought that even the brief softness in his heart towards Esther a moment ago was an extremely unpermitted act of kindness. But now, he realized that the truly cruel and self-righteous person, seeing only one aspect, was himself. The clear features of Ari were clouded with pain, his voice trembling. Are you saying, that day you weren't there to kill people, but to save them? And I chased you for so many years because you saved people. Yes, I didn't harm anyone back then, nor have I done so since. Esther looked straight into Ari's eyes, her words piercing through to his heart, but I don't blame you. You have your stance and responsibility. As someone born into a demon hunter family, catching and killing demons is your duty. No one has taught you that there are good demons, nor how to distinguish between good and bad demons, so I don't hate you or blame you. I only hope that after I tell you these things, you won't think about killing me as soon as you see me. Even if you use some kind of magic weapon on me, if it causes me any harm, it would scatter into nothingness. I beg you, let me go. Where could such a magic weapon exist? Ari gave a bitter laugh inwardly. Moreover, even if the girl hadn't said anything, he wasn't going to kill her just for seeing her anymore. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Esther raised her eyes. The note that lured you here was written by me. Note? Note? Before Ari could say anything, the red fox, who had been silent all along, suddenly widened her eyes, unable to move, fuming red-faced. The red fox screeched curses. You bitch, Demi. That note was written by you? Did you deliberately trick us here to make Eri kill me? Shut up. Eri turned his gaze towards the red fox, his expression no longer conflicted and painful as it was with Esther, now icy cold. With a flick of the spirit-binding rope, he slammed the red fox into the wall, causing her vision to blur instantly. Due to the spirit-binding rope, the red fox's soul was locked within this body and couldn't escape. Just as Eri prepared to throw the second strike, Esther suddenly stopped him, taking a deep breath and said, use the soul-devouring nail directly, don't harm this body. Taken aback, Eri asked, what? Esther explained, when I came to my grandfather's Sure family in the capital city, I found that Elwyn and my Aunt Yaneli were possessed by the red fox and the green fox. The red fox placed a parasitic charm on my grandfather, while the green fox was feeding off my uncle's vitality. The red fox had once massacred so many innocent humans and almost killed my grandfather. When I found out, I wanted to kill her. But she said she took over this body when the original owner's consciousness was weak. That means the soul of the original owner might not have dissipated yet. If the red fox dies, the original owner might still wake up. This is also why I asked Randy to invite you to this banquet and use notes to lead you and them here. Only you could carry out the action, perfectly concealing the cause of Yaneli's death. Your soul-devouring nail wouldn't harm the original body but would directly annihilate the red fox's soul. So you thought about all this? Eri couldn't help feeling astonished. As a demon hunter, even he hadn't considered the possibility that the original owner wasn't dead. Thanks to Esther's intervention earlier, he was prevented from making a grave mistake. Jobil the red fox, Esther's eyes were as resolute as her tone. She looked at Eri, her voice tinged with sorrow. It would be some solace for the souls of those innocent children who died by her hands. That evening, being unable to stop the massacre at the orphanage and save those innocent, naive children was an indelible pain in Esther's heart. And now, it was time to end it all. The red fox must die here today. Demi. How dare you let Eri kill me? To Eri and Esther's surprise, the red fox screamed upon hearing Esther ask Eri to kill her. Demi, I'm telling you. If I die today, you will die too. You will dissipate just like me. What do you mean Esther will dissipate along with you? Eri's heart skipped a beat on hearing this, his expression turning even colder as he glared at the red fox, demanding an explanation. Don't believe her, she's just trying to buy time and find a chance to escape. Esther didn't believe the red fox. She had long seen through the red fox's vicious and deceitful true nature. Her voice was cold. Eri, take action and avenge those children who died unjustly. Chapter 472, Gold, the Color of Miracles. Fine. Eri agreed. He couldn't quite explain this trust either. She was a demon and he was a demon hunter, standing on opposite sides like fire and water. Perhaps it was because they had been entangled for many lifetimes, she had long become his obsession. And at this moment, this obsession seemed to have evolved into something else. No, don't. Instantly, the soul-devouring nail in Eri's palm floated up. In the next second, amidst the red fox's almost tearing apart scream, the soul-devouring nail pierced directly into her heart. A red fox was instantly nailed in midair by the soul-devouring nail that emitted golden light, curling up its body and letting out an agonizing howl. In the next second, like the blue fox, this red fox exploded too. It only turned into a wisp of red smoke. Soon, this wisp of smoke also dissipated in space. Soul shattered. The surrounding air seemed to return to silence all at once. If not for not knowing that the red fox was still alive, Eri would have hunted the red fox together these past few years. Seeing the red fox's soul finally shattered completely, having finally killed this evil-making demon, Eri felt relieved, finally relaxing. Instinctively turning to look at Tanya, he opened his mouth to say, Deborah, I. Before he could finish what was on the tip of his tongue, Eri widened his eyes as he turned around. Even his voice trembled slightly, Deborah. Just now, Eri was busy confirming whether the red fox had really disintegrated. When he turned back, he saw Deborah, who stood behind him, had curled up on the ground in pain at some point. Pain. The girl let out a difficult gasp. Eri's mind went blank, and his body reacted faster than his head did. By the time he realized, he had already lifted the pale-faced girl, calling out her name, Deborah. Deborah. What's wrong with you? Deborah didn't know what was wrong with her either. She just felt like her heart was thrown into a pot of hot oil, burning intensely. Her body seemed to be falling into a bottomless abyss, always falling, her vision growing darker. Eyes tightly shut, her consciousness became increasingly blurry. Seeing the soul-devouring nail, which should have automatically retracted, flowed out from Deborah's heart, Eri opened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Why would the soul-devouring nail emerge from Deborah's heart? The next second, countless black rose branches suddenly grew from Deborah's heart. Almost instantaneously, these rose branches started spreading over the girl's entire body. Then, blood-red roses bloomed on the girl's body all at once, entwining her fair and delicate arms and neck, breathtaking and dazzlingly beautiful. The vast blooms of roses surrounded the closed-eyed, exquisite girl, creating a scene so beautiful it left one awestruck. But, this was the original form of the demi-demon. It was Deborah's original form. The appearance and disappearance of the original form meant the demon's soul had also been shattered. No. He hadn't even said sorry to the person in front of him. Deborah could not just disintegrate like this. Deborah. Yet Ari had no idea how to stop it. Amidst his terrified cries, the girl's stunning large swathes of crimson roses that blossomed across her body vanished instantly. Yen Nike, the demons whose souls disintegrated, the destruction of the original form. In the empty hall, only a body lay quietly with closed eyes remained. The sudden change took away Ari's breath in an instant. His hands and feet felt cold as he tried to wake the girl in front of him. However, in the next second, a huge force threw him several meters away, accompanied by the man's furious yet trembling voice, "Stay away from her." Ari flew several meters away, colliding heavily with the wall, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He raised his blurred eyes and saw the tall man, whom legend spoke highly and respectfully served, now hesitating not a bit in kneeling on the ground. Shoulders shaking, he hugged the quiet girl tightly, stroking her cheeks repeatedly, whispering tender words that were usually exchanged between lovers. "Baby, I'm here. Sorry, it's all my fault, I came too late. Baby, dear, can you wake up?" The man's whole body was clearly trembling. Yet when he spoke to the girl, he was so gentle. This was Wally. This was the man she had told him about, the love she wanted to protect for life. "What did you do to her?" From Wally's eyes, Ari could see clear pain and anger, along with a murderous intent wishing to carve him to death right then and there. Though the man looked calm, anyone who saw their lover like this could remain calm. But, it wasn't him. He never intended to kill Deborah. He still wanted to apologize to her. He did nothing, he had no idea why it turned out this way suddenly. "Come in." Wally stood up with Deborah in his arms, his voice unnervingly cold. The slender girl seemed even more fragile and delicate against the tall man's broad shoulders. In his strong arms, she looked like an exquisitely beautiful yet fragile porcelain doll that could shatter at the slightest touch. With a command, over a dozen black-suited bodyguards filed in one after another. There was a protective barrier outside this hall earlier, which Wally and his men tried hard to breach but couldn't open the door. When the barrier dissipated, Wally rushed in only to find his beloved lying on the ground. "She will be fine. Janine will be fine. If something happens to her, this demon hunter, all the people from his clan, must die. I will make them pay with their lives." His voice, devoid of reason, was colder than ice, wishing to kill Ari immediately. And it carried the oppressive authority of a superior. "Take this man back and summon the best doctors in the entire capital to our house." Janine was still breathing. Although he didn't know what happened, he needed to take her home first. Back to their home. 3 or 4 black-suited bodyguards immediately came forward to restrain Ari. Others carried the other 2 bodies from the hall for further handling. Ari seemed dazed, unable to recover from the sudden change. He just kept looking at Deborah, letting Wally's men lead him away without any resistance. All Ari saw was the moment the soul-devouring nail emerged, the roses that grew from the girl's heart vanished instantly. So he assumed the demi-demon had been utterly destroyed. Whether or not the original owner of this body, Deborah, was dead, the rose was gone. For demonic souls and cores, being destroyed meant complete death. But what if under the demonic soul, it wasn't a demonic core? Ari didn't see, after those roses disappeared, a glint of golden light flashed around the girl's heart. The soul-devouring nail emitted golden light because it was a divine artifact given to the demon hunter clan by the Casey thousands of years ago. Golden light. That was the color of miracles. Chapter 473, everyone rushed to the capital city. No one had anticipated that on the day of Omar's birthday banquet, several shocking pieces of news would emerge consecutively in the capital city. Each piece was enough to make one's eyes pop out. The first incident involved Yaneli, the second wife of Remy, the chairman of Illegitimate Pharmaceutical, who suddenly died at another banquet hall within the same hotel hosting Omar's birthday celebration. The second incident involved Remy's only daughter, Hildred, who suffered a heart attack in that very banquet hall. She was carried out of the hotel, and her condition remains unknown. The third event was even more astounding. Deborah, hailed as the most talented young woman in all of China from the Liu family, also fell ill mysteriously in that same banquet hall. According to eyewitnesses, it was Gilasaking's richest man and the head of Yanni Group, Wally, who personally carried Deborah away from the scene. His entourage of over a dozen bodyguards also took away the corpse of Yaneli and Hildred, whose condition was still uncertain, along with another unidentified man. At the time, Wally covered the girl in his arms with his suit jacket, his face as cold and grim as eternal ice as he walked out of the hotel, causing quite a stir due to his imposing presence and the orderly formation of his subordinates. As for why everyone knew Deborah had fallen ill suddenly. 2 days after Omar's birthday banquet, Yanni Group officially announced that its chairman's fiancée, Deborah, had fallen into a deep sleep after being stimulated in some way during the banquet. Upon examination, Deborah's vital signs were all normal, but she remained in what appeared to be a deep slumber. 2 days and 2 nights had passed, and she still hadn't woken up. The cause of this strange illness was unknown. Thus, Yanni Group offered a reward of 200 million yuan for anyone who could help wake Deborah. Anyone who could wake her up would immediately receive the 200 million yuan. 200 million. That's 200 million yuan. This reward announcement caused an uproar online. First, the title, Chairman's Fiancé, revealed that Deborah and Wally had already become engaged. When did this happen? The media had no clue. Second, what exactly happened at Omar's banquet that led to these three incidents, the sudden death, the uncertain condition, and the mysterious illness? Was it a birthday celebration or a banquet with hidden dangers? Did the Hua family do something to them? Many netizens flooded the Hua Family Enterprises official microblog with questions, but the Hua family was equally bewildered. Indeed, they had sent invitations to Remy and his family to attend the birthday banquet, so Yaneli and Hildred came as invited guests. However, they never invited Deborah. They didn't even know why she attended the banquet. Moreover, the birthday banquet was held in the Ting Feng Hall, while these three women experienced their incidents in the Wenyu Hall. What were they doing there? Although the Hua family was just as puzzled, given Deborah's status, not only as a Lu heiress but now also the precious one in Wally's heart, they dared not speak up easily during this heated period. Beyond this, what netizens found most striking was that Wally had offered 200 million yuan just to wake Deborah. 200 million. For an average person earning 4,000 yuan per month, it would take 4,167 years of non-stop work to earn 200 million yuan, starting from the Western Zhou dynasty. With this money, you wouldn't have to worry about living expenses for this life, next life, and the one after that. But this reward wasn't easy to claim. We're talking about Wally, the leader of a company worth hundreds of billions. One word from Wally could gather the world's top doctors. Yet, he still issued a reward, which implied something important. It meant that even the best doctors worldwide couldn't wake Deborah from her deep sleep and were helpless against her condition. Ordinary people had even less chance of success. Western medicine might not be of use here. The only person netizens thought might be able to claim the reward was Hanley, known as the miracle doctor, who is China's chief master of traditional Chinese medicine. However, it was said that Master Feng had retired to the mountains in recent years, and no one knew his whereabouts or how to contact him. Moreover, it was rumored that Master Feng now only treated those with whom he had close ties, regardless of any reward. Wally was still young, and Deborah was merely a high school graduate. How could they possibly have any connections with Master Feng? Even if they found him, they might not be able to persuade him to come out of retirement. At this moment, in the afternoon, in the capital city, at the Yanni family villa. In the spacious room, heavy curtains were half drawn. A beam of sunlight filtered through the glass window, landing on the face of the sleeping girl on the bed, casting a soft and tranquil glow on her serene expression. The man sitting by the bed gazed intently, his head lowered as his broad palm gently caressed the face of the girl before him. This familiar warmth was something he cherished deeply, each touch felt like teetering between hope and despair. There was hope because she wasn't like those demons who were killed by Yui and their souls dissipated. The original owner of this body had died long ago, but Janine still breathed, with all vital signs normal, indicating her soul was still present. But there was also despair because despite all vital signs being normal, Janine wouldn't wake up. She slept so deeply that Wally didn't know if his beloved would ever wake again. Job, knock, knock. It was a knock on the door. Wally's voice was hoarse as he called out, "Come in." Gordon entered and saw his boss, who had been keeping vigil by the bedside for 2 days and nights without sleep, looking exhausted. He sighed inwardly. Wally's eyes never left Deborah, only asking Gordon, "What is it?" "Miss Feng, Master Feng's daughter, just called," Gordon reported. Mathun's learning about Tegan's coma yesterday. Master Feng has arranged everything for his patient abroad and immediately took the earliest flight back today. Miss Feng said in the call that their plane has already landed, and they should arrive at the villa in about an hour. Wally responded, still staring down at the girl. He dampened the dry lips of the girl with a wet wipe, his gaze intensely focused. Then he asked, "How are the others doing?" "Campbell." Gordon paused. Yesterday and today, everyone related to Tegan, whether from the capital, Illegitimate, or other cities, have all rushed over after hearing the news. Chapter 474, Janine is about to lose 2 facades. Gordon took a deep breath and said, "Let's not talk about the Liu family. Ms. Marissa and Mrs. 5 elder brothers have all come. Mrs. classmates from Xingjing High School who came besides Brenda, Mathawena, and Jobert, also include many of Mrs. A-class classmates. From Illegitimate City, Mayor Yannen's wife Daphne arrived with her 2 sons Nicholas and Yen Nin, Herb Clan's patriarch, Crystal Director Alban, Belan Group President Haley, and Research Institute academician Olaf. Here in Gillising, representatives of the Schur family came as well. The original Shirley has awakened in the Schur family, however, she did not accompany the family patriarch. Besides Patriarch Schur, Aunt Sabine, Israel Bruce, and Sergio Ambrose who rushed from Gillising also came on behalf of the Schur family. In addition to them, Miss Whiteway from the Bai family has also brought people over, along with grandfather Evang and his grandson Amen. Even the illegitimate daughter from the Gu family, Letitia, showed up. And there are those who came from abroad. Master Cohen from the Yuzhou Ab in Switzerland's sole noblewoman, Miss Lexis Brown, flew here today and is also in the reception room. Originally, there were already many media outlets paying close attention to our movements, now that so many high-ranking officials have arrived at our residence. President Haley, Academician Peng, Mayor's wife, Alban, Second Miss Bai, Patriarch Evang, Master Cohen, Miss Lexis, any one of them could cause a sensation. Now, outside the villa, various media have surrounded us. If it weren't for the tightly closed gates and security personnel, reporters might have stormed in by now. But this isn't the key point. The most important thing is President Yanni. All these people came out of concern for Mississippi. They've been waiting for quite some time now. Gordon couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to keep everyone except the Liu family from seeing Miss?" Ever since that night at the banquet when Gil brought Esther home, he hadn't left her side. A few minutes' delay at the banquet had left her in this state. Perhaps because of this experience, Gil felt an unprecedented sense of panic. He was terrified. He didn't want Esther to be out of his sight for even a second, nor did he want anyone else to touch her. In his days, it seemed like anyone other than him and the Liu family could bring harm to Esther. So, despite the influx of visitors, Gil only instructed Gordon to arrange accommodations for them. Over these 2 days, no one besides Marissa and Esther's 5 brothers has been allowed inside. Despite not being able to see Esther after arriving, the people outside her door were her closest family and friends. No one blamed Gil for his actions because they knew no one was more heartbroken than he was. "Has Ari left yet?" Gil suddenly asked. Gordon shook his head. He hasn't left yet, seemingly waiting for Miss to wake up. After bringing Ari to the villa that day, Gil confined him to the basement. Surprisingly, Ari appeared deeply affected, showing no resistance. He claimed he didn't lay a hand on Esther, saying he only embedded the soul-devouring nail into the red fox's heart, but it somehow surfaced from Esther's heart instead. He didn't know why this happened. Gil found such explanations unacceptable. He just gave him a cold look and said if he didn't provide a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't let him go. However, Ari wasn't an ordinary person. Or perhaps it was due to the close ties between demon hunters and national leadership. That same night when Ari was imprisoned, government officials pressured Gil, calling him and insisting that Ari was a special talent under national protection, demanding his immediate release or threatening Gil with consequences. Gil hung up before hearing them out, his face icy cold. Afraid of taking responsibility? If anything happened to Esther, he would follow her without hesitation. What did status, wealth, and fame mean compared to his love? It was precisely this attitude of Gil that made even the highest levels of the government powerless against him. The demon hunter elders were genuinely afraid that he would impulsively kill their best successor, rushing to the villa hurriedly. After interrogating Ari, the elder stroked his beard and solemnly gave an answer, "It's the Tongshin Gu." As soon as these words were spoken, Gil and Ari both suddenly lifted their eyes. The fox demon clan is adept at planting Gu charms. For instance, the red fox planted a parasitic Gu in the heart of the Shi family's elder. The parasitic Gu consumes the host's essence and transfers it to the master of the Gu. As for the Tongshin Gu, it lodges in the heart, essentially making the employer and host's hearts one. Any damage inflicted on one will affect the other, leading to shared life and death. Unknown is how that red fox managed to plant the Gu on Tegan, but this situation is undoubtedly due to the Tongshin Gu. So when your soul-devouring nail pierced the red fox's heart, it was equivalent to piercing Tegan's heart. It seems either the red fox hated Tegan immensely and wanted to take her down with her if she had to die. Or she initially intended to use this to threaten Tegan, fearing retaliation from her. The elder looked at Ari and said. Ari stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, muttering, no wonder the red fox warned Esther before dying that if she died, Esther would die too, that Esther would disintegrate like her. At the time, I thought the red fox was just struggling to delay time intentionally. I acted too hastily, I should have confirmed with her, should have checked again. Ari's expression revealed agitation. The elder was taken aback. This nephew of his, the only demon hunter in the family who chased demons to the ends of the earth to eliminate them, had never shown such emotion over any creature, let alone be this lost and distressed. Looking at all those people sitting in the villa's reception room, what kind of magic did this rose flower demon possess to make so many people worry so deeply? You don't need to blame yourself, Shao Yi, the elder said. Most young people today haven't even heard of Tongshin Gu, so naturally, you wouldn't think of it. You killed the red fox that had harmed countless humans. You didn't intend to hurt Tegan, this isn't your fault. And I think this isn't the main issue. The key point is that, even with the Tongshin Gu, Tegan's heart was struck by the soul-devouring nail. She should have disintegrated. Why is she merely unconscious now? A demon whose heart has been pierced by the soul-devouring nail and whose body has vanished has never experienced such a condition. Indeed. Why did Esther just fall into a coma? Although the original form of the rose flower had disappeared, Esther didn't die. What was going on? Even the elder had never encountered such a situation and couldn't offer any solutions. Gil received his explanation and knew that Ari hadn't intended to harm Esther, so he ordered him to be released. But Ari refused to leave with the elder. I'll wait until she wakes up. Ari told Gil, whether or not I knew about the Tongshin Gu, it was my responsibility since I took action. I'll stay here and wait for her to wake up. This waiting lasted 2 days. Ari didn't move an inch in the reception room, increasingly overshadowed by the growing crowd. Upon hearing that Master Hanley was about to arrive at the villa, everyone in the reception room of Yanni family's villa waited anxiously. Master Hanley had seen countless complicated cases throughout his life. Perhaps seeing Esther would give him an idea. Everyone was so tense that no one noticed a short-haired woman in a Yanni family maid's uniform slip in through the backyard. Concealed under her apron was a hidden live-streaming camera, and her press pass was tucked in her pants pocket. Chapter 475, Let me tell you a secret. Irma is a student at China's Communication University. This year, she graduated first in her journalism class and immediately started an internship at Gillising Evening News, known for being the fastest to report news online. The Gillising Evening News stipulates that the probationary period for interns is 6 months. However, if there are outstanding contributions during this time, one can be promoted to a full-time reporter early, with the basic monthly salary determined by the level of contribution. In other words, as an intern, Irma could directly become a full-time reporter if she broke a major news story during her internship period. Moreover, the greater the impact of the news, the higher her future basic salary would be. This was why Irma had to sneak into the Yanni family villa like a thief. Not only did she climb over the wall, but she also stole a maid's uniform from the greenhouse garden, changed into it, and snuck into the villa when no one was paying attention. It felt like being in a movie. Her heart pounded with tension when Irma followed the servants inside. But she had a strong premonition that this trip was not in vain. What exactly happened in that banquet hall at the Hua family patriarch's birthday party? Why did Yaneli die on the spot, Hildred's whereabouts remain unknown, and Brianna suddenly fell ill? Who was the man that Gil brought out of the banquet? What did he do? How was he related to Brianna's coma? What illness did Brianna actually have? Everyone in the media industry knew that this incident involved the Hua, Lu, Sher, and Yanni families. This kind of high-profile family secret was bound to be big news. For 2 whole days, almost all media reporters in the capital city were staking out outside the Yanni family villa, hoping to catch any wind of what was happening inside. However, they waited anxiously for 2 days and saw nothing but people going in but not coming out. The Yanni family's guards were extremely strict. Those who entered were all shrouded in mystery. Within 2 days, numerous luxury cars worth millions entered the Yanni family villa. Their license plates read things like Beijing A66666 or Gilisangsu A88888, making netizens speculate wildly. Who were these people rushing to the Yanni family? They all looked impressive. And for 2 days, no one who entered the Yanni family had come out. What were they doing inside? The Weibo trending topics were flooded. Reporters waiting under the scorching sun outside the villa were nearly suffering from heatstroke, and netizens eagerly awaiting news were anxious. Ah! Who all rushed to the Yanni family? What were they doing in there? What about Brianna? Can't even one competent reporter manage to get in and live stream the situation? Mentioning infiltrating the place was just a casual remark, but netizens never expected that a big V, popular influencer, would suddenly post on Weibo that afternoon. Damn! Someone really got into the Yanni family. No idea who it is, but they're live streaming now using a hidden camera. Everyone, go check it out. A link to the live stream was attached below. Irma didn't expect that within 10 minutes of starting her live stream, tens of thousands of viewers would flood in. The number of viewers surged rapidly, and several people gave generous donations. Because what she was doing was illegal, she didn't dare reveal her identity as a journalist. She simply titled the stream, Yaniv Stream Inside the Yanni Family. Instantly, the chat comments flooded the screen. Holy shit, is the title Live Stream Inside the Yanni Family real? Who is so badass to infiltrate the Yanni family? Worship. Might not be an outsider, maybe it's a Yanni family made live streaming? Finally, we won't have to guess what's going on at the Yanni family anymore. Amazing effort from the blogger. Where are you, blogger? Show us who's inside the Yanni family. Yeah, I want to see who's there. If we can capture Brianna, that'd be better. Seeing the comments, Irma took a deep breath. Thanks to the numerous maids at the Yanni family, all wearing masks while working, none of the other staff noticed her intrusion. Seeing 3 maids carrying trays of tea and pastries heading to one side, Irma perked up and hurried after them. Add 2 sugar cubes, here we go, I'm following them in. I should be able to see others soon. Irma typed secretly on her phone. Seeing this message, the viewers watching the stream held their breath. With a creak, the door to the reception room opened, and the maids entered to serve tea and snacks. Seizing the moment, Irma quickly directed her hidden camera toward the group inside the reception room. However, holy crap. Seeing the scene in the reception room, Irma's hand trembled, silently cursing in her mind. The audience in front of the screen was even less calm than she was, with many people crying out in shock. Oh my god, what's going on? Netizens had been guessing for 2 days who had come to the Yanni family, and now they could see them all at once. The chat messages started flying rapidly. Holy sh*T, let me count, that's the wife of Mayor Yen Nin, that's Haley, that's academician Olaf, that's Grandpa Evang. Holy mother, are these big shots so close to Brianna? Did they all rush here when they heard about her coma? Holy sh*T, I'm not seeing things, right? The guy on the sofa in the white suit is Ei Ison? Ei Ison is notoriously aloof. Why is he here? Could it be because of Brianna too? Good heavens, the shocking thing isn't just Ei Ison. That brown-haired blue-eyed foreigner is Master Jobin, right? Master Jobin has returned to China for Brianna? Is Brianna really that influential? Move over, do you know who that pretty girl with curly hair looks like a doll? This is Princess Violetta, who was newly appointed as princess in Selene last month. She's the most prestigious young lady in all of Selene and might even inherit the queen's throne in the future. Oh my goodness, why would the princess of Selene be here? And second Miss Bai, Could it be that all these people came here for Brianna? Impossible. As a high school student, no matter how amazing Brianna is, she couldn't make Princess Selene and Second Miss Bai come here. Yeah, and I heard Second Miss Bai rarely associates with other upper-class families, and I haven't seen her meet Brianna before. Why is she here? Randy's name frequently appeared in financial news, and the matters of the Bai family were well known to the public in recent years. Randy was the daughter of Bai Herbiu's second wife from his remarriage. Bai Herbiu's first wife died early, leaving their daughter, Alicia, missing in the Ujoab 11 years ago, with no news until now. After Alicia went missing, Randy took over the family business, operating efficiently and steadily, turning Bai Corporation into the top financial group in Gilising in recent years. But between Randy and Esther, there hadn't seemed to be any connection between them before. Irma happened to be standing not far from Randy. As netizens continued to speculate, unexpectedly, Haley, the CEO of Balan Group, suddenly walked up to Randy. Haley looked serious and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Second Miss Bai, may I have a private word with you? Actually, there's a secret I've kept deep inside for many years that involves you. I promised someone not to tell anyone, but after seeing you here at the Yani family, I thought I should tell you." What? A secret? A secret hidden for many years, one she promised never to tell anyone? When the netizens heard the words through the microphone, everyone perked up instantly. Sure. Randy thought for 2 seconds, nodded, and stood up to follow Haley. Blog owner, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and follow them. Please, blog owner, quickly follow them. If I don't hear what the secret is, I won't rest easy. Please. Blog owner, hurry up and follow them and listen secretly. I'll give you a Porsche. 2, no, 3. Seeing Randy follow Haley, the chat room exploded with anxiousness. Irma wasn't interested in the Porsches, she cared about the growing number of people flooding into her live stream. Seeing the online numbers nearing 1 million, Irma clenched her teeth and followed. If she really overheard something huge, even if something happened, the boss would still protect her. And she was also curious, what kind of secret could it be that made 2 of the most powerful female CEOs in the country want to share with each other? Chapter 476, Jacob's fifth identity falls off. Methoding down in the backyard of the Yani family villa, Randy looked at the woman sitting opposite her at the table. With neat short hair, well-maintained, and an elegant makeup. She was wearing a high-quality gray tailored suit dress that exuded both grace and powerful resolve. Haley could be considered a legendary figure known to everyone in Huagua. She came from true poverty, creating her fortune through sheer hard work. Establishing the country's first B2B e-commerce platform directly revolutionized shopping methods, making Balan Group one of the top domestic enterprises. However, although Haley built her success from scratch, she also faced numerous obstacles initially. It was said that 7 years ago, when Haley felt disheartened and ready to give up on her entrepreneurial dreams, a mysterious magnate directly funded her with 5 million yuan as her startup capital, allowing her to proceed boldly and assured her more funds if needed. Thus, even though this investor did not participate in any of Balan's decisions, the founder of Balan Group, Haley, was not its largest shareholder. It was this mysterious magnate. Yet, no one outside knew who this sharp-sighted investor was. After all, to many investors at the time, Haley's ideas seemed far-fetched. This made the mysterious magnate who provided her with 5 million upfront look even shrewd and highly experienced. Over these 7 years, various speculations emerged about this behind-the-scenes magnate of the Balan Group. Some claimed this magnate had already passed away, others said he was a 70-year-old Hong Jobong tycoon, and some even suggested that this magnate was a foreigner who used Balan Group to earn money for foreigners. Randy had long heard of Haley's name and deeds but had little interaction. Being in different cities, a political hub for Randy and an economic hub for Haley, she developed family businesses in Gilising while the headquarters of Balan Group was in Gilisangching. Therefore, they rarely met or spoke over the years. Then Haley mentioned having a secret hidden in her heart for many years related to Randy, which piqued Randy's curiosity. Now we're alone. President Meng, what is this secret you wish to share? Randy asked. It's like this, Haley seemed to have made a huge decision before lifting her gaze and speaking earnestly. Miss Bai should know that over the years, people have been very curious about the identity of the person who invested in me and Balan, but I've never revealed anything. The main reason isn't because of something else, but rather my investor does not want their identity to be known by the public, especially by you. Doesn't want me to know? Randy was bewildered. What does this person have to do with me? Are they holding a grudge? It's not about grudges, but she doesn't want you to seek her out after learning about her. At this point, I believe Miss Bai might have some guesses. Haley paused. The person who invested in me back then, the current biggest shareholder of Balan Group, is your sister, Alicia. What? Randy's eyes suddenly widened, showing disbelief. At the same moment, everyone listening in the live stream was equally stunned. Holy crap. Holy crap, wait, this is too much information. Haley is saying that Alicia invested in her 7 years ago, helping her establish Balan Group? In other words, the mysterious magnate behind Balan Group, discussed by outsiders for so many years, is actually the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Alicia? No wonder Balan has such a name, it combines characters from Alicia and Haley. But didn't Alicia go missing 10 years ago? It was said that the Bai family had been searching for news about Alicia without any leads, leading many to say Alicia was dead, even suggesting she committed suicide in the UJOAB. So, does this mean Alicia is not dead? If Alicia is alive and the magnate behind Balan Group, this news would explode online. Irma, standing behind the wall, almost shouted in excitement. 7 years ago, Gallagher was in the UJOAB at the time. I don't know how she found out about my entrepreneurial idea and struggles in raising funds, but she contacted me and offered funding. As Balan grew, she stayed hidden. Gallagher once told me about her disappearance. She said she was tired of social dealings and wanted to quietly live out the rest of her life freely. She doesn't want anyone to disturb her or find her. So she asked me not to reveal any information about her to anyone. For all these years, I have kept my promise to her. So I am very sorry, Miss Bai, that although I knew you were searching for your sister's whereabouts, I never told you where she was. But now, more than a year ago, Gallagher told me she was going to seclude herself in the deep mountains, and then I lost contact with her. I've been arranging people to look for her, but now even I have lost touch with her. All her contact methods and bank accounts are deactivated. I'm worried, could she be? Miss Bai, before, when I knew Gallagher was fine, I concealed this information. But now, considering this possibility, I think I should tell her remaining only relative in the world, which is you. On the other hand, I think if we combine my resources with those of the Bai family, we might find Gallagher faster. Haley thought that after she said this, Randy would first be shocked, then painfully sad, and ask her all sorts of questions about Alicia. However, to Haley's surprise, after she finished speaking, Randy's first question was unexpectedly, "You just said my sister invested in you a few years ago?" Hearing such a question, Haley was somewhat confused, not knowing what Randy was asking. But she still answered, "It was 7 years ago, the 3rd year after Gallagher went missing in your eyes." Upon hearing her answer, Randy pondered for a moment, then nearly solemnly spoke. "President Meng, I appreciate you coming here to tell me this. I won't blame you for hiding it from me before, after all, it was my sister's wish. However, there are 2 things I need to tell you. The first thing is, I learned about my sister's news a few days ago. More than a year ago, she indeed passed away, and just a few days ago, I found her remains on that mountain. The second thing is," Randy lifted her head, speaking very seriously, "the person who saw potential in you back then and agreed to invest in you was actually Deborah, not my sister." Chapter 477, the 5th domain of finance is finally revealed. Who are you talking about? Haley was completely stunned. What was Randy saying? First, she said that Brielle was already dead, and her remains had been found in the mountains. Then she claimed that the person who saw her potential and invested in her was Esther? How could this be possible? By Miss, have you made some mistake? Haley's face showed disbelief. If you say that Brielle has passed away, I had already braced myself for that possibility and can accept it. But how could the person who recognized my ideas and invested in me to start a business possibly be Esther? Although Janine is indeed a genius girl seldom seen in a century, aside from the fact that I personally met Brielle in England to sign the contract back then, consider this, how old was Janine 7 years ago? Janine just turned 18 a few days ago. 7 years ago, she was only 11. How could an 11-year-old child have come up with $5 million to invest in someone else? Besides, all these years, I have been communicating via text messages with Brielle. What does this have to do with Janine? Seeing Haley's furrowed brow and puzzled expression, Randy couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the day the holographic desert island survival game ended, she came to the production team to find Esther, wanting to ask if her blindfold shooting skills on the island were related to her elder sister. But she never expected that Esther would directly tell her a stunning secret, that she didn't just have some connection with her elder sister, she had once been her elder sister. Esther told her that after her soul died in her first life, her spirit had reincarnated into her elder sister's body by the seaside, living a second life while inheriting her sister's memories and emotions. Later, for unknown reasons, over a year ago, she detached from her elder sister's body and entered the corpse of a young girl who had just been strangled in Gilisangching, becoming Esther. Esther informed her that her elder sister's body, after being preserved, was placed in a cave deep in the mountains. She also told her the exact location of the cave. So 3 days ago, she personally went to that cave and found her elder sister's remains, bringing them home to hold a private funeral. It was a secret funeral unknown to the outside world. Randy's feelings toward Esther were complex, but she was actually grateful for her existence. Because of her presence, her sister's body, which had died over 10 years ago, lived for 9 more years, preserving her memories and emotions. This person not only became the person who knew her sister best in the world but also created many miracles and achieved great things using her sister's body over those 9 years. For example, as Lilia, she became fast friends with the world-renowned pianist Cohen. Or she fought 7 consecutive nights in underground boxing rings to retrieve lost cultural relics used as betting prizes abroad, becoming the legendary boxer Chloe. Or under the pseudonym Blue Star, she wrote top-tier papers for FSI, making significant contributions to acromegaly research. And then there was the matter of investing $5 million in the struggling entrepreneur Haley 7 years ago, making her the largest behind-the-scenes boss of the vast Balan empire. The body was indeed her sister's body, and even in Haley's eyes, these accomplishments were attributed to her sister. But Randy knew that 7 years ago, the real elder sister had already passed away, and the one controlling that body was Esther. Whether as Lilia, Chloe, Blue Star, or the secret investor of Balan, it was actually Esther. Yet when doing other things, Esther always kept her identity hidden or used aliases, never revealing herself as her sister. Why did she choose to use her sister's real name and identity to help Haley with Belan, even meeting Haley in person in England using her sister's body? Just as Haley spoke those words, Randy suddenly recalled an incident from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, due to her decision-making error, a deal involving billions of yuan encountered a problem. Because the transaction failed to proceed normally, the company's internal funds broke the chain. The originally frozen funds couldn't be unfrozen, loans from banks weren't available immediately, and employees' salaries almost couldn't be paid. It was the biggest crisis she faced since taking over the family business, nearly causing the company to cease operations. At that most difficult time, an anonymous account directly transferred 50 million into the company's account. The account information revealed no source, so Randy thought it might have been from one of her father's friends who learned about the situation and transferred money over. That sum solved the company's urgent problems and stayed with her ever since. But now thinking about it, the prefix letters of that account, BLJT, weren't they exactly the abbreviation of Belan Group? That money must have been transferred by Haley upon hearing the news. Thinking this over, Randy understood the reason behind Esther's actions back then. She wanted the Bai family to owe Haley a favor. Haley had always believed that it was her elder sister who invested in her like a connoisseur spotting talent, and this gratitude was unforgettable. Esther knew she might not be able to live stably in her elder sister's body forever, but Belan Group would likely grow larger over time. With this favor, if anything significant happened to her and the Bai family, Haley would certainly not stand idly by but would offer all the help she could. Because in Haley's eyes, she was the younger sister of her benefactor, and the Bai family was her benefactor's family. Thinking of this, Randy took a deep breath, feeling her eyes moisten. Esther was really very kind. She actually thought so far ahead 7 years ago. But because Esther had considered her so deeply, she felt even more compelled to repay this favor to Esther herself. Her elder sister had already passed away, and these past 10 years had made the Bai family under her leadership strong enough. The one who needed Haley's heartfelt help as an honored benefactor was Esther, who was still unconscious. Though she couldn't reveal the truth about Esther reincarnating into a new body, she could tell Haley about this. President Meng, Randy looked at Haley. You may not know, but my elder sister actually met Esther 10 years ago, and they have been closely connected since then. The investment you received 7 years ago was entirely Esther's idea. The 5 million came from Esther, and the person who has been texting you all along was also her. My elder sister just met you on her behalf that day. In other words, the true biggest boss behind Belan Group, speculated for so many years, is actually Esther. You're saying. Haley widened her eyes, but 7 years ago, Esther was only 11. How could she possibly? President Meng, have you forgotten who Esther is? Randy's expression remained unchanged. Lilia, Chloe, Blue Star, who could have guessed any of these identities belonged to a teenager? Didn't the recent holographic Desert Island survival game expose that Esther is Joab. A club's only 6-star member worldwide? She has publicly shown talents in 4 domains: piano, martial arts, scientific research, and shooting. The 5th domain is financial investment. People initially saw Esther as a second-rate illegitimate daughter from the countryside, but in reality, this so-called illegitimate daughter they perceived is a piano prodigy, a martial arts prodigy, a scientific research prodigy, a shooting prodigy, and also a financial prodigy. Chapter 478, not human, but a deity could accept it. Oh my God. Haley was utterly shocked by Randy's words. It was Esther, the only person who acknowledged her 7 years ago and invested 5 million in her. It was this very Esther whom she had regarded as her sister all along. What kind of prodigy could have 5 million at the age of 11, with the foresight to make such an insightful investment? No wonder Randy said that Alicia had already passed away over a year ago. Yet, she clearly received a message from Gallagher at the banquet hosted by Ismail last year. Turns out that message wasn't from Alicia, it was sent by Esther, who was also at the banquet back then. At that time, she just thought how amazing this girl on stage playing the piano was. She never imagined that this stranger was actually someone she knew best. No wonder the text message told her to bid for the blood-red Nixang and take it directly to Wally after the banquet. Everyone said Wally's leg was cured by Esther. Asking her to bid for the blood-red Nixang must have been because Esther wanted to use it to treat his leg. No wonder these past few years whenever she interacted with Esther, she felt a vague sense of familiarity. Even a sense of meeting like old friends, inexplicably close and trusting, considering Esther as her little sister from the bottom of her heart. It turned out that all these years, the person who had always been in touch with her, encouraging her and supporting her, was Esther. That's why when she saw her, she felt familiar, close, and trusted. My God. No wonder. Numerous memories and details of their interactions suddenly flooded into her mind. Thinking about Esther, who was lying unconscious in bed now, the usually composed Haley became rare out of composure, covering her suddenly reddened eyes with both hands, her voice choked up. Fortunately, she cancelled other plans immediately upon learning that Esther was in a coma. Otherwise, she would have regretted not being there during her most crucial time. Haley accepted this fact, while the audience watching the live stream were dumbfounded. What? What is this? This behind-the-scenes mogul of Belan Group, who once provided Haley with 5 million for investment, turned out to be a high school student who graduated in June this year and just celebrated her 18th birthday a few days ago? How could this be? Which child at 11 years old could have 5 million, let alone dare to invest such a large amount to support what seemed like a wild idea at the time? This is 5 million, not $500. But these words came from Elisha's younger sister, Miss Randy herself. If it weren't true, how could Miss Randy reveal this to Haley? This is true, so, the behind-the-scenes mogul of Balan Group is really Esther. Esther, a top-tier genius in 6 fields, piano, martial arts, scientific research, shooting, and finance, caused a mixed reaction among the viewers in the live stream. 2 words, shocked, have worn me out. Suddenly I feel it makes sense if it's Esther. Really, right now if you told me Esther isn't human but a deity, I think I'd accept it easily. Too terrifying, looking at the entire history spanning thousands of years, there are only a few people like this. Joby is, why is Esther so low-key? Even Haley didn't know about this. If it were me, even if I were just a 1-star member of Joab.A, I'd boast about being a genius in one field. Geniuses are geniuses, we ordinary people are just ordinary. I'm curious now, since 5 fields have been exposed, what's Esther's 6th field? As Irma had predicted, she indeed unearthed a huge scoop, one that would cause a sensation. Irma rejoiced inwardly, feeling that this risky move could be historic. But the next second, the butler hurriedly ran to Haley and Randy, saying, President Meng, Miss Randy, Master Hanley has arrived home, shall we? Before the butler could finish speaking, Haley and Randy's eyes lit up, almost simultaneously standing up from their chairs. Randy showed a look of pleasant surprise, and Haley couldn't help but say excitedly, Great, let's go now. Master Hanley? Irma was stunned, and so were the viewers in the live stream. Wally actually managed to get Master Hanley to treat Esther? That's some skill. Who knows how much it cost? Indeed, in this era, money can solve everything. It's just unknown whether Master Hanley can really wake Esther up. Chapter 479, Janine is my only disciple. Upon hearing that Hanley had arrived at the Yanni family residence, all the viewers in the live stream exploded with excitement. This was a chief traditional Chinese medicine master of national level, one who could treat leaders. It had been over a decade since Master Hanley last appeared on television to popularize knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine. Over these years, netizens only saw news reports about the master. He rarely made public appearances. So today, being able to possibly witness the true face of the master made all the viewers feel that this live stream was incredibly worth it. What is the host waiting for? Hurry up and follow. We want to meet Master Hanley too. Maybe just hearing a few words from the master will benefit us for life. Yeah, go, host. We'll give you tips if you go over there fast. I wonder if Master Hanley has brought his never-before-revealed identity of his youngest disciple. I'm so curious who that person is. The master's never-before-revealed youngest disciple. Master Hanley's name was almost unknown in Huagua. His miraculous cures and medical miracles had been widely known for many years. Everyone knew that chief traditional Chinese medicine Master Hanley had recently retired. Throughout his life, he had only 2 personally taught disciples. The first disciple was named Yanni Mingzhang, who was already in his 50s this year, residing in Gilising now. It was said that although he also possessed superior medical skills, he no longer personally diagnosed patients easily, mostly letting his own disciple, Barrett, see the patients. As for the second disciple, however, it was a mystery. Master Hanley had personally said a few years ago that his second disciple was a TCM prodigy with extremely high talent, having absorbed all his knowledge. This disciple would become his youngest disciple. But the disciple was still young and needed time to improve and gain experience, away from wealth and fame. Thus, the identity of this disciple would only be revealed at an appropriate time. Hence, outsiders only knew that the master had taken in such a youngest disciple but did not know their name, age, appearance, address, or even gender. The master's consideration was quite proper. People suffering from rare diseases often turned to traditional Chinese medicine when Western medicine failed them. The most authoritative figure in the field of TCM was Master Hanley and his personally trained disciples. However, as the master rarely came out anymore and his senior disciple also seldom took personal consultations, people naturally placed their hopes on this youngest disciple, praised by the master as a genius. If the identity were revealed, countless people would come seeking this disciple, non-stop. That way, how could this person have time and peace of mind to improve? Despite this, the outside world was still very curious about the true identity of this youngest disciple. Previously, many people even pretended to be him, her to defraud patients. Hanley himself had clarified that his youngest disciple would never come forward claiming to be his disciple, nor ask for money from patients. Anyone who claimed so without his introduction was impersonating. That finally put a stop to the situation. Seeing the question on the live chat about whether the master might bring this mysterious youngest disciple, the audience became excited. Surely not, surely not. Surely Master Phone wouldn't really bring his mysterious disciple here? If so, they would be among the first nationwide to know the real identity of the master's youngest disciple. Irma was even more excited. If the master's youngest disciple's identity was exposed today, she'd unearth another big scoop. Once she returned to the newspaper, she would become the greatest contributor in the entire office. With this thought, Irma stealthily followed Haley, Randy, and the butler towards the reception room. Haley and Randy were very agitated upon hearing the news of Hanley's arrival. They were focused on getting there quickly and didn't notice someone trailing behind them. Irma managed to sneak into the reception room because everyone's attention was solely on Brianna, making them oblivious to her presence. As she entered with a hidden camera, she saw another door of the reception room squeak open. Lifting her gaze, she saw an elderly man dressed simply in a traditional Chinese robe, gray-haired yet vigorous, walking in accompanied by a woman in her 30s. Everyone recognized this woman. She was Enid, the only daughter of Master Hanley, who had flown overnight with her father. In an instant, all the people originally sitting in the reception room stood up in unison. Each one spoke with reverence. Elder Fong. Elder Fong has arrived. Master, you're finally here. Ever since they learned of Esther's coma, Marissa, Sullivan, Josue, and Monty immediately rushed to Gillising to meet up with Atlee, who was already there. After seeing Esther's condition, the entire family became increasingly anxious, unable to eat or sleep properly. When they heard that Hanley was coming, it gave them a glimmer of hope, so they had been anxiously waiting here. As soon as Master Fong entered the door, Marissa approached him with red-rimmed eyes. Gripping Hanley's hand with a quavering voice almost ready to kneel, she begged, Master Fong, you've finally come. Please save Janine, save my daughter. Madam Liu, please don't. Hanley was taken aback and quickly held Marissa up, looking around the room. He hadn't expected that so many people would be waiting for him at the Yanni residence. Among them were several old acquaintances, Olaf from the National Academy of Sciences, Evan from the Archaeological Research Institute, and Ted, the elder from the Schur family, whom he had met before. There was also Miss Bai Er, who had once asked him to treat her father 10 years ago, and they knew each other as well. Mr. Peng, Mr. Gillis, Honor, how did you all? Before Hanley could finish his sentence, Olaf stepped forward, saying, Mr. Fong, Janine has made outstanding contributions to our country's medical research and archaeology, and old Gillis and I have always regarded her as our granddaughter. No matter what illness she has this time, we implore you to cure her. Ted, supported by Sabine, shed tears, Master Fong, please cure my granddaughter. I owe her mother too much in this life, and just when we were reunited, such an accident happened. I haven't even had time to make up for my neglect. Lexus also came forward. The doll-like beautiful girl had tears in her eyes, but her voice was firm, Master, please let my sister wake up. If you can do that, in the future, you will be treated with the highest honor in Switzerland whenever you visit. Others gathered around as well. Those present were either from wealthy families or highly renowned figures in society, and none of them lacked money. Especially Haley, who knew that Esther was her true benefactor, directly said, Master Fong, if you can wake Janine, on top of the 200 million reward from President Yanni, I'll personally add another 100 million. Randy immediately chimed in, Master Fong, our Bai family will also. These words shocked the netizens watching the live stream. Do these bigwigs really value Esther so much? It felt like whatever Master Hanley asked for now, everyone would agree to it. It's okay, everyone, please calm down. Even before Randy finished her sentence, Hanley interrupted, as if he couldn't hold back anymore. You don't need to plead with me, how could I not care? Hanley took a deep breath. Janine has been a child I watched grow up since she was 5 and stayed with me until she was 10. She is my only disciple. How could I not care if anything happens to her? What? Damn it. What's going on now? Chapter 480, Why is someone Yenev streaming on the scene? When Hanley said this, not only were all the viewers in the live stream stunned. Everyone present except those from the Liu family was also taken aback. What? Master Hanley just said that Janine is his only closed-door disciple? That means that the prodigy he's been calling a TCM genius and hasn't publicly introduced is Janine? Seeing the astonished gazes of those present, Hanley explained, Janine has always been low-key and down-to-earth from a young age and listens to me. On one hand, I didn't want outsiders to disturb her studies and normal growth. After all, she's still young and has to go to school. On the other hand, everyone in traditional Chinese medicine tends to judge a practitioner's level by their age and experience, and I didn't want her to be doubted because of her lack of age and experience. So, I told her from a young age that unless it was necessary, she should not tell others that she was my disciple. Over these years, she never revealed this matter to the outside world and never used it as something to boast about, so naturally, everyone didn't know this aspect of her identity. Hanley looked at Ted, Elder Schur, you might not know that I met your second daughter Claudia early on. Back then, she first went from Gillising to Gillisangching and later lived incognito alone in the countryside. Afterwards, only I knew about this. More than 12 years ago, when I visited Claudia for the first time in the countryside, I saw Janine. She was only 5 years old back then but had an incredible memory and a strong affinity for herbs. I saw great potential in her to learn traditional Chinese medicine, so I decided immediately to take her as a disciple. These past years, I've never directly taken Janine to see patients or let her appear publicly. I also haven't discussed her identity with others. However, until she turned 16, I visited her every month in the countryside to teach her medical knowledge. Afterwards, once I had taught her everything I know, it wasn't necessary to meet monthly anymore. I only asked her to report her safety monthly. This continued until her mother passed away and she went to Gillisangching, and even last month, it was the same. When I learned she was safe, I didn't specifically come to find her. But I didn't expect that this call would come from CEO Yanni, who told me that Janine had fallen into unconsciousness. So after arranging for the foreign patient, I rushed over. So that's how it is. Those present, apart from the Liu family, thought Hanley had come because Fabio paid a large sum of money to invite him. They never expected that Hanley came not because of Fabio or money, but because Deborah is the disciple he watched grow up and considered very important. The live stream chat had already exploded. Hundreds of messages flooded the screen per second. Aowa. Right now, screaming is the only way to express my emotions. Really, what other hidden identities does Deborah have? Just spill them all today. I can take it. So Deborah's 6 domains are piano, martial arts, science research, shooting, financial investment, and traditional Chinese medicine. I never would have thought Master Hanley's long-hidden disciple is actually Deborah. I'm blown away. If we were living in chaotic times, Deborah would surely be sent by heaven to save the world. Streamers, please enter Deborah's room right now. We all want to see what's going on with Deborah. Charge ahead. Irma came back to her senses after being shocked, looking at the barrage of messages, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Before she snuck in here, she absolutely didn't expect to live stream so much explosive news. And unexpectedly exposing 2 of Deborah's secret hidden identities in one go. She felt like she was amazing. After hearing Hanley's explanation, everyone understood the backstory. The most urgent thing now was to get Master Hanley to check on Janine's condition first. When Fabio walked into the reception room, the exhaustion from staying awake for 2 days and nights showed on his face, making him look quite pitiful. But despite this, the handsome man with a commanding presence still retained his aura, grasping Hanley's hand solemnly, speaking in a low, humble tone. Master Feng, thank you for rushing here. Please check on Janine first, and then rest afterward. Naturally. Fabio's status was well known to Hanley, who also understood the relationship between him and Deborah. Therefore, Hanley immediately said, everyone waiting outside must be anxious too. Let's all go in together, but make sure not to make any noise while I examine. Yes, don't worry, Master Feng. Finally able to see Deborah, everyone was excited. But just then, Brenda suddenly shouted, wait. Don't go in yet. Her shout made everyone around pause in surprise. Shoshana stared at her phone with wide eyes, then held up her screen for those around her to see, looking utterly disbelief. Everyone look, this live stream is broadcasting what's happening here right now, right? How can someone be live streaming us on the scene? Chapter 481, I will sue you until you are bankrupt, believe it or not. What? Everyone was stunned by Brenda's exclamation. Fortunately, Brenda's phone screen was large enough. When she turned it around to show everyone present, all of them immediately saw that the image on the screen was indeed the current scene in the reception room they were in. Everyone couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. This was the Yanni family residence. With layers of guards outside, outsiders couldn't get in, only the most trusted relatives and friends could enter. How could someone be secretly filming the reception room and even live streaming it? Moreover, the number of online viewers in this live stream was nearly 3 million. Wally frowned, his brows creased. After hearing Brenda's words, the man's expression suddenly became severe. He took Brenda's phone and looked down at it with a cold tone, let me see. Upon closer inspection, Wally realized that the center of the image, where the camera was pointing, was directly facing his direction. But in the next second, the image shook as if the person filming had taken a step back in surprise, causing the camera to move. As Wally lifted his eyes, he saw a short-haired woman in maid's uniform wearing a white mask standing about 5 meters away from him. The woman didn't dare to raise her head, but her shoulders were clearly trembling, showing signs of shock and guilt. Although the Yanni family villa had hired many new maids recently, Wally couldn't recognize everyone. But he had once instructed Gordon not to hire any female servants under 40 years old. However, the short-haired woman nearby had skin and eyes without a hint of wrinkles, clearly indicating she was a young girl. Wally's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Before Irma could react, her mask was ripped off. At that moment, the butler standing nearby was greatly alarmed and exclaimed, "You're not one of us. Who are you?" I. All eyes shot toward her like knives, and Irma's legs went weak with fright. Irma had thought she might be caught for doing such a risky thing, but she never imagined being discovered so suddenly. She had originally sneaked in just to take some photos of who was in the Yanni family reception room and then leave. But when she heard Haley was going to tell Randy a secret, she followed out of curiosity. After eavesdropping on Haley and Randy's conversation, she planned to leave but heard the butler mention that Master Hanley was arriving with people. Figuring it might be a big story, she decided to stay. Later, when she found out Master Feng's apprentice was here, she wanted to leave, but the live stream chat urged her to capture Deborah's appearance. With no one catching her before, Irma's boldness grew. She moved inward unconsciously, only to be discovered unexpectedly. "You're not part of the Yanni family. What are you doing here?" Atlee, with bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep, jumped up right in front of Irma. Seeing a black object emitting red light in her apron pocket, he pulled it out. A small hidden camera was revealed. "Damn, you actually came in with a camera to film?" Atlee was so angry that he could barely speak coherently. Deborah was unconscious in bed, and everyone who came here was worried about her, having no time to think about anything else. How could someone take advantage of this situation to sneak in and live stream? Didn't that mean everything they had said previously had been broadcasted? Thinking about this, Atlee forcefully threw the camera to the ground and stomped on it several times. Brenda was also quick. Just as Irma tried to cover her pocket, Brenda pulled something out, an ID card with a lanyard. Upon seeing the text on the ID, Brenda's eyes widened. Beijing Evening News, intern reporter Irma. You're actually a journalist? No. Irma instinctively defended herself. I'm not a journalist. I stole this press pass. I was just curious about Deborah's condition, so I snuck in. I'm not Irma. Her excuse was too lame. No one present was blind. Could they not see that the photo on the press pass matched the person in front of them? Journalist, huh? Bruce, the renowned top lawyer in Beijing, stepped forward after seeing a journalist had sneaked into the Yanni family to film. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Reporter Kirsty, it seems you learned only how journalists capture first-hand news but haven't studied our country's laws. According to Article 42 of the Law on Public Security Administration Punishments, peeping, secretly filming, eavesdropping, or disseminating others' privacy is considered an infringement of personal rights. It can be punished with detention for up to 5 days or a fine of up to 500 yuan. If the circumstances are more serious, it could lead to detention from 5 to 10 days and possibly a fine of up to 500 yuan. Not only did you secretly film, but you also live-streamed without permission. Assuredly, there are nearly 3 million viewers online, meaning our privacy has been widely disseminated by you. At the same time, you have illegally entered someone's residence without authorization, which could potentially constitute a criminal offense. Do you know what kind of punishment you might face? After we call the police, you will not only be detained and fined but also lose your press card due to violating professional ethics. As a lawyer, do you believe I can represent everyone here to sue you for civil damages until you go bankrupt? What? Detention, fines, losing her press card, and being sued to bankruptcy? Upon hearing this, Irma was immediately frightened out of her wits. She just sneaked in to take some photos. Besides, she didn't capture anything that shouldn't be seen. How could it be this serious? So she started frantically explaining, my intention was just to come in and see how many people had gathered at the Yanni family residence. It wasn't intentional. And I didn't capture anything inappropriate, right? I just let netizens know how amazing Deborah is. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Please don't call the police. I just graduated this year. I was too eager to achieve something. Please. Hearing the words, Deborah, Wally's eyes turned cold. But before he could speak, Trenton stepped forward first. To make achievements, you choose to exploit my sister's privacy? Trenton's tone was icy as he pulled out his police ID. There's no need to call the police because I am one. Miss Irma, it seems you haven't realized you've committed an illegal act. Come with me to the police station. Then he added coldly, if someone like you were to become a reporter in the future, you would only be a cancer in the industry with no moral bottom line. I advise you to think carefully about your actions. Irma was stunned. Why were there both a lawyer and a police officer here? Don't go, Wally stopped Trenton, knowing Trenton wanted to stay and guard Deborah. He directly instructed Gordon, take someone to escort this reporter to the police station. Handle the aftermath as you see fit. For committing such an act, she must pay the price. Then contact Weibo to block all content related to this live stream. Yes, sir. Gordon respectfully responded. With a single glance, several tall bodyguards approached the crying and screaming Irma. But no one paid attention to her anymore. Master Feng, the bedroom is this way. Let's go in. Wally retracted his gaze and spoke very humbly to Hanley. All right. Hanley followed Wally. Everyone else in the reception room, thinking about seeing Deborah, took deep breaths and followed them. Chapter 482, to have her wake up, you must yenison to me. Deborah was sleeping in the master bedroom at home. Fortunately, the master suite was spacious enough, covering over 80 square meters. Thus, despite so many people entering together, it didn't feel crowded. Previously, Wally had always been with Deborah alone in the room watching over her. Apart from members of the Liu family, no one else was allowed to visit. So even though others had come to the Yanni family residence for a day or two, they were only now finally seeing Deborah. The bedroom, mainly cream-colored, featured a wide and soft bed adorned with elegant and dreamy curtains falling gracefully from both sides. At the windows, the heavy outer curtains were drawn back by the servants, leaving only a layer of white gauze to shield the glaring afternoon sun. The sunlight filtered through the gauze, casting a gentle light that softly illuminated the figure on the bed. As everyone lifted their eyes, they saw Deborah lying there with her eyes closed. The serene expression on the girl's face made her look as if she was just taking an ordinary nap. Many people instinctively held their breath, afraid to disturb her sleep. She wore a light-colored cotton pajama, her shoulders round and slender, revealing delicate clavicles. Her thick, black hair spread over her shoulders, accentuating her small face and almost translucently fair skin. She was beautiful like a painting, yet looked incredibly fragile. It seemed as if even the slightest touch would make the girl vanish. Many people's eyes reddened. She had already been sleeping continuously for 2 days and 2 nights, clearly not within the realm of normalcy. Whether Deborah would continue to sleep indefinitely or awaken, nobody present knew. Everyone watched as Hanley approached the bed and sat down, while Wally stood guard beside the bed. Hearts were pounding in anticipation. However, Hanley did not first check her pulse but instead stroked Deborah's hair. Even the esteemed and venerable man's eyes welled up, his expression revealing a hint of sorrow and guilt. "Tiana, it's your teacher's fault. I came too late." Then he took a deep breath, composed himself, and began examining Deborah. Traditional Chinese medicine primarily diagnoses illnesses through 4 methods: inspection, auscultation and olfaction, inquiry, and palpation. Inspection involves observing the patient's growth condition, complexion, tongue coating, and facial expressions. Auscultation and olfaction involve listening to the patient's speech, coughs, and breathing, and smelling any odors. Inquiry involves asking the patient about symptoms and past illnesses. Palpation involves diagnosing pulses or feeling for abdominal lumps. This is known as the 4 diagnoses. However, since Deborah was unconscious, it was impossible to ask her how she felt. Thus, Hanley thoroughly examined her complexion, tongue coating, bone structure, muscles, and every part of her body. He then placed his fingers on Deborah's pulse for further diagnosis. Hanley treated this examination of his beloved disciple whom he raised from childhood with utmost seriousness, checking every detail meticulously, fearful of any error. Those surrounding them barely dared to breathe, awaiting Hanley's verdict. However, after 20 minutes, Hanley gently released Deborah's hand. After a deep breath, he shook his head and spoke. Western medical diagnosis was correct. Judging by all her physical signs, everything appears normal. There are no abnormalities. In fact, she looks healthier than most people. This. Hanley's words struck everyone like a heavy hammer. Finished, even the chief traditional Chinese medicine master in the country could find nothing wrong with Deborah, meaning they couldn't determine the cause of her continuous sleep. If they couldn't find the cause, how could they treat her? My darling daughter, wailing. Marissa, who had been holding out hope, broke down into sobs. Although Deborah wasn't her biological daughter, in Marissa's heart, Deborah was as dear as her own child. It was unbearable for her to see a perfectly healthy child turn into this state overnight. Beside her, Wally remained silent. Learning of this result, his calm demeanor surprised even him. He refused to believe it. Mathun's Janine was in such an abnormal state, there must be a reason. If Western doctors, both domestic and foreign, and Hanley couldn't identify the cause, he would find someone else. 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion. He wouldn't believe he couldn't find someone who could save Janine for such rewards. Just as Wally clenched his fists, Hanley looked at him and asked. Bard, you mentioned that Janine fainted in the banquet hall before ending up like this. What happened before she fainted? Did she faint without warning? What exactly happened before Janine fainted? Others had asked Wally, such as the people from the Liu family and the Shi family, who questioned him as soon as they arrived. But Wally couldn't tell the truth. Deborah had fainted right after Eri killed that fox demon. If he disclosed this context, it would be hard to explain. Firstly, it meant acknowledging the existence of demons in this world. Secondly, why did the demon hunter need to kill a fox demon, and why was Janine there? Thirdly, why did Janine get affected by the death of the fox demon? The shared soul curse and the scattering of the demon's soul could not be revealed. Wally feared that he might accidentally expose the fact that Deborah was a demon. Regardless of whether such an identity would make Deborah, Shi family members, and Janine's friends accept her in the future, just knowing Janine was a demon posed additional danger for her. But at that moment, as everyone was feeling heavy-hearted, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the bedroom. The door of the bedroom creaked open suddenly, followed by the sound of someone panting from running after. Hey! Young lady! I told you not to enter. Come back here. Everyone was taken aback. In a blink, a beautiful girl, about 1 meter 60 tall, wearing a black short qipao with 2 small ponytails tied up with red strings on her head, walked into the room. The girl looked around 16 years old. She had a beauty mark between her eyebrows, skin fairer than snow, and a mischievous face. Her eyes were especially beautiful, like sparkling glass beads, fluttering with exceptional agility. Everyone was somewhat dazed. They had never seen this girl before and didn't know who she was. The guard who chased her over was terrified upon seeing Wally and so many people in the bedroom, hurriedly bending down to apologize. Sorry Mr. Yanni, I don't know what happened with this girl. She barged in from the front gate, and I couldn't stop her. No need to apologize, Mr. Yanni will thank you for not stopping her. However, the young girl seemed unfazed by this unfamiliar place, smiling warmly at everyone. My name is Aline. I came here to save the person you all long for. If you want her to wake up, you have to listen to me. She scanned the room, suddenly pointing at Wally and Eri, saying, you two, stay here. Everyone else, please go out for now. Chapter 483, A Massacre. Huh. This girl said she was here to save Janine. She also asked Wally and the man named Eri to stay while everyone else should leave. What's this girl's background? How is she going to save Janine? Why does she want everyone to leave except for Wally and Eri? Everyone else was puzzled by this sudden change, but Wally immediately understood. The young girl before him looked young, but she must be no ordinary person. Because she didn't say, I'll try to see if I can save her. Instead, she directly said, I am here to save her. Wally had a gut feeling that this young girl was the turning point for Janine's awakening. Thus, he told the others, everyone please wait outside for a moment. I will stay here with Ari to talk to her. Without knowing who this intruder was, Wally trusted her words just like that. Marissa and Honor were a bit uneasy, but seeing Wally's determined expression, they did not say anything. Soon, all the people in the room left, leaving the spacious room quiet and empty. Ari didn't know the origin of the girl before him either. He went over and closed the bedroom door. Upon returning, he met the clear gaze of the young girl. Are you the monster hunter, Ari? Aline said, my master said that you are a very upright and hard-working successor. Your master? Ari was stunned. Aline did not answer directly but instead asked an apparently unrelated question, Mr. Monster Hunter, how much do you understand about this world or even this universe? Ari did not quite understand the meaning behind the young girl's words and asked, what do you mean by understand? Aline raised her head, the mushroom of dawn cannot understand darkness and brightness, nor can the cicada comprehend spring and autumn. Mortals look up at the sky but do not know they are at the bottom of a well. What is referred to as heaven and earth far exceeds what mortals can see with their eyes. There is first the divine realm, where those lacking divinity become immortals, and those who fall become demons. Deities descend into the mortal world, opening up the human realm. Creatures gather spiritual energy to become monsters, and living beings across the 5 realms dissolve into ghosts. To put it simply, this world is not limited to humans and monsters. In fact, it is divided into 6 realms, the divine, immortal, demon, human, monster, and ghost. Aileen's words left Ari dumbfounded. This world isn't only made up of humans and monsters? No one had ever told him this. Aline continued on her own, the divine realm ranks highest among the 6 realms and is also a level that the other 5 realms cannot surpass. The creator god was born with chaos and governs all things in the world, controlling the laws of nature. Secondly is the immortal realm. Demons, humans, monsters, and ghosts can all cultivate into immortals, each having different methods of cultivation. Enlightenment leads to immortality, so does practicing Buddhism. Both Taoism and Buddhism lead to immortality. Due to the favor of the divine realm, the immortal realm stands above the rest. Thirdly is the demonic realm. Monsters, ghosts, and humans can all transform into demons through certain means. Once transformed, they forget their original form and live in another realm, existing in confusion and disorder, silently consuming the world's spiritual energy. Next is the monster realm. All living creatures, whether plants or animals, can cultivate into monsters. Once a monster, they can transcend limits and interact with humans in the human realm. Monsters possess evil powers and consume human essence to strengthen themselves. They can also possess human bodies to reincarnate and commit wrongdoings. They defy the rules set by the divine realm, which is why your lineage of monster hunters exists and has the ancestral decree to eliminate all monsters. This comes from your ancestors' mission given by the gods. Finally, humans have a finite lifespan and ultimately die. Those who die naturally or unexpectedly will enter the underworld after undergoing trials, reincarnating back into the human realm. But some spirits, due to lingering resentment and unfulfilled wishes, refuse to reincarnate and thus wander in the human realm as vengeful souls. Only they are invisible to ordinary humans. This is the true world. Aileen's words made Ari take a deep breath. I understand. But how does this true world relate to waking Esther? That was also what Wally wanted to ask. Aline glanced at the sleeping girl on the bed, walked over, sat beside her, and gently touched Esther's hair. It's related, of course. You couldn't wake her up because you sought someone who understands monsters or someone who understands humans. But she lying in bed is neither a human nor a monster. If she is neither human nor monster, then what is Esther? Ari widened his eyes. Aline looked straight into Ari's eyes and said 3 words, she is a deity. A deity? Aileen's words shocked both Ari and Wally beyond measure. Ari's lips trembled slightly in disbelief. Why you mean? Let me tell you a story from a very, very long time ago. This is also what my master told me. Aline tucked the quilt around Esther neatly and stood up again. I just told you that the creator god was born with chaos, governing all things in the world and controlling the laws of nature. But the creator god has no form. The creator god transformed into all things, integrating with the world. However, the 6 realms needed a controller with form and consciousness. So, at the dawn of the world, the creator god chose the first human to develop self-awareness, making him the deity lord to control the 6 realms. And this deity lord stripped off his 7 deadly sins, purifying them to create 7 deities messengers, responsible for conveying divine will to the 6 realms. Thus, the messenger born from lust became desireless, the messenger born from gluttony became self-disciplined, the messenger born from greed became generous and loving, the messenger born from sloth became diligent, the messenger born from wrath became patient and gentle, the messenger born from envy became tolerant and loving, the messenger born from pride became humble and compassionate. However, if these 7 messengers commit their original sin, they will fall into demons. If they commit even more serious crimes, they will degrade into the most despised evil beings in the 6 realms. Aline looked up and asked, do you know which of the 7 deadly sins of humans, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, is the worst? Ari asked, is it wrath? No, Aline shook her head. Among the 7 deadly sins, lust means indulging one's desires. Gluttony means wasting food and overindulging in pleasure. Greed means wanting more than one needs. Sloth means escaping reality, lacking responsibility, and wasting time. Wrath means hating others. Envy means resenting others for having more than oneself. The most severe sin among the 7 is pride. Pride refers to disrespect towards the God and cruelty towards others, showing no empathy. The other 6 sins won't cause any major disasters on their own. But pride is different. So, when the deity of pride fell, the other 5 realms faced a great massacre. Chapter 480 for the return of the primordial spirit and the repair of the divine soul. Eri couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Massacre? Ashley's expression turned serious as she continued her story. 7 divine messengers were created and stayed in the divine realm, replacing the divine lord in overseeing the 6 realms. But after such a monotonous life for so long, even deities became weary. The 7 divine messengers were born with original sin. Even if the divine lord once purified them, they remained products of original sin. Thus, the gluttony deity Burke became overeating, the laziness deity Rocco turned idle, the envy deity Adriana developed envy, and the greed deity Methunclair gradually felt no satisfaction. Only 2 divine messengers did not change. One is the wrath deity Abram, who remains calm and tolerant. The other is the lust deity Declan, who still appears to have no desires. The pride deity Aggie seemed unchanged at that time, Ashley said, but it wasn't until disaster struck that everyone realized this most powerful god in the divine realm had long grown tired of divine life and the constraints of being a deity. Hold on, Wally suddenly looked up. You said, what was the name of that greed deity? Methunclair. Ashley tilted her head and asked, what's wrong? Have you heard of him before? Wally knew more than just hearing of him. Methunclair was the one who possessed Jobert last time to entangle Janine. That means he's not some pearl clam spirit, he's a deity born out of greed. Then why did he go to hell and the human realm? And the names Aggie and Declan, why do they sound so familiar? Familiar enough that just hearing those names from the girl in front of him made Wally feel like he couldn't breathe. Seeing Wally didn't respond, Ashley continued, though the 7 divine messengers had changed, there weren't significant faults, so the divine lord didn't say anything. Or perhaps, the divine lord always treated them as his children. A parent can often be too lenient. This also became a cause for the disaster, the divine lord's excessive indulgence of his children. Aggie's fall was unexpected, and nobody was prepared. When she left the divine realm, her originally pure white wings had already turned black, symbolizing sin. Aggie first went to the demon realm, then the immortal realm, ghost realm, monster realm, and finally the human realm. Every place she went suffered bloody and brutal massacres. She killed demons, ghosts, immortals, monsters, and humans. As a fallen deity, the heavier her sins, the stronger her power. There was no one within the 6 realms who could stop her. Only the divine lord could. Eri widened his eyes. Why did Aggie become like this? In fact, it's hard to blame Aggie, Ashley explained. She was born of original sin and once she fell, it led to retaliation from original sin, making her bloodthirsty and savage, unable to stop the killings. She might not have been able to control herself. Or perhaps, I think she was seeking meaning in life within the 6 realms, but due to her original sin of pride, she saw all beings as insignificant. Unable to find what she sought, she naturally couldn't stop. And even more outrageous was that 2 other gods actually chose to follow Aggie into their downfall. One was Methunclair, and the other, Declan. Declan? Eri was stunned. Didn't you say earlier that Declan had no changes and remained desireless? Actually, Declan only seemed desireless. In truth, he fell earlier than Aggie. A god who should love all without personal desire loved those around him excessively. Eri opened his mouth. Are you saying, Declan loved Aggie? Ashley replied, he loved her deeply, willing to give his life for her. After Aggie fell, Declan hesitated not a moment before following her into darkness. He followed wherever Aggie went, secretly protecting and accompanying her. And in the end. Hearing this, Wally instinctively clutched his heart, feeling waves of pain. What happened in the end? In the end, the disaster, which had lasted for so long, ended when the Divine Lord descended into the human realm. Aggie was the Divine Lord's beloved youngest daughter, yet the Divine Lord had to kill his most cherished child. And this killing meant thoroughly stripping Aggie of her divine status. At that time, the Divine Lord directly struck Aggie, aiming to shatter her divine soul. Without a divine soul or its inner primordial spirit, she would never again be a deity. However, at that moment, Declan, in order to protect Aggie's primordial spirit from being destroyed, directly drew out his divine soul and enveloped Aggie's divine soul to protect it. Just before dying, he pleaded with the Divine Lord to let Aggie leave. The Divine Lord ultimately retained a sliver of benevolence. Aggie was sent to the Netherworld's dark realm and became a demon, with her memories and powers sealed within her primordial spirit. But as for Declan, his divine soul and primordial spirit shattered into nothingness. If his divine soul still existed, he could have restored his divine power by reuniting with the primordial spirit. But with the shattering of the divine soul, he would never have the chance to become a deity again. After this long story ended, the entire room fell silent. Both Wally and Ari understood what Aline had been telling them. Wally's hands trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath, looking at Esther lying on the bed. So you're saying that my Janine is actually Aggie? Yes, Aline replied, my master saw what you all went through, so she asked me to come and tell you these things. Because her memories and powers are sealed within her primordial spirit, Esther does not know that she is a deity. She always believed she was just a demon. But in truth, she possesses a demonic soul and divine soul. The soul-devouring nail, combined with the red fox's heart-sharing insect, shattered her demonic soul. Now, inside this body, only Aggie's divine soul remains. But with only the soul and no spirit, this body will be an unconscious shell. But if the primordial spirit returns to the divine soul, it can repair the divine soul, allowing Aggie to awaken once more. Aries' eyes flickered, but if Esther is indeed Aggie, the return of her primordial spirit means she will regain her past memories and divine powers. Won't she? Aerie truly cared about the world. The massacre mentioned by Aline earlier made one's spine chill just imagining it. If Aggie awakens and such a disaster happens again in the human realm. He indeed hoped that Esther would wake up, but he did not want to see any disaster descend upon humanity, involving innocent people. It won't happen. Aline spoke firmly. My master says everything is part of divine will. Aline opened her palm, revealing a small golden orb floating in her hand. This is Aggie's primordial spirit, which my master retrieved from Methunclair. Aline lifted her gaze, her eyes shining clearly and resolutely. Before coming here, I reviewed what she has done over the year as Esther. I believe she is no longer the same Aggie from the past. As she spoke, Aline moved her palm. The small golden orb seemed to sense something, flying towards Esther's heart and merging with it. Chapter 485, Lady Jada has returned. Deborah didn't know how long she had been asleep. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a blinding darkness. Yes, blinding darkness. As far as the eye could see, nothing but boundless blackness stretched around her. Yet there was an indistinct white mist enveloping her, obscuring the end of this darkness from her sight. Deborah slowly got up from the ground, shaking her muddled head, faintly recalling what happened before she lost consciousness. She remembered that Aerie struck Lola's heart with the soul-devouring nail as she had requested, and Lola disintegrated into nothingness accordingly. But then, her own heart had suddenly felt excruciating pain, as if something was also dissipating within her, followed by a loss of consciousness. What was going on? Where was she now? Deborah couldn't distinguish whether the place she was in was illusion or reality. So after recovering from dizziness, she started walking forward, hoping to find the exit at the end of the darkness. Yet, who knew how long she walked? No matter where Deborah went, the surroundings were no different from when she first woke up, more despairing than the situation people referred to as spirits haunting. She did not feel tired, nor sleepy, nor even the passage of time. It seemed like she was in chaos, endless chaos. Deborah thought she must be dead. Perhaps Lola had used some means on her, hence why she threatened her just before dying. With Lola's soul scattered, she was also made to follow suit. She wondered why she still had consciousness. Perhaps a remnant of her soul hadn't dispersed yet, so she wandered aimlessly in this chaotic place. Unable to find the end, Deborah stopped walking eventually. She sat down in the vast dark whiteness only she occupied, thinking about many people. If her body died like this suddenly, many would surely be saddened. Marissa truly treated her as her daughter. Before coming to the capital city, she said she would bring gifts home for Marissa. Gifts she wouldn't deliver now. She hoped Marissa could forgive her broken promise. Would her brothers cry? Oren probably wouldn't, being the most steady one of the family. The second elder brother might have teary eyes. He always seemed indifferent but had a softer heart than anyone. The third and fourth elders, fortunately, she cured their childhood trauma and diseases while she was alive. They would live on well without her. The fifth elder brother would probably cry bitterly. He was always emotional, and this time, it might take him a while to stop crying. But given time, he'd get over the sadness. Her grandfather's health wasn't fully restored. However, with her prescriptions, Auntie should be able to take care of him. At least, with Lola and the green fox dead, there would be no more trouble for the family. Oh right, since Lola is dead, has Hildred woken up? Though she won't see it, if Hildred wakes up, her efforts wouldn't be in vain. To Bruce, this is his true sister. He must be delighted. Deborah also recalled that Sher Suching had sent her a message saying he wanted to see her when he returned to the capital city. She shouldn't have agreed. Now there was another unfulfilled promise. Darren, the third elder brother of the Sher family, whom she never met. She intended to apologize to him on behalf of her mother, but now it seemed there was no chance. And Xiao Galisa Kirsten abroad, the only younger brother of her mother. She wondered what kind of person he was. Wish Brenda and Mathawena could be together successfully. Studying in the same university, Mathawena will have plenty of chances to express his feelings, hopefully making Brenda realize them. And Jobert. Hope he can become happier in college, not hiding himself under the gloom any longer, shutting others out. She also planned to visit Letitia before school started. Wondered if her condition in the Gu family had improved. She never told Haley that the person who had been contacting her all these years was actually her. But it was better this way. This way, Haley could place her feelings on Randy and continue protecting her. It was the last thing she could do for Alicia, who had passed away. There was also Master Hanley. Though she reported safety monthly, they never truly met. There was no chance now. Deborah had fantasized about her death before. Maybe one day, for some reason, she might leave that body behind. But in her previous life, she never imagined having so much attachment and reluctance. She never thought death would be such a painful experience. What pained her the most was Wally. She did not dare to imagine how Wally would be after seeing her dead. She knew Wally too well. Time might soothe the wounds of many, but for Wally, time's passage wouldn't ease his pain. He would never forget her. Thinking that Wally would only feel more tormented than she did made her heart feel scorched by fire. She could hardly catch her breath, feeling this masochistic sense of deserving punishment. She wasn't human, she was a demon loathed by everyone. The love others had for her, except Wally's, was stolen through her identity as Deborah and Alicia. Stolen things should rightfully be returned. But what about Wally? What could she do? She knew he wouldn't get over it. But she couldn't return. What could she do? Perhaps it was her greed. Job, knowing she was a demon yet foolishly wishing to possess sincere emotions like humans, believing they could last a lifetime. In the end, it was just a dream. Not only was she in pain, but she also brought suffering to so many people she cared about, especially this man she loved the most since gaining consciousness, chaining him with loneliness forever. Deborah had never considered herself weak. Now, all she could do was accept her death. Why did a fragment of her soul remain? If she could not return, why not let her die completely? Deborah thought for too long. In the end, she lay on the ground, closing her eyes. Everything around her was eerily quiet, making her feel as if the darkness would devour her whole. Just as her consciousness began to fade, she suddenly seemed to hear a sigh. My child. My child? Was this voice calling out to her? It sounded so distant, like an illusion. Deborah opened her eyes bewilderedly, everything remained unchanged. Then, she saw a golden orb floating before her. This. Before she could react, the golden orb flew directly toward her heart and merged with it. She couldn't even finish her sentence. She gasped, her head jerking up as the golden flame fused into her heart. The next moment, countless waves of power and memories surged from her heart like a flood, overwhelming her. Everything shook violently around her. Deborah curled up on the ground, clutching her heart. Her agonized cries echoed louder, the tremors intensifying, as if to shatter her along with it. Don't. No one knew how much time passed. Finally, the surroundings grew silent again, as if nothing had ever happened. The girl lying on the ground slowly opened her eyes. A pair of crimson irises were revealed. Those deep red eyes, like still waters, showed no emotion. Lifting her gaze, the endless chaos surrounding her vanished instantly. Before her was no longer an endless expanse of white, but a picturesque scene appeared abruptly. Mountains, waterfalls, ravines, clear springs. Bright sunshine, tree shade, greenery, birds and flowers. Warm and inviting, like a dreamlike paradise yearned for in all realms. A gentle breeze brushed past her face. She slowly raised her hand, and a red butterfly fluttered onto her fingertip, settling there affectionately. She showed no expression, retracting her gaze from the butterfly. Standing up, her bare feet touched the soft, dry grass, walking towards the nearest stream. There was no one else around. The babbling stream was crystal clear. Job kneeling beside it, she looked at the reflection in the water. Loose black hair reached down to her waist, dressed in a pure white nightgown. It fell to her knees, and her feet were bare. It was a face of incomparable beauty, sculpted by divine hands. Her features were exquisite, like a painting. Cold brows, crimson eyes, a high nose bridge, and lips tinged with pink. So perfect, so approachable, yet her aloofness made her unreachable. She hadn't seen this face for so long. The girl lifted her hand, touching her own face. Not Alicia, not Deborah, not anyone else's face. It was her own. She never thought she would wake up again. Raising her head, she gazed into the distance of this enchanted land. Far away stood a towering skyscraper, its peak lost in the clouds. Abram, Adriana, Rocco, Burke, Methunclair. And Declan. These people, sealed away in her memories along with the events they experienced, began to appear before her one by one. Back then, she hadn't even said goodbye. She didn't know if, after all this time, they had already forgotten about her existence. The young girl's gaze distant, she walked barefoot toward the direction of the skyscraper. As she passed, vibrant and stunning roses blossomed out of nowhere around her. These roses quickly spread to the surrounding areas. In what seemed like an instant, the divine realm, originally covered only with grass and trees, was now surrounded by a vast sea of rose flowers. The roses were a deep, captivating crimson, just like the color of the young girl's eyes. The first to notice the sea of roses was one of the guards dozing off outside the hall of Yen Knight. When he saw the surrounding sea of flowers through his half-closed eyes, the guard suddenly opened his eyes wide and screamed in the next second. Ah! Wake up quickly, look! In a frenzied state, the guard shook the people beside him awake, only to receive complaints. Why are you making such a fuss? The person who had been woken up was extremely dissatisfied. The next second, when he too saw the sea of roses, he instantly revealed an incredulous look, his eyes filled with terror. How could it be? It's Lady Aggie. Lady Aggie has returned. Chapter 486, Seeing the Roses Bloom, I Know You Have Returned. Lord Aggie. Once the strongest of the 7 divine messengers in the god realm and also the first to fall. Although she was a deity, after her fall, she became more ruthless than demons. She unleashed a bloody massacre across the demon, human, and underworld realms, becoming a figure still feared by the 3 realms to this day. The reason humans do not fear her is that their memories of the massacre on their land have been erased, so they are completely unaware of Aggie and her terror. Lord Aggie loved roses most, whose color was as intense red as her eyes. So when Lord Aggie was in the god realm, almost every corner of it was covered with roses. But during the final great battle back then, it was said that Lords Abramling, Hassan, and Rocco also participated in that battle, but combined, they were no match for the fallen Lord Aggie. In the end, it was the Divine Lord who descended and shattered Lord Aggie's divine soul on the spot, causing her demise. After that, the roses in the god realm withered overnight and never bloomed again. And now, the guard rubbed his eyes and confirmed what he saw once more. Yes, it's true, such a sight of roses blooming all over the god realm could only mean one thing, Lord Aggie has returned. What should we do now? Another guard stammered. What else can we do? The guard jumped up and urged, hurry and inform Lord Abram and Lord Rocco. If what happened back then occurs again. The guard was filled with anxiety. Although the fallen Lord Aggie did not wreak havoc in the god realm at that time, no one could guarantee that if she appeared again, she would not take action against the god realm. The guard looked bewildered. Lord Abram is now our overseer of the god realm, so we should inform him. But isn't Lord Rocco sleeping? He said he'd sleep for 100 years and no one should disturb him. Do you only remember the first part of the message? The guard slapped his companion on the head. Lord Rocco's exact words were, no one should disturb me while I sleep unless the roses in the god realm bloom again. Just as the 2 guards were about to find Abram and Rocco, Tanya suddenly appeared before them without warning. The girl, dressed in a pure white nightgown, had long, thick black hair cascading down to her waist. Her flawless face was calm and cold, looking innocent and pristine. Yet, the aura she exuded was exceptionally powerful, making people involuntarily want to bow down and pledge allegiance. Seeing this familiar yet terrifying face from their memories, the 2 guards immediately knelt down in fright, prostrating themselves reverently. Lord Aggie, you have returned. Lord Aggie really has returned. It was hard to imagine what kind of sensation this news would cause if it spread throughout the god realm. Tanya remembered these 2 guards outside the Hall of Yennight. One was called Alberic, the other Ross. Stand up, the girl said calmly and asked, how long have I been away from the god realm? Upon hearing her tell them to stand up, Alberic and Ross exchanged glances, feeling quite surprised. After all, in the past, Lord Aggie would never speak to low-ranking divine messengers like them. They could only kneel and listen to her orders while she looked down at them from above. Though they didn't know how Lord Aggie revived, it seemed she was somewhat different from before. Alberic stood up first and answered Tanya, Lord Aggie, you left the god realm over 400 years ago. Over 400 years, huh? Time flows differently in the 6 realms. If calculated using human realm time, it had been 11 years since she borrowed Elisha's body to be reborn in the human realm until now. In the god realm, this equates to roughly 200 years. In other words, she had been absent from the god realm for nearly 20 years in human terms. 20 years, neither too long nor too short. Not too long because the people of the god realm clearly haven't forgotten her. Or rather, the fear she instilled in them still lingers. Nor too short because significant changes have occurred at the Hall of Yennight. When she was there, the building was lively and surrounded by sunlight and greenery, but now it looks dim and lifeless. Is Abram's office and residence still on the 6th floor? Tanya raised her head and looked in the direction of a cloud-shrouded tower, asking. Yes, Lord Aggie. Lord Abram's residence hasn't changed. Alberic suddenly remembered something, however, your former residence is now occupied by Lord Rocco. Rocco? Tanya was slightly taken aback. Ever since you left the god realm, Lord Rocco has lost interest in everything, Alberic said. Not long ago, Lord Rocco decided to follow Lord Burke's example and go to sleep, stating he would sleep for 100 years. He even moved his bed into the 7th floor where you used to live. Hearing this, Deborah's eyes flickered slightly, then she lifted her gaze and said, I see. She straightened up, the iris recognition system should still have my data, right? Yes, it does, but... Alberic looked quite troubled. Lord Aggie wanted to enter the Hall of Yennight? The iris recognition system indeed still had her data, allowing Lord Aggie unobstructed access to every floor. However, they dared to not let Lord Aggie in. What if Lord Aggie went inside and wreaked havoc? Wouldn't they be held responsible? But then again, they didn't dare stop her. Even if they wanted to stop her, how could 2 low-ranking divine messengers possibly block the strongest of the god realm, Lord Aggie? She could crush them with a flick of her finger. Deborah, seeing the guards' troubled expressions, roughly guessed what they were thinking. So she paused and said, I won't go in. Notify Abram for me, tell him I'm waiting outside. Alberic and Ross hadn't expected Lord Aggie to be so reasonable and give them time to report. So they immediately nodded furiously. Yes, Lord Aggie, we will go right away. But before they could finish speaking, a deep and gentle voice suddenly sounded behind them, like a warm spring breeze. You don't need to notify me. Deborah looked up and saw the familiar man standing inside the hall of Yen Night. Tall and slender, with silver hair reaching down to his waist, possessing an incomparably handsome face that mortals could hardly match. He seemed bathed in a layer of holy morning light, his golden eyes like clear springs, rippling with compassion and tolerance. Upon his appearance, all surrounding darkness seemed to vanish, leaving only purity. Though born from anger, he had become a symbol of inclusiveness. Seeing the roses bloom, I knew you've returned, Shao Yin. Abram smiled gently and extended his hand toward Deborah outside the hall of Yen Night, his voice soft enough to make one drown. Shao Yin, welcome home. Chapter 487, the one who carried out cruel massacres was never her, it was Abram. All this time has passed, yet Abram seems like he hasn't changed at all. It made sense. He was the only one among the 7 divine messengers who had never once touched the original sins. His faith was far more steadfast than theirs. Upon seeing Abram come out, the 2 guards greeted immediately, Lord Abram, and hurriedly made way for Tanyu. With Lord Abram coming out and extending his hand to invite Lady Aggie over, they naturally cleared the path as quickly as possible. Tanyu didn't say much, she just walked towards Abram. However, Abram's gaze fell on her bare feet, and his brow furrowed slightly. Did you walk all the way here with bare feet? When Tanyu came to stand before him, Abram asked, looking down. Tanyu had imagined many things Abram might say to her upon seeing her again, but she never expected that the first thing he would ask was whether she had walked all the way there barefoot. Despite the hundreds of years that had passed between them, Abram's tone was as if she had never left. As if she had never committed those horrifying massacres. Yeah, Tanyu lowered her eyes and nodded. With her primordial spirit returning and her divine soul repaired, her original body was restored in the divine realm. It was just that regarding clothes, during the final battle, she indeed only wore this nightgown. Thinking of the past, Tanyu felt a bit dazed. When she came back to her senses, she saw Abram turning around and crouching down very naturally before her, his voice gentle, the ground is cold, let me carry you back. Although such a scene had occurred countless times before, Tanyu instinctively took a step back this time. She was a sinner of the 6 realms, a demon who had once butchered bloodily, bearing countless heavy sins. Even if she was reborn now, how could she be worthy of someone as good as Abram treating her like before? Why? Not used to it anymore. Abram did not get up, his voice still soft. You loved running around barefoot when you were little. Every time, I'd find you like this and carry you back. When she was little. Tanyu suddenly felt a lump in her nose. They 7 were all children of their father, but they were born in sequence. Abram was the firstborn, nearly 100 years earlier than her. Next were Adriana, Methunclair, and Declan. Then came Rocco and Burke, she was the last born. So from childhood until now, Abram had always been the most mature among the 7. Though they didn't have human blood relations, Abram had always treated her as the youngest sister, tolerating and loving her. But she didn't understand feelings or was simply too indifferent and ruthless. Growing up, she ignored Abram's concern and cared little about others, keeping everyone at arm's length. Insisting on carrying her upstairs, Tanyu no longer refused. Clinging to Abram's back, allowing him to carry her stably, this feeling was both familiar and strange to Tanyu. During the past 11 years in the human world, she had lived as another person. Except for Wally, everyone else's connection to her was based on her identity as Alicia or Tanyu. But now it was different. Abram was truly her elder brother, the elder brother belonging to Aggie. While you were gone, not much has changed in the divine realm. On the elevator ride upstairs, Abram spoke lightly, introducing the situation to Tanyu. Since I took over the management of the divine realm, I rarely leave the hall of Yen Night. Adriana, constrained by her status, can hardly talk to anyone besides us few in the divine realm, so she often feels lonely. But now, the only one who can talk to her is me. Burke started sleeping very early, probably about 100 years after you left. After you left, he never made a healthy low-fat meal again. To avoid overeating, he decided to sleep continuously without waking up. Rocco was always restless, but after you left, he became lazier. Recently, he moved his bed to your floor, saying he wanted to sleep with Burke for 100 years. Abram chuckled, clearly older than you, but he seems even less mature. Walking all the way to the bedroom, Abram recounted many things that happened in the divine realm over these 400 years to Tanyu. Until finally, Tanyu interrupted him and asked what she most wanted to know. Abram, you know what I want to ask. Declan. Hearing this, Abram paused his action of putting slippers on for Tanyu. Tanyu knew that Abram was deliberately avoiding mentioning Declan's name. Though she had recovered her past memories, she only remembered that when Father's strike came toward her, it was Declan who stood in front of her. After that, she lost consciousness. That blow from Father would have shattered both her divine soul and primordial spirit. Declan took that hit for her, which means... Shao Yin, Abram said, you should know that it was Father who allowed you to return this time. Abram squatted down and gently put on socks and slippers for Tanyu. After seeing us, go see Father. I think he will tell you everything. Tanyu was silent. After a while, she looked up, her red eyes flickering. Brother, did you always know what kind of life I was living in the human world? Tanya only called Abram this way when she was little. But calling him now felt quite natural. Not just in the human world, Abram lowered his head, stroking Tanya's hair, his voice low. Xiao-yin, I've always been watching over you. I'm glad to see how much you've changed. If you hadn't returned on your own this time, I would never have disturbed you. Because, if I could, I hope those past memories remain forgotten forever. In Abram's gentle voice, there was an unnoticed trace of sorrow and sigh. Because he saw the transformation in this young girl before him, he knew that from the moment her memories were restored, she would likely bear the heaviest burden of sins until death. Yet he was the only one in the world who knew that the brutal massacres across the 5 realms had another hidden story. The one who carried out those ruthless massacres was never the beloved youngest sister standing before him. Chapter 488, Kaylee, long time no see. I still have one more question. Hearing Abram say this, Tanya began to lift her eyes toward him and said. Abram's voice remained gentle as he turned his head to look at her. What question? Esther recalled the past. When I was in the human world, during my time as Esther, a nobleman from the Su-Yani Jobingdom once approached me. His name is Gustavo. Half a year ago, this person had arranged to meet me at a rooftop restaurant. But later, when Wally found me, I was asleep at that restaurant and had developed a fever. When I woke up, I had no memory of what happened in the restaurant or what Gustavo said to me. Strangely enough, Gustavo also lost his memory, even forgetting who I was. At the time, I thought it was due to the mind-numbing incense he used affecting our brains. But now, I believe that day's events were somehow related to the divine world. Or rather, related to you. Upon hearing this, Abram took a deep breath and after a moment said. As expected from the smartest among us 7, Yanadalene, you guessed it right away. As he spoke, Abram slowly straightened his body, his voice low. Indeed, it was I who erased both your memories and those of the human. The human recognized your true identity. He had read a book left behind by Rocco in the human world, wanting to restore your fallen deity powers and memories. So, he lured you to the restaurant, using that kind of incense to knock you out, then chanted an unsealing spell on you. But he didn't know that your divine spirit wasn't within your physical form, it was with Methunclair. So even if he chanted the spell on you, he couldn't wake you up. However, although his ritual couldn't succeed, he did learn the secrets of the divine world. And Rocco's book could not remain in the human world. So Adriana and I went to the human world that day to stop him. We erased both your memories and his regarding this incident and brought the book back. Esther understood why Abram had erased her memories. Just as Abram had mentioned earlier, because of his selfishness, he hoped she would never recall those past memories. Abram had been watching her all along, so he knew her well. He knew she had changed from the past and had developed emotions. Those ancient, bloody memories. As dusk fell, crows cawed, leaves rustled in the autumn wind. The earth was stained red with blood flowing like rivers, corpses scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Thinking about those scenes of massacre, recalling them slightly made Esther feel suffocated. She didn't know how she could have done such cruel things in the past. It seemed life was worthless to her, and all lower creatures were ants. Only she stood high above as a god. Only she had the power to control this world, so she could do whatever she wanted. Esther's hands trembled slightly, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, only opening them again when she calmed down. You mean my divine spirit was with Methunclair all along? Esther asked. Yes, Abram looked at her. Although Methunclair has fallen and changed a lot over these years, there's one thing he and I are the same, neither of us wants you to remember the past. He went to hell for you, pretended to be a pearl clam spirit, and later stole the solidifying essence pill containing your divine spirit. This time you woke up because Father saw your demonic soul was shattered and ordered Methunclair to return your divine spirit. Methunclair couldn't disobey Father's orders, but he probably didn't want to find you with Wally either. So, he gave your divine spirit to a fairy in the human world, who sent his young disciple to find you. With your divine spirit restored, you awoke in the divine world. I understand. Esther felt that she might have really been emotionless, even cold-blooded before. No matter in the divine world or in hell later on, she failed to see Methunclair's feelings for her. And she never responded to Declan's affection for her. After she fell, Declan followed suit and guarded her side all along, yet she never even gave him a proper look. It wasn't until the final moments of that great battle when Declan hesitated not a bit in shielding her that she felt Declan's silent, restrained yet intense love. But it seemed like she didn't even have the chance to say sorry to Declan. Or perhaps, even if Declan was still alive, she couldn't give him an emotional response anymore. Because someone else was already in her heart. Wally was still waiting for her to awaken. Brother, how can I wake up in the human world next? Esther asked. Abram suddenly looked at Esther. Xiao-yin, now that you have recovered your divine powers and memories, do you still want to return to the human world? Hearing this, Esther raised her eyes. Brother, if you've been watching me all along, you should know that if I don't wake up, those people in the human world would keep waiting for me. If I died, each of them would be very sad. Especially Wally. If I die and leave him, he wouldn't be able to live on. He loves me more than his own life. I'm not the Aggie from before. It's Wally and those loved ones and friends who gave me so much love, and I care about them as well. I will explain this clearly to Father. If I need to go to hell again to atone for past sins, I am willing to accept it. But before that, I must return to the human world to erase everyone's memories of me. Especially, making Wally forget me. Wally. Upon hearing Esther's words, Abram murmured. Although he had lost his divine qualifications as a price, in a certain sense, Declan had already obtained what he most yearned for in another way. Before Abram could reply, a voice came from outside the door. Going to hell? Atoning for sins? Esther lifted her eyes and saw a familiar head of flamboyant red hair belonging to an always lively and carefree young man rushing in. Beside him was a beautiful youth in a dressing gown with striking features, appearing very calm, hugging an old-looking rabbit doll. The youth had extremely pale skin and curly fog-blue hair. His sapphire blue eyes were like a galaxy filled with tranquil starlight, captivating anyone who glanced at them. I waited over 400 years for Ian to come back. If Father sends Ian to hell again this time, I'll definitely go with her. Yennefer in the divine world is utterly boring, the red-haired youth shouted. The fog-blue-haired beauty walked to Esther, quietly looking at her, then gently hugged her. His azure eyes sparkled softly, and his voice was equally gentle. Kaylee, long time no see. Chapter 489, the one who caused the massacre was not you. It's a memory from long ago. At first, the 7 of them were inseparable. Abram was the gentle older brother, Adriana was the impatient yet caring big sister. Declan rarely spoke, Methunclair had a bit of pride. Rocco was mischievous and always causing trouble, Burke would always play with the rabbit doll she gave her. And she loved to sit on the swing outside the Hall of Yen Night, swinging back and forth with bare feet. But as time passed, everyone changed subtly. Declan would always look at her with eyes deep as ink. There was an inexplicable tension between Methunclair and Declan, Adriana's gaze toward her grew sharper. The restless Rocco became lazier by the day, and Burke started to have quite an appetite. Even she found herself losing interest in everything around her. She tried to change the situation. Under Abram's guidance, she worked to mend the relationship between Declan and Methunclair. She dragged Burke into making healthy meals for weight loss, feeding her as well as offering some to Adriana. She encouraged Rocco to write novels and became his first reader. But eventually, she was the first one to change completely. So much so that even she didn't recognize herself anymore. After so long, those memories should have faded, yet they remained vivid in her mind. In the final battle, Abram, Adriana, Rocco, and Burke, those closest to her, became enemies who stood against her. She clearly remembered the confusion in Abram's eyes, the pain in Rocco's eyes, and the sorrow in Burke's eyes. None of them wanted to hurt her, which meant it was only Adriana who truly fought. So rather than saying the 4 of them couldn't match her, they simply didn't want to fight her. Burke, Rocco. Deborah called out these 2 familiar names, and hearing this, Rocco's eyes reddened instantly. When I was woken up abruptly, I couldn't help but get angry. They told me you had returned, and seeing the sea of rose bushes outside, I finally believed it. I immediately found Burke and came over with him. Rocco continued, Ian, you've already been punished. Abram said you were still being hunted by demon hunters in the human realm. This punishment is enough. If Father wants to punish you further, I will plead on your behalf. Indeed. For a deity who committed the sin of pride, becoming the lowest-ranked demon from the highest-ranking deity across the Methuz realms was indeed a severe punishment. But how could it be enough? She had killed so many innocent people, committing sins that could not be cleansed even if she were cut 1,000 times. Yet, in the human realm, she was still loved and cherished by so many, which was terribly unfair. I'll see Father. Whatever additional punishment he wishes to give me, I'll accept. Deborah lowered her eyes. More importantly, I need to ask him for an answer, one about whether Declan really died. Taking a deep breath, Deborah prepared to leave the room. The top floor of the Hall of Yen Night was where the deity resided, the place closest to light. However, just as Deborah was about to leave, Burke grabbed her with the hand not holding the rabbit doll. Deborah was confused. Burke held on to Deborah but looked past her toward Abram behind them. Are you really not planning to tell her? Burke stared silently at Abram, unusually persistent. Afraid that if she learns the truth and opposes Father again, she will face even harsher punishment? What truth? Deborah was taken aback. Burke, what are you talking about? Burke took a deep breath, ignoring the change in Abram's expression, and gazed earnestly at Deborah. Sherry, there's something Abram hasn't told you. I don't want you to live carrying such heavy guilt forever because the cruel massacres back then weren't caused by you but you ended up taking the blame. The one responsible for those massacres was our self-centered and hypocritical father, whom the Methuz realms revered as the supreme deity, not you. Chapter 490, you were his tool for slaughter. What, did you say? Deborah was utterly stunned by Burke's words. The one responsible for those massacres back then wasn't her, but her father? How could this be possible? Memories surfaced with perfect clarity. She had used divine power to create a world-ending disaster, earthquakes, floods, fires, and ice storms that claimed countless lives in a single night. She had lifted her hand and effortlessly crushed the skulls of frail humans who trembled in fear, viewing them with the cold indifference one would show toward ants. She wandered the streets of the human realm under the moonlight at midnight, and her gaze alone froze those humans in place. Then, she would approach them, reach into their chests, and tear out their hearts, holding them in her hands. Lowering her head, she could still vaguely see her blood-covered hands. Those living hearts seemed to throb in her palm, accusing her of past sins. If it wasn't her who killed those people, if it wasn't her who did all this, how could it be? And there was their father. He was the only deity in the 6 realms, the symbol of light and pure kindness in the world, bestowing the purest essence upon all things and showing mercy and tolerance towards all filth and evil. Slaughter, anyone else could have done it. But their father, he absolutely couldn't do something like that. Enough, Burke. Abram's voice cut through the air. Deborah turned to see Abram's chest heaving slightly, his face bearing an expression of restraint. Having known him for so long, this was the first time Deborah had heard Abram speak loudly due to agitation. He had always been the most calm among them, never having raised his voice at any of them in millennia. Burke, under Abram's rebuke, paused for a second. Clenching and then unclenching his fists, he regained his composure. Would Kaylee remain well if we didn't tell her the truth? Burke's galaxy blue eyes looked at Abram, tinged with sorrow. No one understands better than us how inherently kind Kaylee is. If we don't tell her, from now until the day she dies, she will bear the pain brought by these sins. Feeling truly confused, Deborah also looked at Abram. What exactly is going on? Burke remained silent, just looking at Abram with stubborn eyes. Under their gazes, Abram's eyes flickered slightly. Finally, he closed his eyes, then reopened them, his voice weary. All right, I'll tell her. Perhaps sensing that she was about to receive some monumental truth, Deborah involuntarily took a step back. Then she met Abram's gaze. Abram drew a deep breath and asked a question Deborah had never considered before. Xiao-Yin, since you recovered your memories, do you remember what you were thinking when you were committing those slaughters? What was she thinking when committing those massacres? Deborah tried to find an answer in her memories, but the more she recalled, the more furrowed her brows became. I don't know. Deborah's eyes were vacant. It seems like I wasn't thinking about anything. Doing all that was as if my instincts were controlling me. Creating disasters and slaughtering life. It felt like seeing those weak souls trembling in fear and pleading pathetically filled me with pleasure. Deborah's eyes quivered, her tone laced with pain. I don't understand why I became like that. Clearly, before, even as a child, she couldn't crush an ant. When Burke's rabbit died, Burke didn't cry, but she did, mourning over the loss of a life. Abram's compassionate golden eyes gazed at her, filled with sympathy. Brother will tell you why you weren't thinking anything. All along, we've been revered as children of deities because we are the children conceived by the deity himself, inheriting his powers and conveying his oracles. We were told that when our father first became a deity, he separated the 7 original sins from his consciousness, purifying them, and from which we hatched. These 7 original sins, in order of severity, are lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. We are children born from these sins. So Xiao-Yin felt that slaughtering was driven by instinct. That you failed to control your instincts, giving birth to desires and not allowed. The fault lies with you. But actually, no. Abram's eyes were filled with complex emotions. We weren't born from the original sins our father separated and purified. We are manifestations of his desires that he separated. Manifestations of separated desires? Deborah repeated. Abram took a deep breath. In other words, the 7 of us are actually embodiments of our father's own desires. Upon hearing this, Deborah froze completely. Yusher, who had just learned this fact for the first time, looked at Abram in disbelief as if struck by lightning. What does that mean? These so-called original sins are fundamentally caused by desires, Abram explained. Lust is the desire for sex, gluttony is the desire for food, greed is the desire to possess, sloth is the desire to avoid effort, wrath is the desire to vent anger, envy is the desire to compare oneself favorably, and pride is the desire to be supreme. Humans are humans because it's difficult for anyone to be free of these 7 desires. Those who cannot escape their base desires can never become more advanced beings. So when our father became the deity, he separated these 7 desires from himself. Without these 7 desires, he naturally became a selfless and benevolent God loved by all. And we, as embodiments of his separated desires, gradually developed our own consciousness over time. But even with our own consciousness, we remain one with our father's desires. When our father experiences a desire, or when a certain desire of his intensifies, we too undergo changes. So throughout, what we have been struggling against, the so-called instincts, are merely our father's desires. As the supreme being, father has minimal desires related to sex, food, possession, avoidance, venting, or comparison. So except for Xiao-Yin, the 6 of us mostly act as ourselves. I stay peaceful as myself, and Declan loving you and falling was also him being himself. But Xiao-Yin, you're different. For our father, only one desire did not diminish with his becoming the deity. Instead, it has swollen over time. That desire is the wish to always remain supreme. Abram paused after each word. Our father was chosen by the creator God to become the deity. But over time, he began to fear whether another within the Methuz realms might be chosen by the creator God to replace him. To eternally be the supreme ruler of the Methuz realms means no creature can pose a threat to his position. So he desired to eliminate all threats through slaughter. Xiao-Yin, you might not know, but the ones you slaughtered back then all had pure and good souls. To father, they were all potential enemies. The overwhelming desire for supreme power and strength clouded father's judgment. His insatiable desire fully controlled you, stripping away your true self-consciousness. You became the tool father used for slaughter. That's why you didn't think anything during those massacres, because the one who wanted to kill wasn't you. Chapter 491, I want to make a deal with him. How could it be? How could it be? When Brianna finally came to her senses, she realized her vision was blurred. A single tear slipped down her cheek as she blinked, bringing a cool touch. But deep down, an icy chill spread, numbing even her heart. What Abram had just said. If what he said was true. It meant that her father had manipulated her with his desires, causing her to massacre in the Methuz realms. In the end, father descended during the battle in the Methuz realms, posing as the embodiment of justice and personally coming to kill her. Because of his appearance on that day, he was seen as the true savior by the Methuz realms and revered by all. After that, the Methuz realms feared the power her father wielded, capable of destroying her with one move, thus not daring to covet the status of the god realm within the Methuz realms. She had never blamed her father. Because every god servant in the god realm knew that she was the youngest daughter most doted upon by the Casey. The wooden swing that accompanied her since childhood was made by her father's own hands for her alone. Her father's favor toward her was never concealed. None of them, including Abram, received such treatment. When she was a child, she used to be terrified of thunderstorms. During the storms, she would be too scared to go downstairs to find someone for company, hiding under the blanket with her toys. At those times, someone would always gently pick her up from under the blanket when she was curled up in fear. Once she cautiously poked her head out, she would be embraced into a broad and warm chest, hearing a low and gentle sigh above her head. If you are afraid even of thunderstorms, how can you become the strongest deity of the Methuz realms? The more you fear something, the more you need to trample it underfoot. Understand, Aggie? Her father's large hand rested atop her head, allowing her to hug his neck while resting in his arms. That embrace belonged only to her father and became the most precious memory of her childhood. But later on, her father appeared before them less and less frequently. Finally, he issued a direct order that no one except Abram, who managed the Methuz realms on his behalf, could see him. From then on, she never saw her father again. Aggie never imagined back then that the next time she would see her father would be during a battle. She was fighting against her closest siblings, and her father came to end the battle and to take her life with his own hands. She was the most cherished youngest daughter of the Casey. Brianna always thought that because she had committed sins, she deserved punishment. Her transgressions were so heinous that even soul disintegration was insufficient to atone for her sins. Her father must have been deeply disappointed in her, doing this to give an account to the Methuz realms. But if what Abram said is true, if it was all manipulation and utilization from the beginning, and even the great battle where she almost perished was arranged by her father beforehand, then what about all the special favors she had received throughout her life? Why? Why did you tell me this now? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Brianna spoke through immense pain, almost unable to breathe. Only after you were in trouble did I come up with this suspicion and confronted father. Abram sighed softly, and father admitted it. As for Burke. Abram glanced at the young boy with blue-gray curly hair. Do you remember me saying Burke started sleeping 100 years after you left? He overheard my conversation with father at that time. Your departure was already painful enough for him, and the truth was unbearable. So, he chose to escape by sleeping. So, Burke sleeps because of this. Rocco looked bewildered. He truly thought Burke slept just to avoid eating too much. He even prepared to sleep alongside Burke for 100 years due to boredom. But why didn't you want to tell me the truth earlier? Brianna asked Abram. Abram took a deep breath. One reason is that I know father is important to you. Telling you this cruel truth would cause you great pain. On the other hand, I worried you might confront father. I'm afraid you might enrage father. If he could kill you once, he could do it again. Moreover, after that strike, father withdrew the supreme desire he placed on you back into himself. Meaning, he is now more authoritative and beyond questioning than ever. Abram looked serious. Xiao-Yin, if it happened again, I'm not sure if I could protect you as promptly as Declan did. Once able to kill you, he could do it again. What a cruel statement. If not for Declan shielding her from that blow, she would have been the one to disintegrate on the spot. Her father spared her life, probably thinking she wouldn't know the truth and would bear the guilt without resenting him. I want to find him. After a moment, Esther lifted her head and spoke. Xiao-Yin. Abram instinctively frowned. Rocco and Burke also wanted to stop her. Esther said, I won't cause a scene. I just want to make a deal with him. A deal? Burke looked at her. Esther didn't speak but only looked at Abram. Abram knew Esther had made up her mind, so he paused, then said, all right. He had been watching, so he knew his little sister was no longer the same as before. She had learned how to love and now had someone she wanted to protect. Saying she wouldn't cause a scene meant she was being very calm. Esther left Abram's residence. Outside the door, Adriana, who had heard everything, instinctively hid herself. The shock on her face hadn't yet faded. Seeing Esther now, everything Abram had said earlier completely overturned her previous understanding. No wonder when they went to the human realm last time, Abram had said it wasn't Aggie's fault. Abram had said Aggie wasn't truly cold-hearted and that what happened back then wasn't as she had imagined. She thought Abram was just mindlessly defending Aggie, never imagining the truth was actually like this. Esther entered the elevator alone. The Hall of Yen Night towered into the clouds, its peak invisible from the outside. As everyone knew, the Casey lived at the topmost level of the Hall of Yen Night, the place closest to the light. The elevator only had 7 floors, corresponding to the former residences of Esther and the 6 others. Apart from the 7 floor buttons, there was only an upward button. It had been a long time since Esther had been to the top. She knew that if her father wanted to see her, pressing this button would make it light up, and the elevator would rise until it stopped at her father's chambers. But if her father didn't want to see her, even pressing the button would result in no lights turning on, and the elevator wouldn't move. Would he see her? Esther took a deep breath, raised her hand, and pressed the button. Chapter 492, I want you to revive Declan. Deborah only realized how much calmer she was than expected once she was inside the elevator. In past memories, every time she pressed this elevator button, her emotions were either anticipation or excitement. But now, her heart was very calm. Because she was no longer the child who needed her father's protection and longed for his affection. Just as Deborah had predicted, when her fingertip pressed down, the button lit up, and the elevator began to ascend. An unknown amount of time passed, and with a ding, the elevator doors opened. Deborah stepped out. She walked down the quiet corridor and finally stopped in front of a familiar yet heavy wooden door. This door. In the past, she had to tiptoe to reach the round handle on it, while now the handle was merely at the level of her waist. However, before Deborah could reach out to push the door, it slowly opened, as if welcoming her arrival. Indeed, he was waiting for her. Deborah entered the room and found that the spacious room was different from before. It was empty, almost devoid of any furnishings, appearing desolate and cold. The dark layered curtains were only slightly parted, allowing sharp light to shine in and cast a shadow on the chair in the hall. Tiny dust particles trembled in the floating light. It was extremely quiet. As Deborah raised her eyes, the man sitting on the chair turned around, meeting her gaze exactly. Gods do not age. After more than 400 years, the appearance of the man before her had not changed. This face, granted by the Creator God, embodied the aspirations of all living beings, each feature incomparably beautiful. His black hair tied back, dressed in a white robe, highlighting his slender and tall figure, he looked anything but luxurious. Those deep black eyes faintly observed the girl in the pajamas before him, sizing her up. If Abram represented gentleness incarnate, with his golden eyes reflecting an ocean of tolerance, then this man's eyes seemed to contain a vast universe, capable of seeing through past and future, all truths and falsehoods. Even though they were only a few meters apart, the feeling of a chasm between them was unmistakable under the scrutiny of those eyes. What Abram told me, you heard, Deborah said. Her tone was definite. At this point, calling him father felt somewhat ironic. The deity showed no change in expression, only asking calmly, hate me? Hate. Deborah didn't think she hated. Although she was tormented when Abram revealed the truth to her, she had probably sensed it long ago. Father was not as indifferent as the world believed, he simply wore a mask to hide his true desires. By separating his consciousness filled with desire, he made efforts. But when he realized these efforts were futile, he used her as a means. She was born from his desire, given life and consciousness by it. That he wanted to kill her and reclaim what he had bestowed upon her was nothing to resent. Deborah remained composed. I don't hate you. I just feel that at the time, I wasn't strong enough, completely controlled by your desire. So, I came to see you not to question or resent you. I'm here to make a deal. Seeing his little daughter really has changed so much, the deity thought. Job, knowing that the father she trusted most deceived, betrayed, manipulated, and even destroyed her, yet still able to calmly discuss a deal with him. Indeed, she was no longer the child clinging fearfully to him during thunderstorms. So he slightly lifted his gaze and asked calmly, what kind of deal? Abram said that when you killed me, you reclaimed the desire placed upon me. So now, you should be completely consumed by that desire. I imagine over these 400 years, you must have been very because you both love and disdain humanity. Hence why you look so lonely. Loving and disdaining humanity? For a moment, the deity felt that the girl before him indeed resembled him the most, hence understanding him better than anyone. He continued to ask, so? Deborah said, therefore, since my original spirit has returned and I've regained my divine powers, I hope you can transfer that desire onto me again. Upon hearing this, the deity rarely displayed a surprised expression. What did you say? He thought the girl would come today demanding that he never impose his desires on her again. Only I can bear the weight of your desire, sharing your pain. Deborah had already thoroughly understood what the person before her cared about and feared beneath the mask. Transfer the desire onto me. Even if it grows, if I commit massacres in the future, you can still pin it all on me. The one who massacres won't be you, you can still be the savior. At worst, you personally kill me again to maintain your perfect image in everyone's eyes. No one will know that the owner of this desire is you. For you, there are only benefits and no drawbacks. The deity finally couldn't read what the girl before him was thinking and asked, why do this? Deborah raised her eyes. After experiencing so much in hell and the human world, I'm no longer the naive child who was led by desire. My sense of self is now strong enough. The supremacy you seek isn't something I want at all. So compared to you, I can better control this desire. Perhaps even resolve it. I love humanity more than you do. Feeling compassion for others means sharing their pain. You won't think of ruling over them. Hearing this, the deity instinctively wanted to contradict her. How could someone not pursue supremacy? Not pursuing supremacy is because you were born supreme. Why don't you try living as the lowest human being? But he suddenly remembered that the girl before him had experienced it. Reborn in the body of a strangled village bastard, placed in a family that despised her. Even with such a lowly identity and such a difficult start, the girl hardly ever used her demon powers. She never thought of using her powers to make others submit and become superior. What do you want in exchange for this? The deity asked. Deborah paused, and no one could see the fleeting dimness in her expression. Then she lifted her head. I bear your desire, naturally hoping you will fulfill one condition for me. I want you to revive Declan. Chapter 493, Awakening in the Human Realm Every Day. Resurrect Declan? The Casey did not seem too surprised upon hearing the girl's words, as if it was within his expectations. He said, calmly, Methuns, you have recovered your past memories. You should know that back then, Declan shielded you from that blow, sacrificing himself for you. With his divine soul already shattered, how can there be a resurrection? Do you mean to say Declan has completely died? Deborah looked at the Casey, her expression showing no great disturbance, as if she had already reached a certain conclusion in her heart. I don't believe it. A flicker crossed the Casey's brow, and he asked in return, you don't believe? I saw it. The young girl's gaze met the man in front of her directly. Declan was indeed disintegrated at that moment, but I also saw you quietly retrieving his shattered divine soul. Among us 7, apart from Abram, Declan could best control the desires that you infused into us. He never fell into obsession with lust, always remaining abstinent. He only desired and loved me. At that time, you descended like a savior. Because I couldn't control your desires at all, merely a vessel for your lust. Naturally, I was useless to you. After using my hands to kill so many people, your goal was already achieved. So killing me, this useless vessel, causing my soul to disperse, would be nothing to you. It would also help you build your glorious image. You naturally wouldn't hesitate. But you didn't expect Declan to block the attack for me. What you destroyed was him. I guess you collected Declan's broken divine soul because you didn't want to lose him, an effective desire container. So I think, if you restore Declan's shattered divine soul, he could be resurrected. Upon Deborah's words finishing, silence enveloped the surroundings. In this conversation, the girl tore away the veil named kinship and talked frankly about the transaction. The Casey's expression remained unchanged, only his deep eyes were inscrutable, making it impossible to guess his emotions. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. You are correct, I did collect Declan's shattered divine soul back then. Moreover, I have already restored his divine soul long ago. What did you say? Deborah's eyes widened slightly. You mean to say Declan was already resurrected long ago? The Casey explained, after that battle, your divine soul went to hell, transforming you into a demon soul monster. Declan's divine soul went to the human realm, turning him into a human soul person. Deborah truly hadn't thought of this possibility and took a deep breath. So, you mean Declan is now living as a human in the human realm? There was one thing you got wrong earlier. The Casey did not answer directly but turned his head to look out the window, sunlight casting a shadow over his eyelids. Joabilling you, I've never been without hesitation. Even if the one bearing the blow had been you, I would have done the same. Deborah frowned, seemingly not believing the words of this father before her. Are you saying you would have collected my shattered soul and sent me away too? Looking outside, the Casey opened his mouth gently. I am indeed not a qualified Casey. I could not escape the desires rooted in human nature. Thus, even though I initially separated the desires, they still emerged and grew later on. But I'm not utterly heartless either. I couldn't destroy someone I watched grow up. With how things developed, to give an account to the 6 realms, I had to kill you in front of everyone. But I knew I was wrong. Letting a child be controlled by my desires was wrong. So, I wanted you far away from the God realm, away from me. To experience hardships, to grow up properly. As for Declan, he shouldn't have suffered this either. What fault did he have? He merely did something I never could, love someone purely, free from selfishness and malice. In the God realm, his love was not allowed, so he never told you his feelings or ever truly been with you. But I hope, in the human realm, he might get this chance. I hope, in the human realm, he might get this chance. What does this sentence mean? Almost instantly, an unprecedented inference surfaced in Deborah's mind, her voice trembling slightly. Are you saying Wally is actually Declan? She had never considered this before. She assumed her meeting with Wally was just a coincidence. But now she realized it wasn't a coincidence, it was predestined. The Casey did not answer yes or no. Only lifting his hand slowly, a tiny golden light orb appeared in his palm and then flew to Deborah's front. This is Declan's divine soul? Take this back to the human realm. The Casey closed his eyes. Once Declan has recovered his divine power and memories, I will give you 2 the freedom to choose. You can go anywhere within the 6 realms. I will find a proper reason for your resurrection. You will still be my children, the highest gods within the 6 realms. You can also choose to live as humans and enjoy the kinship, friendship, and love that you never had before. This can be considered some compensation from me as a father to both of you. I won't attach my desires to you two anymore. The Casey's voice was filled with emotion. Methoding alone on this grand throne, tormented by my desires, shall serve as my atonement for those massacres I committed in the past. Deborah was stunned. Methuns she stepped into this bedchamber, she had already regarded this father as an enemy, a selfish, cold-blooded enemy. So during their conversation just now, her heart felt nothing. But she didn't expect that the person in front of her had already made preparations for her and Declan's future right after the great battle ended, intending to make amends for the harm he did to them. In a daze, the girl recalled the feeling of security and happiness when, during a thunderstorm in her childhood, she was embraced by her father's broad and warm arms. I'm sorry, my child, the Casey's voice carried a hint of weariness. I wasn't a qualified Casey, and ultimately failed to become a qualified father. A supreme god filled with the desire of arrogance actually said sorry to his children. Deborah's gaze wavered. She wanted to say something but couldn't utter a word, only turning around and leaving. After returning to Abram's bedchamber, Deborah also told Burke and Rocco that Declan was Wally. They were very surprised, but Abram showed no signs of shock. You knew long ago? Deborah asked him. Abram softly said, I just guessed. Declan may have forgotten everything, but his instincts were still to love you. So from the first moment he saw you, he fell in love with you at first sight. Just like before, he is always willing to offer himself unconditionally to you. As he spoke, Abram stroked the girl's silky hair, his voice gentle, Shao-in, go back. Declan must have waited for you for a long time. If you don't wake up soon, I'm afraid he might commit suicide out of love. Suicide out of love? Deborah thought it was exaggerated at first. But upon reflection, if it was him, he would indeed do it. Just thinking about parting ways made the girl a little sad, but I've been away from you guys for so long without properly catching up. Don't worry, Abram smiled slightly. Long ago, I had a travel plan. So Shao-in, go back first and take care of things in the human realm. Hearing Abram's words, Deborah took a deep breath and then hugged each of the three people in front of her one by one, promising sincerely, all right, I'll wait for you. Only gods can freely travel between the 6 realms. Several minutes had passed since the divine soul fused into the girl's heart, yet the girl showed no change. Wally's heart sank bit by bit. However, the girl named Aline remained calm, sitting beside and drinking tea, seemingly not worried at all that the person on the bed wouldn't wake up. Wally took a deep breath to stay calm. Just then, Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, excitedly saying, look, Deborah's eyelids seem to be moving. Chapter 494, Brother, would you come over and hug me? At the Yanni family villa, in the bedroom. Look quickly, Esther's eyelids seemed to be moving. Ari stared at the bed with wide eyes, suddenly shouting, which immediately snapped Wally out of his trance. Wally's heart almost leaped into his throat. He bent down to look at the girl on the bed, his eyes were filled with both hope and fear. The beautiful girl lying there, her face pale, had long and curled eyelashes that trembled slightly. Then slowly, she opened her black eyes. As soon as Esther opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Wally, looking more haggard than she had ever seen him. Because he hadn't slept for 2 nights straight, stubble covered the man's chin. His black shirt and suit pants were no longer neat and tidy as usual. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles surrounded them, a clear sign that he had not rested properly at all. Esther did not know how long she had been unconscious or how long Wally had been guarding beside her bed. Seeing Wally again at this moment, her feelings were entirely different. She had never thought before that Wally was actually Declan. She should have realized it earlier. The man fell in love with her at first sight, always respected her wishes, and was willing to silently protect her without any misunderstandings. He loved her more than his own life, treating her as if she were his own flesh and blood. The former Declan once loved her selflessly until his death. She was too careless and never connected the dots. Her heart suddenly turned mushy, and her nose tingled, making her eyes turn red as an urge to cry welled up within her. She truly felt so heartbroken. In the previous life, Declan had died without ever gaining a glance from her. He offered his heart to her, yet she treated him indifferently. Esther didn't know what Declan thought in his final seconds, whether he regretted falling in love with her. The more she thought about it, the more it pained her. If Wally wasn't Declan, even if she stayed in the human world and stayed with Wally, she would still live with guilt towards Declan. Fortunately, the person she once owed and the one she now loved was the same. She still had plenty of time to make amends in the future. Wally. Upon speaking, Esther found her voice was extremely hoarse. A tear slid down from her red eyes, pulling at the corner of her mouth. The hoarse voice of the young girl instantly worried the man, and his heart skipped a beat when unexpected tears flowed from her eyes. Baby. Baby, I'm here. Almost instinctively, Wally embraced the crying girl. His eyes reddened, and his voice became hoarse. As if regaining a lost treasure, he held the girl tightly, stroking and kissing her hair while comforting her. Don't cry, don't be afraid. Baby, I'm by your side. It's all right now, everything will be fine from now on, okay? The man's embrace was so reassuring that it seemed even the end of the world couldn't make him loosen his grip. His tone was gentle and soothing, like the most intimate whisper between lovers they had become accustomed to. Both Ari and Aline watched Wally's actions. The man truly adored the girl in his arms. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his trembling arms revealed his fear of losing her again. Indeed, if the girl hadn't woken up, they suspected Wally would continue guarding her bedside without eating or sleeping until he could no longer bear it. Such profound love was rare in this world. Seeing Esther awake, Ari finally breathed a sigh of relief, escaping the guilt that had enveloped his heart. Hearing her hoarse voice, he said, "I'll get her some water." Aline also stood up from her seat. Job, knowing others outside were anxiously awaiting the news, she said, "Let her rest for a moment, I'll inform the people outside." Esther heard unfamiliar voices and noticed the strange girl with her hair tied in two small braids with red strings. Abram had mentioned that Methunkler passed her soul essence to an immortal in the human realm, who sent his disciple to find her, thus allowing her soul essence to return to its rightful place. This girl must be the disciple of that immortal. However, Esther hadn't expected that just after a dozen seconds, the bedroom door opened abruptly. Suddenly, a crowd of people surged into the room. Esther was startled by the sudden rush of people. Wally knew the worry of the Liu family was no less than his own, so he willingly made room, allowing them to enjoy their joy of finding their loved one again. Janine. Woo, Matthews, my sister. Atlee hugged Esther tightly, crying uncontrollably, almost gasping for breath. Graham, you're hugging too tight, Janine can't breathe. Sullivan pulled his unstable younger brother away. But even this usually mature and steady eldest brother also looked at the young girl in bed with reddened eyes, his large palm stroking the girl's hair. "It's so good. Janine, you've finally woken up." Marissa stood beside them, moved to tears. She clasped her hands together in prayer, thanking the heavens. Only she knew how many times she had prayed over these past 2 days and nights. Monty sat in front of Esther. His almond-shaped eyes were red-rimmed, but a smile curved on his lips as if he had never been so nervous that he couldn't eat. Holding Esther's face with both hands, he kissed her hair. "I knew it, my little angel is the strongest little princess in the world and will definitely wake up safely." Josue sat by the bedside, lowering his eyes to check the temperature of the young girl's forehead. Seeing the color return to her face, which had previously been as pale as paper, he finally relaxed. Esther loosened her clenched fist and took a deep breath. As a firm believer in science, this was the first time he felt that prayers really do work. Under Sabine's support, old Master Sher approached with trembling steps and tears streaming down his cheeks. "Janine." Esther immediately held old Master Sher's hand, her voice soft. "Grandpa, Aunt, don't worry, I'm fine now." Then she turned her gaze toward Bruce and Ambrose standing behind. It turned out that Ambrose had already arrived in Beijing. Bruce and Ambrose watched one after another of the 5 brothers from the Liu family hug Esther, feeling a bit disappointed. And envious. Indeed, in terms of closeness with the young girl, the Sher family couldn't compare to the Liu family. Although the Liu family had only brought Esther back from the countryside last year, they had been living with Janine for a whole year. They had only just recently recognized her as family. So it made sense for their 5 brothers to go hug their sister, while for them. Although Bruce and Ambrose were also excited to see Esther awake, they could only stand nearby, looking eagerly. However, who knew after speaking with her grandfather, the young girl would look at them. "Brother, would you come over and hug me?" Chapter 495, waking up to find all her secrets revealed. Brother? Was she calling them? Bruce and Ambrose were both taken aback at first, then their eyes lit up simultaneously. Catherine also called them brother, even inviting them for a hug. For some reason, both felt a sense of moving validation. Bruce stepped forward first, gently embracing Deborah. The impeccably dressed man who could be quite formidable with strangers spoke in a gentle tone. "It's good that you're awake, sister." Ambrose also approached the bedside, taking a deep breath. After learning that Deborah was his sister, he had planned to return to Beijing to meet her but unexpectedly arrived only to find her unconscious. Now, finally, everything was all right. After the emotional reunions between family members from the Liu and Sher families, Deborah shifted her gaze to the others in the room. Gilbert, Brenda, Mathewena, and Bernie. Mrs. Yen Nin, Brendan, Brother Nicholas. Alban, Haley, Academician Peng, Grandpa Evan, Amen. Layla. Master Cohen, and even Chana. Standing at the front was an elderly man dressed simply in traditional Chinese attire, unmistakably the original host's master, China's top traditional Chinese medicine master Hanley. Her fainting must have caused quite a stir for so many people to rush to Beijing, arriving at the Yani family home. Even the original host's master came? Seeing Hanley approaching her first, Deborah recalled how Hanley had instructed the original host not to reveal her status as his last disciple. Perhaps this time, the master had been invited by Hewitt as just a doctor. So Deborah looked at Hanley, who had stopped beside her bed, and respectfully asked, "Are you Master Hanley? I've heard much about you." Seeing Deborah pretending not to recognize the master, claiming to merely admire him, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Brenda followed Hanley over and couldn't help tugging on Deborah's sleeve as a reminder. "Catherine, everyone knows you're Master Feng's last disciple. There's no need to hide it." Deborah was momentarily stunned. Huh? Everyone knew she was Hanley's last disciple? How? Then Deborah thought that perhaps Master had proactively informed these people. After all, they were among her closest and most trusted confidants, so it didn't matter if they knew. Hanley grasped Deborah's hand, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Tianer, even your master couldn't figure out what was wrong with you. It's fortunate that little girl saved you." That young girl's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Your master will certainly humbly seek her advice later. Everyone present admired Hanley, China's leading TCM master, who was willing to consult a relatively unknown teenager. However, Deborah understood clearly that the girl wouldn't actually teach Hanley any medical knowledge, as her fainting and recovery had nothing to do with any illness. Just as Deborah was speaking with Hanley, Haley, with red-rimmed eyes, approached, appearing very agitated. "Catherine, it's such a relief that you're all right." Deborah was slightly perplexed. Though she and Haley had met and interacted a few times in this life, with Haley once defending her publicly at Xingjing's entrance during a school anniversary, their relationship wasn't exceptionally close. Why did Haley, who was always busy with work, come all the way from Beijing just because she fainted? Regardless, Deborah appreciated the sentiment and thanked her sincerely. Deborah looked at Haley seriously. "President Meng, thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. Thank you for your concern." Before she finished, Brenda tugged on Deborah's sleeve again. "Catherine, how could President Meng not care about you? After all, you were the one who invested in her back then. You're the mysterious benefactor behind Balan Group. We all know now." This left Deborah truly stunned again. Brenda said they knew she was the hidden investor of Balan? How could that be possible? Even Haley didn't know, so how could anyone else? What happened? Deborah took a deep breath, her speech unusually hesitant, unsure of what was going on. Brenda explained, "Catherine, before you woke up, a journalist disguised as a servant snuck into the villa and started a live stream on her phone secretly. When Miss Bai and President Meng were discussing your identity, it was live-streamed. Then Master Feng's words when he arrived were also broadcast live. And with Master Cohen here and even Princess Princess Violetta, arriving too, the internet has exploded. Now the whole world knows that you are not only Master Cohen's senior friend Lilia, the underground boxing champion Chloe of Espy, the author of top-tier research papers Blue Star, and a 6-star member of the Joab Club. They also know you are Master Hanley's last disciple, the mysterious investor behind Balan Group, and the best friend of Princess Violetta, the only princess of Lucerne royal family. Everyone thinks you're absolutely amazing." Deborah took a deep breath. She had never imagined she would one day expose all her secret identities. She certainly didn't expect that after this awakening, all her secrets would be revealed. No, not all of them. At least the identity of Madame Demi wasn't known to others. Previously, Deborah concealed these identities for fear that Ari would discover her true nature and pursue her again. But now... Deborah glanced at Ari standing at the back. His gaze met hers, filled with a hint of guilt and recognition. In this case, even if all her secrets were out, there was nothing for her to worry about anymore. "Although Janine has woken up, we should give her another comprehensive checkup as a precaution," Josue suggested. Everyone agreed with this suggestion. No one wanted anything else to happen to Deborah after she woke up. Hewitt had purchased a complete set of top-tier medical equipment for the villa's top floor, along with professional doctors and nurses waiting outside. Deborah initially intended to get out of bed on her own, but Hewitt insisted on carrying her upstairs and instructed the household staff to prepare some light and easily digestible food for her. All present were leaders or individuals of high status who exchanged greetings with Deborah, except for Layla, who dared not approach. Until Deborah was carried upstairs, she didn't dare to speak to her. Feeling somewhat inferior and disheartened, the next moment, her phone notification sounded. "Sorry Xiao Yu, I saw you came, but there were too many family members, and my second brother was eager for me to have a checkup. So I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Please don't mind. It has been half a year since we parted in Illegitimate. How have you been this past 6 months? Are you doing well in the Gu family? Don't rush to leave later, Hewitt and I will treat everyone to dinner tonight. You must stay." Chapter 496 Epilogue 1, Jordy. Letitia never expected that half a year had passed since their last meeting in Illegitimate, yet Deborah not only remembered her but also noticed her presence among the crowd. More accurately, Deborah not only noticed her but sensed her slight disappointment. Deborah even sent a text message to comfort her, asking how she was doing at the Gu residence and inviting her to stay for dinner that evening. Deborah, she's really so kind. Tears welled up in Letitia's eyes as she read the message. Initially, when she heard that Deborah was ill, she worried about being resented upon arrival. After all, she had once been manipulated by the noble Su Yani to seduce Wally. But now it seemed that Deborah bore no grudges and even treated her as a friend. How could I mind? Thank you, Janine. Rest assured, I've been fine these past 6 months. I hope your checkup results are good, and I will wait with everyone for dinner tonight. Everyone believed that the young lady named Aline was truly some hidden divine doctor who saved Deborah from her coma. After a full-body examination, the results showed that all of Deborah's vital signs were normal. Only then did everyone completely set their minds at ease. When Deborah came out of the examination room, Aline was still waiting outside. So, after saying something to Wally, Deborah walked towards Aline, and the two went to a corner to talk. "Thank you for coming specially," Deborah said softly, looking at the person before her. "Please convey my thanks to your master when you return." Indeed, just as her master said, this adult Jada, who had once massacred across the 5 realms, wasn't truly vicious and cruel. "Sure, it's good that you have awakened," Aline responded seriously, with a hint of respect in her tone. The girl before her, despite being around the same age, was actually the highest-ranked deity in the 6 realms next to the Divine Lord. Except for these humans who didn't know the truth, anyone from the other 5 realms would show deep respect. Deborah glanced at the girl again and said, "You seem to be born under a Een life force." "You're right," Aline nodded. "I was abandoned on a country road when I was born. My master found me and brought me back to the Taoist temple. Because of my natural Een life force, which attracts ghosts, my master taught me fortune-telling, divination, talisman drawing, and ghost exorcism. Firstly, he hoped I could protect myself, and secondly, he hoped I would inherit his legacy." "I understand." Deborah looked up. "Since that's the case, let me give you a gift." "A gift?" Aline was stunned. The next moment, she heard the girl before her say, "Close your eyes." Uncertain but obedient, Aline instinctively closed her eyes. She felt a gentle breeze pass before her eyes. When she opened them again, she didn't feel much different, except her right eye seemed to have sharper vision. Deborah explained, "I bestowed you with a spiritual eye using my divine power, specifically your right eye. From now on, your right eye will be able to directly see the existence of ghosts, making it easier for you to subdue malevolent spirits and prevent unexpected attacks. Compared to demons, malevolent spirits are more harmful to humans. Those who linger in the human realm unwilling to reincarnate possess greater resentment and stronger vengeful hearts. Your master has contributed much to peace in the human realm. I hope you can continue to support him." An eye that could see ghosts. Wasn't this the ability to see between the human and spirit worlds? Aline's eyes brightened, sincerely thanking the deity before leaving. "Thank you, Lady Jada. I will cherish the gift you have given me." The dinner party that night wasn't held at an outside hotel, possibly because Wally had developed a phobia of hotel banquets. Fortunately, the Yanni family villa was large enough, and there were enough chefs. Although there were many guests tonight, the villa's banquet hall was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Deborah knew that these friends and family members had dropped everything to come see her after she suddenly fainted, and she was naturally very grateful. So, accompanied by Wally, she thanked each one individually, substituting tea for wine. Of course, the Liu family and Sher family were close relatives, so she skipped them. First, she went to see Balder. During Deborah's rebirth, the first banquet she attended in Illegitimate was the charity auction hosted by the Herb family. It was also at this Herb family charity auction where she met Wally for the second time. To Deborah, Balder was like family. Because of the original hostess's mother, Balder had always protected her, and his concern remained undiminished even today. Unfortunately, despite being a kind-hearted and respected figure, Balder's elder son passed away early, leaving behind only his widow Perry and their sole son Jordy. His second daughter, Summer, was divorced and had only one daughter named Avon. The Herb family's lineage was thin, but what was even more disheartening was the fact that Balder's daughter-in-law Perry, grandson Jordy, and granddaughter Avon were all worse than the last, causing him immense pain. Perry had tampered with medicine prescriptions to harm the elderly Balder and also implicated Deborah. Jordy cheated in a special recruitment exam and was expelled by Shingilis. Avon hired hitmen to kill her own grandfather and even pushed Balder off a cruise ship. Had it not been for Deborah, Balder might have died from poisoning at the beginning. After the incident, Perry became a nun, probably unable to face Balder anymore after the truth came out. Jordy was sent by Balder to a rural high school for retake studies. The elderly cut off all his financial support, making him reflect and study hard for the college entrance exam. On the day of the press conference, Avon was directly taken away by the police. Not long ago, the court handed down a 5-year prison sentence. At an age when he should be enjoying the company of his children and grandchildren, Balder lived alone in the large old residence, truly pitiful. So, while in Illegitimate, Deborah often visited Balder. Once outside the Herb residence, she unexpectedly encountered Jordy, who had secretly returned to Illegitimate. No one knew what kind of life Jordy led in the countryside. Perhaps without servants to cater to him and without friends he could summon easily, he now had to work to earn his own living. In any case, when Deborah saw Jordy that time, he had lost a lot of weight and was much darker from working outside. He wore a simple black t-shirt and sweatpants, having cut off his previously flamboyant hairstyle into a short and neat crew cut, looking entirely different. He seemed less arrogant and frivolous, with more silence and endurance. He looked much more bearable than before. When Deborah saw Jordy, she thought back to the day in the classroom when she slapped him twice in front of everyone. He said those words. "You're right, I did ask Director Yenyo to replace your paper and have him notify Shingilis. Because I wanted you to be unable to explain clearly, and then I would tell you I could help you settle this matter. I wanted you to beg me, I wanted the person who has always looked down on me to come and ask me for help. You asked if you did anything to make me hate you. Deborah, what I hate most about you is that you look down on me. What am I lacking? Am I too short, too fat, too ugly, or do I come from a poor family? Why do you dislike me so much? Why can you be friendly to everyone except me, treating me as cold as ice, looking at me like I'm a dog? When you first came to Illegitimate, didn't we have a marriage contract? We were almost engaged to be married. I'm the only heir of the Herb family, other girls chase after me, and I don't even look at them. Why do you always ignore me, finding it troublesome to talk to me? What makes you treat me this way? Why do you treat me this way?" Chapter 497 Epilogue 2, Jordy. Esther remembered that her reply at that time was just as merciless. Although I don't know what you're trying to express, what you just said doesn't sound like something someone who has received 9 years of compulsory education would say. Can being short, chubby, and ugly or coming from a poor family define a person's worth? Is a person's character determined by such external factors? The most superficial liking or attraction might be due to physique, appearance, or family background. But genuine appreciation and recognition of a person, forming a friendship with them, must be based on compatible values and consistent character. So, when you said that I looked down on you, always ignoring you coldly, yes, it was indeed true. Because you are arrogant, overconfident, vain, self-righteous, and have a good opinion of yourself. Now you've done such despicable things as cheating and framing others. There isn't anything about you that I can approve of. Thinking back now, those words were indeed quite harsh. Therefore, Esther assumed that when Geordie saw her, he would curse at her or even want to hit her. However, she never expected that Geordie would just stare straight at her, his eyes unexpectedly turning red, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry, Esther. Esther couldn't have imagined that this high and mighty young master, who used to look down on everyone, would one day stand on the roadside with red eyes and apologize to her. These past few months, I've been thinking about what you said to me in the classroom that day. Arrogant, overconfident, vain, self-righteous, dirty, and despicable. In Illegitimate, I was flattered and surrounded by so many people. I thought whatever I did was right. But during this time in the countryside, I've learned a lot. If I remove my money and family background, I am nothing. With such a personality, no one would be willing to approach me or be friends with me. Not to mention any girl genuinely liking me. You're right, apart from boasting about my family background, my views and character do not match yours at all. But now, I recognize my mistakes, and I am trying to change. Geordie looked up. I haven't taken a single penny from grandfather anymore. The living expenses in the countryside are all earned by working part-time at a restaurant. This time, I came back only to take a distant look at grandfather. He only has me around him now, but I disappointed him. It's my fault. Don't worry. Before I completely reform myself and pass the college entrance examination, I won't see grandfather. Esther could see that Geordie had really changed a lot, and his words were sincere. She sincerely felt happy for Balder. At least his only grandson hadn't given up on himself but was striving to improve. Hearing you say these words makes me very happy. I hope you don't let Balder down, Esther said, and you can rest assured. During your absence, I'll take care of grandfather for you. After saying this, Esther was about to leave for the Herb residence when Geordie suddenly grabbed her hand. The youth's eyes were still red, his gaze trembling slightly, and his tone even sounded pleading. Are you still with Wally now? If only hypothetically speaking. If I had been this way when you first came to Illegitimate, would our engagement have proceeded smoothly? Would you have been with me? This question is meaningless, Esther replied without hesitation, pulling her hand back. Even if you were the person you are now back then, Wally was the first person I met in Illegitimate. I was destined to meet him first and then fall in love with him. So, Geordie, look forward. You will also meet a wonderful girl. Esther left like that, unaware of Geordie's even redder eyes behind her and his murmured words. Never. I will never encounter a girl as good as you again. He had such an advantageous start, with a prearranged marriage to a lovely girl laid out before him, yet he didn't cherish it. Who else could he blame? Esther toasted to Balder and asked casually, Grandfather, didn't Geordie return home at all during the summer vacation? Hearing Geordie's name, Balder sighed. Catherine, despite what Jai did to you, you are uncomplaining and still ask about his situation. To tell you the truth, Jai called me last month. From his tone, this child has indeed changed greatly, becoming more mature and steady. I think my decision at that time was right. Thanks to your help in adjusting my health, I'm in good shape and can manage the company for many more years. So, before letting Jai take over the company, it's better to let him endure some hardship and gain experience. Esther nodded, recalling Geordie's determined expression under the sunlight that day. She said faintly, I hope he will get better and better. Chapter 498 Epilogue 3. After talking with Ismail, Deborah went to see Alban. Alban was the chief director of Crystal. When Deborah had no money after returning to the Liu family, Alban, because of a note written by White Demi, personally picked out a dress and did her makeup for her before she attended the Herb family's charity auction gala, making her stunning that night. Her connection with Alban dated back to her previous life. As White Demi, Deborah had taken care of Alban abroad for a period of time, which was one of the few times during those 10 years when she wasn't alone. Deborah knew Alban liked her and had been searching for White Demi all along. But for her, if she revealed that she was White Demi, it would be something Alban could never let go of. So, sometimes ignorance is bliss. Now that news of White Demi's death had spread, she believed Alban would eventually move on and start a new life. Then, Deborah went to Mayor Yannen's wife, Daphne. This time, Daphne brought Nicholas and Yen Nin along. On the day of Xingjing's opening exam last year, Deborah saved little Yen on the road, and since then, Mayor Yen Nin had been very considerate of Deborah and the Liu family. It was quite moving to recall how Daphne had brought little Yen to Xingjing to thank her savior, and later publicly exposed the imposter Marilyn. Then, as little Yen carefully put a bandage on the scratch on Deborah's arm, the scene became a widely circulated picture on the internet. Now, half a year later, little Yen was about to start elementary school. Next, Deborah went to Master Cohen. The first online persona Deborah dropped after her rebirth was Lilia. Shortly after the start of school, at the national piano competition, Deborah's prepared piece, Twilight Dusk, was stolen by Marilyn, who also switched their performance order, playing it first. After finishing her performance triumphantly, Marilyn thought she had won. However, Deborah taught her a lesson by improvising Above the Wasteland. Later, people suspected that Above the Wasteland was a reversed and adapted version of Lilia's Daylight Fireworks, accusing Deborah of cheating. That's when Deborah stood up and revealed herself as Lilia. When Marilyn denied it, Master Cohen personally testified to Deborah's identity on stage, humiliating Marilyn and the critics. Before this competition, Lilia and Master Cohen were only online acquaintances. After the event, they became true friends across generations. So when he saw the news about Deborah, Master Cohen came back to China without hesitation. Then, there was Qianqian, Brenda, and Mathawena. After the piano competition, Mathunclair led Deborah to the deep bar for boxing. That night, she met Brenda and Mathawena for the first time and encountered her fourth brother. They all revealed their true identities that night, and she made two best friends. Also that night, they rescued an amnesiac girl from the basement where she was held captive by human traffickers. Deborah never imagined that the girl she saved was Lexis, the only daughter of a Swiss noble family, or that Qianqian's brother, Gustavo, ostensibly came for his sister but actually wanted to restore her divine powers. Fortunately, everything has passed. After their meeting at the rooftop restaurant, Abram erased all of Gustavo's memories. So Gustavo forgot about his impure bloodline, his mother's infidelity, and witnessing his father killing his mother. He also forgot about anything related to being a god, remembering only that he had a loving sister. After all these events, Qianqian grew up overnight. After returning to Switzerland with her brother, she took over the family as Gustavo once did and was recently appointed princess by the Swiss royal family, potentially inheriting the queen's throne. The once timid and weak girl finally grew into someone who could stand on her own. Then, there were Mr. Gillis Weiyuan and Amen. After the Handsome Cafe incident during Xingjing's anniversary celebration, Marilyn used a red dress to trigger Monty's illness, trying to kill Deborah through him. After the plan was exposed and Marilyn was sent to prison, it was followed by Ismail's birthday banquet. At this banquet, it was the first time in this life that Deborah reunited with Amen and met Mr. Gillis Weiyuan in person. At Balder's birthday banquet, Deborah specially retrieved the world-class work of the master carver Hawk from her previous life's safe box, a white jade-carved magnolia cup, and presented it to Balder as a birthday gift. However, it was merely placed in an ordinary wooden box and registered simply as cup. The people at the banquet ridiculed her but showered praise on the high-imitation counterfeit white jade-carved magnolia vase that Avon took out. Amen immediately recognized the magnolia vase as fake. Worried that Avon had spent a fortune buying a fake and been cheated, he stood up to explain. But Avon called over several burly security guards to escort him out. Fortunately, Deborah quickly dealt with the security guards and then said in a domineering tone, "I know your item is fake because the real one is in my possession." The second dropping of Chloe's disguise shocked everyone at the scene. After the banquet, the highly respected Mr. Gillis Weiyuan personally thanked Deborah for winning back the cultural relics abroad. After the college entrance exam results were announced, the official microblog of the Archaeological Research Institute also forwarded a report that named Deborah as the top scorer. Clearly, Mr. Gillis Weiyuan saw Deborah as a rising star among the new generation in Huagua. Then, there was Jorge. Deborah and Jorge both entered Class A in the opening exam. Over the past year, Jorge used his hacking skills to help Deborah a lot. Despite being taciturn, he was always the most reliable. After the events involving Horatio, came the special admission test for Xingjing High School. During this test, Jordy bribed the director of the admissions office at Gillison University to obtain the answers in advance and deliberately framed Deborah for cheating. If not for Jorge hacking into the admissions system and revealing Jordy's answers in test paper directly in class, Deborah would have found it hard to explain. She might have even been expelled from Xingjing. Deborah cherished this friendship dearly. When the school gave the special admission quota to Reese, out of gratitude, passed the quota to Jorge. So, when Gillison University opened, Jorge would enter the gates along with Deborah to study in the computer science department. Next was academician Olaf. After the special admission test, Professor Clark, Mr. Gillis Weiyuan, and academician Olaf all came to Xingjing High School, each wanting Deborah to be their student. Due to the cyberbullying incident incited by Renee and reporters, Vance's hair turned white overnight. Thankfully, after Deborah's identity as Lanting was exposed, Vance's reputation was cleared. The third drop of Lanting's disguise was also the only time Deborah proactively exposed herself. Better news followed. Her paper, Research Progress and Prospects on Acromegaly, published in FSI, attracted significant attention from experts worldwide in medical research on acromegaly. Methods of breakthroughs in the development of special drugs for acromegaly offered hope to many patients. After that cyberbullying storm, Deborah began interacting more with classmates and forming friendships. Later, after the college entrance exams, Deborah came to Gillising. She went back to the Schur family, meeting her grandfather, aunt, and 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. She participated in the deceptive deserted island survival holographic game and, after the game ended, met Randy and told her the truth. Now, Haley also knew the truth through Randy. After offering toasts to everyone, Deborah realized how many friends and elders she had met along the way. They helped her a great deal and taught her much. Deborah felt incredibly fortunate to have so many people genuinely caring for her. She hoped those she cared about could live peaceful and happy lives. However, there were still some people she hadn't seen yet. After the banquet ended, Deborah arranged for everyone to rest at home first. Then, accompanied by Fabio, she proposed going back to the Scher family with Preston. Chapter 499 Epilogue 4. Janine finally met Zach. The reason for wanting to return to the Scher family was simple. First, she wanted to see Jacqueline, who had awakened. Secondly, she wanted to see Yennin Fangling's two innocent children, Jesus and Elliot. In the car on the way to the Scher residence, Sher Muchuan said, Yue did not show any abnormalities after waking up. She only said she does not remember what happened in the ballroom. Originally, she wanted to come with us to see you, but I persuaded her otherwise and asked her to rest well at home. It's quite strange, though. I knew that Yue was somewhat against you before. But this time when she learned you were unconscious, she appeared very worried. As for Xiaoyu and Lanieg. Sher Muchuan sighed gently. Aunt Kirsty died suddenly without any warning. Although she manipulated Lanieg into doing such bad things before, she was, after all, the mother of the two children. The two children have suffered a great deal. Xiaoyu is naturally sensitive-minded, so he quietly stayed alone at Aunt Kirsty's funeral. Lanieg doesn't understand anything. These days, he has been taken care of by nannies and seems dazed. Hearing this, Lu Guo couldn't help but sigh silently. The next moment, her hand was covered by Yani Aotian, who was sitting beside her. Yani Aotian understood his lover too well and noticed her sadness, reaching out to comfort her with an embrace. Lu Guo was clear that Yennin Fangling had actually long passed away. It was just that she was possessed by the blue fox spirit, which kept her alive until now. Facing the reality of their mother's death was something the two children inevitably had to face, even something they should have faced earlier. But there was nothing anyone could do about it. Even deities cannot bring the dead back to life, as that would defy the rules governing the human world. Upon arriving at the Scher family residence, the two children had already fallen asleep. Lu Guo took a look into the children's room. Both kids were sleeping soundly. She placed the gifts she brought lightly on the table in the room, stroked their hair, and observed them for a while before leaving. What the gift was didn't matter much. She came over tonight simply to tell the two children that she was their sister, part of their family. Even if they no longer had a mother, their big sister would still love them. Then, Lu Guo went to Jacqueline's room. Lu Guo remembered that half a year ago in Gilisangqing, during the incident involving Gilisang Yusheng when she was taken to the police station, Shi Suyu once told her that since Jacqueline woke up from last year's surgery, her personality seemed different from before. Though she looked pure and kind, she often acted artificially. In the room, although Lu Guo wasn't meeting this body for the first time, it was the first true encounter with Jacqueline herself. The girl was wearing a white dress, her black hair flowing over her shoulders unadorned, dressed plainly and modestly. It was clearly the same body, yet even Yani Aotian could see that the person in front of them now had completely different eyes from before. Previously, the innocence was fake, but now, the clarity shone genuinely through her eyes. Brother, please go out with Yani Aotian for a moment. I want to chat with Jacqueline, Lu Guo said. Upon hearing this, the two men left the room and went to drink tea in the study. After they left, Jacqueline's eyes instantly reddened. Thank you, Lu Guo, the girl breathed deeply. When my body was occupied by the fox demon, I could hear sounds from outside. I know you refrained from acting against the fox demon for me. And also for me, you arranged for the monster hunter to confront it at the banquet. When I woke up and learned you were unconscious, knowing you got injured saving me, I felt really worried and guilty. I'm fine now, Lu Guo's voice softened. The fox demon is thoroughly gone, and I've woken up. From now on, forget the unpleasant memories and start your new life. Regardless, the red fox did do one good thing, taking the college entrance exam for you and scoring full marks to get you admitted to Gillisan University. We're both admitted to the law school. The opening ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Let's attend together. Yes. Hearing this, Jacqueline's eyes sparkled brightly. Previously, she had a brother and a little brother. Now, it's the first time in her life she had a sister. To have such a wonderful and excellent sister like Lu Guo and be able to attend the same university and major, she felt truly lucky. After talking with Jacqueline, seeing her pure and kind nature, Lu Guo felt relieved. Exiting the room, Sher Muchuan and Yani Aotian were in the study. The entire Sher villa seemed vast and eerily quiet, the corridor lights dim. However, as Lu Guo turned around, she bumped into someone looking at her not far away. A boy, handsome yet appearing cold and aloof. Bathed in the orange light, a hazy glow spread around. It illuminated the tall and slender figure, as if covered with a faint golden light. His skin was pale, wearing a cotton black shirt. The sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and the collar buttons were left unbuttoned, casually revealing part of his collarbone. The strands of hair on his forehead slightly obscured his brows and eyes, but one could still see his furrowed brow. His deep, ink-black eyes exuded a sense of coldness and scrutiny. The whole person gave off an aura that was dangerously aloof, as if telling others to keep their distance. He seemed too distant, like a highland poppy no one could pick. It was almost instinctive. Though she had never met him before, not even seen a photo, Lu Guo paused slightly and called out his name directly. Zach, brother? Chapter 500, Epilogue, 5, Darren tortures his half-mythuster 4. Darren returned to the old family residence this time because he was attending Yaneli's funeral this morning. He had heard about what happened at the Hua family banquet. His stepmother died suddenly, and Madeline fell into a coma. It was said that Deborah had been unconscious for 2 days already. But he didn't feel anything inside, nor did he care about what exactly had happened. He had always been indifferent to emotions ever since he was young. After all, his biological mother died when he was only 1 year old, still in swaddling clothes. Less than a year later, his father remarried. When he was 2, his stepmother became pregnant and later gave birth to 2 boys and a girl. So, what was love? And he hadn't really experienced much family affection either. These so-called ties and feelings of the world were very distant to him. Even with his 2 full brothers who shared the same father, he wasn't particularly close. He originally didn't want to come back, but since someone in the family had died, it was proper to make an appearance. He never expected that just as he was about to leave, he would suddenly encounter his cousin, whom he hadn't officially met before, who also caused unprecedented heated discussions online today. Piano master, underground boxing champion, rising star in science, shooting genius, top college entrance exam scorer, Joab. A 6-star member, these labels on one person were enough to shock anyone. Today, with the addition of her identity as the last disciple of the chief traditional Chinese medicine master and the secret investor of Balan Group, she was indeed impressive and outstanding. No wonder his eldest brother and second brother had fallen for such a sister. They seemed to have forgotten that she was the daughter left behind by the woman indirectly responsible for their mother's death. Darren sneered inwardly but showed no expression on his face. Under the dim corridor light, he met the girl's slightly surprised gaze. Hearing her call him brother, Darren felt nothing. He just coldly glanced at Deborah and prepared to turn and leave. Just as he turned, however, his hand was grabbed by someone chasing after him. Wait. Darren hated it most when strangers got too close. As he frowned, preparing to shake off the hand, the other person released it first. Subconsciously, he turned back, looking down at the focused girl in front of him. Darren had thought of several possible reactions and words the girl might have upon seeing him. But the first thing out of her mouth completely surprised him. Was the survival game on the desert island I participated in created by you? Deborah asked calmly. For a moment, Darren's pupils constricted, his voice forced to be calm. What are you talking about? Deborah looked composed, raising her eyes to meet his. Yin Yao Outyan told me that the survival game on the deserted island was created by a 20-year-old gaming genius from our country before returning home. And I coincidentally learned that Brother Dayton finished a 1-year programming exchange program at Eisenberg University in Y country last month and came back recently. Hearing Deborah say this, Darren sneered, his eyes filled with a warning chill. So because I'm 20, studying programming, and just came back, you think the game creator is me? Of course not. Those could be mere coincidences, so I only concluded it just now. As she spoke, Deborah suddenly raised her hand, pointing to the small black earring on Darren's ear. On this square onyx earring was engraved a designed letter logo, L. The logo was tiny, even face to face, it was hard to notice without looking closely. I saw this L logo on the armrest of the seat in the game pod at that time. So after I exited the game, I thought it might mean the game creator's name starts with L. But, now I know, it's not the creator's name that starts with L, but the creator's mother's name does. Deborah paused, then softly continued, Aunt Alexia's name is Alexia. Is this logo something you designed to commemorate Aunt Alexia? At the mention of his mother, Darren clenched his fists and drew a sharp breath. Enough, you're not worthy of mentioning my mother's name. Suddenly, Darren looked at the girl coldly, a mocking tone in his voice. Deborah, right? Are you not living well enough now? Do you still feel unsatisfied? The fiancé of Gilasangching's richest man, the darling of the Liu family, surrounded by a crowd of people adoring you. Now even my grandfather, aunt, elder brother, second brother, and even my younger siblings in the Sher family have been bewitched by you, isn't that enough, Deborah? Do you want me to acknowledge you too? Suddenly, Darren stepped forward, gripping Deborah's chin, his eyes filled with a touch of sarcasm. Do you want me to treat you like those brothers of yours, cherishing you as their pride and treasure? Darren knew his reaction was too extreme. The words he spoke were also too hurtful. What happened back then, even if it was caused by the elopement of second aunt, it was his mother who had willingly chased after her. Even if second aunt pushed his mother, no one could have anticipated the sudden appearance of the car. Even if it was really second aunt who caused his mother's death, it had nothing to do with this young girl who wasn't even born yet. But he couldn't control his emotions, it felt like he had finally found an outlet to vent them. Yet, rather than hating the girl in front of him, it was more that he hated himself, hated fate. It was fate that took away his mother's life, leaving all his memories of her pieced together from others' words and recollections over the years. For so many years, he had never shown anyone his longing for his mother. So everyone thought he didn't remember her, believed he was indifferent to family ties and naturally cold-blooded. They didn't know how much he longed for true maternal care and affection as a child. But it didn't matter. What others thought of him didn't matter at all. So even if saying such hurtful things just to vent, what difference did it make? Mathun's they could never truly be family, it was best if the girl feared him, disliked him, and stayed far away. Deborah, don't provoke me, and don't call me brother. Darren struggled to control his emotions, eventually turning them into a cold stare before coldly turning around. I can never consider you my sister, so stay away from me. Having said that, Darren clenched his fists tightly, his chest rising and falling as he wanted to leave this place. Perhaps his display was too uncontrolled. He hadn't taken 2 steps when someone suddenly hugged him from behind, the unexpected closeness and warmth making Darren stiffen entirely. Drawing a sharp breath, he was stunned and didn't turn his head, only listening to the nearly calm voice of the girl behind him. I'm not feeling unsatisfied, I'm not intentionally provoking you, and I'm not asking you to love me like other brothers. I just wanted to apologize on behalf of my mother. I've apologized to everyone else, but I haven't yet apologized to you who were only 1 year old back then. I'm sorry. If you really hate me so much, I won't appear before you again. But I sincerely hope you can be happier. I believe this is also your stepmother's greatest wish. After finishing, Deborah let go of her hands and took a few steps back. Darren didn't turn around, feeling the warmth suddenly vanish from behind him, leaving him in a chill. Just then, the study door opened, and his eldest brother and the man named Yen Yao Outian walked out, looking this way. Seeing Darren standing here, Francisco immediately said, Dayton, you haven't left yet? Good, you haven't met Janine yet, greet her. No need. Before Darren could speak, Deborah spoke up first, causing Darren beside her to stiffen slightly. Calmly she said, we've already greeted each other. Big brother, take care of Laniag and Xiaoyu at home, I'll go back with Yen Yao Outian. Chapter 501 Epilogue 6, President Yanni, I am jealous of myself. After leaving the Sher family residence, they returned to the Yanni family villa. Everyone else had already gone to sleep. After Esther and Wally returned to their room, they took showers one after another. Wally could tell that Esther seemed somewhat downcast during the ride back. So after he finished showering, he came out and sat by the bed, naturally scooping up the girl in her nightdress onto his lap. What's wrong? Wally bent down to kiss the girl's lips. Lifting his hand, he tucked the fallen strands of hair behind her ear and asked, You've been feeling low all this time. Did Zach say something unpleasant to you? Esther was surprised by the man's perceptiveness. She shook her head and took a deep breath before saying, Even if he did say something unpleasant to me, it wouldn't matter much. Besides, it wasn't too bad. Ultimately, it was the push from the original host's mother that caused his mother to be run over by a car. So even if he rationally believes that he shouldn't direct his hate at me, no one is a saint, none can forever let reason govern behavior. As she spoke, Esther looked up. I just felt the power of fate. If his mother hadn't chased after the original host's mother that day, she wouldn't have ended up on that street. If the original host's mother hadn't given that push, his mother wouldn't have been pushed out. If it hadn't rained that day making the road slippery, even if she had been pushed, she wouldn't have fallen. And if there hadn't been a car passing by then, even if she had fallen, nothing serious would have happened. So you see, everything is linked. As long as any of these factors didn't come together, the accident wouldn't have happened. But, coincidentally, every factor fell into place as if everything was predestined. That's what destiny is. In the vast universe, the Creator has set the path of destiny for all living beings. When to be born, when to die, who to meet, who to fall in love with, and who to lose, it's all predetermined. So, our meeting was also destined, right? Wally subconsciously hugged the girl tighter, finally asking the question that had lingered in his heart since he learned the truth. Catherine, a girl named Aline told me that you are actually a god, your real name is Aggie. She said that you were the first god to fall, causing slaughter in the human world. Later, you were punished by the Lord of Gods, went to hell and became a demon. Esther looked up at her beloved. Are you afraid of my identity? Or worried that with my memories and divine powers restored, I might cause disaster in the human world again? Wally suddenly sucked in a deep breath and paused for a moment before replying, Catherine, I don't want to lie to you. I am not so noble as to worry about the survival of all mankind. Indeed, I'm dirty and despicable. In my heart, nothing is more important than your awakening. If the awakened you really wanted to slaughter humans, I think I would rather be your executioner and stay by your side. Even if my hands were stained with blood, even if I was despised and hated by everyone, it doesn't matter. I only hope that you are happy. Wally knew his words were morally incorrect, but perhaps he was the kind of person without principles. From beginning to end, his only principle was to love the soul before him. Irrespective of form, status, or appearance, whether she was a god, human or demon, he loved the soul before him and was willing to pay any price for her. If she had heard Wally's words before her memory was restored, she might have thought he was just saying it. But hearing Wally's words now that her memory was restored, it was as if the scenes of the past unfolded before her eyes. The past Declan had always done just that, hadn't he? Even when she committed such heinous massacres, he remained by her side throughout. He gave up his divinity to accompany her, sharing the blame, and ultimately died for her. Then, what are you worried about? Esther originally intended to tell Wally the truth. But seeing the serious look on his face, she changed her mind and tilted her head to ask. Wally took a deep breath and hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. I heard Aline say that when you fell, there was also a god named Declan who fell with you. Aline said that this god loved you deeply, quietly guarding you all along. In the end, he even took the blow from the Lord of Gods for you, saving your soul while his own shattered. Catherine, you had no memory of this Declan before. But now that your memory has returned, I don't know if your view of Declan will change. If you... Here, Wally found it hard to continue. Unable to resist, he hugged the person in his arms tighter, his fingers turning slightly white from the force. What if I do? From Esther's perspective, it was truly amusing to hear Wally say these words. Especially seeing the conflicted expression on Wally's face, she couldn't help but want to hear his thoughts. If you now feel that you love Declan more in your heart and can't accept others, I'm willing to step aside. Willing to step aside? Isn't this man too magnanimous for his own good? Upon hearing this, Esther turned the man's chin to make him look at her straight, slightly frowning. Step aside? Are you willing to give up on me and leave? How could I bear to? Wally's voice was slightly hoarse, his eyes reddened. But he has done so much for you, being moved by him is only natural. Wally seemed to be suppressing the bitterness in his heart, giving a bitter smile. Gordon said that in the novels he reads, the most destructive force is not just the unattainable ideal, but a dead unattainable ideal. He said, for you, Declan represents such an existence. So, Catherine, as I've always said, with me, your wishes always come first. If you can't let go of Declan but are still willing to stay with me, I can accept that there's someone else in your heart. If you can't let go of Declan and wish to seek him out, I'm also willing to set you free. Chapter 502 Epilogue 7. President Yanni regains Shin's memory. Deborah couldn't help but be shaken after hearing President Yanni's words. The divine spirit of Declan was still in her hands, so the current Wally had no memories from before. Wally didn't know that he himself was Declan. Deborah originally wanted to tease Wally a little. However, seeing the serious expression and red eyes of the man at this moment, something deep inside her softened. Wally loved her desperately but was afraid she would fall in love with Declan after regaining her memories. So, he put the choice right before her. Deborah had no doubt that if she chose the latter, Wally would really let her go and never appear before her again. She also didn't doubt that if she left, Wally would never love another woman for the rest of his life, probably living alone forever. To what extent must one love someone to do such a thing? As she thought this, Deborah couldn't help but touch Wally's hair and facial features with her fingertips, feeling his true presence. Meanwhile, Wally was still immersed in his emotional state. Also, Janine, there's something I haven't been able to figure out and didn't tell you before. But now, I understand. When you and Gustavo met at the restaurant and I brought you back, you were running a fever. While I was by your bedside, I heard you say deliriously, Declan, repeatedly in your sleep. At the time, I didn't know if these two words were a person's name or had some other meaning, but now. At that point, you hadn't regained your memories yet. If you didn't care about him, how could you call out his name unconsciously? You were always thinking of him, weren't you? As he spoke, Wally's voice grew lower. By the end, Deborah even detected a slight tremor. No, the incident of muttering Declan's name during her sleep, Deborah really didn't know. She had a fever up to 40 degrees at that time. So, did Wally remember Declan's name since then? If so, when Aline talked about her past with Declan this afternoon, wasn't he both heartbroken and pained inside? But despite feeling sad, he could still remain calm, taking her for a checkup, accompanying her and offering toasts to everyone, and visiting the Schur family residence with her. Deborah took a deep breath, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. In the end, she only held Wally's face in her hands and sighed softly. How can you be so silly? You used to be like this, and now you're still the same. Before? Wally looked puzzled, lifting his eyes. He didn't know what time the girl referred to by saying, before. Wally, do you remember what I said just now? Deborah focused on the man's eyes, speaking softly. In the vast universe, the Creator has predetermined the destiny of all beings. When they are born, when they die, when they meet their beloved, it is all arranged. So, what you think is an unexpected encounter might just be a long-awaited reunion. Wally was even more stunned, echoing, long-awaited, reunion? Deborah didn't speak. Standing before the man, the next second, a ball of golden light slowly floated up in her palm. The bright moonlight streamed in from outside, retreating upon touching this ball of golden light. Wally recognized this ball of golden light. Aline had also brought a similar ball of golden light, saying it was Janine's divine spirit. After this ball of golden light merged into the heart, the divine spirit returned to its rightful place, allowing Janine to regain the memories and powers of a god and awaken. Why was there another ball of golden light now? Wally was confused. But before he could ask, he saw the ball of golden light fly towards his chest as the girl lifted her hand. Wally's pupils shrank, unable to react, watching the golden light merge into his chest. Immediately, he felt a tremendous shock in his chest, as if some dormant power exploded in his heart. Instinctively, he curled up, clutching his heart, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Before he could adapt to this unfamiliar power, countless wave-like memories surged into his mind. Mountain streams, waterfalls, clear springs, forested grasslands, surreal and dreamlike. Fields of blooming roses everywhere, and under the tree shadows, a barefoot girl with waist-length black hair fluttering in the breeze stood among the rose bushes. A red butterfly rested on the tip of the girl's finger, playfully kissing and circling her. The girl seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head. Suddenly, she met a pair of clear, beautifully crimson eyes. It felt as if something heavy struck his heart. The desolate heart, nourished by love, bloomed with fervent flowers in an instant. Flashbacks of scenes appeared one by one, all related to the girl. Including the memory of wanting to deeply imprint the girl's face in his mind before dying. Until he saw the last scene. In a chaotic place, he heard his father's voice in his ear. This is the freedom you have exchanged for with your death. You don't need to do anything. One day you will meet her again. One day, you will meet again. When Wally opened his eyes again, he found the girl hugging him and saying, "You remember everything now, don't you?" Unaware that he was already in tears, Wally reached out and hugged the girl even tighter. With a hoarse voice, he called out the name that had lingered in his heart for over 1,000 years, Jada. Jada. In the divine realm, Abram Jalmer and others had various affectionate nicknames for Jada, Een, Yanadal Een, Kaylee. Only he always called her Jada, devoid of any sentiment, fearing that any hint of his dirty, cowardly, and hidden emotions might show. In the divine realm, the more he loved her, the more distance he needed to keep. Later on, when they fell together, she would kill and he would dispose of the bodies. Job, knowing well that what he was doing was a grave sin, but just to be closer to her, just to be the only one left by her side, he still did it. Ultimately, it was to satisfy his own desires. He was unworthy of being a deity, so dying for the one he loved was a form of redemption. He never thought he would wake up again. But he actually could wake up again. Deborah understood Wally's thoughts and explained, "The one who caused the massacre was my father. The one who made us become a demon and a human separately was also my father. He said he gave us the freedom to choose. Within the 6 realms, we can go anywhere. Or we can stay in the human world and live out this life as well. I'll follow you, baby." Wally tightened his embrace. "As long as it's what you wish, I'll do anything. I know you like your current life, so let's continue this life." These two had experienced too much. From their past lives to this one. In the past, they never had the chance to truly open their hearts, but meeting and falling in love as humans filled that gap. So many experiences intertwined, forming a deep bond that required no words. Wally took a deep breath, his gaze becoming deeper. In the next moment, he suddenly turned over and pressed the girl onto the bed. Raising his right hand, the room lights went off, leaving only the soft warm light from the bedside floor lamp. The man, having recovered his divine powers, pulled off his belt with one hand, his tall body pressing close against the girl's. The air instantly became heated. Then he buried his head, starting to kiss from the girl's earlobe. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if enticing the girl, "Baby. I want you." It had been too long. His desire for her, he had endured for too long. Born as a deity of lust, he had once constantly suppressed his desires. But now, there was no better time than now for possession, so rightful and natural. Chapter 503 Epilogue 8, It's impossible to Joe beep a low profile. This night, Wally hardly took a break. Mathun's they all knew that as deities, their bodies wouldn't suffer any damage and even if problems arose, they could recover instantly. Thus, Lottie Air only realized yesterday that before becoming a deity, the man had been quite restrained in his desires. When he no longer suppressed his desires and gained the physical prowess of a deity, this energy was simply. Later on, when Lottie Air dozed off, she recalled a conversation from her time in the god realm. Abram said that Declan could always resist his instincts well and kept his desires under control. Rocco stuck out his tongue and said that it wasn't about keeping things under control at all, Declan just had a different way of expressing himself. She hadn't felt it before, but now she did understand it. Far from being indifferent or lacking desire, he had an extremely strong desire. Before lunch, Lottie Air and Wally washed up and then went to the dining room. Mathun's Lottie Air was already fine, everyone would be returning after this lunch. Balder, Haley, Alban Kirsty, Hong, and Academician Peng were all going back to Gillisangching. In Beijing, Randy had to return to the company to handle affairs, old Mr. Gillis Wei Yen had to go back to the research institute with Amen, Della also needed to return to the Gu family, and Dovey had already been sent back to the old house by Trista for rest. Master Cohen had a flight back to Country Y at 2 in the afternoon. Chana had initially wanted to stay for a few more days with Lottie Air, but worried about leaving her brother alone, so she had to take a private jet back to Switzerland in the afternoon too. As for Brenda, Mathawena, and Jobert, since it was the day for Beijing University's opening ceremony tomorrow, they could stay directly at the Yanni family. They could all attend the opening ceremony together. This was also why Marissa, Sullivan, Zeke, and Alicia Yuan didn't leave. They all wanted to attend Lottie Air's opening ceremony. Lottie E was accepted into Tsinghua University's Department of Mathematics. Tsinghua's start date was a few days later, so he could join them. What was unbelievable was Arjun E. Beijing Aviation University's opening ceremony clashed with Beijing University's. Without hesitation, this little one asked his counselor for leave, saying he would come register first before going to Beijing University. How could he miss his sister's opening ceremony as her brother? This was a heavily Syscon level 10 older brother. Shermu Chuan and Trenton also stayed behind, agreeing to send Lottie Air to school the next day and attend her opening ceremony. After all, besides Lottie Air, their other sister, Shi Yue, would also attend the opening ceremony, though it was Trista who would be sending her. With 2 extra brothers competing for attention towards their sisters, Arjun naturally wasn't convinced. He provocatively challenged Shermu Chuan and Trenton openly and secretly, hinting that Lottie Air was closer to their 5 brothers. That annoying face got him pulled by the ear and scolded several times by Sullivan. Luckily, Shermu Chuan and Trenton were mature enough not to mind such childish behavior from someone fresh out of high school. They just hoped to witness firsthand their 2 sisters entering new stages in their lives. The next day arrived. The day Beijing University opened its doors. Outside the school gates, there were crowds everywhere, with parents and students carrying luggage. Suddenly, 2 black extended limousines stopped outside the school gate. Lottie Air didn't want to draw too much attention, so when Arjun suggested riding in a Rolls-Royce to let everyone know he was a second-generation rich kid, she immediately refused. She insisted Gordon switch to 2 less conspicuous limousines. Due to the whole internet frenzy over the dropped horse events these past 2 days, she didn't need a luxury car for people to recognize her. Lottie Air's only worry now was how she could remain as low-key as possible, living quietly through her 4 years of university. However, when all her brothers got out of the cars, Lottie Air felt her wish might not be possible. Sullivan, Zeke, Alishan Yuan, Lottie E, Arjun E, Shermu Chuan, Trenton. 7 handsome brothers stood behind her, each uniquely attractive. They formed a striking scene, instantly catching everyone's eyes. Especially since one of them was the hottest superstar in the entertainment industry. Ah. I'm not seeing things, is that guy Alishan Yuan? Damn, it really is Alishan Yuan. So, the girl wearing a baseball cap and mask in the middle is Lottie Air? Her brothers are here to see her off to school? Ah. Why are they all so handsome? God, please give me a brother like them, just one will do. When Wally brought an umbrella to Lottie Air and held it for her, it caused even more screams. Many people gathered around, taking pictures and discussing. Mathawena, Brenda, and Jobert couldn't help but step back a bit due to the commotion. Lottie Air also took a deep breath, preparing to rush into the school while most people hadn't noticed. However, just as she was about to dash forward, Arjun mysteriously pulled her back, his tone extremely cheerful. Don't be in such a hurry, Janine. I have one more gift for you. What gift? Seeing the delighted expression on her 5th brother's face, a sense of foreboding welled up in Lottie Air's heart. Sure enough, the next second, all she heard were 2 loud bangs from in front of her. Bang. Bang. Multicolored ribbons flew through the air along with the sound of fireworks, drifting down gracefully. These 2 unexpected fireworks left everyone dumbfounded, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Then, right before her eyes, the 2 men in suits wearing sunglasses who had set off the fireworks swiftly unfurled a huge red banner about 5 meters long that was impossible to miss. On it were written words that made her heart sink. My sister is the cutest in the whole world. Chapter 504, Epilogue 9, New Semester Begins. As the saluting shots, bang bang, went off, everyone was stunned. However, when this huge red banner was pulled open, and the 10 large characters became glaringly visible in the air, all present fell silent. The Liu family members had an expression of not bearing to look. Bruce and Ambrose opened their mouths wide in shock. Only Atlee looked at Esther excitedly, boasting and coquettishly saying, How about it, Tian, do you like the gift your brother sent? Bruce and Ambrose recovered from their astonishment. Looking at Sullivan who appeared calm, they spent a long time before praising, Aiken, is this your Liu family's tradition? Quite unique and sudden. These 2 salvos attracted the attention of everyone at the school gate. This 5-meter-long banner was even more impactful, visible from 100 meters away. Esther watched her only hope for college be shattered. She took a deep breath and then looked at Atlee, Yen Nike it. Dennis, your gift is very good. No need to send gifts next time. Then, before the onlookers gathered around, she dragged the questioning Atlee into the school as quickly as possible. Seeing this, the other brothers hurriedly followed. Esther felt that it was still too conspicuous with all the brothers following her. So she said to Sullivan, Israel, go to the auditorium for the opening ceremony first. I will register with Brenda, Mathawena, and Jobert. She added another sentence, don't worry, Fabio will be with me. After everything is done, we'll meet you in the auditorium. Given what Esther said and Fabio accompanying her, Sullivan naturally agreed. Mathun's Esther, Brenda, Mathawena, and Jobert were not in the same major. They had to report to different colleges and so separated after entering the school. Fabio accompanied Esther to the law school for registration first and then helped her collect accommodation supplies. On a shaded path, the tall man held an umbrella over the girl beside him with one hand and held her hand with the other, his gaze deep and gentle. However, Gordon who was behind them didn't have such a leisure moment. Puffing and panting, he carried the bedding issued by the academic office and followed behind his boss and the lady. The high-paid executive assistant of an annual salary of millions found himself working as a delivery person. Don't ask why, it was just that every penny earned in their Lau family was well-deserved. Speaking of accommodation, the Imperial University required students to live on campus under normal circumstances for unified management. However, as a top student in the college entrance examination, Esther received many preferential treatments when admitted by the university. Apart from scholarships and exemptions from tuition fees and accommodation fees, the school also specially allowed her not to stay on campus. No matter how good the dormitory conditions of Imperial University were, Fabio would not let Esther stay in a multi-person dormitory. Only by his side could he ensure that the girl was taken good care of. They originally bought a house near the school for convenience of Esther's studies, and once she started classes officially, the driver would wait outside the school ready to bring her home after each class. So, accompanying Esther putting the items issued by the school in the dormitory was just a formality for Fabio, helping his lover get acquainted with her new roommates. University can be considered a completely new experience for Esther. At the moment the dormitory door was opened, 3 girls inside, who were tidying up, lifted their heads to see Esther and froze, their eyes wide open in shock. Oh my god. Oh my god. This was a quad. These 3 girls had not seen the list of roommates before they came, so they were so shocked now. The face of the girl before them. Isn't this Esther? Esther was arguably the most popular figure on the internet recently, reigning across various fields, estimating no one in China did not know her. Esther was actually their roommate? And this handsome to the point of offense man next to her, isn't he Fabio who put up a reward of 200 million RMB to wake her up, ruling over $1 trillion commercial empire? Too handsome, too beautiful. How can these 2 people match so perfectly? They're completely like the protagonists of a novel. The 3 girls were both shocked and nervous at this time. After all, having read too many legends about Esther, it was the first time they saw her in person. Therefore, Esther greeted them first, behaving gracefully without any arrogance or sense of distance. Hello, I'm Esther. Nice to be roommates with you. Hope we can help each other and make progress together in the coming 4 years. This is my contact information. Although I might not live in the dormitory frequently, feel free to reach out if you need any help. With these words, Esther showed her WeChat QR code. The 3 girls exchanged glances and immediately got excited to scan the code, extremely thrilled. This is Esther. They actually got Esther's WeChat. This level of closeness was no less exciting than befriending a top-stream celebrity. Once these 3 roommates still had things to organize, Esther said goodbye to them and went to the auditorium for the opening ceremony with Fabio. The grand auditorium was packed with people. Marissa and the 7 brothers were already seated on one side, reserving spots for Esther and Fabio. As soon as Esther arrived, Hildred, sitting at the outermost edge, stood up happily right away, Tian. This call of Tian left everyone present momentarily confused. The Liu family members and Bruce, Ambrose knew that Hildred had always been hostile towards Esther since their first meeting and had once sneered at her in front of cameras. Atli had scolded her severely for that. Now she was calling Tian so affectionately. Was she up to something sinister, or just trying to get close deliberately? Atli couldn't sit still. Just as he was about to step in to shield his sister, he saw Esther take the initiative to hug Hildred, her tone very friendly. Yue, you're here. Mathut beside me. Atli's eyes widened instantly, unsure of what was going on. Clearly, Tian had been clashing with Hildred not long ago. How could their relationship turn so good all of a sudden? Were women all so fickle? But the real reason was known only to Esther, Hildred, and Fabio. Soon, the opening ceremony began, and school leaders took turns speaking on stage. Hildred suddenly leaned close to Esther's ear and whispered softly, Tian, I have something to tell you. Did you meet Oral when you came to our house last night? Esther was taken aback, asking unconsciously, what's up? Oral found me this morning, asking if I would see you at the opening ceremony. I said yes, so he asked me to give you this note. Esther recalled how Darren had glared at her coldly out of hatred yesterday night and took the note from Hildred's hand. Unfolding the note, she saw elegant yet forceful handwriting. But it only wrote 3 words, indicating the writer had hesitated, I'm sorry. Chapter 505, Conclusion, End of main text. Esther hadn't expected Russell to apologize to her, so she was somewhat surprised. Shirley, standing beside her, glanced at the content on the paper and revealed an astonished expression. My goodness, Oral actually apologized to you, Janine. You don't know, my 3rd brother has been a genius since childhood and is famous for being aloof. He's always been indifferent to everyone from young to old. I've never seen him say, I'm sorry, to anyone. Oral must have said something very over the line to you, Janine, for him to write you an apology note. No, Esther put away the paper and shook her head. Actually, I didn't blame him. People need time to interact with each other. From strangers to acquaintances, from resentment to understanding, from dislike to closeness, from indifference to enthusiasm, all these relationships require time and experiences to build trust and affection. Just like she had never blamed Sullivan or Atli for rejecting her when she first returned to the Liu family in Gilisangcheng, nor did she resent Marissa for her actions toward her before knowing the truth. In this world, there's no causeless love or hate, having a clear conscience is enough. After the school leaders finished their speech, the host announced that Kirsten, the youngest professor in the history of Peking University Law School, would read a letter to the freshmen. Esther, who had been zoning out, suddenly perked up upon hearing this name. Lifting her gaze to the stage, she saw a very young man walking up, instantly causing loud cheers among the audience. The man stood tall with a straight back, his white suit outlining his slender and tall figure. A pair of rimless glasses perched on his high nose bridge made his eyes look even calmer and distant. He seemed like sandalwood wood that had weathered time and storms, exuding a gentle yet aloof aura that immediately captured all the students' attention. No wonder he caused the girls to scream. With such a face, it was like God had blessed him for show business. Yet, as the youngest professor in Peking University Law School, people couldn't help but hold him in higher regard. While Esther was staring at the stage, Shirley suddenly remembered something. Janine, haven't you met your maternal uncle yet? Shirley pointed to the man on the stage. There, Kirsten, my little uncle and your maternal uncle. He went abroad for an academic seminar and only returned yesterday or the day before. My uncle is a professor at Peking University Law School and also the deputy dean. This means we will be studying under his leadership for the next 4 years. But, Matt appears to be cold and heartless, and indeed he is cold and heartless. He won't treat us specially just because we are his nieces. In fact, he might be stricter. So, Janine, you should be mentally prepared. Now she knew why the name sounded familiar. It was really her uncle whom she had not yet met. Hearing Shirley say that Kirsten treated students very strictly, Esther thought it was a good thing. Strict teachers can nurture outstanding students. After Kirsten descended from the stage as a faculty representative, thunderous applause echoed in the auditorium. The host paused before announcing Esther's name. Thank you, Professor Kirsten. Next, please welcome the freshman representative, student Esther, to give a speech on behalf of all the freshmen. Mr. Dai Sin-yong, the president of Peking University, had previously invited Esther to speak at the opening ceremony. Her grades, talents, and numerous achievements were undoubtedly the most outstanding among everyone. As the representative of the freshmen, she deserved the honor. The moment Esther stood up from her seat, the spotlight shone on her. First, there was a brief silence throughout the venue, followed by even more enthusiastic applause and cheers than before. All eyes, including those of Kirsten who had just stepped down from the stage, were locked on the girl. This simply dressed girl in a white shirt and pleated skirt turned out to be Esther. Students who watched Esther walk up to the podium gazed at her with shimmering eyes. People don't envy those who are far beyond their reach. Therefore, instead of jealousy, they felt awe, admiration, and adoration towards her. Joab Dade, 6-star member, piano master, underground boxing champion, rising star in science, design genius, top scorer in the National College entrance exam, last disciple of the chief traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, behind-the-scenes investor of Balan Group, daughter of the Liu family, granddaughter of the Shi family. It was only when summarizing these titles did people realize that identity and family background were the least noteworthy labels for Esther. None of her achievements relied on family background or backdoor connections. When it came to her, no one would think of the Liu family or Hewitt, they only thought of her as a person. She was Esther. The one and only Esther in this world. Her brothers took out their phones and cameras to take photos. When Esther stood on the podium, everyone noticed that she had not brought any notes with her. Esther first scanned the packed auditorium, then adjusted the height of the microphone slightly before addressing the audience. It's an honor for me to be invited by President Dai to give a speech as a representative of the freshmen. President Dai asked me to share my experiences in achieving various accomplishments, but I feel quite embarrassed about it. However high these achievements may be, they are ultimately personal. True achievement, to me, is contributing to our country and society. Our nation is rapidly developing today. But amidst this rapid development, there are many struggles that have yet to be publicized or seen. I want to say that our value lies in the weight of these unacknowledged struggles, and the determination and courage we have to transform them. Today, we gather at this prestigious university, each possibly bearing the hopes of our parents and families. But indeed, we also bear the hopes of our country. Society is constantly in motion. A tiny speck of dust might bring about earth-shattering changes to society. That speck of dust can be you, me, or millions of students full of ambition. I hope that over the next 4 years, we all can strive to improve and encourage ourselves with the determination and courage to transform society. I hope that in the future, we will not only become dust but also gears that move the world. Now, everything is just beginning. As Esther finished speaking, the air in the auditorium was quiet for a few seconds. Hope that in the future, we can become gears that move the world, and now everything is just beginning. Yes, each of them has a bright and glorious future. If they work hard, the country will also have a bright and glorious future. Esther walked off the podium to her seat amid thunderous applause. She looked forward and saw her closest family members and her lover waiting for her. Marissa and Sullivan were filled with pride and admiration for their daughter and sister. Esther's phone buzzed. It was a group chat message from Brenda and Mathewena praising her speech. Additionally, many friends sent congratulatory messages for her entering university. Esther sat back down, and Hewitt immediately held her hand. The man looked at the girl beside him with intense focus and enthusiasm. Warmth flowed through their tightly clasped hands. For Esther, nothing felt more real than this moment. A year ago, she woke up alone in a desolate alley. Even when being hunted and rejected, and having nothing, she was never afraid. And now, the love from her family, friends, and lover gave her even more confidence. It made her, whether as a god or a human, eagerly look forward to the future. Baby, our future is just beginning, isn't it? Hewitt leaned over and whispered in Esther's ear amidst the surrounding noise. Amidst the clamor, Esther met her lover's obsidian-like deep eyes, where she saw eternal love that transcended lifetimes. Of course. Esther said, intertwining her fingers with Hewitt's, and kissed the side of his face. We still have a long, long future ahead. On the stage of the grand auditorium, school leaders had left, leaving only the student affairs office to continue explaining extracurricular activities for freshmen. Suddenly, Shirley heard something and turned around excitedly. Did you hear that, Janine? Our first school-wide activity after military training is a clothing design competition themed around environmental protection. They say all proceeds from selling the students' works will be used for charity, donating books to underprivileged children in impoverished areas. Sounds very meaningful. I plan to sign up, will you join me? A clothing design competition. Esther looked at Hewitt, and seeing he understood her thoughts, she couldn't help but smile. If so, then I'll join too. Esther raised her eyes and looked into the distance. I hope my work will fetch a good price then. The story continues. End of main text. Chapter 506, Method Story 1, Visitors from the Divine Realm. Before Esther woke up in the human world, or when she was about to leave the divine realm, Abram had told her that he had a travel plan long ago, asking her to go back first and deal with matters in the human world. At that moment, Esther thought Abram's travel plan probably involved traveling to the human world. However, she never expected that Abram's travel plan would involve not only Abram and Rocco Burke. The first Saturday after school started. When Esther woke up, the clock on the wall pointed to 11 in the morning. Dazed and habitually reaching out to touch beside her, she did not feel Wally there. Esther thought Wally must have gone to work, not wanting to wake her, so she did not pay much attention. The first week of Gillison University semester was for military training, with gatherings every morning at 8 o'clock. To cultivate the student study habits, the counselor of the law school also arranged evening self-study sessions for freshmen. This led to Wally not only accompanying Esther to school before 8 every morning but also waiting outside the school until 9:30 each night to take her home. Not only did their time together decrease, but because Esther had to wake up early every day, Wally could not keep her awake at night after tiring days filled with military training and self-study. Most nights, they just kissed and embraced. Thus, it had been an entirely abstinent week. And last night, the abstinence finally ended. The man, now more experienced, continued until nearly dawn. Eventually, exhausted, Wally carried her to bathe and then went to sleep. Without Wally around, Esther got out of bed alone. As she pulled open the curtains, the bright sunshine outside fell on her face, making for a rare and beautiful day. Esther stretched lazily by the floor-to-ceiling window. Just as she finished washing up in the bathroom, she received a call from Brenda. "Baby, I've come to visit you. Are you awake?" Brenda's voice over the phone was energetic, but in the next second, she became mysteriously hushed. "Baby, I'm already outside your house, but I saw some cosplay people lurking near your door. Should we get your gatekeeper or butler to check?" "Cosplay people?" Esther was momentarily puzzled. Brenda explained, "Yes. Although I can't see their faces clearly, I saw 4 people in total. The tallest man has waist-length silver hair, another boy with fog blue hair, another with red hair, and a well-endowed woman with purple hair. They're dressed normally, but who wears multicolored wigs if not for cosplay? They might be some obsessive fans of yours. Hey, baby, don't come out yet, I'll go meet them for you. Mathilver hair, fog blue hair, red hair, purple hair. These are Abram, Burke, Rocco, and Adriana. Are they visiting the human world?" Before Esther could stop her, impulsive Brenda had already hung up the phone. Worried that Brenda might misinterpret Abram and his companions as intruders and start a conflict, Esther rushed downstairs in her pajamas without changing or greeting the staff. But when she opened the main gate of the courtyard, she saw Brenda standing in front of Abram with a fangirl expression, holding a pen and paper. Excitedly, she asked, "Handsome guy, which cosplay brand are you from? You're so handsome, I've never seen your photos online before. Do you have a Douyin account? Can I follow you? Didn't you say you were going to chase away my fans?" Esther immediately realized Brenda had fallen for Abram at first sight. Esther shifted her gaze to the few people outside the gate. Though they were dressed as humans, Abram still wore a light white robe even in summer, his waist-length silver hair and gentle golden eyes exuding an innate divinity, looking both handsome and kind. Next to him, Rocco and Burke wore human t-shirts. Rocco's fiery red hair looked rebellious and dashing, while Burke, with his exquisite features, held the ever-present rabbit plushie in his arms. To Esther's surprise, Adriana had come too. Still with her eye-catching wavy hair, her ample chest pressed against a black tight dress, accentuating her fiery figure. "Phyllis. Do you know how much I missed you?" Seeing Esther open the door, Rocco was the first to rush over, embracing her and nuzzling his chin affectionately against her shoulder. Outside, Brenda looked bewildered. "Phyllis? Who is Phyllis?" "Handsome guy, did you?" Before Brenda could finish her sentence, "Did you make a mistake?" Esther took a deep breath and walked beside her. He placed his hand over her eyes. "You must be tired from rushing over. Get some sleep." Before Brenda could react, she had already closed her eyes and dozed off, leaning against Esther's body. Esther instructed the butler who had come, Matt Gavin, "Please take Brenda to the guest room for rest. Also, today you and all the other servants have the day off, you can leave now." The butler immediately took Brenda without asking about the people at home, respectfully saying, "Yes, Abigail, I'll take Miss Brenda to the guest room and inform the others right away." The staff of the Yanni family were efficient, and within minutes, everyone had quickly left. With no outsiders in the house, Esther finally relaxed. In the living room, she hugged Rocco Burke first, then went over to hug Abram, asking, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "I wasn't prepared at all." Abram's lips curved into a faint smile as he gently patted Esther's slightly messy black hair, his eyes filled with warmth and indulgence. It was evident that the young girl had just washed up in a hurry and was still wearing a nightgown and slippers, much like how she looked when she woke up in the divine realm. "I was planning to surprise you," Abram said, "but when we arrived, your gatekeeper stopped us, and Adriana knocked him out." Only then did Esther notice that the guard in the booth was asleep on the table. She shifted her gaze to Adriana. Seeing Esther's discomfort, Adriana coldly snorted and lifted her chin. "Who let him call us freaks and say he would call the police if we didn't leave? Have you seen a freak as beautiful as me?" Esther hadn't expected Adriana to come to the human world with Abram and the others. In the divine realm, Adriana had always openly disliked her and constantly clashed with her. During the final battle after her fall, Adriana was the only one truly intent on killing her. Noticing the puzzled expression on Esther's face, Adriana couldn't stand it, pouting, "I came to see Declan." "What, you don't welcome me here? If so, I'll leave." She didn't want to admit that she felt guilty after realizing her previous prejudices against Aggie were biased and extreme upon learning the truth, leading her to come to the human world to see her. "No," Esther firmly held Adriana back, sincerely saying, "I'm just surprised, but not unwelcoming. Also, Wally went to the company today, so he's not home." Wally was the current human identity of Declan. Unexpectedly, even on a weekend, the CEO of the human world had to work overtime. However, the next moment, the CEO Esther mentioned emerged from the kitchen, dressed in a black shirt and a pink rabbit-patterned apron, meeting the gazes in the living room. "Baby, I'm making the snow fairy buns you wanted in the kitchen, so I didn't hear anything." Wally remained calm, looking at Esther with a gentle voice. Then he turned to look at Abram and the others, his expression becoming formal, his gaze deep. "Abram, Rocco, Burke, Adriana, long time no see." Previously in the divine realm, Declan was one of the most reclusive among the 7 divine messengers. He always stayed in a corner alone, rarely talking to anyone, as if he had no desires or needs. So, if not for Declan following Aggie into the abyss, Adriana wouldn't have known that Declan harbored such forbidden feelings for her. Now, Adriana was caught off guard by this baby call, shivering a little. "So this ice cube behaves like this around Aggie at home? Have your memories returned completely?" Abram asked Wally. Unlike Esther, who now used the original host's body, Wally's appearance was the true form of Declan. Thus, standing face to face like this instantly transported Abram back hundreds of years. Back then, as the administrator of the divine realm on behalf of the supreme deity, he was also the first to discover Declan's rebellious heart. At first, Declan's wings only had a barely noticeable darkening. But after Aggie's fall, his wings turned completely black overnight. "Do you plan to leave the divine realm and follow Yanadal Yin's footsteps?" he had asked then. At that time, Declan calmly replied, "Are you going to report me to father?" "How could I?" He laughed softly, concealing his bitterness. "I appreciate that you accomplished what I couldn't. I hope you protect Yanadal Yin well. I believe she's never been a bad child." Indeed, until his end, Declan used every ounce of his strength to protect Aggie. Now, although time has changed, their identities have shifted, but they've found true happiness together. Speaking of which, since this is our first visit to the human world, how do you two, as hosts, plan to entertain us? Adriana sat on the sofa with a very coy tone. 10 minutes ago, I gave all the servants and chefs in the house a day off. Esther suggested, "If you don't want to go out for a meal, why don't I cook something for you?" "Aggie cooking for them?" Abram smiled, Rocco's eyes lit up, Burke nodded seriously, and only Adriana reluctantly accepted it. So, they let the 4 wander around the house freely. Esther and Wally went to the kitchen and used the skills they learned during the new year. One chopped vegetables and prepared the filling, while the other kneaded dough and rolled out dumpling wrappers. However, before starting work, Wally took out the mango snow fairy buns he had made earlier from the refrigerator. He picked the fullest and most beautiful one and fed it to Esther. The snow fairy buns wrapper was refreshing and soft after being chilled, with smooth and delicate cream mixed with the unique sweet and sour taste of mango. Seeing Esther's satisfied expression, Wally couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss her lips that still carried a hint of sweetness. Nothing could be more delightful than seeing the joy on your loved one's face. After the dumplings were boiled and steaming hot pots were set on the table, Rocco marveled at the sight. In the divine realm, most low-level deities would fill their bellies with fresh fruits. There wasn't much food in the divine realm, so these ordinary human dishes that exuded earthly flavor of life seemed very rare to Rocco. As for Burke, who had slept for over 300 years due to his sin of gluttony, once he started eating Esther's dumplings, he ate 20 plates straight. Fortunately, Esther understood Burke's appetite, and spent an entire hour just making dumplings for him. Though Adriana appeared quite picky, she didn't eat any less despite complaining. During dinner conversation, Rocco expressed his wish to stay in the human world for a few more days, only to be gently refused by Abram. Originally, 3 of the 7 divine messengers have left, leaving only 4 in the divine realm. If these remaining 4 neglect their duties, the 6 realms might fall into chaos. When he said that 3 of the 7 divine messengers had left, the air suddenly grew quiet. In the memory of everyone present, the last time they sat together so happily and relaxedly was thousands of years ago, and back then Methunclair was also there. But due to Methunclair's relationship with Aggie and Declan, Abram and the others had subconsciously avoided mentioning Methunclair's name in front of Esther. On the contrary, it was Esther who asked the question first, "Where is Methunclair now?" Abram raised his head and looked at Esther, saying, "In hell." In a way, Father tacitly allowed Methunclair's fall. Hell belongs outside the 6 realms and requires a god's son to govern it, providing sufficient deterrence. You were punished to the netherworld, and Methunclair followed, naturally taking over hell. After you came to the human world, he visited too, but later, he returned to hell. Abram sighed softly. Methunclair has a heart knot. He probably can't get over why he wasn't chosen. Xiao Yin, if you have the time and willingness, I hope you can talk to him. After all, I know you care about him too. How could she not care? They grew up together from a young age, those deep emotions wouldn't fade with time. Abram spoke openly about this in front of Wally because he knew Wally wouldn't be jealous. Esther didn't say anything, just nodding, acknowledging she understood. When bidding farewell to Abram and the others, Abram stroked her head and glanced inside the room casually. Your friend seems to have heard a lot. Will it affect your life in the human world? Esther knew what Abram meant, shaking her head. No, she's my best friend here, and I plan to tell her my true identity anyway. After Abram and the others left, Esther and Wally turned around to see Brenda in the living room, hesitating and stuttering. Catherine, God. Esther nodded, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Yes, I'm not human, I'm a god. Then, looking at Brenda who gasped sharply, she suddenly asked, Xiaoying, would you like to go somewhere with me? Brenda forgot everything else, her eyes shining. Go where? Esther looked into her eyes and answered earnestly, I'll take you to hell. Chapter 507, Bonus Chapter 2, A Day Trip to Hell plus Meeting Methunclair. Hell? Brenda thought she had misheard. Taking someone to hell, it sounded like a villain's threat in a TV drama when they were about to drag the protagonist into death with them. Tanya suddenly saw Brenda's stunned expression and said, in fact, this world is divided into 6 realms, God, immortal, demon, devil, ghost, and human. We are only in the territory of the human realm now. And hell exists independently outside these 6 realms, accommodating souls that have committed one of the 7 deadly sins. Or rather, it imprisons these sin-committed souls, confining them to hell without allowing them to return to any of the 6 realms, preventing potential disputes. I'm going to meet a friend in hell with Wally. If you'd like, I can take you for a visit there. Brenda quickly accepted that Tanya was indeed a god. She had often sighed before, saying that every day feels like being a god. But never did she think her offhand comment would reveal the truth. Janine is really a god. So is General Yanni. And from their conversation at the gathering just now, Janine seems to be the strongest god in the god realm. To have a good friend and her friend's husband as gods, how awesome is that? A trip to hell sounds incredibly cool. Brenda wasn't scared at all, she was even very excited. She nodded immediately. I'll go, yes. All right. Seeing Brenda agree, Tanya exchanged a glance with Wally. As Tanya raised her right hand, Brenda instinctively closed her eyes, feeling her consciousness briefly vanish. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely different scene. But the moment Brenda took in the scene before her, she drew in a sharp breath. She screamed on the spot, ah! What kind of place is this? The scene before her resembled a bustling human city. Under the night sky, the lights were dazzling, traffic flowed along roads lined with skyscrapers. However, everywhere Brenda looked. On the roads, in alleys, on buses, inside buildings, everywhere were men and women engaged in unspeakable acts. All around her, flesh clashed in various poses, groans rose and fell continuously, and the air was filled with the scent of lust. This extremely debauched scene delivered a visual impact like an asteroid hitting Earth. Brenda felt as if she were breaking apart. Tanya, who had arrived in hell, had already changed into white t-shirt and jeans, looking unremarkable. Wally stood beside her in a black suit, resembling a guardian. Tanya, clearly aware of the scene, remained unperturbed and began to explain, unlike the upward floors in the human realm, the levels in hell are downward. So we are currently in the first level of hell. Here, the souls that have committed the sin of lust are imprisoned. The sin of lust, no wonder. Brenda looked at those indulging in pleasure with complex eyes, finally calming down a bit. Tanya continued, each level of hell corresponds to one of the 7 deadly sins and serves as a place where that particular desire runs rampant. To leave hell and return to any of the 6 realms, one must completely rid themselves of their own deadly sin. In other words, you must resist that desire here to have a chance to leave. Therefore, souls that remain immersed in lust, like those before us, will never be able to leave here. After speaking, Tanya said, let's go see the 2nd level. The 2nd level was far more bearable than the first. When arriving at the 2nd level, Brenda held her breath, fearing what might greet her after the shock from before. Fortunately, the 2nd level turned out to be a food street. Crowds filled the street, with stalls selling all sorts of snacks and restaurants lining both sides of the road. The stalls offered everything from crepes, cold noodles, spicy duck necks, steamed buns, fried dumplings, stinky tofu, and skewers. The air was filled with the aroma of various delicacies. Just the smell alone made people's stomachs rumble and mouths water. Every stall and shop was packed with people eating. They were all fat, greasy, and well-fed, engrossed in devouring food with manic expressions. It was too frightening. Seeing these people eating ravenously, Brenda felt they were entirely controlled by desire, losing all pursuits beyond eating. Next came the third level. The third level was a casino. At a glance, the huge European-style hall was resplendent and magnificent. Each pillar was made of pure gold, and every dark green gambling table was surrounded by people. The casino was filled with noise. The gamblers had fanatical looks in their eyes, driven solely by the desire to win money, completely oblivious to everything else around them. Some, with good luck, had gleaming eyes and placed all their wealth on one bet. Others, having lost everything, were thrown out of the casino and knelt before the guards, pleading desperately to be allowed just one more round. Seeing these people, Brenda deeply felt the terrifying power of greed. Going down further was the fourth level. The fourth level was the quietest of all the floors they had visited, and everyone's actions were eerily uniform. A glance revealed that everyone was sleeping. The only sounds in the air were snores. Brenda couldn't help but ask Tanya, how long do they usually sleep? Tanya glanced at those lying in bed. People who sleep here aren't just lazy, many are trying to escape reality. So, how long they sleep depends on their own wishes. Those who wish for a short nap may wake up after an hour, while those unwilling to wake up cannot be roused. Those unwilling to wake up cannot be roused. It was truly sigh-worthy. Descending further, they reached the fifth level. Brenda didn't expect that the fifth level of hell would be a massive coliseum. The moment they entered, a thick smell of blood hit her nostrils, accompanied by screams and cheers that rose and fell like waves. All around were rows of audience seats, almost completely filled with spectators. In the center of the coliseum was a platform enclosed by red ropes and wooden stakes, about 12 square meters in area. A large screen above the platform broadcasted live footage in close-up, ensuring even the audience in the back could see clearly. At that moment, two burly men were engaged in a fierce battle on the platform. Brenda glanced at the screen just as the man on the left threw a heavy punch at the other person's head, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. The screen even replayed it in slow motion, so bloody and brutal, as if they were intent on killing each other on the spot. Brenda couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled Tanya away. The sixth level. The sixth level looked like a peaceful and harmonious neighborhood, but according to Tanya, this was only surface-level tranquility. The residents here were constantly plotting against each other, always competing and comparing. Fights broke out frequently or harm was done secretly, making it no less bloody than the Colosseum on the fifth level. Finally, they arrived at the seventh level. However, to Brenda's surprise, the seventh level of hell was entirely different from the previous levels. While the first 6 levels resembled human city districts, entering the seventh level revealed only darkness. This place was something Tanya knew very well. The moment she stood there, many memories surfaced in her mind. Most of these memories were related to Methunclair. Tanya spoke. The seventh level of hell is called the Netherworld Realm. Only souls who have committed the most severe sin, that of pride, are confined here. There's no expression or provocation of desires here, whether it's the mysterious forest or hidden dangers, everything is shrouded in darkness. This is the punishment for the proud. To let them be alone, reflecting on their sins in the endless night. Netherworld Realm? Brenda recalled that the silver-haired handsome man had mentioned earlier that Janine had once been punished to the Netherworld Realm of hell. Yes, Tanya nodded, her eyes catching a familiar presence in the darkness. She then turned to Wally. Could you take Brenda to the food street on the second level for something to eat? We'll come back later. Wally understood that Tanya wanted to talk to Methunclair alone and said in a low voice, sure. Once alone in the darkness, Tanya felt herself being embraced from behind. The familiar aura wrapped around her, and the hug gradually tightened. Dominant, humble, reluctant. It seemed to want to merge her into his body. Tanya sighed, extricating herself from the embrace, and turned to face a handsome yet gaunt face with red-rimmed eyes. Tanya knew Methunclair had been watching her, aware that she had recovered all her divine powers and memories. Why did you come? Methunclair, with red eyes, pulled the girl into his arms again, his voice hoarse. Job, knowing I can't let go, why did you still come? This time, Tanya did not struggle free. Pausing, she gently patted Methunclair's back as if comforting a child. Because I can't let go either, Tanya said softly. From childhood to now, you've been the one who spent the most time by my side. Even during my time in the Netherworld Realm after losing my memories, it was you who stayed with me. Yen Nike, Abram and the others, you are also very important to me. I don't want to see someone I care about staying alone here in this darkness and sadness, so I came. I don't want to be like them. Methunclair's arms suddenly tightened around her, his tone agitated. To Abram and the others, you're just a sister. I never wanted to be your brother. I love you, Ayin, you know I do. Back then when father struck you, I also rushed forward to shield you. I was just a step too late. Do you remember what I asked you before? Would you stay in hell with me? If you were willing, I would have. Methunclair, you know it's not just about that strike. Tanya interrupted Methunclair directly. It's not because Declan once risked his life for me that I chose him. If that were the reason, it wouldn't be love but gratitude. I chose Declan because I love him. Maybe even long before, in some unnoticed moment, I fell in love with him. I didn't realize it back then, but now I am clear about my feelings. And Methunclair, regardless of whether or not there is Declan, my love for you is not romantic love, so no matter what, I cannot be with you. I came today just to ask you to let go of your obsession with me and start a new life. If you can't let go, our relationship will always remain this deadlock. You're sad, and seeing you sad makes me sad too. Listening to Tanya's words, Methunclair sharply sucked in a breath. Then he slowly loosened his embrace on Tanya as if all the air had leaked out of him. Indeed. What isn't yours can never be obtained no matter how hard you try. Though he seemed close, the distance between them felt insurmountable. I understand, Methunclair gave a bitter laugh, his tone filled with loneliness. This is just my final struggle. Hearing such a resolute refusal from you, I guess I can finally give up. Go back, Aine. Just knowing you came here today has made me very happy. He's been waiting for you. Tanya knew Methunclair was talking about Wally. Looking at the man before her, she said, I'll wait for you too. Wait until you adjust your mindset and face me again. Pushing open the gate of the netherworld realm, Tanya saw Wally already waiting outside. The man's deep eyes only reflected her figure. Where's Brenda? Tanya asked as she walked up, naturally taking Wally's hand. He's still eating at the food street. I came over because I was worried about you. Wally replied. What are you worried about? Tanya asked curiously, afraid I'd run off with Methunclair? To her surprise, Wally actually agreed with a single word, yes, afraid. Wally lowered his head, clutching the girl's hand tightly. Afraid he might say something that would make you soften, afraid you might really stay. How could that happen? Tanya was momentarily baffled where this idea came from. Reflecting on it, she guessed it was because she hadn't given him enough reassurance yet. After all, both in the past and present, the man had always silently protected her from behind, always prioritizing her wishes. In Wally's world, he never demanded anything from her, he accepted all her decisions. So Tanya tiptoed and kissed the man on the lips, earnestly promising, no. No matter what happens, you'll be the only one by my side. Words were always weak and powerless, time was the best witness. After a passionate kiss, Tanya wrapped her arms around Wally's neck. Let's find Brenda, then we'll go home. Wally nodded, okay. As he spoke, enormous black wings unfolded from his back, lifting the girl into his arms as they soared into the darkness. The flight left a trail of starlight as brilliant as a Milky Way. Love, truly, is an age-old proposition transcending time and space, eternity without a definitive answer. Even gods must explore it step by step. Chapter 508 Special Episode 3, Mathawena times Brenda. Ever since she found out that Esther was a deity and went to hell with her, Brenda had been in a state of constant excitement these past few days. It was simply amazing. She now had a good friend who was a deity and had even visited a place as incredible as hell. But the troubling part was that this was Esther's secret, and she couldn't reveal it to anyone else. So, all her experiences during the trip to hell couldn't be shared with others, she could only secretly recall them from time to time. Thus, to outsiders, Brenda seemed to be staring blankly at the wall often these days, her eyes gleaming and cheeks flushed from time to time. The flush naturally came from recalling the spectacular scene in the first level of hell. However, Brenda's behavior appeared too abnormal in Mathawena's eyes. Ever since a male student from her department stopped Brenda on Friday after school and confessed his love publicly, Brenda had become like this after the weekend. Could it be that the boy approached Brenda again over the weekend after being rejected, leading to some development he wasn't aware of? Mathawena grew increasingly vigilant and frustrated the more he thought about it. Finally, one evening, he couldn't hold back anymore and drove straight to Brenda's house. He didn't even let the servants announce his arrival but went directly to Brenda's room and forgot to knock before entering. When he opened the bedroom door, he encountered Brenda just coming out of the bathroom after a shower, her long hair wet, and only wrapped in a towel. For a moment, the air stood still as their eyes met. In the next second, Brenda covered her chest and screamed, "Ah! Are you crazy, Mathawena? Why didn't you knock first?" Mathawena initially intended to leave immediately upon seeing Brenda fresh out of the shower. But after some thought, he decided to say everything in one go, so he forcefully barged in and closed the door behind him. "Brenda, I need to talk to you." "Talk? About what?" Seeing Mathawena's serious expression, Brenda's initial shock turned into confusion. "What happened?" Mathawena took a deep breath, feeling almost choked up. "Nothing happened to me, but something has happened to you. Who have you been thinking about these past few days?" "Huh?" Brenda looked bewildered. "I haven't been thinking about anyone." Mathawena's gaze was sharp. "If you haven't been thinking about anyone, why do you always look so lost in thought, sometimes even blushing?" "Lost in thought and blushing?" It's because. Brenda stuttered, unable to continue. She really wanted to share her weekend experiences with Mathawena because he was her closest person. However, she couldn't tell him. In frustration, she pushed Mathawena toward the door. "I haven't been lost in thought or blushing. Don't think too much. Get out, I need to change." Before Brenda finished speaking, she felt herself being pressed against the wall by Mathawena. Mathawena lowered his head, his body close to hers, his warm breath brushing against each other's lips. "If you don't tell me, I won't leave." As Mathawena spoke, he leaned closer, his usually carefree and easygoing eyes now filled with dominance and stubbornness. "Is it that boy who confessed to you? In what way is he better than me?" Is he taller, handsomer, richer, or does he know you better? Brenda had no idea where Mathawena's assumptions were coming from. Didn't she reject that boy right away? How could she possibly still be thinking about him? They were too close, and she was only wrapped in a towel, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. Brenda became so nervous she could hardly breathe, her face and body burning hot, pushing him randomly with her hands. Why are you imagining things? Why would I think about that person? I only saw him once and didn't even remember what he looks like. Mathawena said, you also admit I'm imagining things. If you don't tell me, how can I not imagine things? Do you know? Mathawena suddenly paused mid-sentence. Brenda stopped her movements, looked up into Mathawena's eyes, and asked, do I know what about you? Upon hearing this, Mathawena sharply drew a breath. Looking into those clear eyes mere inches away, the suppressed feelings and restlessness in his heart could no longer be contained. In the next second, he lowered his head, pressing Brenda against the wall. He cupped the back of her head with his hand and kissed her forcefully. Brenda didn't expect Mathawena to kiss her suddenly, opening her mouth with such dominance, deeply penetrating. It was her first kiss, and she had no experience. She instinctively grabbed the shirt on Mathawena's chest but felt weak-kneed and almost couldn't stand. The next second, Mathawena directly picked her up. After a dizzying spin, he placed her on the bed and pressed down again, continuing the deep kiss. Remember to breathe during kissing, fool. This time the kiss lasted for a long while. Seeing Brenda's face turn red from holding her breath, Mathawena pulled back slightly during a breathing break, unable to resist giving her a reminder. His voice was low, lacking its usual domineering tone, with a hint of helplessness and indulgence. You. Brenda remained dazed, thoroughly stunned by this sudden deep kiss. What about me? Mathawena sighed, gently ruffling the girl's hair under him. Are you really that clueless or pretending? Can't you tell I like you? You, like me? Brenda hadn't failed to notice how attentive Mathawena had been toward her over this period. But in her eyes, Mathawena treated her just like a good buddy. After all, they were both members of Joab.A, and at Galanga University, they were the only two who came from the same high school and class. Naturally, they were closest and understood each other best. Moreover, she always thought Mathawena was a carefree and easygoing big brother figure. Someone like him shouldn't have the patience to fall for anyone. I always thought you just considered me as a brother. After a long pause, Brenda finally managed to utter a sentence. Mathawena felt even more helpless hearing this. He pressed his body closer to Brenda, something pressing against her leg. If I saw you as a brother, would I be like this? Mathawena said plaintively. Do you know, every time I get close to you, I feel this way. It makes me afraid to get too close, scared you might see and think I'm a freak. Feeling his arousal, Brenda's face burned red. Mathawena, don't. I won't do anything until you're ready. Mathawena's tone suddenly softened. He kissed her earlobe and whispered in her ear, but I want an answer. Brenda. I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Would you be my girlfriend? I'll treat you well. Be his girlfriend? After Mathawena spoke these words, Brenda stayed silent for a long time. Just as Mathawena's heart leaped to his throat and prepared to say something more, his neck was suddenly wrapped by the person beneath him. I agree, Brenda blushed, her eyes shining with a faint hope, pouting deliberately. But let me make it clear, if we date, only I can initiate a breakup. You have no right to ask for one before me. I wouldn't talk about breaking up anyway. Mathawena couldn't hide his elation and joy. Lowering his head, his tone grew even gentler. My Lady Lon, I like you so much. In the future, only you can dump me. Although I don't know how to be a good boyfriend yet, I'll start learning from today and make sure you're satisfied. Really? Brenda asked. Mathawena answered solemnly, of course it's true. How about we pinky swear? Just as Brenda extended her finger, Mathawena hooked it, using the momentum to pull her close again, initiating another kiss. Mathawena had waited for this kiss for so long. Fortunately, now the clouds had parted, and the moon was finally visible. Chapter 509, Extra Chapter 4, Mrs. Demi Unmasked. To all the freshmen at Gillison University, it was well known that there was an outstanding student in their year at the law school named Esther. Born into a wealthy family, her fiancé came from an even wealthier family. Not only did she have a good figure, personality, and sky-high intelligence, but she also had many mysterious alter egos. Each time one of these alter egos was unmasked, it turned out to be an influential figure in some field. However, everyone thought that all of Esther's alter egos had already been revealed before the start of the semester since the 6 domains of Joab.A's 6 star members had already been identified. No one expected that during the second week of school, Esther would yet again unveil another identity. After the military training, the environmental protection-themed freshman clothing design competition commenced at Gillison University. All freshmen were eligible to participate, with the requirement being that they use materials considered as waste in daily life to create fashion pieces. The competition consisted of 3 rounds. The first preliminary round involved submitting design drafts by college, from which 50 designs would be selected to enter the semifinals. In the second semifinal round, participants needed to create their garment according to their submitted design using the collected materials. Judges would then select 20 finalists based on photographs of these creations. For the final third round, a runway show was held in the auditorium where models would wear the 20 selected designs, and all freshmen would act as the audience. To ensure fairness, the creators of each piece remained anonymous. After each model showcased a creation on the runway, audience members could vote for pieces they liked. Ultimately, the 20 designs were ranked based on the total number of votes received. The top 3 would receive gold, silver, and bronze awards, while the 4th to 10th places would receive consolation prizes. Designs utilizing waste-to-art principles often used the same materials, like plastic bottles, old umbrellas, foam paper, mosquito nets, used shopping bags, and it was challenging to come up with something new and fresh. Earlier entries like the purple plastic bag halter fishtail gown, the cool leather jacket made from plastic cardboard, or the grass skirt made from fallen leaves were all beautiful. However, what truly stunned the entire audience was the last dress presented. It was a dress made entirely from yellowed antique chien paper. Layer upon layer, expertly cut, it perfectly accentuated the model's figure and gave off an elegant aura. At first glance, no one would think this masterpiece was made from antique paper. It seemed more like a high-end custom design from a luxurious brand. What truly left people in awe was the calligraphy written on the chien paper with a brush pen. Close-up shots allowed viewers to appreciate the meticulous strokes and fluid style, demonstrating grandeur and elegance. The writing was both beautiful and deeply intellectual. At the bottom of the skirt, ink washes blended beautifully with the natural yellowing of the paper, evoking a misty, dreamlike atmosphere. This dress was stunning. The design and tailoring were impeccable, and the Chinese-style calligraphy added a unique cultural touch. Not only did this piece serve as a dress, but it also embodied the traditional Chinese culture it promoted. As expected, this traditional Chinese ink dress received the highest number of votes, virtually sweeping the competition. When the winner was announced and Esther appeared on stage, the audience below felt a mixture of surprise and inevitability. What logic could explain such talent? She could play the piano, compose music, box, shoot arrows, handle investments, treat illnesses, and now design? Indeed, she was exceptionally gifted. So when Esther claimed victory, no one was particularly surprised. According to the rules, these 20 dresses would be auctioned off at a charity gala, with proceeds going to buy books for children in impoverished mountainous areas. However, since the materials were technically waste, even wealthy attendees would likely only bid a few tens of thousands of yuan for symbolism and image purposes. Raising a significant amount from dresses made of waste was unrealistic. The university estimated that selling these 20 dresses for about 100,000 yuan would be quite good. However, everything changed because of a Weibo post Esther made that evening. While the competition took place within the university, it didn't cause much of a stir outside. But that night, her Weibo post sent the hashtag Gillison University Environmental Protection Clothing Design Contest hashtag skyrocketing to second place on the trending list. And topping the charts was hashtag Esther Mrs. Demi hashtag. At Esther, hello everyone, I would like to introduce an identity that I haven't publicly disclosed before. The Mrs. Demi who won 3 consecutive championships at the World Fashion Design Competition is me. Because I was not yet an adult during those 3 years of competition, others always represented me at events, leading to many speculations in society about my true identity. Now, I guess it's time to clear up the mystery for everyone. Today, I participated in a school-based environmental protection clothing design contest at Gillison University. This competition has a noble cause and serves as a charity event, with the proceeds from the auction going to children in mountainous areas. So, the last dress, the chien paper ink dress, is my own design, cut, and creation. If you like it, please consider bidding on it. Esther's Weibo post was calm but dropped a bombshell. Mrs. Demi. The world-renowned Mrs. Demi in the global fashion industry. The legendary idol of independent designers in China. The founder of the Thorn Birds brand. It turned out she was Esther yet again. Soon, the Thorn Birds official Weibo account reposted Esther's tweet, officially confirming the revelation and putting to rest any doubts. To be honest, this time around, only a small portion of netizens doubted her. Most people were already used to it. Unfamiliar netizens were still skeptical, while those familiar with Esther had already started watching the live broadcast of the runway show. That night, the competition coordinator, also the director of Gillison University's student Yanif office, received calls non-stop. Looking bewildered, the director asked the deputy director who Mrs. Demi was, wondering if it meant Esther was a very famous designer. Could it mean her dress might fetch a high price at auction, like 100,000 yuan per piece? The deputy director sucked in a sharp breath. Director, you have no idea how famous Mrs. Demi is. That dress made from waste, designed and tailored by Mrs. Demi herself, could sell for much more than 100,000 yuan. Perhaps just that figure is the starting point. What the hell? Even the director couldn't help exclaiming in disbelief. The next day's charity auction was held online, with 10,000 people flooding in right from the start. When it came to Esther's dress, the number of real-time viewers surged to over 3 million, a truly spectacular scene. The auction started at 100 yuan, but it quickly escalated to 1 million. Even at 1 million, several bigwigs refused to back down and continued to bid higher. As for who these bigwigs were, netizens could only speculate. They guessed these were probably corporate CEOs. Bidding on this dress for charity was essentially leveraging Mrs. Demi's name for direct corporate promotion, which was far more effective than spending millions on advertising. However, just as they were bidding, someone abruptly bid $10 million for the dress, immediately ending the competition. $10 million for a dress made of old Shein paper? Even for corporate promotion, that's quite a heavy investment. Checking the account ID, it read, "I love baby." I love baby? Alright, the identity of the bidder didn't seem too hard to guess after all. Chapter 510, Afterward 5, Methu's years later plus wedding, end of herbal text. Methu's years later. It had been 2 years since Esther graduated from the law school of Gillison University with the top score in her major. In fact, during her senior year, many professors in the law school hoped that Esther would continue her studies for a master's and doctoral degree. To have Esther as their student, several professors not only offered various favorable conditions but also had her maternal uncle, Kirsten, help them lobby. However, this did not change Esther's mind. After graduation, she entered the most famous Shurjing law firm in the entire city, which was co-founded by her brother Bruce and others. For Esther, she didn't need to spend time and effort on learning or memorizing any knowledge deeply. The 4 years at university were just a necessary process for her as a human being to obtain a degree and the qualification to take the legal professional qualification exam. Those complicated legal articles that others found difficult, she could remember all after just one read-through. Only by quickly getting involved in practical work could she use the skills she had learned to help others. There were too many labels and identities attached to Esther. As such a legendary figure, she naturally became the focus of public attention wherever she went. Shurjing law firm was renowned within the industry, and the attorney fees charged by its well-known lawyers were naturally not something ordinary people could afford. But after Esther officially became a practicing lawyer at Shurjing, she proposed that anyone who needed legal assistance or justice, she would represent them free of charge. She aimed to punish evil and uphold righteousness. Therefore, many people from remote mountainous areas or poor towns who suffered injustice would travel long distances to come to the capital seeking her help. And the record of Esther representing these people in lawsuits was impeccable, no defeats. Some cases were inherently lost by the other party themselves. Other cases saw wrongdoers fearing Wally's influence, seeing that their victims sought help from Esther, they hastily paid up, compensated, took responsibility, or provided compensation. Apart from work-related matters, over the 6 years, significant changes occurred in Esther's life. Firstly, there were issues with her brother's relationships. Methu's years passed, Sullivan was already 31, and Josue was 29, naturally making them the primary targets of Marissa's matchmaking efforts at home. Josue himself did not live at home. Moreover, whenever Marissa looked for him, he would always find excuses like being busy with work or simply sleeping at the hospital, thus avoiding too much nagging. Whenever his mother asked, Josue would say it wasn't urgent and that he only wanted to focus on his work, claiming he was too busy for romance. However, Sullivan had it tough. A perfectly fine CEO ended up working overtime until 11 or 12 at night just to avoid his mother every day. Often, when he finally got home, he'd barely sneak in to head for his room when the living room lights would suddenly turn on. Looking up, he'd see his mother sitting on the sofa, peanuts by her side, clearly ready for a heartfelt talk. Though the pressure to marry continued, there was one point of relief. Because Esther was with Wally, the Liu family didn't need to arrange marriages with daughters from wealthy families for alliances. Marissa's greatest wish was for her eldest and second son to meet true love early, get married soon, and let her enjoy being a grandmother as soon as possible. Because her third, fourth, and fifth sons couldn't be relied upon. Alicia and Atlee were still young, both under 25. After graduation, Alicia joined the National Mathematical Science Research Institute, while Atlee became a pilot. They had only been working for less than 2 years, so they had no thoughts about getting married early. As for Monty, he had long made it clear to the family that he was a lifelong bachelor. Marriage was out of the question, he preferred to live freely and independently. So, in the end, the only person who truly eased Marissa's worries about marriage was Esther. Meanwhile, things went relatively smoothly for the Schur brothers in the capital regarding their personal lives. Bruce was very busy with work, but it was said that a wealthy heiress who had known him since childhood and had always harbored feelings for him formally became his partner not long ago. Ambrose reportedly had affection for an orphan girl in the police force, admiring her resilience, self-reliance, bravery, and kindness. They were almost ready to settle down. As for Darren, he remained single in his romantic life. However, after it was revealed that he was the creator of the Real Dream holographic game that Esther participated in, the stock price of his game company soared overnight, pushing him into the ranks of the world's wealthiest individuals. With money, family background, capability, and such good looks, many rich debutantes in Beijing's upper circles eagerly vied to marry Darren. But he never gave them any attention, remaining aloof. The only one he showed warmth to was Esther. Methu's years ago, during their first meeting, Darren impulsively lashed out at Esther without thinking, pinching her chin and saying many hurtful words. However, as Darren truly began to understand Esther, he realized that this sister of his was genuinely kind-hearted, not just pretending to be so. It was he who had been too extreme, blindly venting all his emotions on Esther. Thus, even though it was initially Darren himself who threatened Esther to stay away from him, not to call him brother, and said he would never see her as a sister, later on, the one who took the initiative to get closer was him. He often waited outside the law firm for Esther after work, returning to the old house with her, accompanying old Master Schur for dinner. But even though they became closer over these few years, Esther never called Darren brother again. This left Darren feeling very uncomfortable, but he couldn't say anything. He couldn't ask her not to call him brother and then insist she call him brother again. This was the bitter truth of teasing one's sister for momentary satisfaction but suffering in pursuit later. Now, moving on from the brothers, let's talk about friends. Esther's best friends were naturally Brenda, Mathewena, and Jobert. After real Evelyn woke up, she turned out to have a very good personality and also became close like sisters with Esther. Regarding Brenda and Mathewena, Esther always knew Mathewena liked Brenda. However, when the two suddenly announced they were together 6 years ago, Esther was also somewhat surprised. Mathewena feared rejection and did not make the first move to confess, while Brenda never considered that Mathewena might like her. They were just not on the same wavelength. So Esther thought that if Mathewena wanted to be with Brenda, he still had a long road ahead. But unexpectedly, they got together in the second week of their freshman year. And once they started dating, they have been together for 6 years now. Last year, they held a grand wedding. Over the past 6 years, this playful couple quarreled frequently, both big and small fights, and Esther has acted as a peacemaker several times. However, they loved each other so much that breaking up was impossible. During arguments, they found everything about the other person unbearable, but once reconciled, they became incredibly sweet, causing goosebumps among those around them. What Esther least expected was when Brenda told her one day this year that she was pregnant. After graduation, Mathewena inherited the family business in the capital, while Brenda stayed at Gillison University to pursue her master's degree. Although she is only in her second year of graduate school, Brenda has already completed her master's thesis, leaving her with a year of free time. Upon learning that Brenda was pregnant, Esther initially thought it was because Mathewena hadn't taken precautions. However, Brenda blushed and pulled her aside, saying that she actually really wanted a baby early and that she loves children. Having children earlier means recovering faster. Plus, in her third year of grad school, she won't need to write a thesis or worry about finding a job, so her body and mind are at ease. Giving birth now won't affect her future career. Everyone makes their own choices. Esther naturally supported Brenda's decision and was very happy to become a godmother so soon. About Evelyn. Back then, during college entrance exams, it was actually Christine, the imposter, who used Evelyn's body to compete with Esther and chose law as her major. Evelyn's true love was not law but painting, and she had a remarkable talent for it. After graduation, Evelyn opened an art gallery in the capital. She is now a well-known and praised painter in the city for her unique style. At art exhibitions, many of her works fetched high prices. As for Jobert. Actually, after graduation, contact between Jobert and Esther became quite sparse. After graduation, Jobert stayed in the capital and founded an internet technology company. Starting a business required immense time and energy, so Jobert rarely had time to meet up with Esther and the others. But having known each other for so many years, Esther understood what Jobert, who was usually reticent, was thinking. It wasn't that he didn't have the time, rather, he deliberately avoided meeting her. Jobert never expressed any signs of unrequited love or affection toward Esther, but being liked by someone can be felt. Feeling it doesn't mean one must clarify or reciprocate. To Esther, Jobert was a crucial friend. She knew Jobert had never wanted her response, he just hoped she and Wally could be happy together. Therefore, as long as she was happy, that was the best outcome. It has been 2 years since graduation, and Esther and Wally got their marriage certificate last year, but they haven't held a wedding yet. Mainly, Esther felt weddings were too troublesome. Although Wally offered to have someone take full responsibility, there were still many arrangements to make, so they postponed it indefinitely. However, while the two weren't in a rush, the elders at home were anxious. Wally's parents passed away early, and Esther's biological mother was no longer around. Marissa and Shirlausi cherished Esther, and had long treated Wally as one of their own children. Naturally, they were very concerned about the wedding. For Esther and Wally's marriage, there were no calculations like those between a bride's family and a groom's family. Ordinary families might care much about the dowry and gifts for weddings, but that wasn't something Esther needed to worry about. Wally had given all his wealth to Esther long ago. The Liu family and Shir family also prepared an extremely rich dowry for Esther, adding assurance for their daughter and granddaughter. The wedding was fully organized by Marissa. It was set to take place on the island that Wally had bought for Esther. It was at the rose garden that Wally personally built for Esther. Esther politely declined media interviews from various sources, expressing her desire to celebrate the wedding only with family and friends without outside disturbances. The day before the wedding, Wally arranged several private jets to fly the relatives and friends to the island. It was a season when the climate on the island was very pleasant. On the day of the wedding, the waves hit the shore gently. Large patches of blooming roses surrounded the manor, and the sunset painted the scene with romantic and hopeful hues. Esther had told everyone in advance not to bring money gifts, and though no cash was presented, the gifts piled up high on the podium. The open-air vow venue on the island was dreamily decorated. Seats were filled with guests. In the front row sat the immediate family. On Esther's side, each of the 5 brothers looked outstanding, while Shirlausi's 3 grandsons exuded elegance. These 8 brothers in formal suits made an impressive sight. However, thinking that from today on, Esther would no longer be just their beloved little sister but someone else's wife, brought tears to their eyes. In the blink of an eye, their youngest sister had grown into a capable adult and a wife. Her brother back were the seats for friends. Mathawena sat next to Brenda, who had a noticeable baby bump, acting like a doting husband. He was always afraid she might get uncomfortable from sitting too long, so he occasionally massaged her waist and legs. Gilbert, sitting nearby, found himself not feeling any sadness. He sincerely hoped Esther could be happy and content in the days to come. Her brother back were guests such as Herb Lousy, Randy, Haley, Amen, Gordon, and other friends. Soon, the ceremony began. Today, Wally dressed more formally than ever. Despite looking composed, the rise and fall of his chest revealed his nervousness. When the melodious cello music started, the man straightened his back, taking a deep breath, gazing intensely at the bride walking toward him. A beautiful white dress outlined her perfect figure. Esther, holding a bouquet and veiled, walked onto the stage accompanied by her bridesmaids Alice, Chana, and Gusiyu. Her beauty left everyone breathless. No one failed to admire how the girl seemed blessed by nature. There was no master of ceremonies for today's wedding. Wally used the pair of Rosanthorn bird rings designed by Esther herself as the wedding rings. Amidst the music, he bowed his head and carefully slipped the rose ring meant for Esther onto her finger. As the veil was lifted gently, Wally met Esther's eyes. They say a lover's eyes are the eighth ocean. At this moment, both saw the passage of time and fate revolving within each other's eyes, yet the passion for each other remained unextinguished. Love never needs words or forms of proof. Just by looking into each other's eyes, everything is already understood. I love you. Wally felt there were thousands of things he wanted to say, which ultimately turned into this simple, I love you. All vows left unsaid will be proven by time. I love you too. Esther smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with stars and gentle affection. Then she tiptoed and kissed Wally under the watchful eyes of all their loved ones. The sunset drowned in the orange sea, and the evening breeze sank in true love. Because it's you, only you, making everything the best arrangement. The end.